This world is an entirely different realm with not the slightest connection to reality. Deep Blue Star. The end of the world has come. A makeshift convoy of battered pickup trucks and buses sped along a deathly silent highway. Tires crushed piles of withered leaves with a rustling sound that seemed especially jarring in this forsaken land. Lin Fan drove an old Great Wall pickup at the head of the convoy. Outside the window lay a silence like death. Inside the cab, there were 4 people, including Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to glance at the 3 sleeping figures. In the passenger seat, Su-won, a young girl in her prime, and his old neighbor had escaped with him when the apocalypse descended and had stayed by his side until now. On the back seat, his younger brother Lin Meng, who suffered from congenital obesity, was sleeping soundly with his head lolling to one side, drool trailing from the corner of his mouth. As far from Lin Meng as possible sat Su-won's younger brother, Su-yong, eyes closed as he tried to rest. From the pickup's radio came only a harsh crackling of static. It could no longer receive any information from the outside world. In the apocalypse, ordinary people are nothing but food for the eerie. Only by awakening a sequence can one resist the uncanny. That was the last message Lin Fan ever received. The end had come far too abruptly. Humanity fell from the pinnacle of the food chain and became a delicacy in the maws of bizarre creatures. All hot weapons turned to scrap iron before the uncanny. Only by awakening a sequence and gaining sequence abilities could one stand against them. He had to awaken a sequence. That was the fiercest desire burning in Lin Fan's heart. A shrill honk from behind snapped him out of his thoughts. Lin Fan lifted his gaze. Ahead lay a market town called Huiyin Town. The vehicles gradually rolled to a stop. The food in the car was almost gone. It was time to scavenge for supplies. He woke the 3 sleepers, then opened the door and jumped down from the pickup. People were also getting off the vehicles behind them, helpless elderly, crying children, bewildered couples, numb young men and women. Scattered together, they numbered a little over 30. Lin Fan let out a sigh. When they first fled the city, there had been well over 1,000 people. As their migration and flight continued, some who had no vehicles were abandoned by the convoy. Some chose other roads. More were devoured by the uncanny. In this apocalypse, death had become the most commonplace of occurrences, and no one knew whether they would live to see tomorrow's sun. Rest in place for a bit. In 10 minutes, we head into the market ahead to search for supplies. Search time is 30 minutes. Pay attention. After 30 minutes, we must pass through the market. The convoy will not wait for anyone. As the deep voice rang out, the crowd numbly took out their scant food from their backpacks to replenish their strength. After all, fighting for supplies was also hard physical labor. Lin Fan glanced at the burly middle-aged man who had spoken. This was Zhao Tizhuz, currently the leader of the convoy, and also the bus driver. Brother, I'm hungry. Lin Meng tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, looking up at him with a face full of longing. Su-won and Su-yong were also staring at Lin Fan with hopeful eyes. Ever since the 4 of them began their escape, Lin Fan had strictly controlled how their food was distributed. Only thus had they managed to survive until now. He took the backpack down from the pickup. Inside, only 4 cans of 8 treasure porridge remained, found at the last market they had scavenged. It was the last food the 4 of them possessed. If they failed to find food at the next market, the 4 of them would have to migrate on empty stomachs. The sight of the cans in Lin Fan's hands immediately drew greedy gazes from those nearby. Lin Fan turned and glared viciously. The crowd hastily lowered their heads and looked away. In the apocalypse, there was no longer any talk of order or rules. If not for the ruthless methods Lin Fan had displayed, once smashing both legs of a would-be robber during a previous scramble for supplies, and the fearsome image he had established early on their lone pickup would likely have been seized long ago. He handed out the cans of porridge to the other 3. Su-won and Su-yong quickly opened theirs and devoured the contents in big gulps. Lin Meng popped his can open and tipped his head back, pouring the entire contents into his stomach in one go. He then stared at the empty can in his hand and looked at Lin Fan with a wronged expression. Lin Fan sighed and passed his own can of porridge to Lin Meng. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed through Su-won's and Su-yang's eyes, but they quickly concealed it. They knew that for now Lin Fan was their greatest reliance. Once they had finished eating, Lin Fan called the 3 of them back into the truck. Without greeting the bus behind, he started the pickup and drove quickly toward the market. Seeing Lin Fan's pickup already moving, Zhao Tizhuz hastily herded everyone back onto the bus. As he looked at the pickup ahead, his eyes were filled with resentment. Damn it, this Lin Fan has never put me the leader in his eyes. I'll make him pay sooner or later. The air was thick with the stench of rot and mold. Lin Fan parked the pickup in front of a supermarket called Wanjiafu. It was the largest supermarket in the market town. He could only hope to find food there. With a sharpened iron rod in hand, Lin Fan bent low like a nimble cat and crept cautiously into the supermarket. Behind him followed the equally nervous Su-won and Su-yong. Because of his bulky frame, Lin Meng was left in the pickup. In the apocalypse, the larger the supermarket, the more likely the presence of the uncanny, yet also the more likely the presence of food. The three moved with extreme care, making sure every step landed solidly, so as to avoid any unnecessary noise that might draw the uncanny. A place that had once bustled with life was now nothing but dead silence. They searched the supermarket for more than 20 minutes, yet found nothing. The time to retreat was drawing ever closer. "Brother Fan, did you find anything?" came Su Yang's low, trembling whisper from behind. Lin Fan did not look back. His sharp gaze swept across row upon row of empty shelves ahead. Su Wan clutched tightly at Su Yang's clothes, her face pale, her large eyes brimming with panic. "Front left, daily necessities aisle, bottom shelf." Lin Fan said, his voice low and steady. "There's an unopened case of compressed biscuits and a few bottles of mineral water. Su Yang, you go get them. Wan, keep an eye on our rear." Su Yang swallowed hard, then crawled on hands and feet toward the spot Lin Fan had indicated. Sure enough, beneath a pile of cardboard boxes, he found a case of compressed biscuits and several bottles of mineral water coated in dust. "That's enough. Let's go quickly." Lin Fan could faintly sense an uncanny presence within the market town, slowly making its way toward the supermarket. A mounting unease made the hairs on his body stand on end. He dared not be greedy. If rationed carefully, this food would be enough to see the four of them through to the next scavenging point. A flicker of resentment passed through Su Yang's eyes. Once divided, this case of biscuits would yield very little for him. He wanted to search for more food, yet did not dare disobey Lin Fan. The three quietly withdrew from the supermarket, carrying the supplies they had found. Just as Lin Fan, arms full of supplies, was about to push open the door, a violent blow struck the back of his head. He crashed to the floor, and as he struggled to roll onto his back, the face that came into view was Su Yang's, cold and expressionless. The usually timid Su Yang now had eyes filled with brutality, the blood-stained iron rod still clutched in his hand. And Su Wan, the woman Lin Fan had saved when the apocalypse began, was rapidly stuffing the scattered supplies into a backpack. WHWHYA. Lin Fan stared at the two people before him. "Lin Fan, don't blame me and my sister. That idiot brother of yours is nothing but a burden. Why should we risk our lives scavenging for supplies while he does nothing and still gets 2 portions of food?" Su Yang panted heavily, his voice turning hoarse and shrill. "Everyone in the convoy resents you. Brother Zhao said that if we get rid of you, I can become the deputy leader, and he'll get a share of the supplies the convoy finds as well. If we keep following you, my sister and I will only starve. I've had enough. Lin Fan, I just want to stay alive." Su Wan pulled up the zipper of her backpack and finally lifted her head to look at Lin Fan. The gratitude that once filled her eyes was gone, leaving only boundless coldness. The blood on his head had already blurred his vision, yet the searing pain was not even a tenth of the fury raging in Lin Fan's heart. Zhao Taizhu had long coveted his pickup truck and had always borne a grudge against his refusal to obey orders. He had only refrained from acting because he feared a fight where both sides would be badly hurt. These two idiots had been fooled by a few casual words from Zhao Taizhu. Did they really believe he would honor his promise? Without him, the two of them would probably be eaten by Zhao Taizhu without even their bones left. "You can take all the supplies in the truck, just don't hurt Xiao Ming." Lin Fan forced the words out through his pain. Right now, the most important thing was preserving his and Lin Meng's lives. A flicker of hesitation flashed through Su Wan and Su Yang's eyes. They knew all too well what Lin Fan was capable of. If he escaped, they would face a cruel and merciless retaliation. Su Yang raised the iron rod in his hand and viciously drove it into Lin Fan's thigh. The excruciating pain wrenched a scream from Lin Fan's throat. At that moment, Lin Meng, who was inside the pickup, heard Lin Fan's agonized scream. Clumsily, he crawled out of the vehicle, pushed open the supermarket door, and saw Su Yang savagely stabbing the fallen Lin Fan with the iron rod. "Brother!" Lin Meng roared and lunged at Su Yang. But his bloated, clumsy body moved awkwardly. Su Yang dodged with ease, then struck the back of his head with another swing, knocking him to the ground and leaving him unable to get up. "Su Yang, you bastard. He'll kill you." The veins stood out on Lin Fan's neck as he strained with all his might to stand, but his grievous wounds left him powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Meng collapsed heavily to the ground beside him. He, little brother buying vegetables. Very cheap. If you don't buy, then leave your life behind." The chilling voice drifted out from the depths of the supermarket like a soul-reaping incantation. The uncanny horror had arrived. "Haha, let that idiot die with you then. Brother Fan, help us one last time." Su Yang's face twisted into madness. With that, he suddenly shoved over the iron shelving beside him. The deafening crash resounded through the empty supermarket. Under Lin Fan's blazing, furious gaze, he grabbed Su Wan and scrambled into the pickup, speeding away. From beginning to end, Su Wan had watched everything unfold with cold detachment. There was not a trace of guilt in her eyes, not even a single word of apology. By now 30 minutes had passed since they entered the market. Xiao Meng, wake up, run. Using the last of his strength, Lin Fan shook the unconscious Lin Meng. The uncanny presence was slowly drawing near. The air around them grew colder, heavier, and sticky. A middle-aged woman carrying a child's severed head swayed toward Lin Fan step by step, the head in her hand, emitting a chilling, distorted laugh. The entity advanced at a pace neither fast nor slow, watching its prey with mocking delight, savoring the struggle and helplessness of food facing death. Despair shrouded Lin Fan. Was he going to die here? No. I refuse. Extreme rage, unwillingness, and the burning agony of betrayal surged like a long-suppressed volcano erupting in Lin Fan's chest. Ding. Detected host's intents will to survive. Soul wavelength matching. Shinto system initializing core protocol. Binding in progress. Binding complete. A voice resounded directly in the depths of Lin Fan's mind. A translucent blue interface only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Fan, Shinto rank Apostle of God Advancement 0, current Divinity Points 0, unlocked functions System Shop, locked vehicle enhancement Unbound Divine Gift Pack available. This system is dedicated to helping the host become the god of the apocalypse and forge his own apocalyptic divine kingdom. The uncanny woman's hand was already reaching for Lin Fan's face. The breath of death washed over him, leaving no time to think. Claim it. Lin Fan roared like a wild beast in his heart. Divine Gift Pack being claimed. Obtained Scroll of Divine Judgment X1 Singles Consumable. Obtained Random Uncanny Potion X1. Obtained Low-Grade Healing Potion X1. Obtained Apostle of God Skill Random. Obtained Apostle Slots X2. Use the Scroll of Divine Judgment. The moment Lin Fan spoke, a pillar of pure white light descended from the sky. Beneath its holy radiance surged an unimaginably explosive power. The uncanny ant looked up at the light, terror finally twisting her once vacant face. Boom, crack. With a thunderous roar, the entity melted like spring snow, collapsing into a pile of ash. Killed level 1 Uncanny Child Selling Anti. Gained Divinity Points 500. The cold system notification snapped Lin Fan out of his shock. Within the supermarket, deathly silence returned. Enduring the agony in his head and leg, Lin Fan took out the low-grade healing potion and drank it. A cool sensation swept through his body and his wounds began to mend before his very eyes. I actually awakened the Shinto system. A golden sheet in the apocalypse. Lin Fan pinched his thigh hard, and a wave of pain shot through him. He was not dreaming. One more test. Lin Fan reached over and pinched the unconscious Lin Meng hard. Brother, it hurts. Lin Meng's weak voice held a sobbing tremor. It really was all true. Lin Fan hurriedly helped his younger brother sit up. The back of Lin Meng's head was already swollen, his eyes full of fear. Don't be afraid, Xiao Meng. Your big brother is here. Lin Fan soothed him softly. The two of them supported each other, staggering out of the supermarket before collapsing onto the silent street. Huisher town was already utterly deserted. Sunlight fell upon the two brothers, dispelling a small part of the terror in their hearts. Waves of shock churned within Lin Fan. He had truly awakened a system, and not just any system, but one that could make him a god. Open system interface. Lin Fan could hardly wait. Host Lin Fan, Shinto rank Apostle of God Advancement 0, current Divinity Points 500. Apostle Slots 2. Apostle of God Skill 1 Skill randomly awaken Random Uncanny Potion X1. High probability of awakening a random sequence. System Shop function unlocked. Vehicle enhancement function unlocked. Please bind a vehicle. Lin Fan looked at the Random Uncanny Potion, its liquid shimmering with a strange light. So this was the potion that could awaken a sequence. Ordinary people in the apocalypse were nothing more than food for the uncanny. Only by awakening a sequence could one stand against the uncanny. Awakening a sequence was the greatest desire in every survivor's heart, yet until now no one knew how to achieve it. Now the method of sequence awakening that everyone dreamed of was right in his own hand. To hesitate even a second would be an insult to himself. With the Shinto system as his golden sheet, if he could also awaken a sequence, becoming a god in the apocalypse would no longer be a mere dream. Xiao Meng, don't wander off. Stay right here with me. After warning Lin Meng, Lin Fan raised the Random Uncanny Potion to his lips to drink. But the instant it touched his mouth, the potion suddenly vanished without a trace. Lin Fan looked at the mysterious potion that had returned to his hand, puzzled in his heart. Why is this happening? Is it possible that I cannot awaken the sequence? The host should not attempt to awaken a low-level evolution path, as that would be an insult to this system. Indeed, you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Awakening the system means you cannot awaken the sequence, but it seems the system is far superior to the sequence. Looking at the mysterious potion in his hand, and then at the still terrified Lin Meng, Lin Fan made a decision in his heart. Xiaoming, you may not understand this all at once, but there is an opportunity for you to awaken the sequence which may result in death. Are you willing? Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng seriously. If Lin Meng disagreed, he wouldn't force him. Brother, I am willing. Lin Meng nodded without hesitation. Although he was somewhat foolish, he knew clearly that without Lin Fan, he probably wouldn't survive the first day of the apocalypse. He had always been a burden to Lin Fan, yet in the most dangerous times Lin Fan never thought of giving up on him. Every time they searched for supplies, Lin Fan would have him stay in a safe place, sometimes even choosing to go hungry rather than eat the little food they had. Lin Meng did not want to become a burden to Lin Fan. If there was a chance to help Lin Fan, he would willingly accept death. Xiaoming, drink this, and you will be able to awaken the sequence. Lin Fan handed the mysterious potion to Lin Meng. Without a second thought, Lin Meng opened his mouth and swallowed it. Lin Fan watched Lin Meng with a tense expression. Oh. Lin Meng let out a painful howl, his entire body curling up like a cooked shrimp. The intense pain made him curl into a ball, his skin turning bright red, countless veins protruding on his body. His originally plump body gradually tightened, solid muscles appearing on Lin Meng, and a powerful, violent force radiated from within him. Xiaoming, you must hold on. Everything depended on Lin Meng's own persistence, enduring a path to greatness. As long as he awakened the sequence, all the pain would be worth it. Nearly an hour passed, and the violent aura around Lin Meng gradually diminished. He stopped screaming in agony, and instead gasped heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. When the pain finally subsided, Lin Meng stood up. His originally tall body had become even more robust, now reaching a height of 2 meters. His once plump body was now tight, every muscle imbued with violent strength. Seeing Lin Meng successfully awaken the savage sequence, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Brother, I have awakened the savage sequence, Lin Meng exclaimed excitedly, waving his fists. Lin Fan looked at his brother, who exuded an aura like a beast, feeling both happy and somewhat fearful. The mysterious potion provided by the system was not guaranteed to succeed. If the awakening failed, Lin Meng could die. Good, at least we brothers now have the ability to protect ourselves in this apocalypse. Lin Fan happily patted Lin Meng's strong arm. Since Lin Meng had successfully awakened, Lin Fan felt at ease. The voice of the system echoed again. Detected candidate for Divine Follower, host favorability 100, loyalty 100. Do you wish to use the Divine Follower slot? Divine Follower. Could it be Lin Meng? Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng, who was full of excitement. Now he was the only one who could be completely trusted. What is a Divine Follower? Lin Fan asked in confusion. A Divine Follower is a loyal partner on the host's path to divinity and the core force of the host's divine realm. The host's existence will enhance the Divine Follower's abilities, while the Divine Follower's abilities will also feed back to the host. So that's how it is. The relationship between the host and the Divine Follower is mutually beneficial. System contract the Divine Follower Lin Meng. Lin Fan saw a mysterious rune enter Lin Meng's body without obstruction, establishing a mysterious connection between them, allowing him to clearly sense Lin Meng's status. Divine Follower contract signed. Host Divine Follower Lin Meng. Level 1 Savage Sequence, loyalty 100, host Divine Path level, Apostle of God advancement degree 10. The Divine Path level actually increased by 10A, and contracting a Divine Follower can enhance the Divine Path level. Soon after, Lin Fan saw the detailed information about Lin Meng. Lin Meng's Sequence Savage level 1 ability can transform into savage form, significantly enhancing strength, defense, and vitality, reducing pain, possessing extremely strong physical destructive power. Cost significant decrease in intelligence, falls into a period of weakness after transformation. The host's Divine Follower Lin Meng has awakened the Savage Sequence, and the host can gain 20 ability feedback. While feeling the powerful force coming back, Lin Fan opened the Apostle of God skill random. If he could randomly obtain the Divine Judgment from earlier, it would be a huge gain. That powerful holy beam that turned the strong anomaly to ashes was deeply etched in Lin Fan's mind. Skill Eye of Insight, level 1. Ability Enhanced Dynamic Vision can vaguely perceive the energy flow trajectory and weak points. Lin Fan activated the Eye of Insight, causing everything in front of him to become blurry, transforming into points of energy moving in a regular pattern. During the energy flow, Lin Fan could clearly sense that some nodes had sluggish energy flow, which indicated the weak points of the object's energy movement. Although it was not the Divine Judgment he most desired, the ability to perceive weak points was far superior to ordinary attack skills. The powerful attack capability of Lin Meng's Savage Sequence and the Eye of Insight were simply a perfect match. Brother, where should we go next? Let's go, we are going for revenge. The two scoundrels Su Wan and Su Yang would never expect that Lin Meng had benefited from their misfortune. The pickup truck had already been driven away by them, and Zhao Tai's convoy had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fan picked up the iron rod that Su Yang had thrown on the ground, his gaze cold. Su Yang, Su Wan. He whispered these names with a tone so frigid it was akin to how one would regard the dead. "We will meet again soon." Exiting the market of Grey Rock Town, the two stood on the national road, checking the abandoned vehicles on the road, but did not find a single usable one. The only usable one was a rusty shared bicycle in the grass by the roadside, but getting on it was slower than carrying it. With no other choice, the two had to walk in the direction where the convoy had vanished. At that moment, a roar of an engine came from behind them. A modified heavy pickup truck resembling a steel monster kicked up dust and rushed towards them at high speed. On the truck sat two young men dressed in studded leather jackets, their expressions arrogant. The one in the passenger seat even leaned out waving a crossbow and emitting excited shrieks, clearly treating Lin Fan and Lin Meng as prey to be crushed at will. Death chasers. This is a term for a group of psychopathic individuals who revel in violent death. The collapse of human order in the apocalypse has caused their inner madness to swell to the extreme, finding pleasure in torturing human survivors. They must have been attracted by the previous battle and came to check it out only to encounter Lin Fan and his brother. The heavy pickup truck charged straight at the two. Daring death. Lin Fan's eyes hardened. He had been searching for transportation. Activating his insight eye, the speeding pickup truck dissolved before him into a luminous trajectory of energy flow. Lin Fan perceived, with crystalline clarity, the vehicle's structural weak point, the node where energy circulation stuttered. "Xiaomeng," Lin Fan commanded softly. His insight eye instantly locked onto the most unstable energy node during high-speed motion, the junction between the rear right wheel suspension and the chassis. "Strike the rear right wheel, and Lin Meng unleashed a deafening roar. His already 2-meter-tall frame surged upward several centimeters, transforming him into a living titan. His status as a divine disciple amplified his physical prowess, strength, speed, and all other faculties surged further under Lin Fan's empowerment. He lunged forward, racing headlong toward the onrushing steel beast. At blinding speed, he closed the distance, and at the precise moment of passing swung his right fist, massive as a mortar bowl, into the air. The two youths inside stared in frozen horror as Lin Meng, a colossus charging straight at them, shattered their cruel grins into sheer terror. And boom, crack, a thunderous explosion echoed alongside the shriek of rending metal. The armored pickup, fierce as a steel beast, wrenched violently. Its rear right door twisted grotesquely inward, while the entire front end seemed crushed downward by an invisible giant hand. Propelled by momentum, the vehicle's tail snapped upward, then careened sideways into a violent grinding roll, sparking a furious trail of white-hot embers across the asphalt, before slamming upside down onto the road with a deep hollow crash. Inside, the youths gasped against their seatbelts, nearly suffocating. Airbags detonated instantly, smothering their faces. The instant the wreck stilled, Lin Fan exploded from cover like a panther. The sharpened iron rod in his hand pierced the driver's throat, cold, precise, merciless. The passenger barely wrestled free of the airbag when he saw his companion clutching his spurting neck. Terror seized his soul. Trembling, he raised his crossbow, but Lin Fan drove the rod clean through his chest without hesitation. Mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself. System notification chimed cold and detached. Eliminated 2 fallen human survivors. Gained 100 divine ascension points. In current divine ascension points, 600 in the system clearly valued slaying anomalies far more highly than human foes. Lin Fan withdrew the iron rod, expressionlessly wiping crimson streaks across the corpses. Swiftly, he dragged both bodies from the wreckage and discarded them roadside. The cost of Lin Meng's sequence ability was evident. Upon reverting from his transformed state, he collapsed into profound exhaustion, slumped beside the road, listless and pale. There was no time to waste. How many deranged pursuers remained? Would they close in? "Xiaomeng, get in the car," Lin Fan called out, beckoning his weakened, yet fiercely exhilarated brother. This heavy-duty pickup dwarfed Lin Fan's aging vehicle. Its reinforced hull and raw power were exactly what they needed now. Lin Fan inspected the engine. It remained intact. To his delight, the cargo bed held 3 crates of canned food, 1 crate of mineral water, 2 bottles of baijiu, and beneath the front seats, unopened, a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Such items were rare luxuries in this apocalyptic wasteland, where food was scarce. Baijiu and tobacco ranked among the highest-tier commodities. A chain smoker by habit, Lin Fan had nearly quit after 30 days without a cigarette. Now lighting one, he inhaled deeply as rich tobacco fragrance flooded his senses. That long-missed sensation, and the baijiu could wait, bartered later for sustenance. He settled Lin Meng into the front passenger seat, secured his seatbelt, then slid into the driver's position himself. The spacious cabin felt uncluttered even with Lin Meng's 2-meter frame seated within. In-system detects vehicle. Bind it. Bind it. And acquiring such a heavy-duty pickup in the apocalypse rivaled winning the lottery. Binding was non-negotiable. In-vehicle binding successful. Suspension system damaged, a rear right door deformed, airbags deployed, tires moderately worn. And repair required. This repair costs 200 divine ascension points. In system, are you serious? Slaying an anomaly yields only 500 points, yet fixing a car demands 200. At any garage, these issues wouldn't cost more than a few thousand yuan. In post-repair, vehicle performance and durability will increase significantly. In confirm repair. Repair. In this vehicle was now bound to him. His mobile fortress in the apocalypse. Every point spent was worth it. In 200 divine ascension points consumed. Repair initiated, complete. Vehicle durability increased to 120. Propulsion system slightly optimized. Current divine ascension points 400. Hold on tight, Xiao Meng. Lin Fan ignited the engine. The heavy pickup roared, a deep primal growl, as it surged down the national highway chasing the fading trail of Zhao Tieju's convoy. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Lin Fan's gaze. Ns Yuan. Suyang. Zhao Taiju. Do you truly believe you can outrun me? And outside the window, the ruined, silent world streamed backward in blurred decay. Lin Fan's eyes burned, cold, sharp, predatory, as if a lone wolf scenting prey. And the heavy pickup raged like a caged beast tearing down the highway. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, glancing at Lin Meng in the passenger seat, still pale, yet alert and spirited. And Xiao Meng, how do you feel? Not too bad, just hungry. And Lin Meng's gaze remained fixed on the cans behind him, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed repeatedly. From the moment he'd entered the vehicle, those cans had captivated him, their siren call irresistible to his weakened state. Yet ingrained discipline kept him from touching them without Lin Fan's explicit permission. Lin Fan watched his brother salivate openly, then calmly handed him a can. Eat up. Your feral might ability's exhaustion hasn't fully passed. This'll tide you over. Once we catch the convoy, you'll feast your fill. Thanks, big brother. In clutching the can, Lin Meng beamed like a child, though he knew it would hardly sate his hunger. Yet Lin Fan's promise filled him with pure, unguarded joy. After finishing the can, Lin Meng drifted into deep sleep, the optimal recovery method for the feral might sequence. Lin Fan activated his inside eye. Its current radius extended only 50 meters, but that was sufficient to trace the faint residual energy trails left by Zhao Tieju's group and navigate accordingly. System. What are the ways to earn divine ascension points? Endpoints are awarded for eliminating anomalies and humans of varying tiers. Only through slaughter may one ascend to divinity. Let enemy bones become the very foundation of your divine realm. Simple, direct, brutal. And Lin Fan loved it. Everything was growing infinitely more intriguing. In feeling the pickup's smooth, unwavering power, he lit another Huazi cigarette, drew a long, slow breath, and gazed out at the crumbling villages beside the highway. The apocalypse would no longer hold only terror. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun stretched the pickup's shadow long and thin across the asphalt, and the blood moon would soon rise. And Zhao Tieju's convoy couldn't have traveled far. They would surely seek shelter before nightfall. A reunion was imminent, and the hunt for vengeance had just begun. As the blood-red moon rose, Lin Fan spotted Zhao Tieju's convoy parked at a highway service area where its passengers had already disembarked to prepare meals. His own battered pickup truck stood beside the coach bus. Suyang. Suwan. Zhao Taiju. Lin Fan slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine's thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the entire service area. The resting crowd stared in terror at the onrushing steel behemoth. It's the Death Chaser's vehicle. Help us. It's those madmen. Open the doors. Let us in. I'm elderly. Let me board first. Don't you know respect for elders and care for the young? Chaos erupted among the crowd. Zhao Taiju remained unmoved, watching the charging heavy-duty pickup with eyes glinting with raw avarice. What's all this panic for? Even if it's the Death Chasers, it's just one vehicle. We've got dozens of people. Are we truly afraid to fight them? Under Zhao Tieju's furious bellow, the crowd gradually stilled. Only a few timid souls whimpered softly. Lin Fan's heavy-duty pickup charged into the service plaza like a beast freed from its chains, fierce, unrelenting, and bent on annihilation. Tires shrieked against asphalt, and the vehicle finally halted with brutal precision just short of the crowd, kicking up a choking cloud of dust that engulfed several survivors who failed to dodge in time. Lin Fan leapt down from the cab, gripping a blood-stained iron bar tightly in his hand. Behind him loomed Lin Meng, towering, immovable, and forged of pure resolve. It's Lin Fan. He's alive. And his simple-minded brother. Why does he seem so different now, right? Why are they driving the Death Chaser's vehicle? Seeing Lin Fan and Lin Meng descend from the truck, the crowd burst once more into murmurs, eyes filled with both bewilderment and dread. Su Yang and Su Wan, spotting the two within the crowd, turned deathly pale and quietly retreated toward its rear. How could this be? How had Lin Fan escaped the clutches of the uncanny? and not only survived, but grown markedly stronger. Lin Fan's cold gaze swept across the assembly, locking unflinchingly onto Su Yang and Su Wan as they shrank backward. His stare cut like a blade, his killing intent surged like a tidal wave. A flicker of barely concealed shock and grimness flashed across Zhao Tieju's eyes, then vanished suppressed in an instant. A mask of concern settled over Zhao Tieju's face as he hurried forward. Lin Fan, Lin Meng, you're safe. That's such a relief. His voice rang with practiced sincerity. I heard from Su Yang that you'd encountered the uncanny. I was frantic with worry. I was just about to rest and head back to search for you. Did something go wrong in Huishan town? Lin Fan cast a glacial glance at Zhao Taiju. Still playing the part. An accident. A sardonic curve lifted the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Yes, an accident. Like being stabbed in the back by one's own kin. Stabbed in the back. What on earth do you mean? Zhao Taiju feigned astonishment. We'll settle your grievances later. Lin Fan's gaze slid past Zhao Tieju's sharp and lethal piercing straight into Su Yang and Su Wan. Su Yang. At Lin Fan's thunderous shout, Su Yang collapsed under the crushing weight of his own guilt, screaming as he crumpled to the ground. Su Wan paled instantly, her whole body trembling violently. Su Yang's shrieked voice quavering, Brother Fan, it wasn't me. It was Brother Zhao. Zhao Taiju told us to do it. He promised we'd split the convoy's supplies, and I'd become deputy leader. He said you were defiant and dangerous, better dead than left alive. These words struck the crowd like cold water flung into scalding oil. Chaos erupted instantly. Zhao Tieju's expression froze, then darkened like storm clouds gathering before lightning. He hadn't expected this weakling to betray him so swiftly. You're spouting nonsense. Zhao Taiju roared at Su Yang, then whirled toward Lin Fan, desperate to salvage control. Lin Fan, don't believe his slander. He's biting back in his final moments. Whether it's slander or truth, you know full well in your heart. Lin Meng seized Su Yang and Su Wan as easily as if they were chicks, dragging them before Lin Fan. Su Yang's trousers darkened. Urine spread rapidly, its acrid stench blooming in the air. Su Wan's eyes glazed over. She lay prostrate on the ground, unable to stop shaking. Su Yang, I told you I would kill you. Do you remember? Lin Fan raised the iron bar and drove it deep into Su Yang's thigh. A guttural, agonized scream tore through the service area. Silence fell upon the onlookers, absolute and suffocating. Zhao Tieju's face turned ashen. As convoy leader, Lin Fan's open disregard for his authority before the entire group was a humiliation laid bare. If the uncanny couldn't slay you, then I shall do it myself and claim my authority in the doing. With that thought, Zhao Tieju's eyes hardened into pits of ferocity. He took a sharp step backward. Pointing emphatically at Lin Fan and Lin Meng, he declared, Lin Fan, will you maim innocent fellow survivors? In this apocalypse, shouldn't we unite, not slaughter recklessly before the truth is known? Then explain, why do you and Lin Meng drive the Death Chasers' vehicle? It looks to me as though you're acting as their advanced scouts. Have you pledged allegiance to the Death Chasers? Is that how you escaped the uncanny? Zhao Tieju's rhetoric was potent. The crowd had witnessed Lin Fan and Lin Meng arrive in the Death Chasers' truck, and now suspicion festered. Were these two truly serving the madmen preparing to massacre everyone present? Hostility sharpened in the crowd's gaze. Seeing his words take root, Zhao Taiju clenched his fist and roared, are we really afraid of just two men? Seize their vehicle and supplies, then flee immediately. If you wish to live, follow me. Kill them now. The crowd stirred, restless and volatile. Fear, greed, and the primal hunger for survival fermented rapidly under Zhao Tieju's incitement. Even the numb-eyed began to gleam with savage light. In the apocalypse, it is kill or be killed. Clutching his bleeding thigh, Su Yang shrieked in agreement, kill Lin Fan. He's a traitor to the convoy. The crowd seethed, ready to surge forward. Blind herd mentality manifested in its most grotesque form. Lin Fan watched the spectacle with wry amusement. His lips curled in perpetual icy derision. A pack of fools. Suddenly, Zhao Taiju flashed Lin Fan a sinister, knowing grin. Lin Fan, despair. Witnessed the power of a sequence. Iron wall. He bellowed, and his skin instantly shimmered with a metallic gray-white luster as though armored in living steel. He sensed no sequence energy emanating from Lin Fan and assumed he faced merely the same ruthless, but ordinary, man as before. Let the rioting crowd distract the hulking Lin Meng while he effortlessly eliminated this mortal. Leader Zhao has awakened his sequence. Now victory is certain. Charge. Seeing Zhao Tieju's awakened power, the crowd surged with adrenaline-fueled fervor. Men, women, and children alike snatched up crude weapons, iron rods, kitchen knives, even sharpened wooden stakes. They surged forward like a tide, incited by Zhao Taiju, toward Lin Fan and Lin Meng. So that's where your confidence comes from, awakening a sequence. But against me, it means nothing. Lin Fan activated his inside eye. Brother. Lin Meng turned to Lin Fan. his eyes blazing with wrath, his untamed primordial aura already boiling over the edges of restraint. Lin Fan's gaze remained glacial, depthless, and utterly devoid of mercy. Want to die? Very well, your wish is granted. Xiao Meng, hold nothing back. Lin Fan's voice was calm, terrifyingly preternaturally calm. Kill Zhao Taizhu first. Roar. Upon hearing the command, Lin Meng unleashed a roar that shook the entire service area. His body surged into the savage sequence transformation. His frame swelled, as if inflated muscles bulging with terrifying density, veins coiling like ancient serpents across his skin, instantly transforming him into a humanoid tyrannosaur. Thud. A single punch caved in the chest of a man rushing forward with a cleaver, sending him hurtling backward. Crack. With a casual grip and twist, Lin Meng snapped another man's arm, eliciting a shriek of agony. Wherever Lin Meng advanced, bones shattered, tendons tore, bodies flew. Chaos reigned. Such savage, overwhelming power was utterly beyond the defense of ordinary survivors. The metallic tang of blood flooded the air. Lin Fan's insight eye activated at full capacity. Every attacker's motion slowed and crystallized before his gaze. Energy flows traced like luminous rivers, and every vulnerability lay exposed. Thwipped. An iron rod pierced the armpit of a burly man swinging his own club, the precise nexus of force generation and defensive weakness. The man screamed, his weapon flying from his grasp. Whoosh! Lin Fan sidestepped a downward cleaver strike, then thrust the rod upward, driving it clean through the attacker's jaw. Each step he took was flawlessly timed, each strike surgically aimed at a vital point. His efficiency was staggering, not mere combat, but the cold, elegant art of assassination. Zhao Taizhu barreled through fleeing survivors, lunging toward Lin Fan with a devastating punch aimed straight at his face. The fist carved a howling gale, charged with the raw might of an awakened sequence bearer. Lin Fan, die. Before that crushing blow, Lin Fan's eyes remained utterly still, unblinking. His insight eye had already registered the subtle lag in Zhao Taizhu's energy flow at the right shoulder joint and knee. At that instant, Lin Meng stepped forward, intercepting Lin Fan, seizing Zhao Taizhu's fist in one hand while delivering a thunderous blow to his torso with the other. An invisible ripple shimmered across Zhao Taizhu's body, a soft concentric halo. The iron wall sequence activated, absorbing the brunt of Lin Meng's assault. Ha ha ha! Your attacks are useless against me. Zhao Taizhu roared with manic triumph. Yet Lin Fan had slipped behind him in that very moment, his iron rod striking like a venomous serpent, driving deep into the hollow behind Zhao Taizhu's right knee, the fulcrum of his stance. Tum! A sickening impact. Zhao Taizhu crashed to one knee. Lin Meng's fist descended like a monsoon, relentless and brutal. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's rod targeted only the most vulnerable points: joints, armpits, popliteal hollows, each strike exploiting structural frailty. Zhao Taizhu desperately parried Lin Meng's barrage, but could not guard against Lin Fan's cunning surgical strikes. Damn you! Frustration boiling over, Zhao Taizhu crossed his arms over his head, hardening his entire body, attempting to endure Lin Meng's onslaught long enough to close in on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's inside eye instantly seized the fleeting opening. The moment his arms locked, his chest fully exposed, and the infinitesimal flicker in energy shielding around his heart. Now, Lin Fan channeled every ounce of his strength into the rod, lunging forward, its trajectory sharp, lethal, angled with predatory precision, straight for Zhao Taizhu's heart. Schluck! The iron rod buried itself deep in Zhao Taizhu's chest. His internal energy circulation ceased instantly, the grayish-white luminescence fading from his skin, reverting to ordinary flesh. How could this be? Zhao Taizhu stared, disbelief twisting his features. This was his first battle since awakening his sequence. He had barely begun to savor its power, had not yet tasted the awe of being revered like a sovereign among survivors. His first public display of dominance ended in annihilation by Lin Fan and Lin Meng. As Lin Fan wrenched the rod free, crimson geysered forth. With furious, unfulfilled rage, Zhao Taizhu collapsed, lifeless. Survivors who had been attacking them froze, then scattered like startled birds. Weapons clattered to the ground, some dropped to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. Lin Meng reverted from his transformation, collapsing onto the ground like a mountain, breathing heavily in great ragged gasps. Xiao Meng, go fetch the supplies from the coach bus. You may eat as much as you like. At the promise of a full meal, Lin Meng rose, hauled down all the supplies from the bus, and devoured them without glancing at anyone else. Brother Fan, Lord Fan, we were possessed by madness. Spare us just once. Wah wah. Lin Fan, it was all Zhao Taizhu's doing. That bastard forced us. We never wanted this. Lin Fan, spare me this once. I have children. I'll serve you as ox or horse. Lin Fan gazed upon the grotesque, yet chillingly real spectacle before him. An elderly woman wailed louder than anyone. Yet moments earlier her frail wind-tossed frame had swung a wooden club with shocking ferocity, striking Lin Meng again and again. Now she sobbed the loudest, her expression the most pitiful. Ha 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 ha. Hiya ha. Lin Fan laughed, as if witnessing the greatest farce the world had ever staged. He ignored the kneeling, pleading crowd entirely. Gripping the iron rod upside down, he strode towards Su Yang like a harbinger of death, the rod scraping along the lime-dusted ground, its grating echo sounding to Su Yang like the tolling of a funeral bell. Brother Fan, it was Zhao Taizhu who forced me. And wait, my sister, you can take her right now. Just spare me. Su Yang had completely lost his mind. Under the suffocating weight of death, he offered his own sister as currency. Humph, I find her unclean. Traitors always pay the price. Lin Fan raised the rod and drove it down again and again into Su Yang's limbs. Screams tore through the air. Su Yang lapsed into unconsciousness, his body convulsing uncontrollably, mouth issuing guttural moans of pain. Then Lin Fan brought the rod down, shattering his neck in a single brutal strike. Life fled Su Yang instantly. Too merciful for you. Lin Fan turned, only to see Su, once stripped of her former aloof composure, seated on the ground, eyes vacant and hollow. Seeing Lin Fan look her way, she threw herself forward, clinging desperately to his leg, her voice trembling, repeating, "It wasn't my fault, Lin Fan. Please spare me, just once, please. I'll be your woman, or better yet, your slave. I'll do anything you command." Lin Fan's gaze held only profound, unyielding revulsion. Lin Fan swept the long rod sideways, then turned and walked away. Behind him, the woman crumpled to the earth, blood pooling beneath her. Lin Fan lifted his eyes toward the crimson moon, now hanging high and full in the sky. "Xiaomeng, have you eaten enough?" Lin Meng, feasting heartily, looked up, the food before him already half consumed. "Yes, brother. Take the remaining supplies and load them onto the truck. We're leaving." "Got it, brother." Lin Fan started the heavy-duty pickup, revved the engine, and vanished into the distance with Lin Meng beside him. As the two departed, the kneeling survivors collapsed where they stood, sobbing with the raw relief of those snatched from death's jaws. Then someone bolted toward the vehicles, and in that instant all understood. They surged forward, screaming, scrambling for scraps of food and abandoned transport. With Zhao Taizhu dead and Lin Fan gone, the fragile order of the convoy shattered utterly, plunging into full-blown chaos. Shouts and violence now eclipsed even the earlier frenzy. Every survivor scrambled to seize whatever supplies Lin Meng had left behind. Outside the rest stop, under the cover of night, Lin Fan's heavy pickup sat parked by the roadside. Night was no time to travel, and he refused to ride with the convoy. Lin Fan decided to rest for the night outside the service area and watched the brawling and looting within. He exhaled a smoke ring. "Xiaomeng, if there are enormous temptations of gain, they will become the next Su Yang and Su Wan." Lin Meng nodded blankly. He had just seen the old woman who had cried loudest, have her skull broken by someone's stick during the scramble for food. When they struck before, their force had been less than it was now. The ruthless end times had long since torn people free from the bonds of law and morality. Lin Fan stopped watching the melee, closed his eyes, and summoned the system. Host Lin Fan. Divine Path, rank Apostle of the Divine Progress 15. Current Divine Points 1400. Divine Follower Lin Meng, Brutish Sequence, remaining follower slots 1. Skill Eye of Insight Basic. System Shop function unlocked. Vehicle bound heavy pickup can be enhanced. Note: Host, please bind remaining Divine Follower slots as soon as possible. After 1 month, any unbound slots will be lost permanently. There was a time limit on follower slots. Only 1 slot remained, and it could not be wasted. A Divine Attendant could rapidly elevate the Divine Path rank and return 20% of its power to the host, the fastest way to increase one's strength. The Divine Points totaled 1400. Killing Zhao Taizhu of the Iron Wall sequence had granted 500 points. The remainder came from slaying fallen human survivors during the fight. The Divine Path rank had also risen by 5%. The fallen survivors had not contributed to rank growth. It was the slaying of Zhao Taizhu, a sequence opponent, that had done so. To further raise the Divine Path rank quickly, aside from contracting a Divine Attendant, only killing anomalies or sequence beings remained as options. The battle with Zhao Taizhu had appeared easy but had been owed to fortune. Zhao had only recently awakened and was arrogant, and as a defensive sequence fighter his offensive options were limited. If he met a different combat-oriented sequence, he might be cut down in an instant. He had to strengthen himself quickly. Lin Fan opened the system shop and found most items grayed out and locked. Only the anomalous items and enhancement potions were available. The anomalous items interface offered 4 artifacts. Bloodstained Bone Skewer Knife, 300 Divine Points. Twisted Rebar, 500 Divine Points. White Bone Blade upgradable, 800 Divine Points. Wailing Bow upgradable, 2000 Divine Points. The enhancement potions interface presented 3 options: low-tier healing potion, 300 divine points basic constitution enhancer, 300 divine points basic mental enhancer, 300 divine points. Anomalous items. Lin Fan glanced at the iron bar in the back seat. After the fight with Zhao Taiju, the rusted bent rod was no longer fit for battle. He at once coveted the wailing bow. Its mental attack property would pair perfectly with his Eye of Insight, but the required divine points were prohibitively high. Settling for the next best option, Lin Fan selected the white bone blade. Description: the hilt is pieced together from the bones of some anomalous creature, pale and unyielding. The blade is forged from the sharpened talons of an anomalous being. Effect: the edge is razor keen, granting additional penetration and tearing against physical defenses. When it strikes anomalies or sequence awakened foes, it can faintly siphon off their dissipating energy and feed it back to the wielder, slightly restoring stamina and spirit. The white bone blade combined penetration and laceration, perfectly suited to his method of probing for weaknesses and destroying them in a single strike. Its restorative property seemed custom-made for him. This white bone blade precisely compensates for my lack of raw attack power. Paired with Eye of Insight, I could stand a chance against powerful anomalies, and it is upgradable, a sound choice. He checked his remaining 1,400 divine points and made a swift decision. Redeem white bone blade, 800 points basic constitution enhancer, 300 points basic mental enhancer, 300 points. Back to square one on the vehicle enhancement. That would have to wait. A flash of light produced a bone-white blade of a tang sword, silhouette sinister in shape. The long, narrow blade's dark red edge threw a chilling gleam beneath the blood moon. Lin Fan gripped the white bone blade. It felt icy to the touch, yet unervingly attuned to him. Anomalous artifacts were indeed extraordinary. He then injected the 2 potions into his arms in quick succession. A warm current and a cool tingling swept through him, his muscles swelled subtly, and his bones seemed to harden. His mind cleared at the same time. The world sharpened around him. The sensation of markedly increased strength was intoxicating. Too bad the divine points are gone, Lin Fan murmured as he closed the system page. Looks like I have to hunt more anomalies. His mindset had shifted from avoiding anomalies to hunting them. Brother, the fight over there is over, Lin Meng said in a low voice. Lin Fan turned toward the service area. The brawling had ended, an oppressive silence fell. More than 20 corpses lay sprawled on the lime-streaked ground, blood staining the floor. Under the blood moon, they resembled a ghastly procession. Only 4 blood-soaked, panting men remained standing. Lin Fan saw the madness left by slaughter in their eyes and the greed for the convoy's remaining supplies. A scarred man spat a mouthful of blood and laughed hoarsely. Ha! It's all ours now. The other 3 broke into feral grins and immediately began loading the remaining supplies onto the bus. They did not notice that the blood on the ground was slowly congealing into a crimson mist, drifting with the night wind toward the depths of the service area. Using Eye of Insight from his pickup, Lin Fan keenly sensed an anomalous presence approaching. Xiao Meng, an anomaly, is approaching. Lin Meng sat up straight, muscles tensing, eyes fixed on the service area. The recent feast had restored some of his strength. The 4 men hauling supplies still basked in their victory, ignorant that death was creeping near. One in a gray t-shirt gazed at Su Wan's long-dead form with a look of regret. Tisk, what a pity. Lin Fan really had the heart to do it, someone sneered. Old 3, stop fucking around and move the supplies. If we meet refugees later, there will be women enough to go around. The scar-faced man barked at the gray-shirted fellow called Old 3, but after a long while Old 3 still stood rooted, his body trembling. Fuck, you wouldn't be thinking of some sick thing with the dead, would you? Big brother Old 3 just can't hold it. Ha ha. With his pathetic look, I bet he'd do it. The others jeered, their laughter sharp and mocking. Old 3 gave no reply, his trembling only worsened. The scar-faced man sensed something amiss and stepped toward him. As the scar-faced man drew closer, he finally saw that a dark puddle had spread beneath Lao San's feet. Following his gaze into the deeper shadows, a grotesque face-shaped corpse puppet emerged, cobbled together from countless bloated, pallid cadavers. Each segmented body was a warped human form. Dozens of grasping arms served as spindly, multi-jointed limbs supporting its colossal frame, while a massive, tormented head, its surface a mosaic of agonized human faces, swayed unnervingly atop. Ah! Ghastly, unspeakably ghastly. The scar-faced man collapsed backward onto the ground, scrambling frantically away on hands and knees. The other 2 men shrieked in unison, abandoning their supplies and fleeing blindly into the distance. Drawn by the thick, coppery stench of blood saturating the service area plaza, the face-shaped corpse puppet moved with deceptive agility, despite its lumbering appearance. Its body rolled forward across the ground. Then, with a sickening ripple beneath its abdomen, both Lao San and the scar-faced man vanished without a trace. Before the remaining 2 could flee far, several sinuous arms erupted from the corpse puppet's body, seizing them with iron grip. and in an instant dragging them deep into its pulsating mass where they dissolved into its ever-shifting anatomy. Lin Fan and Lin Meng watched from inside the vehicle, their expressions grave and resolute. Xiaoming, this thing is formidable. Lin Fan's inside eye word ceaselessly scanning for vulnerabilities. Yet chaotic wills radiating from the countless snarling faces covering its body disrupted Lin Fan's perception like static tearing through a signal. Brother, do we strike? Lin Meng's muscles coiled tight, his eyes glowed faintly crimson, poised to unleash his savage transformation. Hold, perhaps it hasn't noticed us yet. Lin Fan sensed instinctively that this face-shaped corpse puppet dwarfed even the child-selling old woman they'd faced earlier. Having just endured battle, neither was fully recovered. Avoiding combat remained their best hope. After consuming the 4 victims, the corpse puppet prowled slowly across the service area, its immense bulk gliding over the chalky pavement with a soft, rasping whisper. Suddenly, its head swiveled toward Lin Fan and Lin Meng. An invisible sonic wave lanced toward their heavy-duty pickup truck. Damn it, we're exposed. Then fight. Lin Fan realized evasion was now impossible. The creature's speed left no room for retreat. Lin Meng leapt from the truck, roared, and activated his savage transformation, then charged headlong at the corpse puppet thundering across the ground. Lin Fan seized the bone blade and followed his inside eye blazing at full capacity, sweeping relentlessly over every inch of the monstrosity's form. The corpse puppet turned its attention upon them. Every face upon its body shrieked in unison, unleashing a searing wave of psychic assault. Lin Fan felt as though thousands of needles had pierced his skull. Lin Meng struck first and hardest, staggered violently, his eyes flaring crimson in an instant. Ruhar! Lin Meng bellowed, surging forward, hammering relentless, devastating blows into the puppet's torso. Thud! 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 Each impact reverberated like a war drum, sending the colossal entity staggering backward with each crushing strike. Yet countless arms coiled around Lin Meng, tightening like iron vices, mouths gaped wide across their surfaces, tearing ravenously into his flesh. Within moments, his body streamed with blood. Lin Fan watched, heart clenched in dread, as Lin Meng sank deeper into that living mire. His bone blade slashed again and again at the sutures between corpses, but writhing muscle and sinew repelled every blow. Then, without warning, one arm lashed out from the puppet's body, striking Lin Fan at a grotesquely unnatural angle. He flew like a severed marionette, slamming hard into the side of a bus, denting its hull inward, then choked, coughing up a hot coppery spray of blood. Brother! Seeing Lin Fan fall, Lin Meng erupted with the fury of a maddened ox, ripping free from the clutching limbs, ignoring all incoming strikes, and driving his fists like twin siege hammers into the puppet's trunk. But more arms surged forth, renewing their grip, binding him tighter than before. Lin Fan staggered upright, wiping blood from his lips. That single blow had fractured his insides. This could not continue. The puppet would simply outlast them. Lin Fan locked his inside eye upon it, enduring the mental static like white-hot sand in his skull, hunting relentlessly for its one fatal flaw. At last, in a fleeting, crystalline instant, he perceived the source of all that chaos, a single, deathly pale female face fixed at the center of the puppet's monstrous head. Xiaoming, strike its head. Lin Fan lunged forward once more. Though the bone blade inflicted little damage on the puppet's flesh, he hacked furiously at the arms constricting Lin Meng, carving openings, buying precious seconds. Lin Meng's muscles swelled to their absolute limit. With raw titanic force, he tore through limb after limb, yet new arms sprouted instantly. The puppet's crushing strength made his bones groan in protest. Finally, under Lin Fan's relentless savage blows, one of Lin Meng's arms broke free. Roar! He roared, a sound of pure, unchained fury. That liberated arm swelled again, veins bulging like cables, then hammered upward again and again directly into the puppet's screaming face. A shrill, soul-rending wail tore from its throat. Chunks of foul-reeking flesh exploded outward under Lin Meng's onslaught. Through his inside eye, Lin Fan sensed the puppet's turbulent spiritual resonance stutter, then freeze, however briefly. Its weakness blazed clear, unmistakable, undeniable. Now, before the pallid flesh could regenerate, Lin Fan gripped the bone blade, channeling every ounce of strength and spiritual energy into its edge, then vaulted onto the bus roof and launched himself skyward. The blade descended with armor-piercing velocity, driving true straight into the center of that ghastly white-faced visage. This time, no fleshy barrier resisted. It plunged deep, burying itself in the core of the horror. Under the inside eyes gazed the puppet's internal energy flow, faltered, then ceased. Scree! It shrieked, a final ear-splitting cry, before stiffening rigidly, then crashing lifelessly to the earth. Strike while it falters, finish it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan rose and wrenched the blade free. then brought it down again and again, cleaving mercilessly into the puppet's fallen, drooping head. Only when that head had been reduced to pulp did the creature finally lie still, its flesh sloughing off in clots like mortar crumbling from a ruined wall, until nothing remained but a steaming, viscous mound of decay. The battle ended at last. Lin Fan and Lin Meng collapsed onto the ground, breathless and trembling, not with fear now, but with the profound, hollow relief of those who have stared into the abyss and walked away. Lin Fan doubled over, racked by violent coughs, spitting another mouthful of blood. His organs trembled from internal trauma, deep, bone-exposed gashes scored his body. Lin Meng had borne the brunt, drenched in blood, lying motionless, utterly spent. His skin bore livid black-purple ligature marks, and his entire frame was stitched with countless wounds, each one deep enough to expose gleaming white bone. He lacked even the strength to speak. They lay there for over an hour before Lin Fan stirred, then rummaged through the scattered supplies, retrieving a basic medical kit to staunch and dress their worst injuries. He opened the system shop and exchanged half his newly earned divine ascension points for 2 vials of low-tier healing elixir. There was no choice. Their injuries were catastrophic, their combat ability extinguished. Another anomaly appearing now would end them without effort. Lin Fan poured a vial of healing elixir into his mouth, then administered another to Lin Meng. As the potion's effects spread, a gentle warmth surged through their bodies, mending lacerated organs and torn musculature. Gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Fan sighed. Death in this apocalyptic world was perhaps a mercy. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he grew wary that the corpses might once again draw forth the uncanny. He gestured for Lin Meng to gather the bodies into a mound, doused them with gasoline siphoned from the bus's fuel tank, and ignited a towering inferno, its searing light seeming to scorch away humanity's darkest sins. "Brother, where do we go next?" Lin Meng's voice emerged, weak but clear. "We'll rest here tonight." This service area, freshly scarred by battle and fire, had its eerie aura temporarily suppressed. Surrounded by barren wasteland, it offered relative openness and safety. Both men desperately needed rest to restore their vitality. Lin Fan drove the heavy-duty pickup into the service area and retrieved an iron cauldron from the bus, then kindled a crackling campfire. Utterly unskilled in cooking, Lin Fan dumped scavenged noodles and several cans of luncheon meat into the pot and boiled them together haphazardly. Within minutes, a steaming, if unrefined, meal was ready. Though flames still roared beside them, consuming the dead, neither could afford such distractions. 2 grueling, high-intensity battles within a single day had left them ravenous. Lin Fan devoured 3 full bowls before setting down his chopsticks, utterly sated. Half the pot remained. Seeing Lin Fan lay down his utensils, Lin Meng lifted the cauldron and devoured the rest in one voracious, sweeping motion. Lin Fan sent Lin Meng to sleep inside the bus, then stood watch alone across the service area. "Sequence. System. Divine path." He murmured softly, the words hanging like incantations in the night air. In this apocalypse, sequence reigned supreme. Yet he had stepped onto a path both divergent and infinitely broader, the divine path system. The recent battle against the humanoid puppet corpse had been perilous beyond measure. That had been merely a Tier 1 uncanny. Encountering a Tier 2 would likely reduce them both to ash in that very fire. Strength must be augmented, urgently. Lin Fan abandoned his fleeting fantasy of becoming a lone wolf. He would join a convoy, or forge his own. Numbers conferred power, not merely as a slogan, but as cold, pragmatic truth. At the very least, they would no longer need to take turns standing vigil through the night. After slaying the humanoid puppet corpse, his divine path rank had risen to 30%. The system still granted 1 remaining divine disciple slot, the swiftest route to self-empowerment. Ideally, his disciple would wield sequence abilities. A loyal, capable ally bearing such power was invaluable beyond measure. Yet the divine disciple covenant demanded absolute loyalty, and having endured betrayal, Lin Fan approached it with extreme caution. Though time-limited, he would not hastily bind himself to just anyone. The night wind carried the acrid scent of charred flesh and a faint metallic tang of blood, but Lin Fan's heart remained profoundly still. With the system and newfound strength, his former confusion and dread had begun to recede like mist before dawn. Survive. Grow stronger. Forge a divine realm of his own. The funeral pyre dimmed, leaving only a field of cold, ashen residue. A faint glimmer pierced the ashes. Lin Fan stepped forward, brushed aside the soot, and uncovered a dark red crystal pulsing with dense, frigid energy. He sensed its energy fluctuations with crystalline clarity. "System, what is this?" Phantom core energy coalesced from slain uncannies, capable of enhancing sequence abilities. A rare treasure, capable of advancing sequence prowess. He would hand it to Lin Meng upon waking. Rapid empowerment was the paramount imperative for survival in this apocalypse. The eastern horizon began to blush with the first pale light of dawn. Lin Fan had kept watch outside the vehicle all night, his instincts sharpened by relentless danger. No lapse, however slight, could be afforded. Creak. Lin Meng descended from the bus, his vigor visibly restored, yesterday's wounds already crusted over. Slept well? Lin Fan asked with a warm smile. Like a dream, brother. I feel my strength surging back, even growing stronger. Lin Meng stretched luxuriously, arms arcing wide. Good catch. Lin Fan tossed the phantom core toward him. Lin Meng stared at the dark red crystal resting in his palm and frowned. What is this, brother? A phantom core. Enhances sequence abilities. But I'm unsure how to use it. You figure it out. Ah. Before Lin Fan could finish, Lin Meng popped the core into his mouth and swallowed it whole. A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Fan. His younger brother truly ate anything. Was this any different from Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit? At least examine it first. Do you feel anything? Warmth in my belly, and my strength is rising steadily. It was working. You go rest, brother. I'll stand watch. Lin Meng patted his chest with quiet confidence, watching Lin Fan, exhausted after a sleepless night. All right. If anything feels off, call me. With those words, Lin Fan climbed back into the heavy-duty pickup. He reclined the seat, fully transforming it into a makeshift cot, and sank into it with a sigh of deep relief. Before 4 people had been crammed into that aging pickup, legs bent, backs cramped, forced to sleep upright in their seats. Now lying down to sleep inside the vehicle felt like an impossible luxury, once unimaginable. With Lin Meng guarding outside, Lin Fan closed his eyes, surrendering effortlessly to overwhelming fatigue. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Fan jolted awake to the thunderous roar of engines, a primal alertness propelling him upright, bone blade in hand, leaping from the truck before thought caught up. Down the national highway rolled a convoy. 3 SUVs and over a dozen sedans entered the service area first. Behind them surged a chaotic tide of survivors, bicycles, tricycles, motorized rickshaws, and elderly mobility scooters, an overwhelming spectacle of improvised transit. A convoy. Lin Fan estimated over 200 souls. Rare indeed since the cataclysm, when such numbers drew uncanny attention like moths to flame. Indeed, larger convoys attracted greater peril. They halted near the bus. Lin Fan and Lin Meng stood side by side, vigilant eyes locked on the vast, imposing assembly. As more passengers spilled from the vehicles, the silent service area erupted into clamor. Yet order was maintained, no panic surfaced. 6 figures disembarked from the 3 SUVs, now standing together, appraising Lin Fan and Lin Meng. Lin Fan's gaze tightened. 3 of them bore sequence signatures. First among them, a scholarly man wearing spectacles, a young woman with a Tang-style sword slung across her back, and a middle-aged man in military fatigues. Their specific sequence abilities remained unknown, but such mastery explained how they commanded a convoy exceeding 200 souls. Lin Fan's former group, lacking any sequence bearers, had struggled to muster even 30 members. A convoy anchored by 3 sequence wielders stood without question as the most formidable Lin Fan had ever encountered. Shaolin, have you discerned anything? A senior official, elderly, authoritative, stepped down from the central SUV and addressed the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man instinctively pushed up his glasses, then froze as his gaze fell upon the ash pile beside the bus, his expression turning ashen. That ash bears the aura of an elite-tier aberration, and among it lie the remains of numerous survivors. Could they be responsible? Lin, when are you certain it was an elite-tier aberration? Even Yonga and I would struggle to eliminate one. How could just the 2 of them possibly manage it? The young woman wielding the Tang-style saber gasped in disbelief. Her Yonga was the middle-aged soldier standing silently behind Director Qin, a fellow offensive sequence user and one of the convoy's principal combatants. My explorer ability never errs. Though the aberration's remnants are intermingled with survivor corpses, I sense clearly the battle occurred last night. Cough. Regardless, the presence of so many survivor remains here is grave. Wang Yong and Xiao Lin conduct a thorough investigation. If those 2 committed such atrocity, justice must be exacted without leniency. Having spoken, Director Qin cast a sharp, distant glare toward Lin Fan and his brother. The saber-wielding girl and the blonde girl behind her exchanged exasperated eye rolls. In the apocalypse, clinging to pre-collapse legalism and moral dogma was absurd, especially when facing someone bearing a sequence ability. Did he truly believe this world still obeyed yesterday's rules? Had they not joined the convoy by chance en route, they would never have stayed a moment longer. That heavy-duty pickup belongs to the Death Chasers. We've encountered them before. If those 2 are Death Chasers, we face serious trouble. Wang Yong, as a sequence user, feared neither Lin Fan nor his brother, but the convoy carried nearly 200 ordinary survivors. The saber-wielding girl maintained only a transactional alliance with the convoy. She held no obligation to protect civilians. This truth settled over Wang Yong like leaden despair. The Death Chasers. Those madmen. We'll need to engage them first. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as we imagine. At that moment, commotion erupted behind them. The onlookers, having confirmed only 2 figures stood opposite, surged forward en masse toward the bus and battered pickup those without vehicles leading the charge. Finally, no more pedaling that wretched bicycle. Grab seats now. Make way. I'm elderly, and I'm carrying my grandson. Let me choose first, or dare you strike me. I'll report you straight to Director Chin. Is that bus even theirs? Those 2 look dangerous. How could just 2 people operate 3 vehicles? Besides, Director Chin is here. What's there to fear? Brother Chong, you must secure me a seat. From now on, I'm yours. Chaos erupted across the plaza, mirroring the frantic sea-trush of pre-apocalyptic bus stations. The crowd without vehicles descended into frenzy. Those who'd been maintaining order vanished instantly beneath the tide. Lin Fan watched the chaotic scramble onto the bus and laughed, bitterly amused. Technically, the bus and the battered pickup now belonged to Lin Fan, the bus reserved expressly for Lin Meng. No one had asked his consent. They simply seized what they wanted. Since the apocalypse began, Lin Fan had always been the one taking, not the one taken from. Xiaomenged. Lin Fan flicked his bone blade toward the mob, attempting to force open the bus door. It shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, shrieking through the air. Take cover. Wang Yong lunged, leopard-like patterns flaring across his skin, as he blurred into motion, hurling several people clear of the blade's path. Boom! The bone blade slammed into the concrete, burying itself deep. Tremors shuddered violently along its length from the sheer force of impact. Wang Yong whirled and charged Lin Fan, only to be hurled backward dozens of meters by a single punch from Lin Meng. Incredible speed. Lin Fan murmured, startled. Incredible strength. Wang Yong massaged his arm, the one struck by Lin Meng's fist. Had he not activated his transformation, both arms would surely have shattered. An aberrant artifact. The saber-wielding girl cried out, eyes alight with fierce challenge. Her own weapon, like Lin Fan's, forged in the ancient Tang style. Lin Fan and Lin Meng now stood before the bus doors. The crowd, stunned by the violence moments prior, recoiled en masse. Do you all wish to die? Lin Fan wrenched the bone blade from the ground and fixed the assembled throng with a glacial stare. At that moment, Director Chin stepped forward. Young man, your hand is far too heavy. Is human life so trivial in your eyes? Lin Fan stared incredulous at the old man lecturing him. Were it not for the 3 sequence users standing behind him, the man would already be lying unconscious. Lin Wen tugged anxiously at Director Chin's sleeve, whispering urgent pleas. As the elder emerged, the crowd stirred anew. Director Chin, please uphold justice for us. Yes, just now my life hung by a thread. Lin Fan listened to the cacophony of complaints, slowly raising his bone blade. Behind him, Lin Meng's aura swelled, unyielding, ready. He cared nothing for sequence users standing opposite. He awaited only Lin Fan's command. Silence. Sweat beaded Lin Wen's brow as he shouted, desperately quelling the unrest. Director Chin, persuaded at last, turned to the crowd with a grim visage. Everyone calm yourselves. Eat your meals. Let Lin Wen and his team handle negotiations here. His authority was unmistakable. The crowd gradually dispersed, reassured by his word. That was close, Lin Wen thought, heart pounding. A full-scale clash would have devastated the convoy. Beyond the tall sequence user, the man wielding the bone blade posed equal danger, though no sequence aura emanated from him. His clash with Wang Yong revealed prowess rivaling any seasoned sequence user, and he wielded an aberrant artifact. Brothers, this is all a misunderstanding, Lin Wen said, stepping forward with a deferential smile, posture lowered. I am Lin Wen, explorer sequence user and leader of the Star Train convoy. This is Director Chin Tian of Shandong Public Security Bureau, and that is Wang Yong, beast form sequence user. Before Lin Wen could finish introducing her, the saber-wielding girl strode forward, eyes locked on Lin Fan's bone blade. Tang Dao sequence user Tang Xiao Xiao. Your blade is exceptional. Lin Fan. My younger brother. Rampage sequence user Lin Meng. Lin Fan replied coolly, curiosity stirring within him about this convoy and its peculiar hierarchy. Especially Director Chin Tian, pre-apocalypse, a provincial public security director ranked among the highest echelons of power. In the apocalypse, however, political rank meant little. Sequence users held true supremacy. Yet here Chin Tian's authority towered above even 3 sequence users, an anomaly worth noting. Lin Fan, I ask you, were those survivor remains in the plaza Asher doing? Are you and your brother death chasers? Chin Tian adopted the rigid stance of an interrogator. None of your business. Lin Fan retorted, seething. In the apocalypse, who did this pompous display serve? Chin Tian staggered, breath catching, outrage trembling. As fellow human survivors, how dare you bar others from boarding the bus? Where is your spirit of sacrifice? They're human just like you. None of your business. You. Chin Tian choked on his words, clutching his chest, and trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Lin Fan. Lin Wen quickly exchanged a glance with Wang Yong, who promptly helped Qin Tian back into the vehicle to rest. Once the two had departed far enough, Tang Xiaoxiao and the freckled girl behind her burst into laughter, their gazes upon Lin Fan now brimming with growing curiosity. Lin Wen wore an awkward expression as he attempted to explain himself to Lin Fan. "Brother Lin Fan, please don't take offense. I can sense that neither of you are death chasers. Might I ask what exactly transpired here?" "Internal strife. An anomaly." Lin Fan noticed Lin Wen's eyes repeatedly scanning the ash-strewn plaza. Those 4 simple words conveyed everything. Such tragedies were tragically common in the apocalypse. A human life weighed less than a single mouthful of food. "What tier was the anomaly?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Wang Yong, having just returned, also fixed his gaze curiously upon Lin Fan. "A Tier 1 elite anomaly. The human-faced corpse puppet." HSSSH. Lin Wen and the others instinctively drew in a sharp breath. As sequence ability holders themselves, they understood the terrifying lethality of elite anomalies, especially the notoriously tenacious human-faced corpse puppet. "Did the two of you kill the human-faced corpse puppet?" Tang Xiaoxiao stared, disbelief etched across her face. In her estimation, even she and Wang Yong together might not have prevailed against such a creature, let alone one brute force sequence holder and an ordinary survivor who'd merely stumbled upon a cursed artifact. 9 lives lost, 1 spared. Lin Fan saw no reason to conceal the truth. In the apocalypse, playing the fool was the gravest folly. He sensed Lin Wen's unspoken intent to invite them into the convoy. The stronger their display, the greater their leverage. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong exchanged stunned glances, momentarily speechless before Lin Fan and his brother. Lin Wen silently marveled at his own luck. Had conflict erupted earlier, the convoy's 200 souls would scarcely have lasted a single round against the 2 brothers. "That's nothing. Last night my brother and I killed a sequence ability holder." Lin Meng mumbled around a mouthful of food. That declaration left Lin Wen and the others utterly dumbfounded. An elite anomaly alone was staggering. Adding a sequence holder only deepened the impossibility. How had they done it? Lin Wen did not suspect falsehood. As an explorer sequence holder, he could discern subtle fluctuations in emotional resonance, and both men spoke with unwavering sincerity. His gaze burned with intensifying fervor. He had to bring them into the convoy, even if it meant granting Lin Fan any condition he demanded. "Brother Lin Fan, your former convoy is gone. Solitary survival is untenable in this apocalypse. Why not join ours?" At those words, Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong's eyes gleamed with unmistakable eagerness. The stronger the recruits, the safer the convoy would become. As for the mysteries surrounding the 2 men, every survivor carried secrets. Lin Fan had already resolved the previous night to either form or join a convoy. Though certain members of the Starlight Convoy unsettled him, a group boasting 3 sequence ability holders was, at the very least, not a liability. To him, Lin Wen was the convoy's greatest asset. The Explorer sequence granted precognitive awareness of anomalies, charting safe passage through the ruins. It was Lin Wen's presence alone that sealed Lin Fan's decision to join the Starlight Convoy. "We'll join, but under conditions." Lin Fan paused thoughtfully before speaking. "Name them, anything." Lin Wen replied, elation brightening his voice. "My brother and I will not submit to your command. Our relationship with the convoy is purely cooperative. We demand absolute autonomy, including full control over supplies." "Agreed." Xiao Xiao and the others operate the same way. Sequence holders differ fundamentally from ordinary survivors. So long as you provide essential aid when anomalies appear, that suffices. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who met his gaze with a defiant smirk. "I may accept up to a dozen survivors without personal transport, but I alone shall select them. You may not interfere. Furthermore, once chosen, they cease to belong to the convoy. I assume full responsibility for their survival and safety." Lin Fan proposed this not merely for convenience. He sought capable survivors to manage daily tasks for himself and Lin Meng. Chief among his needs, a bus driver and a cook. Granted, but coercion is strictly forbidden. Lin Wen gritted his teeth and accepted. Any clear-eyed observer recognized Lin Fan's move as little more than poaching from the convoy's ranks. Yet current vehicle capacity was finite. Though his terms risked fracturing cohesion, no practical objection existed. Final condition, full information sharing. I require all knowledge you possess regarding the apocalypse. And one last point, make it known to everyone in the convoy, do not provoke me again. Should you test my restraint, I will respond without mercy. Agreed. Lin Wen assented readily. Those stringent Lin Fan's terms promised long-term gain for the convoy. At that moment, Wang Yong arrived bearing a steaming pot of prepared food. Lin Wen cheerfully invited Lin Fan and his brother to sit. "This meal is on us. Let's eat and talk." With mutual trust established, all wariness dissolved. Upon witnessing Lin Meng's astonishing appetite, Lin found Lin Fan's demand for autonomy suddenly far less unreasonable. Over the meal, Lin detailed the Starlight Convoy's origins, revealing its semi-official nature. When the apocalypse struck, Qin Tian, then director of the Public Security Bureau, organized the convoy and supplied it generously. Before Lin Wan and Wang Yong awakened their sequence abilities, Qin Tian personally led the convoy's migrations, evading anomalies across the wasteland. Only after their awakenings, and the subsequent recruitment of Tang Xiaoxiao, a Blade Master sequence holder, and her sister Tang Wan, did Qin Tian cede leadership to Lin Wan. Qin Tian relinquished command only because Lin Wan proved the more suitable leader. Maintaining over 200 survivors demanded extraordinary effort from Qin Tian. His official duty instilled an unyielding refusal to abandon any human life. Thus his authority remained supreme among the convoy's people. Thanks to Qin Tian's stewardship, social order endured, nearly intact from the pre-apocalyptic era, without descent into rape, pillage, or slaughter. Now that the apocalypse has come, such conduct fosters dangerous illusions. If these people disperse later, how will they survive its brutal laws? Lin Fan voiced his misgiving. Qin Tian's approach mirrored indulgent parenting, beneficial in the short term perhaps, but perilous in the long. Yet those untested by true apocalyptic cruelty would be devoured whole, bones and all, by the world's predators. Do you know the meaning behind the Starlight Convoy's name? Lin Wan gazed upon the bustling crowd within the convoy, and for the first time a tender, luminous smile softened his features. His eyes shone with fierce, unblinking light. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. As long as the spark endures, the ember persists. Every survivor may yet be humanity's final ember, its last best hope. In this apocalypse, each person must carry a sliver of hope for humankind. Hold, stop right there. Spare me your grand philosophies. We're not cut from the same cloth. I abide by my own rules of survival. Lin Fan cut Lin Wan off mid-idealism. The apocalypse was a cannibalistic crucible. Sainthood held no currency here. Should the Starlight Convoy ever threaten his or Lin Meng's life, he would erase it without hesitation, down to the last soul. Yage. Tang Xiaoxiao leapt into the air triumphant. She and Tang Wan had wagered whether Lin Fan would succumb to Lin Wan's rhetoric, and the outcome was unmistakable. Cold-blooded wretch. Tang Wan shot Lin Fan a glare before turning to wash her sister's undergarments. Their agreed-upon forfeit. After lunch, Lin Wan announced Lin Fan's inclusion, along with another individual, in the convoy. Those who had seized the coach that morning vehemently opposed the decision. Lin Fan's ruthlessness had left a deep and chilling impression on them. Qin Tian summoned Lin Wan aside and berated him fiercely. To him, admitting Lin Fan into the convoy and agreeing to such stringent conditions was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold, surrendering sovereignty and dignity. Under Lin Wan's persistent persuasion, Qin Tian reluctantly accepted reality, but his gaze toward Lin Fan brimmed with unrelenting wariness. Per the agreed terms, Lin Fan had already begun recruiting survivors from within the convoy. Priority was given to those possessing specialized skills: mechanics, drivers, cooks. The sole principle was absolute loyalty in exchange for absolute protection. Betrayal meant utter annihilation. At these words, the crowd erupted. Isn't this just slavery? I refuse. Life is fine as it is. Exactly. With Hall Master Qin leading us, life may be harder, but it's still safer than entrusting our lives to strangers. Besides, our convoy has 3 sequence ability cultivators. They have only 1. Only a fool would join them. Oh, didn't you see the look in his eyes this morning? Fierce and terrifying. How could anyone live in peace under him? I certainly won't go. Neither will I. Murmurs swirled through the crowd. Most refused to join Lin Fan, even for the privilege of riding the coach. Lin Fan stood arms crossed, listening impassively to their remarks without offering explanation. A simple, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man approached. He owned no vehicle and had bartered food for a seat on another survivor's tricycle. Mr. Lin, my name is Tian Fu. I can drive. May I join your coach? I ask for little, just enough to eat. You may. From now on, you are the coach's driver. But remember, reward follows effort. Idleness and complacency earn only death. As the first to pledge allegiance, Tian Fu warranted symbolic generosity, a gesture of valuing talent above all. Rest assured, I'll do anything you ask so long as I'm fed and kept safe. Tian Fu wept with gratitude. Boarding the coach was infinitely preferable to trading rations for precarious passage. Tian Fu doesn't understand. Mark my words, he'll regret it bitterly before long. Actually, joining the coach isn't such a bad idea. Safety at least would be guaranteed. Don't be naive. Didn't you hear him? All found provisions must be surrendered for centralized distribution, and everyone must labor. This isn't recruitment, it's enslavement. Upon learning the coach accepted no elders, Aunt Lu moved among the crowd, dissuading those who wavered. If he won't take me, then no one else shall either. Lin Fan did not intervene. His gaze upon her held the cold detachment of one observing the already dead. Some saw further ahead safeguarding over 200 people with 2 sequence ability cultivators versus protecting a mere dozen. Safety clearly tilted decisively toward the latter. Moreover, within the Xingho convoy, scavenged food was partially requisitioned to support the elderly, infirm, and children. Though the coach demanded full contribution of provisions, no one there lived idly, making its system by comparison profoundly fairer. Suddenly, commotion stirred at the rear of the crowd. 4 young men, their arms and torsos adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, strode toward the coach. The leader bore a long, jagged scar across his otherwise handsome face, rendering it grotesque and fearsome. Wherever they passed, people parted like water before stone, their eyes filled with revulsion and dread. Halting before Lin Fan, the youth bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Long. My brothers and I know vehicle repair. Once we stole food from others in the convoy, earning ill repute, and were punished by Hall Master Qin. Dare you accept us?" "Huh. Stealing food. When starvation bites, I'd kill." Lin Fan's brazen declaration instantly kindled kinship in the 4. "Mr. Lin, Zhang Long pledges himself to you. Feed me, and my loyalty shall be unwavering." Seeing even these notorious 4 welcome, the convoy's disdain for Lin Fan deepened. Yet many desperate survivors grew increasingly receptive, and more stepped forward. When recruitment reached 15, Lin Fan halted the process. The Xingho convoy survivors dispersed, their glances heavy with pity for those 15. Among them were drivers, mechanics, chefs, physicians, construction workers, hunters, even a former thief. Yet all shared one trait: robust adulthood. Lin Fan had no intention of selflessly bearing burdens. No elderly or children were admitted, sparing the convoy additional strain. Per Lin Fan's original plan, the coach accommodated 35. But with Lin Meng requiring a dedicated bed, 20 rear seats were removed, reducing capacity to 15. Gazing upon the 15, Lin Fan reiterated sternly, "Remember, absolute obedience to my word. Unquestioning, unconditional obedience. Here there is no right or wrong, no democracy, no internal strife, and absolutely no betrayal. Rations are distributed by merit: more labor, more reward. Those contributing nothing will be expelled. Violate my rules, and see those ashes over there. That is your fate. Now is your final chance to withdraw. Step onto this coach, and retreat becomes treason." Shuddering collectively at the charred, contorted human remains smoldering in the ash, none dared step back. Lin Fan nodded in quiet satisfaction. The rod and the honey must go hand in hand. Having wielded the former, he now prepared to offer the latter. "Since none withdraw, you are henceforth my brothers. I shall spare no effort to ensure your safety. And perhaps one day I shall even elevate you to sequence ability cultivators. Then you shall thank your present selves for choosing wisely." Relief softened their faces, though his final promise drew little belief. Before the cataclysm, they had swallowed far too many hollow promises. From afar, Qin Tian watched the recruitment with a sullen, unbroken scowl. Seeing Lin Fan exert no coercion, he withheld intervention. But when Lin Fan's grandiose assurances reached his ears, contempt twisted his features. Blowing balloons, tying cows, his arrogance has soared beyond the heavens. Lin Fan paid no mind to their private doubts. His vow had been spoken, belief rested solely with them. Transforming ordinary humans into sequence ability cultivators was no idle boast. The system shop offered the eerie elixir, priced at 100,000 divine ascension points. Frankly, Lin Fan had seen so many zeros together only once before, the pre-cataclysm days in Tianfu. He appointed Tian Fu as coach driver and Zhang Long as chief administrator. The rest assumed roles aligned with their expertise. Before Lin Fan could assign further tasks, Zhang Long led the group in inspecting the coach and organizing supplies. Noting their initiative, Lin Fan decided to locate Lin 1 to trade his aging pickup truck for provisions. Now responsible for only 2 vehicles, himself and Lin Meng, he lacked the bandwidth to maintain the decrepit pickup. Better to repurpose it for valuable resources. After protracted negotiation with Lin, when Lin Fan ultimately traded the aging pickup to the Xingho convoy for 40 gene of rice. Having completed all arrangements, Lin Fan surveyed the bustling figures aboard the coach. His mood lifted. His divine realm initiative had taken its first decisive step. In time, greater talents would flock to him, forging the foundation of his sovereign realm. At that moment, Zhang Long, having finalized inventory, approached Lin Fan with a consolidated supply list. Lin Fan glanced at it and thought truly a treasure had been found. Lin Wen was genuinely surprised. Zhang Long, whose outward appearance suggested ruggedness, performed his tasks with remarkable meticulousness. The inventory list he brought not only included all supplies previously carried in Lin Fan's pickup truck, but also meticulously cataloged those abandoned earlier on the bus. What delighted Lin Fan most was Zhang Long's preliminary estimation of daily consumption rates. and his clear identification of urgently needed items, thereby sharpening the focus for future supply raids. Beaming, Lin Fan clapped Zhang Long on the shoulder, fully acknowledging his exceptional work. Had Zhang Long possessed a sequence awakening, Lin Fan would have readily granted him one of the divine disciple slots. Having such a person by his side spared Lin Fan countless mundane complications. Mr. Lin, Zhang Long called out, halting Lin Fan just as he turned to leave. Anything else? Someone wishes to see you. Asked me to relay the request. She helped me before, I couldn't refuse. Would you like to meet her? Lin Fan chuckled softly, observing Zhang Long bow his head shyly. Find me at the pickup. Zhang Long had merely intended to ask on a whim, never expecting Lin Fan's immediate consent. Just as he prepared to relay the reply, Lin Fan called him back. From now on, call me Brother Fan. A surge of exhilaration lit Zhang Long's face as he solemnly assented, the deep-seated inferiority he'd long endured within the convoy dissolving entirely. Lin Fan settled into the heavy-duty pickup. Lin Wen had just informed him that the convoy would rest here for a day before departing tomorrow, granting Lin Fan ample time to integrate the newly recruited members. With 15 additional mouths to feed, Lin Fan felt immense pressure. Securing and stockpiling supplies had become paramount. Right. Could the system exchange divinity points for survival essentials? That would ease the burden considerably. He opened the system interface. Host Lin Fan, Divine Path, rank Divine Disciple, advancement 30, current divinity points 600, Divine Disciples, Quangmon Sequence. Lin Meng, 1 slot remaining, skill Eye of Insight, basic system shop, not updated, weapon anomalous artifact. Bone blade upgradable, vehicle bound, heavy duty pickup upgradable. Notice host must bind the remaining Divine Disciple slot within 29 days. System, can divinity points be exchanged for survival supplies? Lin Fan silently queried the system. If you require the system even for basic survival supplies, we recommend you find a patch of earth and bury yourself promptly. Lin Fan stared blankly at the system's reply, exasperated. Refusal was one thing, but mockery. A sharp rapper-prap echoed against the window, followed by a soft, hesitant voice. Mr. Lin, I wish to join your convoy. Roster's full. No more recruits. I can do anything. Lin Fan grew increasingly certain he'd heard that voice somewhere before. He swung open the door, leapt down from the pickup, and found a tall, long-haired woman and athletic were standing before him. Over 7 meters tall, unyielding, even beside Lin Fan. You're the celebrity Chu Kun. Lin Fan instantly recognized her. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Pre-apocalypse, Chu Kun had been a national icon, a rising star whose hit dramas captivated millions, an ethereal dream girl for legions of young men. Lin Fan himself had once watched her series devoutly. Why seek entry only now? I've heard you can awaken sequences in ordinary people. Is it true? Chu Kun lifted her gaze sharply, her glistening eyes locked onto Lin Fan's, demanding his unequivocal confirmation. Not guaranteed. Go home, Lin Fan replied coolly. Since Su Wan's tragedy, he'd grown wary of beautiful women, unwilling to shoulder another burden. You can. You told those 15 people on the bus yourself. Chu Kun stood her ground, voice ringing defiantly. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, his aura surged violently, laced with chilling, murderous intent. Even if I could, what business is it of yours? Do you still imagine yourself the untouchable star who commanded wind and rain? Overwhelmed by his oppressive aura, Chu Kun staggered backward, her face paling. She clenched her teeth, biting through her pale lower lip until blood welled. Tears brimmed, but refused to fall, her voice trembling, yet resolute. I want to awaken my sequence, even if it costs everything. Everything. Huh. A hollow vow. Give me one reason. Lin Fan retracted his aura regarding the former superstar. Fate truly was ironic. If not for the apocalypse, Chu Kun wouldn't have deigned to glance at Lin Fan, and now she stood before him, humbled beyond measure. My sister vanished in Quancheng. I need to awaken my sequence to find her. Quancheng. It fell long ago. Think kindly. She's likely dead already. Return home. As Lin Fan turned toward the pickup, another voice, sweet sultry, drifted from behind. Brother Lin Fan. I'm Lu Yi. May I be your driver? Lin Fan turned. A voluptuous, bewitchingly sensual woman glided toward him. Hips swaying, tight yoga pants sculpting every curve. Ah, how fortuitous. 2 stunning beauties vying for my driver's seat. Quite the dilemma. His gaze lingered, amused. Lu Yi glanced at Chu Kun's ashen face, then intensified her allure, tugging her neckline downward into a breathtaking plunge, amplifying her voluptuous silhouette. Brother Lin Fan, celebrities are all show, unlike me. I'll do anything for you. Catching his lingering appraisal, she deliberately bent forward, revealing far more beneath her loose, short-sleeved top. Indeed, you demonstrate sincerity beyond mere words. Of course, I always deliver, unlike certain people. Very well, I know my choice. Wait. Chu Kun's voice cut through Lin Fan's near-final declaration. After a pause, she yanked off her athletic top, revealing only her undergarments beneath. A searing wave of humiliation flushed her fair skin crimson, yet her chin remained defiantly raised, eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Fan. When Lin Fan remained silent, Chu Kun seemed to steel herself, hands trembling as they reached for her waistband. Lu Yi, refusing to yield, began unzipping her yoga pants. Enough! Lin Fan's voice cracked like ice, cold, commanding, absolute. Brother Lin Fan, choose me. I'm excellent at what I do. Unnecessary. I prefer smaller frames. Leave. Brother Lin Fan. Lu Yi attempted to pout, confident in her allure and charm, both of which had secured her comfortable status within the convoy. Get out. Lin Fan barked. Lu Yi flinched, recalling his ruthless reputation, and stomped away, shoulders stiff with thwarted pride. Lin Fan watched Chu Kun, arms wrapped tightly around herself, body quivering faintly. As memories surfaced, the early days of the apocalypse, struggling alongside Lin Meng, when protecting his brother became his fiercest instinct for survival. Her fame alone meant nothing, but a woman willing to sacrifice everything for her sister stirred the first thaw in Lin Fan's frozen resolve. His voice lowered, deliberate. Drive by day. Sleep in your own tent at night. Learn the convoy's rules from Zhonglong. If you hinder me, I will kill you without hesitation. Whether you awaken a sequence remains uncertain. Chu Kun stood motionless for a long while, then slowly sank to her knees, burying her face in her arms, stifling sobs until they shook her entire frame. Within moments, she rose fiercely, wiped away tears, dressed herself, and strode purposefully back to the Star Train convoy to pack her belongings. As Chu Kun disappeared into the distance, Lin Fan sensed eyes upon him. He turned. Tang Xiaoxiao stood nearby, glaring with undisguised contempt. Pervert. Not a single man is worth trusting. Chu Kun returned to the convoy and packed her meager belongings. Only a few garments and a single tent. Lu Yi had already spread rumors about Chu Kun's visit to Lin Fan, and how much was fabricated became evident from the way others pointed and whispered at her. Tisk tsk. Never imagined a top-tier celebrity would stoop to such behavior. Huh. Celebrities in the entertainment industry wear masks of purity, yet behind closed doors they're shameless seductresses. Who says it isn't true? I used to admire her myself. Surrounding scoffs and sneers failed to rattle Chu Kun. Her expression remained as cold and impassive as Lin Fan's. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and turned silently toward the coach bus. When Lin Fan saw Chu Kun again, he noticed she had cut her once luxuriant long hair into a close-cropped buzz cut, and now stood quietly beside the pickup truck assembling her tent. The blood moon rose. Campfires flickered across the service area, and the rich aroma of cooked food hung thick in the air. Zhang Long approached the pickup truck, spotted Chu Kun inside her tent, and felt a flicker of surprise, though he gave it little further thought, offering her a warm, nodding smile. Chu Kun responded with a quiet, grateful expression. Brother Fan, dinner is ready. As you instructed, we added extra vegetables and meat. We're just waiting for you to join us. As he spoke, Zhang Long unconsciously swallowed hard. Though food was rationed equally across the Xingho convoy, supplies were scarce, and meat was a rare luxury. Since this marked the coach bus group's first communal meal, Lin Fan had instructed Zhang Long to prepare something exceptional, a modest celebration. Where's Xiao Meng? I haven't seen him all afternoon. Brother Meng went out with Brother Yong from the convoy. He said they'd be learning military-style hand-to-hand combat techniques. Lin Fan was surprised. Lin Meng had shown unexpected initiative. In past battles, he'd relied solely on brute strength with no discipline or technique whatsoever. Wang Yong, a former soldier, taught open, forceful martial forms, the perfect match for Lin Meng's raw power. It seems I must also find someone to teach me swordsmanship. Blind slashing and stabbing won't suffice. Not only is it ineffective, but it wastes precious stamina. Lin Meng's decision struck Lin Fan deeply, though his insight I could reveal an opponent's weaknesses, swiftly exploiting them, demanded more than crude strikes. It required precision, timing, and artistry. Tang Xiaoxiao's image surfaced in Lin Fan's mind, swordswoman sequence. He resolved to speak with her soon. Take a bottle of baijiu to Brother Yong, and don't let Brother Meng train for free. Yes, Brother Fan. 2 large cauldrons had been set up before the coach bus, steaming with fragrant, hearty dishes. Indeed, every convoy needed a proper chef. Compared to today's feast, yesterday's noodle pot had tasted like swill. Everyone had gathered in a circle awaiting Lin Fan. The savory aroma made mouths water, but not a single pair of chopsticks moved until he arrived. Lin Meng sat cross-legged before the cauldron, cradling an iron bowl. Spotting Lin Fan and the others approaching, he beamed, "Big brother, come eat, it's delicious." Lin Fan chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. Seating himself amid eager gazes, he raised his hand and declared, "Dig in." As the coach bus group feasted, envious glances poured in from all around. Next to their lavish spread, others' thin rice porridge suddenly tasted bland and insipid. They're actually eating meat. I haven't had meat in ages. Maybe they've burned through all their rations tonight. Tomorrow they'll starve. Be grateful you even have porridge. Eat up and get some rest. We march again at dawn. Most merely watched with longing, but a few seethed with resentment, especially Annie Lu, who'd clashed with Lin Fan earlier, and Lu Yi, whose advances he'd rejected. They deliberately steered the crowd's chatter toward Chu Kun. Look how blissfully our celebrity dines. No wonder she rushed over to that coach bus. She simply couldn't stomach our plain fare anymore. Exactly. You wouldn't believe it. This afternoon she nearly stripped bare, throwing herself at Lin Fan. I couldn't even bear to watch. Who knows what else goes on between them? Behind closed doors, perhaps. Their voices rose deliberately, though every word carried clearly across the plaza, drawing wary, judgmental glances toward Chu Kun, who kept her head bowed over her meal. The coach bus group heard every word and bristled with indignation. Chu Kun had joined them. She was one of their own. Slander against her was slander against them all. Seeing Lin Fan remain still, no one spoke up. Chu Kun continued methodically stirring her chopsticks, her cheeks flushing faintly, then settling back into calm composure as if the whispers had nothing to do with her. Lin Fan's expression stayed serene. When he finished eating, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, drew out a cigarette, and lit it. Then softly, "Zhang Long, have you eaten your fill?" Zhang Long leapt to attention, hastily swallowing the last bite in his mouth before Lin Fan continued, "If not, go. Smash those two mouths shut. Let them learn silence, permanently. Finish quickly and return to finish your meal." Chu Kun's crouched frame trembled slightly. She lowered her head deeper, as if something had fallen unbidden into her bowl. "Understood, Brother Fan." A flash of cold ruthlessness crossed Zhang Long's eyes. Without hesitation, he wiped his greasy mouth, then kicked one of the three brothers seated beside him. The trio sprang up, instantly snatching wrenches from nearby, and followed Zhang Long at a swift, purposeful stride toward Annie Lu and Lu Yi. Rule 1 of the convoy: obedience. Absolute, unconditional obedience. Zhang Long halted before the two women, uttered no word, and, with one henchman per target, yanked their hair back, forcing their faces upward. Before the horrified onlookers, wrenches descended with brutal force. Thud. Thud. Hard metal shattered teeth, broken fragments mixed with blood spilling from their lips. MMPH. MMPH. Their muffled, agonized cries pierced the square. Spectators scattered far away. No one dared intervene. Zhang Long and his men fought without mercy. Still able to whimper, Brother Fan said they must never speak again. Wrenches rose and fell again and again, until both women lay mute, faces pulped, mouths reduced to ruin. Only when their groans ceased did Zhang Long relent. He hurled them to the ground like sacks of refuse, ignoring stunned onlookers, and strode back, wrench still in hand. Only after Zhang Long and his men disappeared did the crowd dare gather round. Someone sprinted to alert Lin Wan and the others. Others fetched first aid kits to staunch the bleeding. All eyes now fixed upon the coach bus group, not with envy but with raw, trembling fear. Brother Fan done. Zhang Long and his men casually wiped their hands, their expressions as unruffled as if they'd merely swatted a fly. Well done. Resume your meal. Lin Fan's tone remained unchanged. His actions served two purposes. First, to demonstrate unequivocally that anyone who joined the coach bus would be defended without reservation. Second, to test the limits of Lin Wan and his faction. The results surpassed expectations. Fear in the crowd's gaze now mingled with reverence and submission. Especially Chu Kun. Watching Lin Fan's profile emerge and fade in the curling smoke, she felt in that moment that he stood not as a man, but as a god. The next morning at dawn, Lin Fan was awakened by Zhang Long. Having no night watch duty, he had slept the most restful sleep since the apocalypse began. Most members of the convoy were already eating breakfast. Lin Wan had not come to see him the previous night, but Lin Fan knew Qin Tian would not let the matter rest. Beside the pickup truck, traces of a tent remained. Chu Qian must have slept there last night. Lin Fan ate breakfast with the bus group. Lin Wan did not appear as expected. Only Tang Xiao and Tang Wen arrived at the bus. "Did Lin Wan send you to find me?" "What for?" "Your food smells too delicious. We're just crashing your meal." As the two pulled out bowls and chopsticks from behind their backs, Lin Fan could only sigh inwardly. "Aren't you two usually eating with Lin Wan's group?" Without waiting for Lin Fan's consent, they seized seats and began devouring their food ravenously. "Lin Wan's meals are bland and lifeless. We're joining your pot from now on. Or do you object?" Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. They'd already started eating regardless of his approval. "Fine. Just remember to pay your share." "Umph. So stingy." The meal left everyone feeling refreshed and invigorated. Just then a young man from the Xingho convoy rushed over, first glancing warily at Zhang Long and his companions, then casting a nervous look toward Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, the convoy leader, has instructed me to summon you all for a meeting in the tent." "Understood." So it had finally come. Only after finishing his meal did Lin Fan rise, preparing to head with Tang Xiao to Lin Wen's tent, Lin Meng following closely behind. Zhang Long and the others guessed the summons concerned last night's incident, and stood up as well. Chu Qian followed Zhang Long, her face taut with tension. Lin Fan looked at them puzzled. What are you coming for? Brother Fan, we committed the act. We'll accept the consequences. Seeing Zhang Long and the others march forward like condemned men to the execution ground, Lin Fan burst into laughter. Huh, what does this have to do with you? It's hardly worth mentioning. Get back to work. With that, he ignored them entirely and strolled leisurely toward Lin Wen's tent. TSK, didn't expect you to be so adept at winning hearts. Tang Xiao sneered with mock disdain. You little girl, what do you even understand? Who's little? Dare you fight me? Bickering all the way, they reached the tent, where Qin Tian's furious bellowing could already be heard from outside. Tang Xiao flashed Lin Fan a mischievous grimace. You'll regret this later. Then she darted inside. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently, entered the tent with Lin Meng ducked low, and took a seat without acknowledging anyone else. Qin Tian was still raging. Spotting Lin Fan, he slammed the table and roared, Lin Fan, what do you think you're doing? On your very first day in the convoy, you've caused chaos. You ordered your subordinates to deliberately injure others, brutally, cruelly. Do you have any idea how severely this undermines order within the convoy? Do you even respect the convoy's rules? Lin Fan ignored the old man, entirely scanning the tent. Lin Wen sat in grim silence, his expression dark and brooding. Tang Xiao idly stroked the hilt of her tang sword, feigning utter indifference. Wang Yong whispered placating words to Qin Tian. He held Lin Meng in high regard. The previous afternoon, Lin Meng had sought his guidance on military hand-to-hand combat techniques, and Lin Fan had even gifted him a bottle of liquor in gratitude. Qin Tian continued his tirade, heedless of reason. Bang! Lin Fan rose abruptly and drove his bone blade deep into the table before him. A thunderous crack startling everyone present. Silence! Qin Tian, I've been holding back. Enough. I've restrained myself ever since you seized my vehicle. Had I truly disrespected the convoy, I'd have taken matters into my own hands. Don't hide behind your so-called rules. This is the apocalypse. We follow only our own principles. Lin Wen, tell them, am I or am I not exercising restraint? Hearing Lin Fan turn the question directly to him, Lin Wen felt profoundly exasperated. He'd hoped to bury the incident quietly, but someone among the survivors had already reported it to Qin Tian. Now he'd been waiting for Qin Tian to exhaust his fury, intending to slip the matter past unnoticed. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fan's fierce reaction. Deep down, Lin Wen actually agreed with Lin Fan's stance. Under apocalyptic conditions, the convoy was being dragged down by idle rumormongers who contributed nothing. Yet bound by Qin Tian's authority, Lin Wen could only uphold the status quo with growing weariness. Lin Wen, you're the convoy leader. You must guarantee fairness. Qin Tian's roar echoed through the tent. Just as Lin Wen opened his mouth to speak, a faint breeze drifted in from the entrance. He extended his tongue, tasting the air, chewing slowly, brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, Lin Wen's expression twisted in alarm. He shot upright and kicked the table over with a thunderous crash. His outburst stunned everyone present. The normally affable Lin Wen had never once lost composure. Qin Tian stood frozen, speechless. Enough squabbling. No one's dead yet, but if you keep shouting, we'll all be corpses. I sense an anomaly approaching, level 3. It will arrive within 2 hours. Rather than waste breath arguing, save your strength for running. Without another word, he turned and sprinted toward his SUV. Everyone else stood paralyzed. A level 3 anomaly, likely more than enough to devour them all combined. Lin Fan and Lin Meng raced toward the bus. The plaza had descended into pandemonium. Curses, sobs, and frantic shouts reverberated across the service area. Those with vehicles had already ignited their engines, those without scrambled to ready bicycles, tricycles, and other human-powered transport. Years of apocalyptic flight had hardened survivors into instinctive evacuees. At the bus, they found Zhang Long and the others already packed and waiting. Both the bus and the heavy-duty pickup were running, engines revving in readiness. The news of a level 3 anomaly sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. He and his brother had barely slain a level 1 elite anomaly. Level 3 power likely scaled exponentially. Climbing into the pickup, Chu Qian was already at the wheel, her knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel too tightly. Follow Lin Wen's SUV, full speed ahead. Keep pace with the bus and activate hazard lights. Lin Fan checked the clock inside the cab. It was nearly noon. Escape was now paramount. Lin Wen's SUV surged ahead, tearing out of the service area, followed closely by the heavy pickup and the bus. Behind them trailed the rest of the Xingho convoy's functional vehicles, and crowds pedaling frantically on bicycles and tricycles. In moments, the entire column stretched into a ragged, snaking line. Those unable to board, or lacking any transport, could only resign themselves to fate. Once the vehicles settled onto the national highway, Lin Fan finally exhaled, catching sight of the bus clinging tightly to their rearview mirror. Lin Wen's SUV sped relentlessly, swerving constantly between lanes. Chu Qian pressed her lips together, hands locked rigidly on the wheel, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the red taillights ahead. No one spared a thought for those trailing behind. In the apocalypse, flight was the norm. Any prior calm had been fleeting illusion. Under Lin Wen's lead, the convoy fled wildly, leaving the highway behind, veering onto an unnamed road flanked only by endless desolate wilderness. As the sun dipped westward, Lin Wen's SUV gradually slowed, then halted at the roadside. Chu Qian released a shuddering breath. Her body, coiled tight for hours, collapsed into sudden bone-deep exhaustion. With the convoy stopped, vehicles lined up along the shoulder, survivors straggling in from behind. Lin Wen stepped out and summoned key members for an impromptu meeting. Good news and bad news. Which would you hear first? Everyone stared at him, impatient and incredulous. Was he joking now? Ahem. Seeing no response, Lin Wen continued the good news. We've temporarily evaded the level 3 anomalies path. The bad news. We must spend tonight in the village ahead. It's infested with anomalies. Many. What do you mean by many? Tang Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Lin Wen gazed toward the distant village, his tone growing slightly grave. You're insane. 10 anomalies. That's worse than confronting a level 3 anomaly. It's pure suicide. Had Wang Yong not restrained her, Tang Xiaoxiao would have drawn her blade on the spot and slain Lin Wen. Lin Fan remained silent. He knew Lin Wen would never gamble with their lives. Choosing this anomaly-ridden place must have its rationale. Sure enough, Lin Wen calmly adjusted his glasses and said, they're merely ordinary shamblers. No serious threat to you. Shamblers were low-tier anomalies, reanimated corpses. Though perilous to ordinary folk, they posed little challenge to sequence cultivators, for shamblers possessed no intellect. Bang! Tang Xiaoxiao launched a flying kick, sending Lin Wen sprawling onto the ground. Next time you speak in such breathless vagueness, I'll cleave you in two. Lin Wen was long accustomed to Tang Xiaoxiao's outbursts. He simply rose, awkwardly brushing dust from his clothes. We have 2 hours until dusk. You must eradicate all shamblers in the village before the blood moon rises, or we'll be fleeing again. After speaking, Lin Wen glanced at Lin Fan and Lin Meng, then added, as always, collect all anomaly cores. We'll divide them evenly later or trade them at fair value. Lin Fan nodded, finding Lin Wen's proposal equitable. Lin Wen remained behind to guard the convoy, while Lin Fan, Lin Meng, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiaoxiao advanced toward the village. Beneath the setting sun, withered trees flanked the path, casting fragmented, trembling shadows across the road, like tormented souls writhing in silent agony. A rust-eaten iron sign tilted crookedly beside the road, Huangyao Village. Facing rows of dilapidated dwellings, Lin Fan said, time is short. Shall we split up or proceed together? Let's divide. Xiao and I will take one route. We'll regroup at the village center. Wang Yong proposed this pairing primarily due to their proven combat synergy. Poor coordination in battle could prove disastrous. The four parted into 2 teams, entering the village from east and west respectively, agreeing to shout for help if trouble arose. The village was small enough that aid would arrive swiftly. After parting ways with Wang Yong, Lin Fan activated his insight, sweeping it across surrounding houses. Ethereal energy lines shimmered into view. Lin Meng led the way, body coiled in battle readiness, scanning cautiously in all directions. Brother, there doesn't seem to be any anomaly here. Stay vigilant. Lin Wen's explorer ability never errs. The deeper Lin Fan ventured, the stranger the village felt. Unlike other villages where door gods adorned every threshold, here grotesque, snarling ghost head portraits hung before each household. Was this a peculiar local faith, or the mark of an anomaly itself? His insight detected nothing anomalous, so he steeled himself with utmost vigilance. After meticulously searching half the village, nearly an hour had passed. They encountered none of the shamblers Lin Wen had warned of, nor any cry for help from Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao. They pressed toward the village center, and from the opposite end of the road saw Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao approaching. Did you find any shamblers? Tang Xiaoxiao asked urgently, equally empty-handed. None. Only those ghastly ghost head portraits at every door, perhaps a local custom. Lin Fan relayed his observation. Wang Yong nodded in agreement. Xiaoxiao and I noticed the same. Yet Lin Wen's assessments are never wrong. Only one location remained unexplored, the commune office behind the vast village square, a weathered Sihyuan courtyard, its twin black gates ajar. Lin Fan strode toward the commune office. If no anomaly manifested here, they would retreat immediately. The more inexplicable the situation, the greater the peril. Silence reigned over the empty square, broken only by the echo of their footsteps. At 40 meters from the commune office, Lin Fan halted and signaled the others to stop. Peering through the narrow gate crack, Lin Fan glimpsed the courtyard, and a chill shot up his spine like ice water. Inside, countless figures knelt motionlessly, villagers by their attire, rigidly uniformly bowing toward a monstrous ghost-head idol atop the altar. These were the shamblers Lin had mentioned, utterly silent, and behind the idol loomed a colossal crimson coffin, its presence unnervingly surreal. A scene ripped from horror cinema now unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. Though none feared the shamblers themselves, the eerie tableau, this arcane ritual, sent shivers down their spines. "Damn it," Tang Xiaoxiao hissed under her breath. "What now, Chargin? Don't act rashly. We still don't understand what's unfolding inside. I fear something far larger lies within that coffin." Lin Fan intervened. "Best to lure them outside. Eliminate them on the square, avoiding that coffin at all costs." He glanced at Wang Yong, recalling his astonishing speed. The task suited him perfectly. "Understood. Leave it to me." Wang Yong nodded, jaguar-like markings erupting across his skin as he crouched low, then vanished in a blur toward the commune office. Locking onto his target, Wang Yong slashed his clawed hand toward the skull of a shambler in the rear row. Clang! A metallic ring echoed. The shambler crumpled under the blow, its neck snapped, yet no wound bled, its head lolled lifelessly. The deafening crash roused the other villagers. Shamblers rose as one, tilting their heads skyward to unleash bestial howls. Wang Yong wasted no time. He wheeled and sprinted back to the square where Lin Fan and the others stood ready, weapons drawn and stances locked. The shamblers moved with terrifying swiftness, pale pupilless eyes fixed upon the four on the square, iron gray, faces contorted in feral rage surging forth like a tide from the commune office. "Roar!" Lin Meng roared, his body swelling into a 3-meter colossus. He charged the shambler horde headlong. Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang Dao already unsheathed she, and Wang Yong racing close behind. Crack! Lin Meng's textbook straight punch sent the lead shambler hurtling backward, crashing violently into those behind it. Then, like a wolf among sheep, he unleashed the martial techniques learned from Wang Yong. Each strike channeling raw power to maximum effect, hurling shamblers aside with single blows. The flung shamblers staggered upright, dragging broken limbs, then shrieked anew and lunged forward once more. Clang! 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 Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang Dao gleamed with razor-sharp aura, serpentine and precise, as it carved clean, brutal arcs into the shamblers' necks, each cut executed with lethal economy. Yet the shamblers' bodies proved unnervingly resilient. Her blade sparked against their iron-hard flesh, unable to pierce deeper. Wang Yong faced the same, relying on blinding speed. He darted between them, every strike deflected by their impenetrable hides. "Lin, I curse your ancestors. These aren't shamblers, they're iron corpses." Tang Xiaoxiao threw her head back and roared into the twilight. Lin Fan gripped the bone blade, his inside eye scanning the shambling horde of reanimated corpses with frantic intensity, clear trails of energy shimmering into view before him. At last Lin Fan moved. His body erupted with explosive power as he darted forward, closing the distance to a corpse in an instant, and sidestepped its lurching strike with flawless precision. The bone blade pierced the corpse's eye socket with surgical accuracy, punching clean through its skull. The creature crumpled lifelessly, collapsing into a heap of putrid flesh. A faint surge of energy coursed up the blade and into Lin Fan's frame. Defeated, level 1, uncanny iron corpse. Divine ascension points 500. So, he had found the weakness. Their eyes are the weakness. "Strike there," Lin Fan called out to the others. Tang Xiaoxiao watched him dispatch another corpse with disarming ease, her gaze alight with astonishment. She had long assumed Lin Fan relied solely on the uncanny artifact in his hand, merely stronger than an ordinary person, and that his earlier claims of slaying a level 1 elite uncanny and a sequence cultivator were owed chiefly to Lin Meng's savage sequence. She had not expected him to discern the corpse's vulnerability so swiftly, or eliminate one so cleanly with speed and raw force rivaling those of offensive sequence cultivators. Perhaps the true apex of the two brothers was not the roaring Lin Meng, but the unassuming Lin Fan. Unaware of Tang Xiaoxiao's silent reassessment, Lin Fan continued methodically cutting down isolated corpses. Each kill was pure divine ascension points. Refusing to be outdone, Tang Xiaoxiao let out a sharp cry. Her Tang Dao flared with radiant blade light, and its razor-sharp tip plunged unerringly into a corpse's eye, cleaving the head apart in a flash of lethal brilliance. Lin Meng had shifted from fists to fingers, his arms elongating unnaturally, his index and middle fingers locked together like a steel spear. Thwip! His fingers sank deep into the corpse's eye socket to the knuckles. The sheer force shattered the skull, spraying foul crimson brain matter across his body. Yet he pressed onward, charging headlong into the thickest cluster of corpses. Wang Yong's leopard beast transformation excelled in speed, but lagged slightly in brute strength compared to the others, He could only harry the corpses, disrupting their focus and carving openings for his comrades to strike. Now aware of the corpse's fatal flaw, the four cut through them like wheat before a scythe. By sunset, the plaza lay cleared of every shambling horror. Gazing upon the mangled remains scattered across the square, all four exhaled in profound relief, and Tang Xiaoxiao immediately began sifting through the corpses for spirit cores. Lin Fan stared at his system interface, a broad grin spreading across his face. Host Lin Fan. Divine Path, rank Divine Envoy Advancement, 45. Current Divine Ascension points, 8100. Divine Disciples Savage Sequence Lin Meng, U1 Disciple slot remaining. Skill Inside Eye Basic. System Shop, not yet updated. Weapon Uncanny Artifact. Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle Bound Heavy-Duty Pickup Truck, upgradable. Notice host must bind the remaining Disciple slot within 28 days. From a mere 600 points, his tally had surged to 8100 overnight. This was nothing short of a fortune. Funds for bodily enhancement and for upgrading the heavy pickup had just been secured. Wang Yong reverted from his beast form and clapped Lin Fan hard on the shoulder. I don't know why you haven't awakened a sequence ability, but your prowess rivals any known sequence. Tang Xiaoxiao approached with the collected spirit cores, 15 in total, a windfall beyond measure for both her and Wang Yong. Ordinarily, defeating low-tier uncannies yielded only 1 or 2 spirit cores, divided 3 ways. To gather 15 in a single day was unimaginable. Her eyes now shimmered with newfound awe. Without Lin Fan's discovery of the corpse's weakness, they would surely have perished here. Let's go. Tang Xiaoxiao was already eager to depart. Wait, we sensed something else inside the commune office. With the blood moon not yet risen, we should investigate now. If an uncanny truly dwells there, nightfall will make it far more perilous. Lin Fan's words won unanimous agreement. The sun hung low on the horizon. Together the four pushed open the commune office's blackened double doors and stepped into the courtyard. A frigid, unnatural chill prickled their skin, raising goose flesh. The vast courtyard stood empty, save for a grotesque gargoyle statue and a coffin stained deep, pulsing red. Lin Fan swept the area with his inside eye. Nothing suspicious emerged. Even the gargoyle appeared utterly mundane. Only the blood-red coffin remained. Its surface gleamed with wet, visceral crimson, as if fresh blood flowed beneath its lacquer. Cautiously, the four advanced toward it. Outside Huangmiao village, Lin, when sat leisurely upon a small folding stool, a delicate tea set arranged before him on a wooden table. Rich, fragrant steam curled upward from the cup. Across from him, Qin Tian gazed anxiously toward the village. Relax, Director Qin. Mere low-tier reanimated corpses. For them it's child's play. Lin Wen lifted his teacup, savoring each sip. In this apocalyptic age, fine tea ranked alongside rare tobacco and aged spirits. Luxuries reserved for moments of meaning. Only with someone who understood its depth did he ever bring it forth. Moments earlier, Lin Wen had sensed the uncanny presence within the village dwindling. Proof that Lin Fan and the others were systematically purging the corpses. They might even now be returning. Shaolin, my heart keeps pounding. Are you absolutely certain nothing will go wrong? Perhaps check once more. Qin Tian's face tightened with grave concern. He had just inspected the convoy and discovered over 30 people missing from the ranks. The weight of that loss settled heavily upon him. If even one more sequence cultivator among the convoy fell, the Xingho convoy would be finished. Yielding to Qin Tian's urgency, Lin Wen extended his perception once more toward Huangmiao village. His previously serene expression turned ashen. He shot upright, scalding tea spilling across his trousers unnoticed. Beads of sweat burst forth across his brow. What is it? Qin Tian recoiled in alarm, gripping Lin Wen's arms with trembling hands, voice quavering. One uncanny remains, rank unknown. Lin Wen's grimace twisted into something worse than sorrow. Qin Tian collapsed onto the ground, hollow-eyed and numb. Meanwhile, inside the commune office, the coffin began to shudder violently, even before Lin Fan and the others drew near. With a thunderous crash, the lid slammed to the floor. Before the four's stunned eyes, a female corpse rose slowly, levitating above the coffin. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her face deathly pale, clad in a wedding gown drenched in scarlet, her lips parting and closing in slow, mournful rhythm. A lamenting voice echoed, thin and spectral, "The ritual has been interrupted. The gestation has failed." The surreal horror raised every hair on their bodies. What is that? Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, knuckles white around her Tang Dao. Unknown. Lin Fan scanned the figure relentlessly with his inside eye, hunting for vulnerabilities. Yet no energy pathways traced across her form. Only a single brilliant luminescent point pulsed steadily over her chest. As the four stood frozen in uncertainty, the female corpse suddenly deflated, withering like a punctured balloon, while the gargoyle statue at the coffin's foot shattered into dust. To Lin Fan's sight, the luminous point on her chest tore away, hurtling outward toward the village's edge. The oppressive cold vanished instantly. Silence absolute, and still reclaimed the commune office. What do we do now? Let's retreat, for now. As Lin Fan and the others exited the village, the blood moon had already risen high in the sky. In the distance, Lin Wen and Qin Tian were supporting each other, anxiously watching the village. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others, the two plopped down onto the ground. I sensed an unknown grade of anomaly appearing in the village. Did you encounter it? Lin Wen asked Lin Fan, trembling slightly. Lin Fan with one hand was scolding and wanting to chop down Tang Xiaoxiao. The situation is too strange, but fortunately we didn't encounter any danger. Lin Fan recounted everything that had happened in the village to Lin Wen in detail. Hiss. Lin Wen gasped, having clearly felt the strange aura dissipate moments ago. He didn't expect Lin Fan and the others to have encountered such bizarre events. As for what the mysterious anomaly was, he wasn't sure and didn't dare to delve deeper. Should we rest in the village now? We can only stay in the village. There are 3-level anomalies active ahead. If we continue forward, we will definitely encounter them, Lin Wen said with a grave expression. With danger ahead and behind, they decided to spend the night in the village, as the strange aura had vanished and the sequence ability users would take turns keeping watch. Having made up their minds, the group led the convoy into the village, designating the square as their resting area, and warned the survivors in the convoy not to move around freely. Lin Wen hurried into the village directly to the headquarters. After cautiously checking around and sensing no signs of anomalies, he finally felt relieved. After a simple dinner, Lin Wen gathered a few people for a meeting. They had gathered a lot of anomalies this time, and it was time to divide the spoils. The group happily sat in a circle. Feeling a sense of guilt, Lin Wen took out his cherished tea leaves and poured a cup of fragrant tea for each person. Tang Xiaoxiao dumped all the anomalies onto the table. Looking at the anomalies radiating energy fluctuations, greed flickered in everyone's eyes. Of course, apart from Lin Meng, who was munching on cookies, his appetite had skyrocketed with the continuous growth of his sequence ability. He had tasted the anomaly before and found it unpalatable, so he was indifferent to the anomalies on the table. Anyway, everything was decided by Lin Fan. Whatever his older brother said, he would follow. According to the previously set distribution principle, each of the 5 received 3 anomalies. Everyone understood that their ability to gather so many anomalies this time was largely due to luck. They encountered a group of low-threat zombies and feared such opportunities would be rare in the future. Under the envious gazes of Lin Wen and the others, Lin Fan tossed all 6 anomalies in his hand to Lin Meng. Lin Meng caught the anomalies and stuffed them into his mouth, without swallowing them whole. Thud! Lin Wen was shocked to see Lin Meng's action of eating the anomalies raw and fell directly to the ground, his mouth open wide enough to fit a teacup. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong also looked at Lin Meng in disbelief. He just ate it raw like that. What else? Lin Fan picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. It had been a long time since he had tasted tea. He and Lin Meng had only recently been exposed to sequence abilities and anomalies. Lin Fan had previously asked the system, but had always looked down on sequence abilities and never answered his questions. One reason for joining the Spark convoy was to gain more sequence information from Lin Wen and the others. Alright, let me share some information about sequences. Lin Wen stood up from the ground, sat back down, and took out an old notebook from his pocket. Lin Fan also sat upright with a serious expression. Although he hadn't awakened a sequence, the information about sequences was crucial to him. As for Lin Meng, having awakened the savage sequence, the cost of his diminished intelligence was too great. He hadn't listened to much of the conversation, his eyes only on the food in his hands. Currently known sequence abilities can be divided into 3 categories: offensive sequences, supportive sequences, and mysterious sequences. Lin Wen glanced at Lin Fan when mentioning mysterious sequences, as he had always suspected that Lin Fan had awakened a mysterious sequence. However, the pathways to sequences are countless. This is merely a general classification. Currently, due to information blockage, no one can fully understand sequences. Awakening a sequence requires a price, and the cost differs for each sequence. Fortunately, it's a one-time expenditure with lifelong returns. The price paid for awakening a sequence is often the weakness of the sequence user, so don't ask around unnecessarily. Similarly, the methods to awaken a sequence are mysterious. There are only 2 known pathways. One is self-awakening, and the other can only be achieved through anomaly potions. Like me, Brother Yong and Xiao Xiao, we all self-awakened. I believe the awakening of sequences is closely related to the environment and profession one was in before. For example, Brother Yong is a scout who has long been executing missions in the mountains and forests, thus awakening the beast transformation sequence. Xiaoxiao's family used to run a martial arts school, and she learned martial arts from a young age, so she awakened the swordsman sequence. Aside from the 2 methods mentioned, I haven't heard of any other ways. Lin Wen picked up his teacup and looked at Lin Fan with a condescending gaze. Lin Fan had previously promised the 15 people on the bus that he would give them a chance to awaken their sequences in the future. Lin Wen's first reaction was to think that Lin Fan was boasting, as anomaly potions were currently scarce. He didn't know that Lin Fan truly had such an ability, as anomaly potions were right there in the system's shop. Lin Fan would never reveal anything about the Divine Path system, but after hearing Lin Wen's introduction, he thought he might be able to impersonate a mysterious sequence user in the future. So what are the advancement pathways for sequence users? Lin Fan asked the question he was most concerned about. Well, one way is through this. Lin Wen tossed the anomaly in his hand. This is the most direct path to advancement. Absorb the energy within the anomaly to elevate the sequence level. However, anomalies are not merely consumed, they are meant to be absorbed. Lin Wen then picked up one anomaly in his hand, and after a while it turned into a pile of powder, and a look of comfort appeared on his face. What about the other method? I haven't finished discussing anomalies yet. Lin Wen shot a glare at Lin Fan, his tone resembling that of a teacher lecturing in a classroom. Lin Fan suspected that his previous profession was indeed a teacher. Spitting out a mouthful of tea leaves, Lin Wen continued, anomalies drop after killing the anomaly, but not all anomalies drop. Anomalies did all depends on luck. Lin Fan nodded. He had encountered a woman selling children in Greystone Town, and after killing her he found no anomalies. However, it didn't affect him much. After all, killing anomalies resulted in tangible divine points. Anomalies are the most important resource for sequence users. They can be used for self-promotion or traded for strange items. Speaking of strange items, Lin Fan interrupted, looking at Lin Wen, who was getting further off track. You haven't mentioned the second method of advancement yet. Oh, I went off on a tangent. Lin Wen smiled awkwardly. The second method of advancement is to continuously use sequence abilities, just like practicing. You after reaching a certain stage, one will naturally advance in level. However, this takes a long time. Lin Fan agreed with this statement. As the number of battles increased, he could clearly feel Lin Meng's strength growing and the duration of his transformation extending. Lin Wen glanced at the drowsy Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong beside him, a hint of displeasure appearing in his expression. When he saw Lin Meng munching on food, the anger in his eyes could no longer be concealed. However, upon looking at Lin Fan, whose face was filled with a thirst for knowledge, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Lin Wen's face. Observing the slightly bizarre Lin Wen before him, Lin Fan silently exclaimed in his heart that this fellow must have been a teacher before his professional habits were too obvious. Teacher Lin. Lin Fan tentatively called out. Lin Wen's tone suddenly rose, filled with delight, his eyes sparkling, and a look of enjoyment on his face. Indeed. Continue speaking about the strange objects. Lin Fan did not expose Lin Wen's thoughts. Strange objects can be obtained in two ways. One is through innate mutation, and the other is crafted by spirit forgers of the sequence ability. For example, the strange object in your hand should be an innate mutation. No, my bone blade was given by the system, Lin Fan silently thought. That's basically all there is to it. Lin Wen, feeling parched, picked up the teapot on the table, only to find that Lin Meng had already drunk all the tea. Helpless, he poured another pot. What is the highest level of human sequence ability users currently? Lin Fan lifted the teapot to pour a cup for Lin Wen. Lin Wen wore an expression of teachable eagerness. I don't know. It definitely won't be too high. However, the highest level of the sequence is level 9. Once one reaches level 9, it should be comparable to a deity. Lin Wen's eyes were filled with longing. I haven't had the chance to ask you, where is the convoy headed? Lin Fan had been constantly migrating and fleeing like a small boat without a destination, uncertain of when he might perish on the road of migration. This aimless flight had once plunged him into deep despair. Heading west, Qin Ting mentioned that to the west lies the human fortress, a large military base from before the end times. It could be a gathering place for humanity. Human fortress. Lin Fan heard this name for the first time. Humans are social creatures. If the human fortress truly exists, it would offer a glimmer of hope to the wandering survivors. Lin Wen, however, chose not to elaborate further, simply knocking on the table emphatically. Class dismissed. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong groggily opened their eyes, wiping the drool from their mouths. Is it over? Then I'm leaving. He stood up, intending to walk out of the tent. Come back. We're starting serious discussions now, Lin Wen shouted in exasperation. Once the two were seated again, Lin Wen continued. Next, our target is the direction of Luoqing. Lin Fan, pay attention to your supplies. There won't be many resupply points along this route. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Having sufficient supplies was the primary condition for survival in the apocalypse, especially since there were now 10 or so individuals to care for, which was quite a burden. This village is too strange. Tonight Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan will take the night watch. Is that all right? Lin Wen already knew that Lin Fan had the ability to see through weaknesses, so having him guard the night alongside the highest attack power user in the convoy, Tang Xiaoxiao, was the most secure arrangement. The two had no objections. and everyone left Lin Wen's tent. Looking at the tea leaves that had lost all color in the teapot, Lin Wen felt a pang of distress, thinking that next time they should just prepare boiled water for the meeting. How clueless. Lin Fan and Lin Meng walked to the bus and saw Zhang Long and a few others keeping watch by the campfire. He arranged for Lin Meng to go to sleep and called Zhang Long over. How many more days can our supplies last? Lin Fan asked Zhang Long, who had been in charge of the bus supplies managing the daily consumption. Brother Fan, we can last about 7 or 8 days. In fact, the bus had quite a bit of supplies. It was mainly Lin Meng's increasing appetite that consumed food meant for 5 people. He informed Zhang Long of the upcoming destination and asked him to keep an eye on the food supplies. After jotting it down, Zhang Long whispered, Brother Fan, should I take a few brothers to the village to gather food? The villagers should have stored grains. I saw a lot of people from the Xingho team going there to collect supplies and returning with plenty of rice. After Lin Wen had prohibited private actions, the people on the bus had not stepped outside the square's bounds, while many from the Xingho team continued searching for supplies in the village. This village is too strange. Don't act recklessly. Let's wait until dawn. The scene at the headquarters left Lin Fan feeling apprehensive, prompting him to decline Zhang Long's suggestion. Currently, the bus still had enough food. Encountering something strange would not be worth the risk. By the way, I'm on night watch tonight. You guys should rest for now. He sent Zhang Long and the others back to the bus to rest while Lin Fan sat alone atop the heavy pickup truck. From the tent beside the pickup, faint snoring could be heard from Chu Xian, indicating that the day's escape had drained her energy and she had fallen asleep early. Taking out a somewhat shriveled cigarette pack with very few cigarettes left, Lin Fan pulled one out, lit it, and waved to Tang Xiaoxiao, who was also sitting atop a truck not far away. Tang Xiaoxiao raised the bottle in her hand, which turned out to be the same one Lin Fan had given to Wang Yong. He wondered how it had ended up in her hands. The two exchanged little conversation. Lin Fan was content with the piece, having gained many divine points today, perfect for redeeming items in the system shop. Lin Fan opened the system. The large number of divine points he had earned today made him eager to redeem physique and mental enhancement potions. The powerful combat capabilities demonstrated by Tang Xiaoxiao today had left him quite envious. As usual, he spent 600 divine points to redeem a bottle of basic physique enhancement potion and a bottle of basic mental enhancement potion. With the injection of the potions, Lin Fan once again felt his physique and mental strength strengthening, but this time the effect was far inferior to the first. Unwilling, Lin Fan again spent 600 divine points to redeem. He felt the efficacy was even worse. What's going on with the system? The host has used enhancement potions multiple times, and the body has developed drug resistance. The effect will gradually decrease, and the next use will have no effect. The physique enhancement and mental enhancement potions were no longer effective, and the items in the shop had not yet updated. At this point, Lin Fan's combat power could be considered as a level 1 offensive sequence ability user. With the Eye of Insight and the Bone Blade, he felt confident to fight even against Tang Xiaoxiao. However, with 6,900 divine points remaining, it would be a waste to leave so many unused. Every day in the apocalypse was filled with uncertainty, and constantly enhancing one's own strength was the most important. Currently, there were only 2 methods left to enhance strength. One was the advancement of the Bone Blade, and the other was the enhancement of the heavy pickup. Ultimately, Lin Fan chose to upgrade the Bone Blade. The heavy pickup's performance was already quite good, and after the first enhancement, the durability of its easily worn tires had improved significantly. Given the current situation, there was no urgent need to enhance the vehicle. System, how do I advance the Bone Blade? Does the host choose to advance? 600 divine points isn't too much, but it seems there are enhancement advancements. Are there other advancement methods? 6,000 divine points for a strengthened advancement Bloodthirsty Bone Blade. Bloodthirsty Sharpness significantly enhances physical attack capability, greatly increases damage to flesh and blood creatures, causing wounds to bleed continuously and making them hard to heal. Life Drain, when striking an enemy, it can absorb their energy and feedback to the user with a more pronounced effect. Living Companion becomes a basic living trickster capable of autonomously accumulating absorbed energy, automatically advancing upon reaching peak levels. Note, automatic advancement will enhance existing trickster effects without generating new effects. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The price difference of tenfold results in vastly different functions. Lin Fan looked at the effects after the strengthened advancement, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. The price was high, but the effects were even more stunning. What excited Lin Fan the most was the Living Companion, which could evolve autonomously. Even without new effects, it could save a lot of divine points. However, the tenfold difference in divine points made Lin Fan unable to help but complain. Is the system calculating its own divine points to offer such choices? There was no choice. Enhancing one's strength was the most important. Lin Fan selected the strengthened advancement, leaving only 900 divine points. Host has chosen strengthened advancement, enhancement time, 24 hours. A day passed quickly. Lin Fan closed the system page, lying on the roof of the car, staring blankly at the inky night sky. Suddenly a sound of breaking air came. Immediately after, the roof sank as Tang Xiaoxiao landed steadily beside Lin Fan. The strong smell of alcohol made Lin Fan frown. The wine bottle in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand was already empty, her face flushed from the alcohol. The little girl has an impressive alcohol tolerance. Did you finish a whole bottle? Lin Fan frowned, trying to distance himself from Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao shook the empty bottle in her hand and casually tossed it to the ground. I can feel that you've grown stronger again, Tang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes hazy from drunkenness. Isn't that how it is? Only by continually growing stronger can one live well. Lin Fan surmised that it was likely the effect of the strengthening potion he had just taken that made Tang Xiaoxiao keenly aware of the change in his aura. Hey, if you're this drunk, you should sleep early. He'll keep watch. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan, without speaking, her eyes constantly sizing him up. After a moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze suddenly sharpened, her fingers forming a sword shape as she thrust it towards Lin Fan. Damn crazy woman. Lin Fan activated his insight ability. Although he could find Tang Xiaoxiao's weaknesses, her speed was too fast, and for a moment, he could only defend. The two sat on the roof of the car, their lower bodies not moving in unison, only using their hands to exchange blows. Each attack was as fast as lightning and powerful, causing the car to shake violently. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks were fierce, they were always blocked by Lin Fan. Even though Lin Fan had discerned the weaknesses of each of Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks, he couldn't find the opportunity to strike back. Neither of them could gain the upper hand, and it ultimately turned into a clash of pure strength. Tang Xiaoxiao, what on earth are you trying to do? Why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night? Lin Fan said in a low voice angrily. Lin Fan, your ability can indeed find the enemy's weaknesses, but your speed is too slow and you have no technique in your strikes. Just a show. Tang Xiaoxiao also deliberately lowered her voice, but her hands did not stop. Lin Fan was furious. The crazy woman was not doing her duty at night, but came here to mock him. The speed of her hands suddenly increased, and her strength was no longer held back. Seeing Lin Fan getting serious, Tang Xiaoxiao's drunkenness vanished, and a trace of a smile appeared in her eyes. The battle became more intense, with each collision producing a dull sound. It wasn't until both were drenched in sweat and their bodies sore and weak that they finally stopped panting heavily. Lin Fan, I will frequently look for you in the future. You can indeed help me find my weaknesses. Tang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Fan's special ability allows her to better understand her own weaknesses, which is very helpful for enhancing her strength. Lin Fan was also pleasantly surprised. Through the spar with Tang Xiaoxiao just now, the improvement in himself was very evident. Tang Xiaoxiao had learned martial arts since childhood, and each of her attack styles and techniques had given Lin Fan great inspiration. At this moment, both of them were soaked in sweat. Tang Xiaoxiao's t-shirt was tightly clinging to her skin, revealing the magnificent scenery of her chest. Feeling Lin Fan's teasing gaze, she finally reacted. Damn, big pervert. Tang Xiaoxiao jumped off the car, picked up the empty wine bottle, and skipped towards the off-road vehicle. If one day you can defeat me, then it wouldn't be impossible. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head and smiled. Lin Fan did not respond, giving a light chuckle as he lay on the roof of the car. The night breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, while the soreness in his body made his mind clearer. In Lin Fan's plan, the next candidate for a divine disciple lies between Lin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao. Although Lin Wen's survival philosophy in the apocalypse is more aligned with Lin Fan, he has to manage the team according to Qin Tian's ideology due to the latter's influence, which prevents Lin Wen from truly aligning with Lin Fan, let alone loyalty. Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, shares the same views as Lin Fan, but expecting her to be 100% loyal to Lin Fan is nothing but a pipe dream. One can only take it step by step. The time spent together is too short, and there may be hope in the future. At this moment, in the tent beside the pickup truck, Chu Xian had long since woken up, tightly hugging her pillow, her face flushed. When Tang Xiaoxiao jumped onto the roof of the car, Chu Xian was startled awake. The escape in the apocalypse made her highly alert. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan on the roof, she did not pay much attention. What followed was the sound of heavy collisions and labored breathing, accompanied by the violent shaking of the pickup truck. This scene made Chu Xian, who had witnessed the dark side of the entertainment industry, think too much. Many inappropriate scenarios flashed through her mind, and her face instantly turned bright red. The commotion from the pickup truck lasted nearly 2 hours, causing the shyness in Chu Xian's eyes to turn into shock. Indeed, the sequence ability holders are remarkably enduring. The images in her mind became clearer, and scenes from movies she had long forgotten replayed before her eyes. As the commotion on the roof ended, Chu Xian's tense body instantly went limp, leaving only her flushed face and the chaotic thoughts in her mind. She felt a sense of secret delight in discovering Lin Fan's secret mixed with a tinge of disappointment. If Lin Fan needs something, why doesn't he come to me? I could also help. As the sun rose, the once quiet square became bustling with activity. Lin Fan, who had not slept all night, felt no hint of drowsiness as his mind was occupied with analyzing the gains and losses from his battle with Tang Xiaoxiao. After discussing with Lin when they called Zhang Long and others to gather supplies in the village. The calm of the night led Lin Fan and the others to believe that the village's peculiarities had vanished, and they decided to collect more supplies while they could, as the availability of resources would likely diminish in the future. The other members of the Starfire team were already rushing into the residential houses searching for usable supplies. At the bus, with Lin Fan's consent, Zhang Long was organizing the tasks for the group on the bus, dividing the 18 people into 3 teams, with Lin Fan and Lin Meng each leading a team and Zhang Long leading another. Each team's mission was different. Lin Meng's team had the most members, composed of the strongest individuals from the bus, primarily responsible for collecting food. Lin Fan's team focused on gathering clothes and blankets as the weather would grow colder, and it was wise to stock up early to avoid future difficulties. Zhang Long led the doctors and others to search for useful tools, fuel, and medicines, which were also scarce resources in the apocalypse. However, the primary goal for all 3 teams remained the collection of food, as it was the priority in resource hunting during the end times. While Zhang Long was explaining precautions to everyone, Lin Fan noticed Chu Xian beside him, sporting dark circles under her eyes. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night. You are my driver, as staying up late is not a good habit. If there's any mistake while driving during the day, I will replace you. Lin Fan reprimanded Chu Xian. I'm sorry, I will pay attention to it, Chu Xian said, glancing at Lin Fan's profile, hurriedly lowering her head, her face slightly flushed. Inside, she felt a bit wronged. The reason for her poor sleep was all because of Lin Fan's loud actions yesterday. However, she dared not voice this. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, Tang Xiaoxiao approached with Tang, when her face, still displaying an arrogant expression, filled with provocation as she locked eyes with Lin Fan. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao, Chu Xian lowered her head even more. What are you 2 doing here? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Tang Xiaoxiao casually pulled out a large cloth bag from behind and shook it, saying, Mosquito and I have prepared to team up with you. We will collect supplies together this time, and will contribute some materials as meal expenses. With Tang Xiaoxiao, a sequence ability user, joining, Lin Fan welcomed her warmly and instructed Zhang Long and the others to follow her. The members on the bus were all eager and ready for action, as this was their first collective operation, and they all wanted to make a good impression on Lin Fan. Although joining the bus provided food and shelter once discovered for freeloading, the only outcome would be death, so no one wanted to be expelled. Most importantly, Lin Fan informed everyone that during the search for supplies, individuals would receive greater rewards based on their contributions, with the potential for a vehicle to themselves. Of course, the distribution of supplies was still at Lin Fan's discretion. As the owner of the bus, he held absolute authority over everything related to it. Anyone daring to question Lin Fan would be regarded as a traitor. For Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang, when aside from the contributed meal expenses, the remaining supplies belonged to them, as their relationship with the bus was merely a partnership. The 3 teams dispersed in 3 directions towards the village, led by Lin Fan and the others, without much concern for safety. Their organized and goal-oriented search was far more efficient than the other members of the convoy. Qin Tian also noticed the division of labor among the bus members, but he did not believe that just over 10 people could collect more supplies than the over 100 in the convoy. The next scene, however, left him astounded. In just over half an hour, members from the 3 teams returned with large quantities of supplies on their backs, putting them away before heading out to continue searching. Initially, the individuals returning to the bus came back intermittently, but soon it became a consistent flow, with one person leaving just as another arrived with supplies. No one slacked off or hoarded resources. The 3 teams from the bus operated like 3 high-speed, efficient looting machines, continuously transporting the supplies gathered from the village to the front of the bus. In contrast, the Starfire team, despite their numbers, had most of the members only filling their backpacks before ceasing further searches, resulting in scarce and pathetic contributions to the convoy. With over 20 minutes remaining before the designated evacuation time, those searching for supplies in the village began to trickle back to the square. Seeing the supplies piled high like small mountains, the members on the bus wore excited smiles. The more supplies they had, the longer they would survive during the apocalypse. Zhang Long started organizing the supplies, categorizing and recording different items. In addition to large quantities of food and warm clothing, the gathered supplies included various tools, and the regular medical kits from the villagers' homes were also collected. These supplies were sufficient for the group to endure for half a month without resupply. What Lin Fan did not expect was that a thief named Wang Tong, who had originally joined the team, actually found a box of white liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. Though they were cheap products, they were indeed genuine luxuries in these times. Lin Fan took out a pack of cigarettes and half a box of white liquor as rewards, distributing them to the top contributors led by Zhang Long and Wang Tong. Before the apocalypse, these items would have garnered no attention from them, but now they were sought-after treasures. The rewarded individuals were elated, while those who did not receive rewards vowed to earn them next time. For his own people, Lin Fan was never stingy. If he wanted to establish a team of his own, he had to be clear about rewards and punishments. Relying solely on brute force would not be a sustainable strategy. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen's packs were also filled to the brim. They handed over some food to Zhang Long as meal expenses, while the rest went back to their vehicle. As they were leaving, Tang Xiaoxiao traded half a pack of cigarettes with Lin Fan for 2 bottles of white liquor, drawing an eye roll from Tang Wen. At this time, Qin Tian, who was standing at a distance, was observing the members of the bus, noting how Lin Fan had established absolute authority among them. Qin Tian's brows were tightly knitted, and he felt a deep concern rising within him. He understood that Lin Fan would never align himself with the Starfire team. When Lin Wen invited Lin Fan to join the team, Qin Tian had strongly opposed it. He always believed that one day Lin Fan would swallow the Starfire team, and its survivors would become burdens that Lin Fan could discard at any time. Lin Fan was like poison wrapped in honey. He knew the consequences would be dire, yet he had no choice but to swallow it. But what troubled Qin Tian was more than just this. As other members of the Starfire team returned one after another, he observed that many were carrying heavy packs, yet the food contributed to the convoy as public supplies was pitifully scant with more expired items. The people responsible for the convoy's supplies had a brief argument with those individuals, who then laid on the ground and threw tantrums, prompting others to mimic their behavior. These individuals formed a stark contrast to the disciplined members of the bus. Watching the constant complaints directed at him, Qin Tian felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew that these people had never truly respected him. They only sought the protection of the convoy without any willingness to contribute. He felt powerless to change the situation, as his stubborn nature prevented him from altering the convoy's rules. Lin Wen had long anticipated this scene and had already retreated into the vehicle, out of sight and out of mind. Although he was an explorer sequence capable of helping the convoy choose the right paths, he still could not see where his own path lay. Set off. As Lin Wen's off-road vehicle stirred up the dust on the ground, the convoy embarked on yet another unknown journey. No one noticed that at the very bottom of the convoy's supplies, a burlap sack containing rice was stamped with a menacing, ghostly face identical to those found in the village. A serpentine convoy advanced along the winding road. The convoy had long since veered off the national highway onto a pitted, rutted track. Lin Fan sat aboard a heavy-duty pickup, eyes closed in quiet repose. Though the vehicle's exceptional stability could not counteract the relentless jolting of the uneven surface which robbed him of sleep. He glanced at the reinforcement timer for his bone blade. Less than 10 hours remained. A flicker of impatience stirred within him as he gazed out the window. No dwellings lined the roadside now. Only endless fields, abandoned and overgrown with wild grasses. From the distance echoed the mournful howl of some unseen creature. Owing to the deteriorating road conditions, today's progress had slowed to a crawl. The sedans trailing behind frequently broke down, forcing the convoy to halt and render aid. Thus they crawled forward in fits and starts until mid-afternoon, when the convoy finally turned onto a rural lane. By then, 5 sedans had already been abandoned, some drained of fuel, others too badly damaged to proceed. In this world, roadside assistance no longer existed. Lingering meant inviting the uncanny. Qin Tian crammed those left vehicleless into the remaining functional vehicles, a decision that ignited grumbling among the survivors. Even the aging pickup truck, once sparsely occupied, now brimmed with passengers. After hours of arduous travel, Lin Wen's SUV pulled into a small roadside gas station. Fuel reserves were critically low. Replenishment could no longer be delayed. Lin Fan had long since drifted into slumber inside the cab. He awoke only when Zhang Long's raised voice, clashing with another's, cut through the haze of his drowsiness, sharpening his irritation. He leapt down from the pickup. The late afternoon sun, still fierce and unrelenting, forced him to narrow his eyes against its glare. Beside the fuel tanks at the station, Zhang Long stood at the head of the bus group, locked in a tense standoff with members of the Xingho convoy, accusations flying like shrapnel between them. Cords of tension bulged along Zhang Long's neck. The wrench clutched in his fist trembled, faintly gripped, so tightly his knuckles whitened. No sequence-capable individuals were present. Lin Meng had likely gone to spar with Wang Yong. Tang Xiaoxiao still slept inside the vehicle. Lin Wen, as usual, would retreat into his tent at the first sign of conflict. It was precisely this absence of sequence-capable individuals that kept both sides restrained. No blows were struck, only words exchanged like barbed wire. Opposite Zhang Long stood a bespectacled woman screaming at him with the ferocity of a cornered vixen. Lin Fan recognized her. She had ridden in one of the sedans trailing Qin Tian's lead vehicle. Rubbing his temples gently, Lin Fan approached slowly. Zhang Long, what's happening? At his arrival, half awake and bleary-eyed, the others erupted into overlapping accounts of the dispute. Brother Fan, sorry to disturb your rest. We figured we'd stock up on gasoline. We've no idea how far we'll need to go before the next resupply. But before we'd even filled a single canister, the Xingho convoy blocked our people, claiming their fleet was larger and permitting us only one canister. They also insisted that if we wanted more fuel, we'd have to take in all those stranded without transport. Hearing their account, Lin Fan understood instantly someone had set their sights on the bus, assuming his group bore an obligation to absorb more unmoored survivors. Who then had granted them such audacity? At Lin Fan's appearance, the Xingho convoy fell silent, their curses drying up mid-sentence. Then the bespectacled woman stepped forward, extending her right hand in what she clearly intended as a gesture of cordial introduction. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Rong, Vice Chair of the Xingho Convoy Mutual Aid Association. Our chair is Mr. Qin Ting. After collective deliberation by our association, we have determined that your bus bears a duty to carry additional survivors. After all, you are part of the Xingho convoy. Lin Fan ignored her outstretched hand entirely, turning instead toward Zhang Long with a look of genuine bewilderment. Zhang Long, what the hell is this Mutual Aid Association? Brother Fan, the day our bus formed the Xingho convoy, established the association, claiming it was to amplify the voices of ordinary survivors. Qin Ting was elected chair. It was Lin Fan's very presence, the looming shadow of a sequence-capable individual, that had unsettled these ordinary survivors, driving them to organize this association. At root, it was old man Qin Tian who had sown the seeds, insisting even amid apocalypse on clinging to obsolete social hierarchies, emboldening the unprepared to act with reckless impunity. Zhang Rong's face flushed with indignation as Lin Fan dismissed her gesture outright, her resentment toward the arrogance of sequence-capables flaring hotter still. She had orchestrated the association not merely out of grievance, but to seize influence, to dismantle the unspoken dominance of those like Lin Fan and claim authority for herself. With shrewd calculation, she had installed Qin Tian as chair, knowing full well that the convoy's former leader, steeped in bureaucratic protocol, could never refuse such a title. What utter nonsense! Can't you just survive quietly? Must you provoke chaos? Lin Fan muttered under his breath, yet the deeper he traveled, the heavier his inner agitation grew. Zhang Rong, standing directly before him, heard every word. Her cheeks burned crimson and pale by turns, but fear of Lin Fan held her voice steady, calm, and measured. Mr. Lin, please respect the association's decision. It is also Chairman Qin's decree. To defy it is to reject democracy itself. Should you refuse, I shall inform Chairman Qin immediately. Her declaration ignited a chorus of jeers from behind her. Barely a month into the cataclysm, and shielded by Qin Tian's status as a high-ranking government official, they remained tragically blind to the merciless logic of survival in the new world. To Lin Fan, their voices became a swarm of gnats, buzzing relentlessly in his ears, grating, suffocating, unbearable. Get out of my sight. With a sudden brutal kick, he sent Zhang Rong hurtling 15 meters through the air before she crashed violently onto the asphalt. Silence descended upon the gas station, absolute, hollow, profound. Only Zhang Rong's ragged, agonized cries pierced the stillness, blood blooming dark across her shirt front. Zhang Long, does that wrench in your hand serve only to fix engines? If this happens again, you're dismissed, permanently. With that, Lin Fan turned to return to the pickup, intent on reclaiming his interrupted rest. His rebuke left Zhang Long scarlet-faced, his eyes locking onto the Xingho convoy with cold, lethal intent, his jagged facial scar twisting into something bestial, demonic. Continue refueling. Anyone who interferes will be dealt with lethally. Zhang Long ground out each word through clenched teeth. The Xingho convoy scattered, fleeing toward their fallen leader. Lin Fan, stop right there. Qin Tian's roar split the air as Lin Fan turned to leave. The elder strode forward like a lion roused from slumber, fists balled, shoulders taut, every step vibrating with fury. You strike our people again and again. What in heaven's name do you intend? His rage left the silver-haired man breathless, chest heaving, voice cracking with exhaustion and outrage. I warned you, don't provoke me. Have you grown senile, or are you simply losing your mind? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Do you truly believe that power alone grants you license to act without restraint? This is the Star Train Convoy, a force I founded with my own hands. I will not permit anyone to flout its rules. Old fool, you've become addicted to authority. The convoy's current leader is Lin Fan. You're nothing but a retired official clinging desperately to influence. Instead of quietly enduring your twilight years, you've gone and formed this absurd mutual aid society. Still deluding yourself, you're the chief of security bureau. Once you've sold your soul, don't pretend to uphold virtue. Lin Fan despised Qin Tian from the depths of his heart, constantly flaunting his founding status over the Star Train convoy, lording over others with bureaucratic arrogance, publicly declaring head-seated leadership to Lin Fan while secretly dominating every decision. Had it not been for Lin Fan's indispensable leadership, Lin Fan would have severed Qin Tian, the very troublemaker who stirred chaos in the convoy, with a single stroke long ago. Fine. I cannot reason with you. I'll summon Lin Fan himself to speak with you. Qin Tian's finger trembled. Lin Fan's phrase retired, yet still wielding power, struck him like a physical blow. Someone had already rushed off to fetch Lin Fan. Inside his tent, Lin Fan sat expressionless, exhaling deeply before setting down his teacup. Upon seeing the two locked in confrontation, his face twisted into an awkward, constipated grimace. Lin Fan, you're the leader. Speak now. Today we demand resolution. Either he goes, or I do. Qin Tian roared as soon as Lin Fan appeared. Lin Fan adjusted his spectacles, his gaze flickering with weary resignation. He'd known about the Mutual Aid Society all along. He simply hadn't bothered to intervene. By nature, he'd long wished to resign the leadership entirely. But out of deference to Qin Tian, he tolerated everything, turning a blind eye to countless injustices, dragging the convoy forward through hardship with profound exhaustion. Director Qin, does my word hold any weight? Lin Fan asked calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the furious Qin Tian. Qin Tian froze. Though Lin Fan smiled, his eyes held not a trace of warmth. Ah yes, it does. Yours is the final word. Qin Tian murmured, staring at Lin Fan as if encountering a stranger. No longer the earnest, diligent young Lin who once followed dutifully at his heels, tirelessly serving the convoy. Lin Fan drew a slow, deliberate breath and addressed the encircling crowd. The Mutual Aid Society is hereby dissolved. A stunned silence fell, then erupted into furious outcry. I told you Lin Fan was unfit to lead. He can't manage affairs properly. The convoy thrived far better under Director Qin. Exactly. He's betraying his own people, repeatedly shielding Lin Fan and his faction. Need I even say it? They're sequence ability bearers, fundamentally alien to us, ordinary folk. We won't sit idly by. Lin Fan must step down, and Director Qin must be reinstated as leader. Lin Fan merely flicked the corner of his mouth upward, unmoved by the surrounding accusations, skepticism, and vitriol. Shaolin, how could you utter such words, after all I've invested in grooming you as leader? Qin Tian wore a look of bitter disappointment, glaring at Lin Fan, his mouth already opening to rebuke him. Lin Fan raised a hand and continued, voice steady. All passengers aboard Lin Fan's bus are hereby expelled from the Star Train convoy. Effective immediately, they are no longer affiliated with it. At those words, the crowd's expressions softened, their criticism melted into praise. Lin Fan surveyed the oblivious faces before him, and sorrow welled up again within him. They believed expelling Lin Fan served the convoy's interests. Only he, the sole sequence ability bearer among them, knew the truth. Severed from even this fragile bond, Lin Fan's bloodthirsty fangs would bear themselves fully. Future conflicts would claim lives. Qin Tian's countenance brightened too, and he shot Lin Fan a triumphant glance. In his view, Lin Fan's decree was fair, safeguarding the rights of the convoy survivors. Lin Fan, however, remained utterly indifferent. His bus had long operated independently of the Star Train convoy. Expulsion meant his group would act with even greater impunity. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Lin Fan removed his glasses and vigorously wiped them with the hem of his shirt. I, Lin Fan, hereby resign from my post as leader of the Star Train convoy. Qin Tian shall assume command as the new leader. At the announcement, the convoy survivors erupted into jubilant cheers, though a handful exchanged uneasy glances. To them, Qin Tian alone stood unwaveringly on the side of ordinary people. Under his leadership, their lives would surely improve. Hey Lin Fan, why not join me instead? Staying with the Star Train convoy will only drag you down. Lin Fan beamed as he extended the offer. His greatest reaction to Lin Fan's resignation wasn't concern, it was delight. It meant Lin Fan might now join his own convoy, even ascend to the rank of divine disciple. Lin Fan shook his head with a faint smile, glancing once more at the still-stunned Qin Tian before saying to Lin Fan, so long as Director Qin remains with the Star Train convoy, I will not leave it. That's simple. Lin Fan ignored the shocked faces around him, drew his bone blade, and slashed toward Qin Tian. A collective gasp rose, some paled and covered their eyes. Clang! Lin Fan's bone blade was arrested midair by Tang Xiaoxiao's saber, behind whom stood Lin Fan, arms spread wide to shield Qin Tian. Lin Fan stared puzzled at Tang Xiaoxiao, who had drawn her blade. Lin Fan, Don't act rashly. Qin Tian's death here serves no purpose, she said softly, shaking her head. In her eyes he saw no hostility, only quiet resolve. Lin Fan, if you kill Director Qin, we become enemies. Lin Wen cried urgently. Lin Fan withdrew his blade and shrugged helplessly. Zhang Long and the others poised for battle likewise stepped back. Lin Wen, I consider you a friend. I won't place you in this dilemma. Shortly I'll send Zhang Long with supplies, payment for your guidance ahead. Remember, this is for you personally, not for the Star Train convoy. Lin Fan waved dismissively, signaling Zhang Long and the others to return. Qin Tian, recovering from shock, looked at Lin when shielding him, and stammered, lips trembling. Xiao Lin, I see now I was wrong. Please, don't let emotion cloud your judgment. Lin Wen smoothed the creases on Qin Tian's tunic and spoke quietly. Master, you know me well. My temperament was never suited for leadership. This way, I may finally breathe easier. Qin Tian opened his mouth to speak again, but Lin Wen gently silenced him. Master, please don't push me further. This is my limit. With that, Lin Wen turned and walked toward his tent. Qin Tian watched his retreating back, knowing full well his student's unyielding nature, and sank into a deep, aching sigh. The flattery ringing around him no longer brought satisfaction. Director Qin, congratulations. Your wish has come true. Ha ha. Lin Fan's unrestrained laughter echoed, laced with scathing irony. Lin Fan, I expect you to exercise restraint henceforth. Qin Tian replied coldly, swiftly assuming his new role as commander, true to his seasoned bureaucratic poise. Pray Lin Wen stays alive, for only he shields you under my watch. Lin Fan bared a bloodthirsty grin at Qin Tian. Without another glance at Qin Tian's darkening expression, Lin Fan turned and strode away. Hey, Tang Xiao, come on. Dinner's ready. Are you skipping this meal? Oh yes, coming. Tang Xiao hastily sheathed her saber, called out to Tang when beside her, and the two bounded cheerfully toward the bus. As the crowd dispersed, none noticed the ghastly skull emblem buried deep within the supply crates, its hollow eyes sighing softly, its spectral features twisting in regret. The blood moon rises as usual, untainted by the city's lights, making the stars in the night sky shine brightly. In front of the bus, everyone is gathered together for a meal. There is only a large pot of plain porridge accompanied by a pot of greens. Now that autumn has just begun, greens can still be found, but come winter they will be scarce. Lin Meng returned drenched in sweat, and after hearing about today's events he appeared indifferent. He would support any decision made by his brother, even if it meant going to war with Wang Yong and the others today. Tang Xiao drank the porridge in large gulps, her chopsticks never stopping as she swiftly devoured a whole piece of greens. She continued to complain. Lin Fan, you are too stingy. We both paid for our meals, so why is the food getting worse? Exactly, there isn't even any meat anymore. Tang Wen chimed in, her bowl almost covering her face. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He had not seen them eat less. Their appetites were nearly on par with Lin Meng's. After the rift with the Xingho team today, the bus passengers showed little reaction, and Zhang Long and the others seemed more relaxed. However, under Lin Fan's suggestion, the bus began to monitor daily food consumption. Xiao, why not join our bus team? What do you think? Lin Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, directing his question at the voraciously eating Tang Xiao. Everyone paused their chopsticks, waiting for Tang Xiao's response. If she agreed to join the bus team, there would be 3 ability users in the team, greatly enhancing everyone's safety. Wait until you can completely conquer me. Tang Xiao neither agreed nor refused, which was what Lin Fan had expected. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was the proudest among them. The others looked on in confusion, while only Chu Xian silently buried her face into her bowl, her cheeks flushed. After the meal, everyone hurried to clean up, and Lin Meng and Lin Fan sat side by side at a distance, both gazing up at the stars. Bro, look at that North Star in the sky. It's exactly like the one we saw when we were kids, Lin Meng said, excitedly pointing at the sky. To outsiders, Lin Meng appeared like a humanoid dinosaur, but only beside Lin Fan could he reveal his true nature like a child. The North Star has never changed, it's the same one we saw when we were young. Lin Fan brushed off the dust on Lin Meng, showing his softest side only when with him. How wonderful. Bro, you once said that if we get lost at night, we should look for the North Star. I couldn't find it before, but now it's crystal clear. Right? From now on, we brothers will never be afraid of getting lost again. The two chatted for a long time, and such a scene allowed Lin Fan to fully relax, finding a hint of peace deep within his restless heart. When everyone returned to the bus to sleep, the two brothers finally parted ways. As Lin Meng turned to leave, he asked, "Bro, can I still learn boxing from Brother Yong in the future?" "It's fine, the team is the team, and we are still friends with Brother Yong." Watching Lin Meng board the bus, Lin Fan lay back down in the pickup truck where snores were already emanating from the nearby tent. "Ding, the bloodthirsty bone blade has been upgraded." The system's voice jolted Lin Fan awake. He flipped over and took out the bone blade. The blade slightly elongated and the dark red patterns on it became more vivid, resembling flowing blood. Under the blood moon, a faint mist of blood seeped from the cracks in the blade's hilt, forming thin lines of blood that deeply pierced into Lin Fan's palm. Holding it in his hand, the previous chill was gone, replaced by a sense of intimacy, as if it were a part of his body like an arm. The bloodthirsty bone blade seemed to come alive, and Lin Fan could faintly sense the excitement emanating from it. The 6,000 divine points spent were worth it. Lin Fan caressed the bloodthirsty bone blade, his joy evident as the irritations of the day faded considerably. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the window of the heavy pickup truck. Lin Fan sat up, rolled down the window, and saw Tang Xiaoxiao standing outside, holding her Tang Dao. At that moment, Chu Xian in the tent heard the commotion and sat up, straining to listen to the conversation outside. Were the two about to start again? Is Mr. Lin planning to conquer Tang Xiaoxiao tonight? The roaring fire of gossip burned in Chu Xian's heart, and their conversation only strengthened her suspicions. Lin Fan, I felt inexplicably restless today. Did you feel the same? Yeah, I sensed it too. It might be related to not sleeping well yesterday. I can't sleep now. How about you? I can't sleep either. Should we do something? Sure. Let's go a bit further, or it will be too noisy. As their footsteps faded away, a blushing Chu Xian raised her clenched fist with determination, whispering, Mr. Lin, good luck. You must conquer Tang Xiaoxiao. Naturally, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao were not as Chu Xian imagined. Both held weapons and made their way into the wilderness. The bright night sky allowed both of them to see each other clearly. Without any unnecessary words, they simultaneously heightened their momentum to the maximum. The bloodthirsty bone blade in Lin Fan's hand sensed its owner's fighting spirit, and the blood mist emanating from the hilt thickened rapidly, enveloping Lin Fan entirely. Seeing this phenomenon, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as faint blue light emerged from the sharp blade. The two charged towards each other at their fastest speed. Lin Fan's eye of insight worked at full capacity, sharply detecting 3 weak points on the moving Tang Xiaoxiao, and he thrust the bone blade towards her upper left weak point. Tang Xiaoxiao twisted her body into an incredible angle, dodging to the side, as her Tang Dao fiercely slashed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned to block. Clang! The two weapons collided, producing a sound of metal clashing. Huh! Lin Fan voiced his confusion. Your Tang Dao is also an oddity. Do you think you're the only one who has an oddity? Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. The two engaged in battle, once more resulting in a stalemate just like yesterday. Lin Fan's speed could not keep up with Tang Xiaoxiao. Every attack of hers was successfully blocked by him. The red and blue silhouettes moved at lightning speed, colliding continuously, with tremendous sounds echoing in the wilderness. As time passed, the two streaks of light became more dazzling, but their speed slowed down. After separating once again, both knelt on the ground, leaning on their long blades, gasping for breath as sweat flowed down their faces like streams. Huh, is this all you've got? Lin Fan, the time is a bit short. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice dripped with sarcasm, her eyes provocatively examining Lin Fan. Damn it, a man cannot be told he can't do something. Lin Fan roared, charging at Tang Xiaoxiao once more. Tang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes as a powerful aura surged, and she leaped into the air. Crushing blade. Tang Xiaoxiao gripped her Tang Dao with both hands, and a huge light blue blade shadow slashed down at Lin Fan. Holy crap! Lin Fan watched the gigantic blue blade shadow looming over him, feeling the chilling blade aura. The madwoman was going wild again. Was she treating herself as an oddity? The eye of insight frantically scanned the blade shadow, detecting a slight energy disruption at 1/3 of the way up. Raising the bone blade high, he aimed for the weak point. Boom! Lin Fan was struck down by the massive blade shadow, instantly losing consciousness. Tang Xiaoxiao was not much better off, having fallen heavily to the ground with no strength left to rise. A surprised smile appeared on her pale face. So this move's weakness is here. My control over power still needs work. She struggled to crawl beside Lin Fan, lying down next to him, turning her head to look at his face, chuckling softly. Well, it's not impossible. A loud crash echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground, jolting Chu Xian awake from her drowsiness. Once the footsteps faded away, she quietly opened the tent to see Tang Xiaoxiao's retreating figure. And there lay Lin Fan on the ground. He seemed to be sleeping, unresponsive to Chu Xian's calls. Chu Xian attempted to drag Lin Fan towards the pickup truck, but he felt as heavy as a lump of mud, far too weighty for her strength. Though there were people on watch in the distance, Chu Xian did not want them to see Lin Fan in such a state. With no other choice, she dragged him into the tent. The tent was not large, typically just accommodating Chu Xian alone, and with Lin Fan's taller frame, the space for her was even more constricted. She dared not approach the heavy pickup truck, as no one in the convoy had the audacity to sit in it without Lin Fan's consent. Gritting her teeth, Chu Xian bent down and crawled into the tent lying along the edge to keep as far away from Lin Fan as possible. Looking at Lin Fan's sweat-drenched face, Chu Xian sighed inwardly. Glancing at her watch, she noted that nearly 3 hours had passed. Mr. Lin has really had a tough time. It seems today Tang Xiaoxiao has conquered him. When Lin Fan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. His deep sleep from the previous night had greatly replenished his energy. Stretching lazily, he realized he was in a tent, the thin blanket on him carrying a faint fragrance. The unfamiliar environment did not alarm Lin Fan. There were no signs of his clothes having been removed. He only remembered Tang Xiaoxiao unleashing a blue blade shadow, after which everything went blank. He wasn't sure if he had been knocked out or simply exhausted. Outside, people had already begun packing up, and Zhang Long approached carrying a lunchbox. "Fan Go, I saved you some breakfast, but still warm." Lin Fan took the lunchbox, ignoring Zhang Long's lewd smile, too lazy to explain regardless of what had happened. However, during the drive, Chu Xian frequently stole glances at Lin Fan, her eyes revealing a hint of pity. The journey ahead unfolded just as Lin Wen had described. Several days passed without encountering a supply point, not even a small gas station. Fortunately, they had plenty of food and fuel in reserve. Lin Fan's bus convoy was not facing a shortage of supplies. Survivors in the Xingho convoy had erupted into several conflicts. Qin Tian was adamant about not abandoning any survivor, leading to dwindling food supplies each day. However, these issues did not concern Lin Fan. After Lin Wen resigned as leader, he had remained in his tent, leaving all matters to Qin Tian. Discontent started to surface within the Xingho convoy regarding Qin Tian's leadership. Although the bus convoy's food supplies were also decreasing, they were still significantly better than those of the Xingho convoy. Many quietly approached Zhang Long wanting to join the bus convoy, but were chased away. Despite not facing any strange occurrences these past few days, Lin Fan had not been idle. Every night, Tang Xiaoxiao would appear in front of Lin Fan's vehicle right on time. Without exchanging many words, a glance was enough to convey their intentions. Chu Xian had been quietly observing the two each day, developing a habit of secretly recording her findings. On the first day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the second day, Tang Xiaoxiao carried Lin Fan back. On the third day, Tang Xiaoxiao carried Lin Fan back again. On the fourth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the fifth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the sixth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back again. Chu Xian silently cheered for Lin Fan, knowing that if this continued, the day he conquered Tang Xiaoxiao was not far off. Through relentless training in combat, every day Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao's fighting prowess saw a tremendous leap. On the seventh day, the convoy finally entered a main road. Lin Wen found Lin Fan and informed him that they were about to reach Sunset Town. The Xingho convoy supplies were nearly exhausted, and they had to resupply in Sunset Town. After asking Lin Fan if he wanted to join and receiving his agreement, he gathered the capable individuals from the convoy to explain the situation in Sunset Town. Qin Tian brought Zhang Rong into the tent, and upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhang Rong's eyes were filled with fear as she timidly followed behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian's hair had turned grayer, his face lined with worry. After Lin Wen had stepped back, he realized that the current convoy was no longer the same as when he first led them at the beginning of the apocalypse. The survivors in the convoy had come to understand over the course of more than a month that this world was no longer as it had once been. The order had long since collapsed. Qin Tian, once the head of the security bureau, had enjoyed high prestige in the convoy, but now dissenting voices were growing louder and various conflicts escalated, leaving him mentally exhausted. "Now that everyone is here, I will discuss the situation in Sunset Town." Lin Wen began to introduce as soon as he saw Qin Tian and Zhang Rong seated. Sunset Town is a tourist town located west of Luoqing. Though referred to as a town, it is essentially a tourist park with a resident population of less than 1,000. Thanks to Luoqing's rich historical and cultural heritage, this small town was a tourist hotspot before the apocalypse, attracting countless visitors daily. The most famous aspect of Sunset Town is that it was once home to a general in ancient times, and the town has adopted this general as its cultural symbol. A statue of the general now stands in the town center. The entire Sunset Town is filled with ancient-style architecture, with only 4 spacious main streets in the east, west, south, and north. Once bustling with tourists, it has now become a deserted city devoid of life. After finishing the introduction about the town, Lin Wen glanced at Qin Tian's weary appearance and sighed. "To be honest, if it weren't for the convoy's dwindling supplies, I would firmly oppose going to Sunset Town to gather resources. I can sense something strange in the town, but am not sure why. My perception is unclear. The worst-case scenario is that there is a mysterious domain within the town." Mysterious domain. Lin Fan voiced his confusion. This was the first time he had heard this term. A mysterious domain is a boundary formed by the energy magnetic field of the strange entity itself. Lin when explained to Lin Fan, it can also be seen as a special ability of the strange entity. Can you sense what level of strangeness it is? Not exceeding level 2. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Counting himself, there were effectively 5 capable individuals present, 4 of whom could fight. A level 1 strange entity was not a significant threat. Lin when adjusted his glasses and continued, although the strange entity's level does not exceed level 2, its special abilities, especially those that can create a mysterious domain, are quite dangerous. I suggest the 2 convoys act together. We will set off together this afternoon and must return before dark. Lin Wen's statement clearly favored the Xingho convoy. In the current situation, the only significant force the Xingho convoy had was Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao, which surely follow the bus convoy. The Xingho convoy had many people, but they were all ordinary individuals, and ordinary people were no different from delivering food when facing something strange. Lin Fan nodded and said, I have no objections, but the gathered supplies need to be evenly distributed. Lin Wen looked at Qin Tian. Currently Qin Tian was the leader of the Xingho convoy. Qin Tian understood that the bus convoy had powerful combat capabilities. If they could act together, it would maximize the protection for the ordinary people in the Xingho convoy. Although he found Lin Fan distasteful, he knew that what Lin Fan said would be followed through. Just as Qin Tian was about to nod in agreement, a voice of dissent came from behind belonging to Zhang Rong. I oppose. As Zhang Rong's voice of opposition rang out, everyone present turned to look at her in confusion. They couldn't understand why she would speak against conditions so favorable to the Xingho team. Seeing all the sequence ability users' gazes on her, Zhang Rong straightened her back, and the fear in her eyes was replaced by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If we act together, I have no objections, but the supplies cannot be evenly divided. The number of people from the Xingho team involved in gathering supplies far exceeds that of the bus team, so I believe the distribution of supplies should be based on the number of participants from each side. Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen after hearing this, his eyes conveying the question, is this idiot out of her mind? Lin Wen shook his head at Lin Fan, indicating he also had no idea what was going on. He then turned to Qin Tian, who surprisingly remained silent. At this moment, Qin Tian also felt a sense of being unable to do anything despite having the heart to help. On the surface, he was the team leader, but behind the scenes, the team had long been controlled by Zhang Rong and others, making him a mere puppet. Zhang Rong, you need to think carefully before you speak, Lin Wen said, seriously staring at her. Zhang Rong clearly did not grasp Lin Wen's intention and continued to speak proudly. This is the fairest way for the people in the team. Captain Qin and I are here to represent the team at this meeting, and our choices must be worthy of the trust placed in us by the survivors in the team. Lin Fan was unwilling to stay with an idiot for long. Since you all disagree, then let each find their own way, he said, leading Lin Meng out of the tent. Time to get to work, Tang Xiaoxiao said, grabbing Tang Wen and heading out after Lin Fan left. Xiaoxiao, aren't you coming with us? Qin Tian wanted to persuade Tang Xiaoxiao again, but alone Wang Yong found it difficult to manage the entire team. Qin Hall, there's a saying that goes, don't fear a godlike opponent. Tang Xiaoxiao pointed at her head, her unfinished words making the people present understand her meaning. Zhang Rong ignored Tang Xiaoxiao's sarcasm and continued to speak to the others. What's so great about it? Yongba, we are relying on you and the team anyway. Lin Fan and the others are also heading to Sunset Town. The anomalies in the town cannot possibly focus solely on us. Her thinking was quite optimistic, believing that even if they didn't act together, Lin Fan and the others would still deal with the anomalies. Why should they share the collected supplies with them? Wang Yong's face turned more unpleasant than if he had eaten something disgusting after hearing Zhang Rong's words. He couldn't understand why the wise Qin Tian would give the team's voice to this idiot. Seeing that Qin Tian said nothing, Wang Yong could only nod with an ugly expression. When he saw no one opposing her words, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Rong's face, her straight posture resembling that of a proud little roasted chicken. Lin Wen was currently looking at Zhang Rong with a deadpan expression, as if she were bound for disaster. Captain Qin, let's go with this plan. I will wait for everyone in the team. Be careful with everything. Lin Fan had already gathered everyone from the bus. This time gathering supplies is not like last time. There are anomalies in the town, and I cannot guarantee that everyone will come back alive. We will split into 2 teams, but must act together. Remember, prioritize survival in dangerous situations. Chu Xian and Feng Bin will stay behind with the team, and the rest prepare yourselves. Feng Bin was the doctor on the bus. Lin Fan chose to leave him and Chu Xian behind mainly because if anyone in the team got injured, Feng Bin could provide treatment, making him an indispensable talent who didn't need to take risks. No one else had any objections, nor dared to have any. In the bus team, Lin Fan was essentially a god. At this moment, not far away, the Xingho team. Zhang Rong was speaking passionately to the dense crowd before her, her face flushed. Unlike the quiet scene of the bus team, the Xingho team was like a large market. Under Zhang Rong and others' loud shouts, it gradually quieted down. Zhang Rong, imitating the bus team's grouping method, tried to organize the crowd before her, but how many actually listened is unknown. Lin Wen held a cup of tea, looking expressionlessly at the crowd, sighing internally. Teacher, your idea is good, but only those capable of surviving deserve to be called sparks. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. We must be out before 4 p.m. If we get separated, just head back on your own. After saying this, Lin Fan led everyone towards Sunset Town not far away. Seeing the bus team had already set out, Zhang Rong didn't care whether the Xingho team understood the arrangements, leading the large crowd to follow. Lin Fan turned his head and saw Qin Tian actually carrying a large backpack walking in the middle of the crowd. Once everyone entered Sunset Town, Lin Wen could no longer sense the presence of the crowd, and his right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily. As Lin Fan and the others entered Sunset Town, a spacious street, paved with bluestone, came into view, filled with a strong commercial atmosphere, much like most tourist towns. On both sides of the street were three-story ancient-style buildings, densely packed shops lined up on both sides with statues of ancient soldiers by the roadside. The entire town was silent, and the soldier statues on both sides seemed to wait like welcoming hosts for the crowd's arrival. Looking around, Lin Fan found that most of the shops were selling handicrafts which had little value for searching, so he led everyone to continue forward. The members of the Xingho team behind were completely different from Lin Fan and the others who were being cautious. They rushed in, chaotically diving into shops when they saw them. Zhang Rong and others initially shouted loudly to stop them, but after realizing it was ineffective, they too jumped into the nearby shops. Wang Yong closely followed behind Qin Tian. As for the others, he felt powerless. Currently, Qin Tian's safety was the most important. Lin Fan carefully walked on the street with everyone as people behind rushed in front of them and hurriedly ran into shops. There were only a few restaurants and supermarkets on both sides of the street. After confirming there was no danger, he let Zhang Long and others go in to gather supplies, reminding them not to be greedy and prioritize survival. Lin Fan also slipped into a small supermarket. Due to it being a tourist town, the 10-square-meter supermarket was filled with various sugar-free drinks, with only a few snacks and instant noodles. Lin Fan ignored the sugar-free drinks and placed instant noodles and some non-puffed foods into his backpack. The contents of the puffed foods were pitifully little, but took up a lot of space. Drinks don't satisfy hunger and are heavy. Naturally, Lin Fan ignored these. Reaching the counter, the spot where cigarettes were once displayed was already empty. Lin Fan helplessly touched his nose. For him, the more cigarettes, the better. Unwilling, Lin Fan rummaged under the counter. At that moment, the supermarket door opened, and two people from the Xingho team rushed in, ecstatic upon seeing the stocked shelves. Upon opening their backpacks, they saw Lin Fan's cold face, and their movements instantly froze. Get out. Okay, got it. The two quickly ran out of the supermarket. No matter how good the items were, one must have their life to enjoy them. After Lin Fan's thorough search, he finally discovered a pack of cheap cigarettes in the crevice. Such cigarettes were hard to sell before the apocalypse and were likely left behind by the supermarket owner, benefiting Lin Fan. Seeing there was nothing else of value, Lin Fan prepared to leave, grabbing 2 bottles of cola from the shelf on his way out. Lin Meng used to love drinking this kind of beverage. When Lin Fan stepped out of the supermarket, the previous two rushed in quickly. Before long, they came out with a large bag full of beverages, looking very pleased. Members of the bus team gradually emerged from the shops on both sides, each with their backpacks full of loot. The team chef's bag was stuffed with various seasonings, making the honest middle-aged man overjoyed. Lin Meng's situation was even more exaggerated. Previously, Zhang Long had made him a large vest using rope and cloth bags, and now Lin Meng was stuffed with various foods, making his already tall figure appear even sturdier. Lin Fan, something feels off. Tang Xiaoxiao came over saying that there should be anomalies in the town, yet none had appeared so far. It might be because of the sunlight during the day. Some anomalies might fear the sun. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, and suddenly his pupils contracted. The sun was already close to setting. Clearly it had been high in the sky when they entered. At this moment, less than an hour had passed since everyone entered Sunset Town. The sun, why is it setting so swiftly? Zhang Long followed Lin Fan's gaze, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Zhang Long's words prompted everyone to lift their heads, chill creeping into their hearts. Time flows faster here than outside. We must hasten our pace. Tang Xiaoxiao gripped her Tang-style saber tightly. A level 2 anomaly was hardly enough to deter them. The group quickened their stride. As they passed the bronze equestrian statue of a general at the town's center, Lin Fan suddenly felt a wave of icy dread. The imposing figure astride its towering bronze steed seemed on the verge of stirring to life. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air, jolting every nerve taut. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao instantly tightened their grips on their long blades. From a jewelry store to the right, 2 women burst forth, locked in violent struggle. You wretched hag, Let go. This is mine. Filthy witch, this gold belongs to me. Both women were drenched in blood, hair, wild garments torn, but still clutched fiercely at a black leather satchel. Under their fierce tug-of-war, the satchel's zipper snapped. A cascade of golden ornaments spilled onto the ground, glittering fiercely beneath the sun. One woman, dressed in black, frantically dropped to her knees, shoving the gleaming trinkets haphazardly into the bag. But behind her, the other woman snatched up a brick from the pavement and brought it crashing down upon her skull. Crimson blood bloomed across the gilded ornaments as the black-clad woman crumpled, lifeless or near it. The assailant, heedless of her own exposed modesty, stuffed the blood-smeared gold into the satchel, then cast a wary glance toward Lin Fan and the others before sprinting away with it clutched tight. I recall they'd always ridden together, in the same car. Weren't they even best friends? Zhang Long stood stunned by the woman's ruthless ferocity. It's the apocalypse. We're starving, and she hoards gold. A single meal would be worth more. Tang Wen scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the fallen woman. Tang Xiaoxiao spoke impassively. Perhaps they still cling to illusion, that the apocalypse will end soon, that the world will revert to what it once was. Let's go before nightfall. Lin Fan strode forward resolutely. No one spared another glance for the woman lying motionless on the ground. Though Sunset Town was small, traversing it thoroughly would take half a day. Seeing everyone's packs brimming with supplies, Lin Fan resolved to evacuate without delay. All along the way, they encountered survivors locked in brutal scuffles over provisions, proof that Zhang Rong's grouping strategy had utterly collapsed. Human nature is inherently self-serving, especially in the apocalypse where all societal restraints vanish. Selfishness swells unchecked. A death holds no weight when law itself has dissolved. Twilight deepened over Sunset Town. Lin Fan checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Members of the Star Train team continued scavenging relentlessly through roadside shops. Leaving them behind, Lin Fan and his companions broke into a jog. Even breathless aboard the bus, not a single person halted. Qin Tian too noticed the gathering dusk and shouted urgently from the street for everyone to depart. Yet few heeded his call. Crack. Crunch. Stone shattered behind them. We're doomed. A cold dread surged through Lin Fan's heart. Tum, tum, tum. A deep, rhythmic drumbeat echoed from all directions, pulsing like a heartbeat against each chest. Bronze soldier statues lining both sides of the road detached from their pedestals and descended stiffly, cold light glinting off their ancient weapons. The appointed hour has come. Sunset, return to camp. A survivor emerged cheerfully from a shop, only to be decapitated by a soldier statue's blade. His head rolled far away like a kickball. A moment of silence, then the town erupted in deafening screams. Mother of mercy, the statues are alive. Run. Help me. I'm carrying too much. Panic spread like wildfire, silence suffocating absolute. Survivors plunged into utter chaos, sobbing, shrieking, dashing blindly. Some fled outward, others collapsed paralyzed with terror, a few frantic and disoriented crashed headlong into nearby shops. Oh, my supplies. A woman from the Star Train team stumbled, her backpack strap snapping mid-stride. Bottles, snacks, and cans scattered across the pavement. Instinctively, she bent to retrieve them. Don't stop, run. Qin Tian bellowed from afar. But it was already too late. A soldier statue's spear pierced her body with brutal finality. Xiao Meng, break the path. Everyone else, follow. Lin Meng hurled his canvas utility vest to Zhang Long, and the others roared, and his eyes blazed crimson as his frame swelled massively. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao flanked Lin Meng, long blades drawn. With a thunderous swing, Lin Meng drove his colossal fist into the soldier statue's skull. Crunch. Its head shattered like soft tofu, yet its blade still swept downward toward Lin Meng. Lin Fan's insight eye pinpointed the statue's energy weakness, its waist and abdomen. His bloodthirsty bone blade sliced through the statue's midsection as effortlessly as through curdled milk, surging pure energy back up the blade. The statue split cleanly in two. Though its severed halves writhed, they posed no further threat. Effective. Tang Xiaoxiao mimicked the strike, her long blade already humming with a pale azure aura. With each effortless slash, another statue toppled. Years of relentless combat training bore fruit at last. Lin Meng abandoned brute force, now matching precise footwork with devastating blows, each landing unerringly on the waist or abdomen, cleaving statues in two with surgical precision. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao fought with serene mastery. Soon the path ahead lay littered with shattered bronze. The Star Train team clung desperately to their rear. Wang Yong, now partially bestial, could barely shield Qin Tian beside him. Though individual statues fell easily, their numbers were overwhelming. With every few paces forward, more survivors fell beneath their blades. No, these statues aren't the source. Lin Fan shouted, his bone blade never pausing mid-strike. After each kill, no divine system chime announced godhood points. confirming these statues were mere puppets, not the true anomaly. Lin Fan, think of something quick. Tang Xiaoxiao cried out anxiously as twilight thickened. The town's exit loomed just ahead, yet blocked by a dense phalanx of soldier statues. From the town's center, more marched steadily onward. Xiao Meng, charge through. At Lin Fan's command, Lin Meng roared, ripped a wrought iron park bench from the roadside, held it crosswise before him, and drove his legs deep into the pavement, carving twin craters. Follow me. Like a runaway locomotive, Lin Meng barreled forward, ignoring blades and spears striking his back, as he smashed headlong through the ranks of statues toward the exit. The others scrambled after him, stumbling, rolling, crawling. Behind them, statues gave relentless chase. Those who lagged were instantly cleaved into crimson fragments. The exit was within reach. Lin Meng's torso streamed with wounds, blood soaking his upper body. Brother Fan. Zhang Long's voice rang out from behind. Lin Fan turned. Zhang Rong had seized Zhang Long's legs in a desperate iron grip. Save me. I've twisted my ankle. I can't run. Take me with you. If you won't take me, you won't leave either. Terror contorted Zhang Rong's face as her hands locked tighter, immobilizing Zhang Long completely. Zhang Long struck her head again and again, yet even as blood poured from her scalp, she refused to release him. Behind them, statues closed in, blades raised high, gleaming with lethal cold. Lin Fan and the others had reached the exit. Zhang Long's eyes filled with utter despair. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed fiercely, without hesitation, transforming his body into a streak of lightning as he shot toward Zhang Long. The massive saber clutched in the soldier statue's hand loomed ever closer in Zhang Long's despairing eyes. Am I going to die here? What rotten luck! Beneath him, Zhang Rong trembled violently, her muffled sobs escaping her lips. Just as Zhang Long closed his eyes, bracing for death, he felt no icy chill from the statue's weapon, no pain at all. Opening his eyes, Zhang Long found Lin Fan standing before him like a divine warrior descending from heaven. Fan, brother Fan. Zhang Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined Lin Fan, already on the verge of escape, would turn back without hesitation to save him. Zhang Rong too burst into tears of overwhelming relief, only for Lin Fan to cleave the statue before him in one stroke, then, without glancing back, slash open her throat with a reverse swing of his blade. GHK. Blood gushed torrentially from Zhang Rong's mouth as she struggled desperately to crawl outward. Zhang Long stared, frozen in shock. What are you gaping at? Do you expect me to carry you out? The statues behind them drew nearer by the second. At Lin Fan's sharp rebuke, Zhang Long finally snapped out of his stupor. Oh. Zhang Long bolted toward the exit. Lin Fan fought, while retreating step by step. The exit was choked with people scrambling frantically to flee. Beyond the threshold lay the outside world, vivid and sunlit, yet an invisible wall of air barred their passage. Lin Meng slammed both fists hard against the barrier, stirring only faint ripples. It's useless. This is a specialized ghast realm. Unless we destroy its core, none of us can escape. Tang Xiaoxiao's words plunged the crowd into despair. Gazing at the radiant world beyond the barrier, they could only cry out in anguished frustration. Seeing Lin Fan rush back to rescue Zhang Long, those behind surged forward, surrounding Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, and Wang Yong. Please, my husband hasn't emerged yet. Save him quickly. My son is still inside. You have the power, go save him now. How can you stand by and watch people die? Do you have any conscience left? What good are you sequence ability holders if you can't even protect ordinary people? Director Chin, make them save my child, please. The crowd erupted into furious accusations, attempting moral coercion to force the sequence ability holders into perilous rescues for their loved ones. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Meng remained impassive. A flicker of shame crossed Wang Yong's face. They bore no obligation to risk their lives, and at the very least, everyone still breathing owed them gratitude. After Lin Fan returned, Tang Xiaoxiao explained the nature of the ghast realm. They surmised the ghast realm's core was the unseen, elusive entity, the one that had yet to appear. Lin Fan's insight eye swept relentlessly across the ranks of soldier statues, yet failed to locate the hidden ghast. Piercing screams of survivors echoed repeatedly through the town. Those who had taken shelter in shops were being brutally slaughtered by the soldier statues. Each shriek sent a jolt of dread through the onlookers' hearts. Lin Fan, look! Following Tang Xiaoxiao's pointed finger, Lin Fan saw blood pooling on the ground, converging into rivulets that flowed along the cracks in the stone slabs toward the central general statue. From afar, the general astride his towering bronze steed shimmered faintly with an ominous crimson glow. Shit, could the ghast actually be that thing? Lin Fan stared up at the colossal general statue, nearly 2 stories tall. Shut your mouth. Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a sharp glare. Even in his transformed state, Lin Meng barely reached the horse's head. If the ghast truly was this general, they were in grave danger. As often happens, the worst fears materialized. Before the horrified gazes of all the statues stirred to life, the bronze steed leapt down from its pedestal bearing the general upon its back. Clack, clack, clack. Hooves struck the cobblestones as the bronze horse galloped forward, the general dragging his long saber behind him, sparks flaring where blade met stone. Man and mount surged forth like a resurrected ancient warlord charging straight toward the crowd. Lin Fan, you jinxed us. A level 1 elite gasped. Tang Xiao roared in fury, her eyes narrowing. The crowd scattered in panic. Soldier statues had been hard enough. Now came a general. That door-sized greatsword descending would slaughter dozens outright. Ignoring Tang Xiao's rage, Lin Fan fixed his inside eye on the galloping general. Energy trajectories blazed across his vision, revealing an infinitesimal point of light pulsing faintly at the general's chest, the nexus of all energy flow, and thus the gas's sole vulnerability. The weakness lies in the general's chest. Brother Yong, you draw the soldiers away. Xiao Meng, we strike together. Lin Fan issued commands with swift precision. All understood the gravity of the moment. Without hesitation, Wang Yong sprinted toward the soldier statues, luring them deep into the opposite end of the town. Lin Meng hefted a heavy wooden bench and charged headlong at the ghastly general. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao flanked him closely from either side of the street. Though they now knew the weakness, delivering the killing blow remained a daunting challenge. Riding the bronze steed, the ghastly general thundered forward like a runaway freight train. Spotting Lin Meng's charge, he raised his long saber high, its shrieking descent cleaving the air as it slashed downward with devastating force. Lin Meng thrust the bench upward with both arms. The colossal impact hurled him backward over 10 meters. Cobblestones beneath him exploded into shards, gouging twin furrows deep into the road. Thankfully, the bench deflected the blade, but Lin Meng felt as though struck by a speeding truck. His arms screamed with agony, his chest constricted as if crushed under boulders, and he spat a mouthful of blood. A single blow from the ghastly general had inflicted grievous internal injuries upon Lin Meng. Seizing the opening, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao lunged, one from the left, one from the right, driving their blades toward the general's chest. But the whirling greatsword intercepted them, sending both crashing violently into adjacent storefronts. Ignoring the blood trickling from their lips, they burst back onto the street, circling relentlessly, searching for the perfect moment to pierce the ghast's chest. Intense pain ignited the feral instincts of Lin Meng's savage sequence. He hurled aside the shattered bench, roared, and pummeled the bronze steed's head with hammer-like fists, sending the ghast reeling sideways. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao hacked repeatedly at the ghastly general's body, leaving deep gashes but inflicting no true harm. Distracted by their relentless assault, the general atop his steed ignored Lin Meng below, yanking sharply on the reins. The bronze horse reared up, hooves slamming down like iron hammers aimed squarely at Lin Meng's skull. Xiao Meng, watch out. Lin Meng rolled aside just in time. No longer engaging in close combat, the ghastly general circled wide, launching repeated thunderous charges. Since time immemorial, mounted warriors held decisive advantage over foot soldiers. Their destructive power was incomparable. The general's Hitandran tactics left the trio battered, bleeding, and near exhaustion. The spectacle of battle laid bare for the distant survivors the ghast's terrifying might and the extraordinary prowess of sequence ability holders. Cries and wails faded into silence. Every survivor held their breath, eyes locked on Lin Fan and his comrades. Regardless of prior resentment, each now prayed silently for their triumph over the ghast. Above the town, a blood-red moon now hung low, its sinister radiance amplifying the ghastly general's strength while diminishing the efficacy of every wound the trio inflicted. Lin Meng, take down the steed first. Lin Fan shouted. Simultaneously, he and Tang Xiao intensified their attacks, pinning the general in place. Lin Meng seized his chance. Just as the bronze steed reared again, he lunged past the crushing force of its kicking legs and locked his iron arms around one foreleg. Arg! Veins bulged across Lin Meng's arms, his muscles coiled, taut as steel. Then, with a violent twist of his waist, a sharp, sickening crack echoed. The foreleg snapped clean off. The bronze steed shrieked in agony and collapsed, thrashing helplessly on the ground. The ghastly general leapt from the fallen mount, gazed upon the broken limb, and for a fleeting instant sorrow flickered in his eyes. Then with a guttural roar he raised his greatsword and charged. Damn it, cavalry turned infantry. Now it's your turn to die. Deprived of the bronze horse's enhancement, the eerie general instantly weakened considerably. Yet his formidable defense and ferocious assault left Lin Fan and his two companions unable to land a decisive blow. Just as the battle grew increasingly desperate, Tang Xiao's gaze sharpened, and her aura surged once more. Lin Fan, Lin Meng, stand aside. Chui Feng. Lin Fan recognized the technique instantly. Tang Xiaoxiao's ultimate killing move, one that had felled him countless times before. Yet each use left her utterly drained. With no better option at hand, he shouted, "Lin Meng, move." Lin Fan seized the frenzied Lin Meng and yanked him aside in one swift motion. Tang Xiaoxiao leapt high into the air, raising her saber overhead. A pale blue blade light swelled rapidly around its edge. Cui foam. A colossal azure blade shadow cleaved downward toward the eerie general. Boom! The shockwave shattered shopfront glass along both sides of the street. Pavement stones disintegrated into dust. Nearby trees were uprooted and hurled aside. When the sapphire light faded, a trench over a meter deep gashed across the road. The sheer magnitude of this strike dwarfed anything Lin Fan had previously endured. Had she unleashed such power earlier, he would have been cut down without mercy. Tang Xiaoxiao collapsed face first onto the ground unconscious. The eerie general bisected cleanly across his right skull, and torso still swung his long blade wildly, lurching forward toward her fallen form. Xiaomeng, grapple him. Severely wounded, the eerie general had lost all former might. Lin Meng dashed behind him and locked his arms around the creature's sole remaining limb, pinning it immobile. Now, this was the moment. Lin Fan lunged forward, bone blade in hand, driving it with brutal precision into the exposed weakness at the eerie general's chest. Roar! A shriek of agony tore through the air. Then the eerie general dissolved into shimmering ash. Above Lurie town, the blood-red moon vanished from the sky, replaced by gentle golden sunlight that bathed every face in warmth. A thunderous cheer erupted from the distant crowd. They knew their lives had been spared. Lin Meng slumped onto the ground, his massive frame shrinking steadily. Having borne the brunt of the frontline assault, his wounds were the gravest of all. Lin Fan's arms, still clutching the bone blade, hung limp and numb. Searing pain radiated from countless injuries across his body. Gritting his teeth, he scooped up the grotesque core from the ground and stowed it away, only to notice lying at his feet a pair of gauntlets glowing with ancient bronze luminescence. What? As Lin Fan picked them up, their essence flooded his mind. Eerie artifact Lurie gauntlets dramatically amplify the wearer's arm strength. Appraisal forged for the Lurie general himself, the hallmark of elite warriors. Heavy weapons become effortless extensions of the will, slaying foes amidst 10,000 soldiers as easily as plucking fruit from a branch. Cost: severe reduction in cognitive capacity. Intelligence: irrelevant. A true warrior needs none of that. An exceptional artifact, perfectly suited for Lin Meng. Though the intellect penalty would trouble most for Lin Meng, it posed scarcely a concern. Yet final allocation of the gauntlets would wait until Tang Xiaoxiao regained consciousness. At that moment, Wang Yong arrived breathlessly from afar. The stone statues of his soldiers had frozen mid-motion upon the eerie general's demise, reverting once more to inert monuments. Fearing complications, he had rushed here without delay, only relaxing fully upon confirming the eerie general's destruction. Lin Fan hoisted the unconscious Tang Xiaoxiao onto his back. Zhang Long and the others hurried over, lifting Lin Meng and carrying him toward the town's outskirts. Miraculously, thanks to Lin Fan and Lin Meng's relentless protection, the bus convoy suffered no fatalities, though every survivor bore grievous wounds. From hiding places within shattered shops, scattered survivors now emerged, staring at the carnage strewn across the avenue, whispering silent thanks for their deliverance. Zhang Rong lay dead by Lin Fan's blade. With no alternative, Qin Tian stepped forward to gather the remaining survivors, 50-odd souls trembling and bloodied. The sight nearly sent him reeling. Of the over 100 members who had entered Lurie town aboard the Xingho convoy, fewer than half staggered out alive. Lin Wen recoiled inwardly upon seeing the convoy's battered return. He had opposed stopping at Lurie town for supplies, but yielded under Qin Tian and Zhang Rong's insistent pleas. Though the losses were staggering, relief washed over him at seeing Lin Fan and the others unharmed. So long as sequence cultivators remained intact, the convoy retained its hope. Dr. Feng Bin of the bus convoy stood ready outside, flanked by Chu Kun, immediately rushing to bind Lin Meng's wounds upon their arrival. Lin Meng's injuries appeared grave, yet his monstrous regenerative capacity meant a single night's rest would suffice. Unless life hung in the balance, Lin Fan refused to waste further doses of the healing tonic. The system's remedies diminished in efficacy with repeated use. As others tended to the wounded, Lin Fan slipped into the pickup truck and opened the system interface. Host: Lin Fan. Divine Path, rank Divine Envoy, advancement 60. Current divinity points 2500, including 100 points from Zhang Rong. Divine Disciples, Savage Sequence, Lin Meng, 1 disciple slot remaining. Skill: Eye of Insight, basic tier. System shop, not updated. Weapon: Eerie Artifact, Bloodthirsty Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle: Bound Heavy Pickup Truck, upgradable. Notice: host must bind the remaining disciple slot within 17 days. Though the system shop remained stagnant, his divine path rank had indeed advanced to 60, a welcome development. Each rank advancement unlocked new functions. At minimum, he needed an ultimate technique rivaling Tang Xiaoxiao's Chui Foam, a decisive battlefield-shattering art. He must secure the second disciple slot without delay. His primary target remained Lin Wen. Though Tang Xiaoxiao held greater allure, a mere 20 ability resonance would be invaluable. Yet the challenge was immense. Only when Lin Fan could utterly dominate her might he stand a chance of enlisting her as a divine disciple. The eerie general of Lori Town had laid bare the critical advantage of mounts. Those mounted held overwhelming superiority. Had Lin Meng not sacrificed himself to snap the horse's leg at the climax, survival would have been uncertain. Though diminished in numbers, the bus convoy now possessed the essential structure of a mature, self-sustaining unit. Upon binding the second disciple, Lin Fan resolved to formally adopt the name Divine Realm Convoy. Next, he intended to upgrade the heavy pickup truck, designating it the undisputed core of the Divine Realm Convoy. System: present optimal reinforcement options for the heavy pickup truck based on current divinity points. Based on host's current divinity points, the system proposes the optimal vehicle reinforcement plan prioritizing balanced performance. Primary composite armor plating, 900 points light armor applied to critical zones. Engine cockpit fuel tank, significantly enhancing resistance against physical attack, sabers, clubs, low-caliber bullets, and minor eerie energy corrosion. Minimal weight increase preserves existing mobility. Energy-enhanced suspension tires, 400 points, substantially improves off-road capability, terrain adaptability, and stability. Tires gain energetic reinforcement, increasing puncture resistance where resilience and adaptive traction across complex surfaces. Brute impact, 100 points, active ramming skill, activated manually by the host. The vehicle's power core overloads, granting explosive acceleration and devastating collision force against all targets along its path. Brute impact lasts 5 seconds per activation, consuming 500 divinity points each time. Host may select enhancements. Truly the optimal configuration. Every parameter meticulously balanced, every divinity point precisely allocated. Lin Fan lit a cigarette, brow furrowed. He felt less like a cultivator and more like the system's indentured labor, trading hard-won divinity points only to surrender them all back at once. Yet the investment was justified, especially brute impact, a divine escape technique in dire straits. Children, choose one. I choose all. Exhaling a slow, perfect smoke ring, Lin Fan confirmed the full reinforcement package. Vehicle reinforcement initiated, completion in 24 hours. Watching the system's confirmation, Lin Fan finished his cigarette, reclined the passenger seat, and closed his eyes. Utterly exhausted. After Lin Fan woke up, he found that the convoy was already traveling on the main road. Chu Sun was driving a heavy-duty pickup, her eyes fixed intently on the taillights of Lin Wen's off-road vehicle ahead. Outside the car window was a pitch-black darkness. Driving at night was a dangerous affair. Why was Lin Wen in such a hurry to travel at night? How long have I been asleep? It's been 5 hours, Mr. Lin. Chu Sun replied without taking her eyes off the road. What happened? Why choose to travel at night? Lin Fan asked in confusion. There was no intercom in the car, and his phone had become a useless piece of metal, though otherwise he could have asked Lin Wen. Shortly after you returned, Lin Wen said, we had to set off without providing a reason. Chu Sun thought for a moment before continuing. By the way, Lin Wen mentioned that the destination this time is Luocheng. Luocheng. Lin Wen had previously said that the convoy's destination was Luocheng, but Luorich town is still over 100 kilometers away from Luocheng. It seems like they intend to go straight to the city district of Luocheng. Lin Wen had never been to Luocheng, but he could imagine how terrifying a large city like Luocheng would become after the apocalypse. He had always thought the convoy would pass through Luocheng, but was surprised to see it heading directly into the city. The sign for Luocheng flashed by. Lin Wen's vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Lin Fan closely observed the surroundings, ready to separate from the Xingho convoy at the first sign of danger. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Wen's vehicle turned into a small park by the roadside. The convoy parked in the park's lot. Although it was a bit cramped, there was enough space. Lin Fan gazed at the shadowy silhouettes of skyscrapers in the distance, guessing that Lin Wen must have had a reason for entering this place. The first thing he did after getting out of the car was head straight for Lin Wen's tent. At that moment, Lin Wen was with Qin Tian, who wore a worried expression and occasionally glanced into the distance. Hey Lin Wen, why did we enter Luocheng City District? Give me a reason. Lin Fan sat down opposite Lin Wen, without any hesitation, pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot. Lin Wen wore an expression of distress, watching Lin Fan grab a handful of tea leaves and put them into the cup. When the Xingho convoy was formed, the destination decided by Qin Hall was actually Luocheng. Today Qin Hall suddenly requested to speed up, but I don't know the exact situation. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Tian, seeing that the old man had no intention of responding to him. He turned to Lin Wen and asked, "You don't know either. Being all mysterious, I don't care what his intentions are. You should be aware of how dangerous Luocheng is now. I want to know how long we will stay here." Lin Wen helplessly shook his head, indicating that he also didn't know. Lin Fan felt a surge of anger. Qin Tian was dragging everyone into a fire pit together. Just as he was about to slam the table, Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong walked in looking pale. Lin Meng was still asleep on the bus. The two of them looked at Lin Wen with puzzled expressions. Seeing that several people had already arrived in the tent, Qin Tian finally reacted. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he pulled out a military phone from his pocket. After turning it on, sounds began to come through intermittently. Z. Luocheng. Z. Collapsed. Z. Meet early. What does that mean? Everyone looked at Qin Tian with puzzled expressions. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, surprised that this old man had hidden something even Lin Wen didn't know. Cough. Cough. Qin Tian's hoarse voice rang out. Since we've arrived in Luocheng, I won't hide it from you anymore. When the apocalypse came, Governor Lu handed me this military phone and instructed me to bring as many survivors as possible to Luocheng to regroup. Governor Lu. Lu Changhe, the governor of Lu province. Lin Wen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan had also heard of this Governor Lu. He had seen him on the news before and was surprised that the Xingho convoy had a connection to him. Where is Governor Lu? Why did he want the convoy to come here? Lin Wen asked the question everyone wanted to know. I don't know. My rank is too low, he didn't tell me anything. I think he wants to gather survivors to go to the human fortress together. Qin Tian wiped his face, his panic still evident. What does it mean that Luocheng has fallen? Didn't Luocheng fall a long time ago? Lin Fan stared intently at Qin Tian. This time, Qin Tian rarely answered Lin Fan's question. I'm not sure. I guess it's very likely that the survivor gathering place in Luocheng has collapsed. A hint of pain flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. All along, the goal of regrouping in Luocheng had been like a flame of hope that led him and the convoy towards Luocheng. Now the news of Luocheng's collapse was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flame of hope in his heart. Lin Fan was skeptical of Qin Tian's words and tentatively asked, did the government already know about the apocalypse? I don't know. No one can predict the arrival of the apocalypse. Qin Tian shook his head as if he recalled something and hesitated to speak. Teacher, what is there to hide at this point? Lin Wen almost shouted, feeling a mix of grievance and indignation that his most respected teacher had concealed such important information from him all this time. Qin Tian struggled for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh and hoarsely saying, I encountered a sequence ability user before the apocalypse. Boom. Qin Tian's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. In everyone's understanding, the awakening of sequence ability users occurred only after the apocalypse. They never expected there were sequence ability users before. Doesn't this prove that the government had prepared for the apocalypse, such as this meeting in Luocheng? After the shock, Lin Wen, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiaoxiao all displayed excitement on their faces. In fact, there are many military phones like this one. Every convoy with a military phone is called the Xingho convoy. Their destination is always Luocheng. Qin Tian's words made Lin Wen's eyes light up even more. A single spark can start a prairie fire. As long as the spark remains, the embers will endure. Teacher, I understand now. This is Governor Liu's plan, the plan for the survival of humanity. Lin Wen shouted excitedly. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong also revealed happy smiles. This news was like a shot of adrenaline for those drifting in the apocalypse. But Luocheng has fallen. Qin Tian cried in anguish, his gray hair tousled. Lin Wen and the others kept comforting Qin Tian, believing that having hope was better than having none. Lin Fan, however, was not as optimistic as the others. He did not trust Qin Tian as much as Lin Wen and the others did. The old man's words raised many doubts in his mind. If Governor Lu had devised the plan for the embers, why hide the news? Why set the survivor gathering place in a large city like Luocheng? The concentration of life, magnetic fields, and crowds could attract danger. This should be common knowledge. What about the sequence ability users that existed before the apocalypse? Having endured the cruelty of the apocalypse, Lin Fan felt compelled to suspect the motives behind the events unfolding before them. Lin Fan looked at the excited Lin Wen and the others, but the doubts in his heart remained unspoken. Since Luocheng has fallen, how long are we supposed to wait? Lin Fan still felt that the Luocheng urban area in the distance was like a bottomless abyss, constantly watching the convoy, waiting for the right moment to swallow them whole. Lin Fan, I know you hate me, but regarding the future of humanity, I hope you can wait with the Xingho team. Someone will escape. 24 hours. Just 24 hours. I'm begging you. Qin Tian spoke with an almost pleading tone while Lin Wen and the others looked at Lin Fan with hopeful expressions. Don't put the future of humanity on my shoulders. I can't bear that weight. Within 24 hours, or if there is danger, I will lead the bus convoy away, Lin Fan said coldly. He was not concerned about any spark plan. The survival of the bus convoy was what truly mattered to him. All right, Qin Tian said excitedly, and after finishing he walked out of the tent alone, likely to wait outside for the people from Luoqing tonight. Hey, Lin Fan interrupted the three, who were still enthusiastically discussing. Let's first talk about the distribution of the strange cores dropped in Sunset Town. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out the strange cores dropped by the strange general and the sunset gauntlets from his bag. Hiss! Lin Wen and the others gasped in surprise as they held the sunset gauntlets. Let's discuss how to divide it. Lin Fan crossed his arms. Lin Wen was the first to speak. I heard from Yongge that this time the strange creature was killed by Yu Xiao and Lin Meng, so it should belong to the three of you since the convoy split up. I won't participate. Wang Yong also nodded and said, I didn't contribute at all, so I won't participate either. In Sunset Town, he was responsible for diverting the statue soldiers, and with his incredible speed, he wasn't injured. Seeing the two refuse, Lin Fan did not insist on pushing it away. Xiao, I want this gauntlet. It'll give you the strange core. If you feel it's unfair, you can propose conditions. Lin Fan had long wanted to give the gauntlet to Lin Meng. The reason he took out both the strange core and the gauntlet was on one hand that he despised doing something secretive, and on the other, he didn't want to create a rift with Tang Xiao and the others over this matter. Tang Xiao looked at Lin Fan and smiled, saying, This is for Lin Meng, right? I'm not interested in the gauntlet, and don't want to look foolish, so you can have it. However, let me off the meal fees in the future as compensation. Seeing Tang Xiao agree to give the gauntlet to him, Lin Fan picked up the gauntlet from the table and walked outside. As he reached the door, he turned back to Tang Xiao and said, Dream on. 1 month off. Tightwad. Hearing the complaints from Tang Xiao behind him, Lin Fan felt quite pleased. This gauntlet would greatly enhance Lin Meng's abilities, and he didn't feel he had lost out at all. Ignoring Qin Tian, who was sitting outside, he walked straight towards the heavy pickup truck, estimating that Tang Xiao wouldn't be coming back tonight. After the fierce battle, both of them needed to rest well. The heavy pickup truck still had over 10 hours left for enhancements to be completed. When Lin Meng woke up, he would hand over the sunset gauntlet to him. With these thoughts, Lin Fan fell into a deep sleep. He slept until noon the next day, and during lunch Zhang Long came to wake Lin Fan up. Feeling the warm sunlight, Lin Fan felt invigorated, and the fatigue on his body vanished. Although everyone on the bus was injured, their spirits were high. They looked at Lin Fan with a newfound blind admiration. Each person displayed a respectful expression towards Lin Fan, a genuine respect emanating from their hearts. Especially Zhang Long, who looked as if he would willingly die for Lin Fan. It seemed that the battle in Sunset Town had left them greatly shaken. Lin Fan's unwavering decision to save Zhang Long gave the bus members a true sense of belonging. Using the system to check the loyalty levels of the bus members, the lowest was at 70, while Zhang Long's loyalty had reached 100, already meeting the conditions to become a divine disciple. Unfortunately, Zhang Long was not a sequence ability user. Lin Meng, sitting in front of the large pot, smiled widely upon seeing Lin Fan pounding his fists against his chest to show that his injuries had healed. Lin Fan tossed the sunset gauntlet over. Xiao Meng, this is for you. He also added at the end. This is worn on the hand, not a snack. Lin Meng happily put on the gauntlet and threw punches into the air, producing a sharp sound of sonic booms. TSK. Both of you brothers are freaks. Lin Meng has become a tiger with wings now. Tang Xiao walked over with Tang, when just in time to see Lin Meng's powerful punch. Seeing Tang Xiao's face flush, Lin Fan knew she had recovered as well. The physical quality of sequence ability users was indeed strong, whereas ordinary people would need a month to recuperate. Lin Fan looked at Qin Tian, who was motionless and gazing towards the urban area. It was already noon, and there were still no signs of life from that direction. Forget it. Once the heavy pickup truck's enhancements were completed, Lin Fan decided to take the bus convoy and leave, at least to put distance between them and the Luoqing urban area. Waiting until the afternoon, there was still no movement on the distant road. Lin Fan called for Zhang Long and the others to start packing their things, ready to depart at any moment. The sun was slowly setting in the west, and Qin Tian could no longer sit still, anxiously pacing back and forth. Lin Wen and the others also came out, looking equally anxious as they gazed into the distance. Ding! The vehicle enhancement has been completed. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The appearance of the heavy pickup truck had not changed, but it was evident that the body had become much sturdier, with the driver's cabin exuding a profound black sheen under the sunlight. Lin Fan placed his hand on the hood and suddenly pressed down hard. The solid exterior showed no signs of change. With Lin Fan's current strength, such pressure would have left a deep dent on an ordinary vehicle. The four tires had also quietly thickened a circle. The entire heavy pickup truck resembled a lurking beast exuding a fierce aura. Products from the system truly are of exceptional quality. What delighted Lin Fan the most was the heavy pickup truck's active attack skill brute force charge. As long as he was in the driver's cabin, it could be activated, transforming the heavy pickup truck into a true beast, crushing all obstacles in its path. However, activation required 500 divine points, and Lin Fan currently had 0 divine points, as if he were holding a powerful weapon without any bullets. Just as Lin Fan was feeling the changes in the heavy pickup truck, a burst of intense fighting sounds came from afar. Everyone nervously looked outside, and Lin Fan ordered Zhang Long and the others to hurry onto the vehicle and prepare to start. He took Lin Meng and walked forward. "Someone is coming." Qin Tian's voice turned sharp with tension. Under everyone's gaze, a group of people appeared on the distant road. There were not many people, only 7, all dressed in military combat uniforms, escorting a young man in the middle whose eyes were filled with arrogance, running towards them, all of them injured and looking quite disheveled. As the few approached, Lin Fan noticed the young man tightly clutching a black box. The Eye of Insight could only detect a trace of brutal energy emanating from the box. "Uncle Qin, we finally found you," the young man shouted at Qin Tian. Qin Tian trembled with excitement and grabbed the young man. "Xiao Yu, what on earth happened? Where's your father? Where are the others?" Lin Fan noticed that the remaining 6 had already surrounded them, each in a combat stance, eyeing Lin Fan and the others warily. Among the 6, there were actually 2 combat-type sequence ability users, while the other 4 also exuded a powerful aura. Lin Fan grew increasingly curious about the few people from Luoqing. There were no ordinary survivors among them. Their task seemed solely to protect the arrogant young man or the black box in his hands. "Lu Yu." Lin Wen seemed to recognize the young man in front of him. "Lin Wen, why are there only so few of you? This is not the place for conversation. We have 2 other companions waiting for us to pick them up. Let's talk when we reach a safe place," Lu Yu said anxiously. Fortunately, the Xingho team had suffered heavy losses with enough extra space to accommodate the 7. Lin Fan and Lin Wen exchanged a glance and said nothing. The convoy moved in the direction Lu Yu pointed. Lin Fan watched as the convoy drove towards the outskirts of Luo City, finally feeling relieved. He was truly worried that Lu Yu would lead the convoy into Luo City. If that happened, he would not hesitate to part ways with the Xingho convoy. After driving for about 20 minutes, the convoy stopped in front of a dilapidated factory. 2 women emerged from the factory, dressed in military combat uniforms. The woman with long hair appeared to have injured her leg and was being supported by the other woman as they got into the car of the Xingho convoy. What made Lin Fan even more curious was that the long-haired woman was tightly clutching a black box identical to the one in Lu Yu's hands. These 2 were the companions Lu Yu had mentioned. After picking them up, the convoy continued its journey. Chu Xian, who was driving, seemed somewhat anxious, and the heavy pickup truck swerved several times. "Drive properly," Lin Fan snorted coldly. "Oh, okay, Mr. Lin," Chu Xian replied timidly. "Do you know these people, eh?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Ever since Lu Yu and the others arrived, Chu Xian had started to act restlessly. Avoiding Lin Fan's gaze, she bit her lip and said, "Mr. Lin, I know that Lu Yu." "Oh, tell me more," Lin Fan said, intrigued. He was particularly curious about Lu Yu and the others, especially the black box radiating a brutal energy. "Lu Yu is the only son of Lu Changhe, and we knew each other before. So he is Lu Chang's son. No wonder he knows Qin Tian. The Fireseed project was proposed by Lu Changhe, and Lu Yu is obviously involved. The so-called survivor gathering place only had Lu Yu and a few others. Where did the others go? What are they protecting in that black box? Everything seems so mysterious. Is there anything else? Tell me everything you know. In the past he pursued me, but I didn't agree. After the apocalypse we never met again." Chu Xian lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "Mr. Lin, can I ask him about my sister's situation? The son of a provincial governor before the apocalypse is definitely powerful. Although Chu Xian is a national goddess in Lu Yu's eyes, she is merely a pretty vase, and their relationship is probably something unspeakable." Lin Fan had no interest in these wealthy young masters, whether he knew them before or not. Regarding Chu Xian's comment that Lu Yu had pursued her, Lin Fan was even less interested. Not having obtained any useful information from her, he merely responded with a sound and stopped talking. Hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Chu Xian's face brightened, her heart eager to find out any clues about her sister. The convoy found an open campsite as night fell. They should rest here for the night. Lin Fan saw Lu Yu and the long-haired woman enter Lin Wen's tent, while the remaining people stood guard outside, constantly surveying the crowd outside the tent. TCH. Quite a show. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen arrived at the bus in time for dinner. "Did you figure anything out?" Lin Fan asked. There are 2 sequence ability users among the wooden stakes outside. The bald, muscular man seems to be of a similar sequence to Lin Meng, and the skinny one should also be a combat sequence, but I can't tell what sequence he is from. But it doesn't concern us. Hurry up and serve the food. Tang Xiaoxiao knocked on her bowl, urging the chef to speed up. Lin Fan turned to Chu Xian and said, "Aren't you going to ask about your sister?" "Go now," he insisted. "Now." Chu Xian hesitated, having seen Lu Yu and the others enter the tent. There were still people guarding outside, and they must have been discussing something important. It felt inappropriate to go over at this time. "Go now." Under everyone's gaze, Chu Xian slowly walked towards Lin Wen's tent, but before she could get close, she was stopped by the bald, muscular man. No matter how Chu Xian explained, the bald man ignored her and drove her back. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan with disdain. "If you want to know what they're saying inside, just go over yourself. I don't believe those wooden stakes outside can stop you. You even had Chu Xian help you scout the way. Oh, how shameless." Lin Fan ignored Tang Xiaoxiao, watching Chu Xian return with a dejected expression, smiling slightly at what he expected. "Xiaoxiao, I sense that there's definitely something good in that black box they have. Aren't you curious about what it is?" Tang Xiaoxiao pushed her food around in her bowl without looking up and said, "None of my business." Lin Fan felt a bit disheartened after being rebuffed by Tang Xiaoxiao. "Aren't you curious about where all the survivors in Luo City have gone? I feel like something is off." This time Tang Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. "Mind your own business." Lin Fan sighed. Tang Xiaoxiao retorted, using Lin Fan's earlier words against him. "Lin Fan, you're acting strangely today. You're not usually like this." Tang Xiaoxiao squeezed Lin Fan's face hard, trying to see if the Lin Fan in front of her was someone wearing a human skin mask in disguise. Lin Fan swatted Tang Xiaoxiao's hand away. The reason he was so curious was purely that he sensed the item in that black box was anything but ordinary, and he felt it would be of great use to the convoy. After Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao returned from their usual practice outside, the people inside the tent finally came out. Qin Tian and Lin Wen looked grim, while Lu Yu and the long-haired woman said nothing and returned to the car to rest. However, as Lu Yu was leaving, he cast a strange glance at Lin Fan in the distance, while the long-haired woman looked greedily at Lin Fan's heavy pickup truck. Lin Fan paid no attention to the two of them, rubbed his sore arms, and climbed into the pickup truck. Tang Xiaoxiao should have absorbed the strange general's core, making her much stronger. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Lin Wen came to the front of the heavy pickup truck and woke the sleeping Lin Fan. He informed Lin Fan about the survivor gathering place in Luo City he heard about yesterday. According to Lu Yu, there is a survivor gathering place in Luo City's urban area established by his father Lu Chang'e. Following Lu Chang's instructions, all the Xingho convoys aimed for Luo City. However, a few days ago, a strange incident suddenly erupted in Luo City's urban area, destroying the survivor gathering place and scattering everyone. Only Lu Yu and the others found Qin Tian waiting for them. The ones in military combat uniforms were Lu Chang's subordinates responsible for protecting Lu Ye's safety. The long-haired woman who appeared last was an ordinary person named Zhao Tong. Why was the survivor gathering place set in Luo City? Lin Fan voiced his doubts. "I don't know, he only said it was his father's wish. It seems Lu Yu has hidden a lot from you guys. Did he tell you what was in that black box?" Lin Fan looked at Lin, one who had a grim expression. Lin Wen shook his head and said, "No, they are very secretive." "Why are you telling me this?" Lin Fan, last night, Lu Ha proposed to take over the convoy and lead it to Lingguan. He said his father had already set off, and there was another survivor gathering place in Lingguan. Lingguan. Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled. Lingguan was no longer within the Central State region, and he didn't expect there would still be a survivor gathering place there. "Taking over the convoy is your internal matter. I'm not interested." Lin Fan did not care who the leader of the Xingho convoy was. The only one he cared about in the entire Xingho convoy was Lin Wen, the sequence ability user. However, Lin Wen, it's not that I say this, but just when Zhang Rong left, another person comes to meddle in your affairs. Isn't it enough to feel suffocated? You might as well come to me. Lin Fan continued to persuade Lin Wen to join the bus convoy. Lin Wen did not respond to Lin Fan's words, gritted his teeth, and said softly, "Lin Fan, what he means by taking over the convoy isn't just the Xingho convoy, but also the bus convoy. He wants to die." Lin Fan felt as if he had been provoked like a lion. Just yesterday, he was still eyeing the black box in Lu Ye's hands, yet Lu Yu wanted the entire bus convoy. Damn it. Why should he? Just because his father is the governor. Even if his father is the king of heaven, it doesn't work. Lin Fan's roar drew the attention of the entire bus convoy, and Tang Xiaoxiao, who had just arrived for lunch. Lin Fan yesterday, and Chief Qin already persuaded Lu Yu, but Lin Wen trailed off, clearly having failed to sway him. He felt utterly helpless. He had known Lu Yu long before this. Understood well the temperament of this top-tier young master from Lu province, arrogant, unyielding, convinced that his father ranked first under heaven, and he second. Yet Lin Wen understood Lin Fan even better provoke him, and regardless of whether Lu Yu's father ruled the heavens or not, Lin Fan would cut them both down without hesitation. Pursuant to the wartime regulations, the bus convoy is hereby requisitioned, effective immediately, and all personnel placed under the command of Master Lu. A low, heavy voice rang out from behind the crowd. Then came another voice, soft, coquettish, and laced with complaint. That pickup truck is requisitioned too. Hurry up and clean it thoroughly, then deliver it here. Oh dear, sleeping in yesterday's sedan was unbearable. I've got terrible back pain. At the sound, the crowd turned sharply, eyes blazing with fury. Lu Yu approached with the same men from the day before. The bald, burly man who'd spoken stood at the forefront, gazing down at Lin Fan and the others with undisguised contempt. The slender, long-haired woman was Zhao Tong, the one whose leg had been injured the previous day. She limped along behind Tang Yu, massaging her lower back, her gaze locked hungrily on Lin Fan's heavy-duty pickup. Qin Tian walked last, his face grim. Though he inwardly opposed Lu Yu's actions, he could do nothing to stop them. The bus convoy seethed with rage. Lin Meng's eyes had already begun to redden. Tang Xiaoxiao wore an expression of amused anticipation, but her hand tightened around her Tang's sword. Upon hearing the voices, Lin Wen paled. He'd hoped to warn Lin Fan in advance, to avert conflict altogether. Yet Lu Yu had rushed forward with such impatience to seize control of the convoy. He watched as Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, murderous intent spilling forth unmasked and raw. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Prepare everything now. The bald man bellowed again when no one stirred. Lin Wen clutched Lin Fan's sleeve tightly, shouting toward Lu Yu and his entourage. Lu Yu, wasn't it agreed yesterday? Let me handle negotiations first. What the hell are you doing here? Lu Yu ignored Lin Wen entirely, smiling faintly as he addressed Lin Fan directly. You must be Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yu, son of Lu Changhe. Under the wartime regulations, I hold full authority to requisition your bus convoy. In Lu Yu's estimation, the only real threat aboard the convoy was Lin Meng, a member of the Rampage Sequence. Though Qin Tian and Lin Wen had repeatedly stressed Lin Fan's formidable strength, Lu Yu dismissed him as merely an ordinary man. No sequence ability, no true power. He already commanded 2 combat-capable sequence users, and with Wang Yong of the Star Train fleet beside him, overwhelming the bus convoy seemed certain. As for Lin Wen's demand for negotiation, in his view, it was little more than pointless theatrics. Zhao Tong's gaze had already settled upon Lin Fan. She sensed the immense coiled power radiating from him, her eyes alight with curiosity, studying him as though he were some rare mutated laboratory specimen. Heh! Lin Fan let out a cold, mirthless laugh, enraged by their brazen arrogance. Those who tried to seize his possessions before now lay buried beneath grass tall enough to brush the sky. At last he grasped why so many villains met swift, brutal ends. They shared precisely this same fatal arrogance. Just then Lu Yu caught sight of Chu Qin standing behind Lin Fan, and his expression twisted into a leering grin. Chu Qin, it really is you. No wonder I didn't see you yesterday. You've been hiding aboard the bus convoy. Well, speechless with joy at seeing your old flame. He added smoothly, Uncle Qin told me you've been searching for your sister. I happen to know where she is. If you come over, I'll tell you. Lu Yu had once pursued Chu Qin only to be rebuffed. Out of concern for the political fallout, fearing damage to his father's public image, he'd reluctantly withdrawn. But in this apocalyptic world, such restraints had vanished entirely. To him, Chu Qin now belonged on her knees, submissive, broken, ready to endure whatever he wished to inflict. Chu Qin flushed crimson at Lu Yu's mocking tone. When he mentioned her sister, her feet instinctively shifted forward, yet reason seized her, halting her steps. You want to requisition the bus convoy? Very well. Exchange it for the black case in your hands. Lin Fan's voice was glacial. He sought to test just how vital that case truly was. At Lin Fan's words, Lu Yu and his men paled. Dare to die. The bald man roared and lunged, only to be restrained by Lu Yu's raised hand. Lin Fan, don't mistake courtesy for weakness. I've spoken at length only out of respect for Uncle Qin and Lin Wen. This subordinate of mine belongs to the Berserker Sequence, and his temper is far less forgiving. Lu Yu pointed coldly toward the furious bald man. Xiaoming, cripple that bald brute. Lin Fan wasted no more words. Drawing his bone blade, he brought it down in a thunderous arc toward Lu Yu's skull, sending Lin Wen flying backwards several meters from the sheer force of the strike. Though killing ordinary humans granted divine ascension points, Lin Fan had always exercised restraint, never striking unless absolutely necessary. He feared losing himself in slaughter. But Lu Yu and his men had pushed him past all limits. Zhang Long and the others hastily retreated, eyes fixed warily on the Star Train fleet. They knew this battle was beyond their reach, and that their sole duty was to prevent opportunistic interference. Lu Yu scoffed, retreating lightly with a look of disdain. Conflict had been inevitable, and if brute force could subdue Lin Fan and his allies swiftly, so much the better. Why waste breath on persuasion? Zhao Tong had already darted aside, watching Lin Fan intently, her curiosity deepening with every passing second. The bald man hurled a massive fist at Lin Fan, only to be blindsided as Lin Meng activated his rampage transformation. A piercing sonic boom cracked the air, and the bald man was sent hurtling backward, shattered by Lin Meng's blow. The wiry, diminutive man now held a dagger gleaming with lethal coldness, and before anyone could blink, he vanished from sight. Assassin Sequence. Tang Xiao deliberately cried out, alerting Lin Fan. Yet she felt no fear while assassins posed grave danger to others. Lin Fan's innate ability to perceive weaknesses rendered them effortlessly vulnerable, like prey walking straight into a predator's jaws. She unsheathed her Tang sword and stepped slowly toward Lu Yu's remaining subordinates. This is a sequencer's duel, stay out of it, or you will die. They ignored her, advancing anyway. Tang Xiao drew her blade across the ground, carving a long, precise line. Cross this line, and you die. Staring at the fissure splitting the earth, carved by nothing more than a casual sweep of her blade, they froze, unwilling to test her resolve. By now the bald man was pinned beneath Lin Meng's relentless assault, not merely stumbling against steel, but colliding headlong with an armored tank. Lin Meng's raw might was amplified further by Lin Fan's divine servant pact, and the sunset gauntlets which magnified his strength tenfold. Lu Yu watched, face dark with fury, as the bald man crumpled under blow after crushing blow. His gaze then shifted, cold calculating, to the diminutive assassin sequence user. Assassin sequence users were exceedingly rare, the very reason his father had dispatched this protector, entrusting him with Lu Yu's safety above all else. The moment the small man disappeared, Lin Fan's inside eye locked onto his trajectory, analyzing, dissecting, mapping every vulnerability in his body. The assassin moved like shadow, his dagger swift and serpentine, lashed from behind, aimed straight for Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan's bone blade intercepted it with flawless precision. Failing on the first strike, the assassin instantly withdrew. Lin Fan made no move to pursue, instead surging directly toward Lu Yu. With no choice, the assassin closed in once more. An assassin burdened by hesitation is doomed to fail. The diminutive fighter remained preoccupied with Lu Yu's safety, allowing Lin Fan to dictate the flow of battle, a frustrating engagement that denied him the chance to leverage his own strengths. What chilled him most was that every silent strike he launched was effortlessly blocked by Lin Fan, as though the latter could see through his movements. After several exchanges, Lin Fan's insight eye finally discerned his weakness. This time Lin Fan seized the initiative. In the aftermath of another violent clash, his blood-soaked bone blade, shrouded in a crimson mist, lanced like lightning into the small fighter's knee. The once ghost-like figure materialized midair and crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his shattered knee and groaning in agony as blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound. The bloodthirsty edge effect of the blood-soaked bone blade activated, inflicting massively amplified damage upon flesh and blood beings while causing wounds that bled profusely and refused to clot. As blood continued to pour forth, the small fighter's face grew increasingly pallid. Nearby, the bald brute's screams pierced the air incessantly, while Lin Meng, resembling a feral humanoid beast, snapped all four of his limbs one by one. Lin Fan had declared the bald brute would be crippled. Lin Meng obeyed without compromise, not merely breaking his legs, but shattering every limb. Holding his blood-drenched bone blade, Lin Fan advanced step by deliberate step toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu's subordinates, witnessing this, disregarded Tang Xiao's threats entirely and rushed to form a desperate human shield before him, their eyes hollow with despair. Though rigorously trained, they were no different from ordinary mortals before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, sneered young Master Lu, where is your arrogance now? Why do you cower behind others like a stray dog? The formerly confident Lu Yu, having watched his two sequence ability cultivators utterly dominated by Lin Fan and Lin Meng, could no longer conceal the shattered remnants of his former arrogance. Clearly, he had grievously underestimated Lin Fan's combat prowess. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have proposed seizing control of the convoy. Now his only two sequence ability cultivators lay broken and incapacitated, the rest were mere mortals. Before him stood Lin Fan, implacable, resolute, bent on annihilation. Survival for now was the sole imperative. Lu Yu struggled to steady his voice. Lin Fan, I admit, I underestimated you. But are you certain you wish to make me your enemy? I offer my apology, and even propose an alliance. You've been curious about what lies within that black chest, haven't you? Lin Fan continued his advance, deaf to Lu Yu's words. Lin Fan, my father is the provincial governor of Lu Province, and commands a Tier 3 sequence ability cultivator. If you dare kill me, he will never let you live. I don't care who your father is, Lin Fan retorted, and swung his blade without hesitation. Lin Fan, you madman. Qin Tian, Lin Wen, will you just stand there and watch? Seeing Lin Fan's lethal intent, Lu Yu staggered backward while shouting desperately toward Qin Tian and Lin Wen. Qin Tian cast a pleading glance at Lin Wen. He knew his own words carried less weight than empty wind in Lin Fan's ears. and any attempt to intervene would earn him the same fatal stroke. Only Lin Wen could save Lu Yu now. Lu Yu's survival was tied to the fate of over 50 souls aboard the convoy. Lin Wen sighed helplessly. Lu Yu's life meant little to him, but Qin Tian's desperate entreaty could not be ignored. He hurried forward, stopping before Lin Fan, and fell silent beneath that gaze sharp with unrelenting killing intent. Wang Yong stepped forward, as well, his expression heavy with guilt, yet he too remained mute. Lin Fan surveyed the two men before him and suddenly laughed. Lin Wen, what does this mean? If you plead for him, I'll spare Lu Yu. Lin Wen. At those words, Lu Yu and the others turned their eyes, hopeful, expectant, toward Lin Wen. A bitter smile flickered across Lin Wen's heart. He sensed Lin Fan had long sought to recruit him, though the reason eluded him. Yet each concession Lin Fan made on his account would surely demand a steep price in return. Lin Fan, spare him. Lin Wen's voice was low, grave. Agreed, but under conditions. Relief washed over Lu Yu and his men. The bald brute and the small assassin sprawled on the ground ceased their wails and exhaled deeply. Sequence ability cultivators valued their lives above all else. Name your terms. So long as you leave my chest untouched. Lu Yu stepped forward from behind. I demand to know what lies inside that chest. Tell me everything you know. If I detect even a trace of omission, not even Lin Wen can shield you. Lu Yu's face tightened with reluctance, but he gritted his teeth and nodded. Also, I claim the lives of those two. Lin Fan pointed to the two fallen sequence ability cultivators. Their faces contorted in disbelief as they wept and begged for mercy. All present stared in bewilderment. Sequence ability cultivators were exceedingly rare, each revered as a guest of honor within any convoy. Yet Lin Fan intended to execute not one but two. They remained dangerous liabilities, especially the small assassin whose stealth would have claimed Lin Fan's life had it not been for the inside eye. Moreover, Lin Fan sought to accumulate divine ascension points, enough at minimum to activate his brute force impact technique. Without such points, even the finest abilities were mere ornaments. Agreed. Lu Yu's tone was flat, detached, as if the two cultivators were nothing more than disposable dogs. The bald brute and the small assassin sank into utter desolation. Their eyes burned with hatred toward Lin Fan. The rest of Lu Yu's men showed no reaction, perhaps long accustomed to such callousness. Gritting through the agony in his leg, the small fighter attempted to vanish and flee. But Lin Fan's insight I had already locked onto him. Moving faster still, Lin Fan struck again, slamming him back to the earth. Then beneath the assassin's gaze filled with raw, unyielding defiance, Lin Fan swept his blade across his throat. Sequence ability cultivator slain. Divine ascension points 500. Indeed, slaying humans yielded far fewer points than vanquishing anomalies, even elite cultivators. Still, it was enough. Another awaited motionless in the distance. Witnessing Lin Fan's unwavering execution of the small fighter, the bald brute wept and pleaded hysterically. Lin Meng stood impassive beside him. The bald brute now lay prone, his limbs grotesquely twisted, stripped of all former ferocity. If you choose to be a dog, do not bark too loudly. Lin Fan spoke, and raised his bone blade once more, staining it anew. Sequence ability cultivator slain. Divine ascension points 500. The crimson sigils along the blood-soaked bone blade flared with intensified brilliance. Lin Fan's divine disciple rank surged to 70%. Around him silence fell, absolute suffocating. Zhao Tong paled, but her eyes blazed with undimmed curiosity. Lin Fan smiled faintly and extended two fingers toward Lin Wen. Lin Wen offered a wry smile in reply. Lin Fan's gesture reminded him this marked the second monumental favor he owed. 3 debts would break the balance, and the third might cost him his very self. Young Master Lu, let us go. It is time you honored your word. Lin Fan beckoned Tang Xiao and Lin Meng to join him, then turned toward Chu Sun. You too, come with us. Chu Sun's face lit with quiet joy. Lin Fan's summons clearly signaled her role in uncovering her sister's whereabouts. Lu Yu strode grimly toward Lin Wen's tent, his eyes smoldering with venomous hatred. Losing 2 sequence ability cultivators would wound him deeply, for days, perhaps longer. Wait a few more days, Lin Fan. I will make you kneel before me like a dog. The thought seethed within him. Meanwhile, the ghastly skull emblem embedded in the Star Train convoy's supplies, long dormant, seemed to stir its gaze, flickering once amid the plaza's fresh bloodshed. The crowd walked into the tent. Lin Fan sat down with a bold demeanor. Hey, Lin Wen, don't be so stingy, take out your tea leaves. Chu Sun quietly poured tea for Lin Fan and the others. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong sat across from Lin Fan with 2 black boxes placed on the table. Everyone was captivated by the 2 mysterious boxes. Lin Fan's insightful eye sensed a brutal energy emanating from within the boxes. So what's inside? Lu Yu remained silent, simply opening the box, revealing 2 blue potions lying quietly inside. The deep blue potions radiated a mysterious glow, The brutal energy Lin Fan sensed came from these potions. Strange potions. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. What? They're strange potions that can awaken sequences. Everyone stood up, staring in astonishment at the potions before them. Chu Sun visibly shuddered. Lu Yu was quite pleased with everyone's reaction. Not everyone could remain indifferent upon seeing strange potions. Lin Fan looked at the potions with suspicion, feeling something was amiss. He had seen the strange potions provided by the system, and their aura was entirely different from the ones before him. Does your father have a potion master sequence ability? Lin Wen's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yu nodded, pride evident on his face. Previously, there was a level 3 potion master sequence ability in Luo City. A level 3 potion master sequence ability. Everyone was stunned by Lu Ye's words, and no wonder he seemed indifferent towards the 2 sequence abilities from earlier. Potion master sequence abilities are the rarest among all sequence abilities. This is because potion master sequence abilities can create strange potions which allow ordinary people to awaken sequence abilities, essentially meaning Lu Yu's family could produce sequence abilities. Why haven't you awakened a sequence ability? Lin Fan gently rubbed the teacup. He couldn't believe that with such conditions Lu Yu hadn't awakened a sequence himself. Lin Wen and the others looked at Lu Yu with confusion. Because strange potions don't guarantee a 100 awakening, failure means death. I won't take that risk. Lu Yu's words made Lin Fan believe him a bit more. When he had Lin Meng use the strange potion, he was also taking a gamble. Fortunately, he won the bet, otherwise both brothers would have perished in the market of Grey Rock Town. Lu Yu always considered himself an upper-class individual. In his eyes, sequence abilities were merely tools and the risks were to be borne by his subordinates, while he enjoyed the rewards. Even a level 3 potion master has great difficulty producing strange potions. Why is it in your hands? Lin Wen questioned, reasoning that such a precious item as the strange potion should rightfully be in Lu Chang's possession, yet it was carried by Lu Yu, who was only protected by 2 sequence abilities. Lu Yu's eyes revealed a crazy glint as he leaned forward, staring at everyone present. His next words left them all dumbfounded. Because these strange potions weren't made by potion masters, but rather developed by us ourselves. Although the success rate of this potion is less than half that of the strange potions, they can be mass-produced. Moreover, we are continuously improving this potion. Give us some time, and it will surely rival the strange potions. We call it the Ember Potion, the Ember of Hope for humanity. With a crash, Lu Ye's words caused everyone's teacups to drop to the ground uncontrollably. This news hit like a bolt from the blue. Even with a low success rate, the ability to mass-produce strange potions would surely spawn a large number of sequence abilities. Lu Ye's crazed expression intensified as he stood up, leaning on the table, and hissed in a low voice. Everyone, this is the real Ember Project. No matter how powerful the strangeness is, as long as sequence abilities keep appearing among humans, the apocalypse will eventually end. Perhaps one day, all humans will become sequence abilities. And we will be the creators of a new world for humanity. In Lin Fan's eyes, Lu Yu or Lu Changhe was undoubtedly a madman. To turn all humans into sequence abilities was simply a fantasy. Even strange potions couldn't guarantee a 100 success rate. But many people will die. Qin Tian trembled as he spoke. Uncle Qin, for the future of humanity, what does it matter if some people die? Every transformation of humanity requires sacrifices. Lu Ye's words plunged Lin Wen and the others into silence, leaving them unable to discern right from wrong. Perhaps this was also a path for humanity's future despite its brutality. Lin Fan, let's cooperate. You haven't awakened a sequence, but your abilities far exceed those of sequence abilities. If you let me study the secrets of your body, I promise you can also awaken a sequence, and the Ember Potion will be even more improved. Zhao Tong, who had remained silent, stood up at this moment, staring intently at Lin Fan, his eyes shining with an unsettling brightness. Ahem. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Zhao Tong, the main researcher of the Ember Potion. Lu Yu revealed Zhao Tong's true identity. Zhao Tong looked at Lin Fan as if he were a laboratory mouse, making Lin Fan feel a wave of discomfort. Not interested. Lin Fan would not foolishly expose the secrets of his body for the so-called future of humanity. The matter of the divine path system was known only to him, and Lin Meng and Lin Fan had no intention of letting a third person know. Who said I haven't awakened a sequence? I have awakened a mysterious sequence. Mysterious sequence. This time, it was the others who were shocked by Lin Fan's words, but soon they displayed an expression of realization. Being able to use strange objects was stronger than ordinary sequence abilities, and only the mysterious sequence could explain it. Lin Wen wore an expression that suggested he already knew. The mysterious sequence is the best. I haven't researched the mysterious sequence yet. Surprisingly, the mention of the mysterious sequence made Zhao Tong even more excited, nearly wanting to pounce on Lin Fan right then and there for a thorough study. Shut up. Lin Fan snarled. I haven't settled the score for the earlier incident when you stole my car. Zhao Tong shrank his neck, obediently returning to his seat. Everyone, my promise has been fulfilled, and this matter is significant. I hope everyone keeps it confidential. After speaking, Lu Yu picked up the black box from the table and was about to pull Zhao Tong out. Wait, Lin Fan called out, stopping Lu Yu from leaving. Is there anything else? I've said all that needs to be said. Lin Fan replied mildly. Let's talk about Chu Sun's sister. Lu Yu glanced at Chu Sun beside Lin Fan, a fleeting greed flashing in his eyes. Your sister did indeed arrive in Luo City with another convoy, but after the strange incident broke out a few days ago, she hasn't been seen since. She may have escaped. As for where she went, I'm sorry, I truly don't know. Upon hearing the news that her sister was alive, Chu Sun's tears streamed down her face as she squatted on the ground, softly sobbing. Just knowing that her sister was still alive was enough to bring her comfort. Fearing that Lin Fan would seize the black box, Lu Yu did not wish to linger for a moment and turned to exit the tent. At this moment, his subordinates outside gathered around, protecting the two as they entered a car. Did you signal the white madman? Lu Yu asked. One subordinate leaned close to the car window and whispered, It's done, young master. Captain, I should be able to catch up in 2 days. Closing the car window, Lu Yu's eyes no longer concealed the mad, killing intent. His expression twisted. Lin Fan, Lin Wen, I want the entire convoy to disappear. To ensure his survival, he had to reveal part of the Ember Potion's information, making everyone place their hopes of ending the apocalypse on him. However, in his eyes, knowing about the Ember Potion meant that everyone in the convoy would become dead. Only the dead could keep secrets. Beside him, Zhao Tong appeared indifferent and casually remarked, Ordinary people can be kept for experimentation. By the way, that Lin Fan, I want to study him thoroughly. He must have a great secret. I see you have your eyes on that lowly creature. Zhao Tong, hearing the hint of jealousy in Lu Yu's tone, laughed sweetly and climbed onto Lu Yu's lap. The subordinates outside the car, noticing the vehicle shaking, stepped back several meters, vigilantly watching their surroundings. As if nothing had happened, Lin Fan returned to the pickup truck alone, reflecting on Lu Yu's earlier words. He was not interested in the so-called fire seed plan. Lin Fan had always harbored doubts about Lu Yu's statements, but the fire seed potion was undoubtedly a good thing. Although there were genuine bizarre potions in the system shop, the string of zeros behind the price made Lin Fan's head ache just thinking about it. In Lin Fan's imagination, most of the personnel in the Divine Nation convoy must be sequence ability users so they could secure a place in the apocalypse. Learning about the level 3 sequence ability user from Lu Yu today made Lin Fan's desire to strengthen the convoy's power even more urgent. System, do you have the formula for the fire seed potion? The system needs to analyze the physical object before it can derive the relevant formula. It seems that I need to find a way to get a bottle of the fire seed potion from Lu Yu. However, at this moment, Lin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and others would definitely not let Lin Fan and Lu Yu come into conflict. Lu Yu's revelation of the fire seed potion information successfully earned him a life-saving charm. I can only take it one step at a time. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. What was supposed to be a confidential matter was spread within the convoy. The next day, Lu Yu had a bizarre potion that could awaken sequence abilities in ordinary people. This news sent the survivors of the convoy into a frenzy. This was an opportunity for ordinary people to change their fate. The expressions of the bus convoy's people also showed a hint of eager anticipation. Zhang Long quietly approached Lin Fan, hinting with his words to snatch the fire seed potion. Lin Fan simply replied that the authenticity of that thing was still uncertain, and even if it were true, the chance of awakening for ordinary people was very low. This dispelled Zhang Long and the others' thoughts of wanting to eliminate Lu Yu. However, the survivors of the Xingho convoy could no longer contain their excitement, gathering around Lu Yu and showering him with flattery. Lu Yu genuinely enjoyed this feeling. A middle-aged man even offered his luxurious car. Lu Yu had long been tired of resting in a shabby little car, and he welcomed the offer of a luxury vehicle. He merely patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and made a quiet promise. This made the middle-aged man ecstatic, and his gaze towards the surrounding survivors became proud, as if he had already awakened his sequence abilities. This scene drove the other survivors even more wild as they scrambled to serve Lu Yu as if he were an emperor. At lunchtime, Lin Wen stumbled over to the bus. Lin Fan casually handed him a pair of chopsticks, and Lin Wen was momentarily stunned before smilingly accepting them. You have me all figured out. Haha, it doesn't matter, just getting accustomed to life on the bus in advance. I can feel it as soon you'll be in my embrace. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was eating nearby, tapped her bowl and loudly complained, We're eating. Can you two not be so disgusting? The two exchanged smiles. Lin Wen naturally began to eat the bus food, looking quite satisfied. The Xingho convoy's meals were simple and far inferior to the bus. Lin Fan, what do you think about this matter? Lin Wen asked while eating, tilting his head towards the Xingho convoy. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yu, who was being revered by everyone, and smiled. I think this news was released by Lu Yu himself. Tang Xiaoxiao looked puzzled and asked, how could that be? He said he wanted to keep it a secret. What benefit is there for him if so many people know? Lu Yu is the kind of person who fears death the most. He's uneasy about Lin Fan and has given himself a life-saving charm. Lin Wen took off his fogged-up glasses and continued, be careful. Although I don't know if Lu Yu has any hidden tricks, I feel he hasn't prepared well. What do you think about the fire seed potion? Don't tell me you haven't been moved at all. Lin Wen squinted at Lin Fan after taking off his glasses. The fire seed potion is definitely not as good as Lu Yu says, otherwise Lu Zhonghe wouldn't let him carry it around. However, if I could get a bottle, I would be very happy. Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen's expression as if he had expected this all along, and continued with a smile. It was Qin Tian who sent you here, right? To test if I would kill for the potion. Lin Wen put his glasses back on side softly, and said in a low voice, what Lu Yu said is too frightening. We all hope this is true. After all, hope is what we need the most right now. Lin Fan, I know you don't care much about these things, but I hope you don't shatter this hope. After all, the teacher doesn't have much time left. Lin Wen's voice choked slightly at the end. Huh, is Qin the old man dying? Lin Fan exclaimed, but upon seeing Lin Wen's sorrowful expression, he realized he had overreacted. Although the stubborn old man Qin Tian was annoying, hearing the news of his impending death left Lin Fan feeling a mix of happiness and shock. He never expected the usually lively Qin Tian to be nearing his end. If he died, Lin Wen and the Xinghe convoy would lose their bond, bringing Lin Wen closer to becoming a contract disciple. Tang Xiaoxiao also put down her chopsticks. She didn't like Qin Tian, but that didn't mean she wanted to see him dead like Lin Fan. Hearing this news, she felt a bit despondent, having spent so much time together. Lin Wen wiped his glasses and said after putting them on, the teacher's health has never been good. After such a long journey combined with the trivial matters of the convoy, his health has long since deteriorated. It was the belief in reuniting in Luocheng that kept him going. After hearing about Luocheng's fall, the blow he suffered was too great. I can sense that his life force is about to extinguish. Today's words from Lu Yu have given the teacher a glimmer of hope. You don't shatter it. Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen's serious expression and nodded. Qin Tian didn't have many days left, and he wasn't short on time either. I've always been curious. You aren't Qin Tian's illegitimate son, are you? Lin Fan intended to call him the old man Qin, but after receiving a glare from Tang Xiaoxiao, he immediately changed his wording. It's not that dramatic. I was an orphan since childhood, and the teacher sponsored me through university. Before Qin went to the Public Security Bureau, he was also my university teacher. Lin Wen said with a smile. Brother, I know, it's said that once you're a teacher, you'll be like a father for life. Lin Meng suddenly raised his head from the rice bowl and said something out of the blue. Lin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao both looked at Lin Meng in surprise. They never expected the seemingly foolish Lin Meng to know this saying. Lin Fan shot a disapproving glance at the two. His younger brother simply lacked intelligence and was not a fool. He then asked Lin Meng, Little Meng, have you eaten enough? No, brother. If not, keep eating then. Looking at Lin Fan gently wiping the grains of rice off Lin Meng's face, Lin Wen remarked, sometimes I really envy the bond you two brothers have in the apocalypse. Such deep feelings are rare. In the apocalypse, there were far too many instances of couples turning against each other and brothers harming one another to survive. After witnessing so much, the once normal brotherly love became a rarity. The people in the bus convoy are all my brothers, including you, Lin Wen. Thank you, Lin Fan. Lin Wen patted Lin Fan's arm and said, next we will proceed in the direction Lu Yu specified. If there really is a gathering place for survivors of the spiritual realm, it will give these survivors some closure. However, I will monitor the situation at all times. If there is danger, I will inform you in advance. With that, Lin Wen turned and left looking despondent. Tang Xiaoxiao finished eating as well and stood up staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, unsure what she was about to say. Hey, Lin Fan, do you consider me a brother? Haha, I consider you a sister. TCH, let's talk after you defeat me, you little brat. In the following 2 days, the caravan returned to the monotonous migration. Throughout the journey, there were no encounters with the strange, the only difference being that more people surrounded Lu Yu, trailing him wherever he went. It was unclear how many people Lu Yu had promised. However, he had been avoiding Lin Fan, and it proved to be the right decision. Lin Fan was preoccupied with how to obtain the ignition potion, so he kept a close watch on Lu Yu. Whenever he sensed something amiss, Lin Fan was ready to strike with his bone blade. Lu Yu seemed to understand Lin Fan's intentions and refrained from provoking him, instead focusing on persuading the survivors in the caravan. The black box was always guarded by his subordinates. Even during meals, it remained untouched. Chu Xian had become more cheerful, imagining that her sister might have followed the caravan to Lingguan. Once the bus arrived at Lingguan, the sisters would be reunited. Under Lu Ye's guidance, the caravan stopped at a small town near Luocheng. After disembarking, Lin Fan looked at the iron sign by the roadside, noticing that not far ahead was a township market called Mengchuan. Lin Wen and others approached, informing Lin Fan that the caravan needed to replenish supplies in the town market, where only a few weak low-level anomalies posed minimal threat to the caravan. Lin Fan did not see Lu Yu and the others, and paid it no mind, though he had left Zhang Long on the bus this time. Even with Lin Wen present, he still did not fully trust Lu Yu. Everyone was accustomed to collecting supplies, and with Lin Wen having determined that there were no powerful anomalies present, they quickly prepared to head towards the town center. As usual, Tang Xiaoxiao accompanied the bus caravan, and once both teams entered the town center, they separated. The bus caravan members hurriedly ran towards the roadside shops in an organized manner, their speed and efficiency high. In just over an hour, Lin Meng's duffel jacket was already stuffed with supplies. Lin Fan, Lin Meng, and Tang Xiaoxiao stood guard in the middle of the road, ready to provide support at the first sign of any anomalies. Tang Xiaoxiao idly kicked pebbles on the ground with her toes. She asked Lin Meng, who was constantly eating, "Little Meng, you've been eating nonstop. Don't you feel stuffed?" "Not at all. The more I eat, the stronger I get, and the better I can help my brother." Lin Meng replied in a muffled voice. "All you do is talk about your brother. He's not exactly a good guy." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Meng, who broke into a wide grin. "Hey, Tang Xiaoxiao, I haven't provoked you lately, have I?" Lin Fan shrugged helplessly at Tang Xiaoxiao's comment. This girl was still far from menopause, yet her temper was becoming increasingly unpredictable. "I'm just having fun." Tang Xiaoxiao found herself unable to resist teasing Lin Fan whenever she saw him. She pulled out a bag of snacks from Lin Meng's pack and started eating. Lin Fan continuously scanned the surroundings with his insight, yet after this long, he still had not detected any signs of anomalies. He actually hoped that some anomalies would appear in the town. Even the smallest mosquito was meat. Watching the meager 1,000 points of divinity on the system page made him feel uneasy. Just as the three were becoming increasingly bored, two individuals in a three-story house in the distance silently watched the newcomers entering the town. Both were cloaked in black, deliberately concealing their presence. They had communication devices clipped to their ears, flashing red lights. "Report, Captain, there are 2 level 1 sequence ability users in the town, along with 1 ordinary person possessing an anomaly. The rest are ordinary survivors. Release the lost ones to test their sequence abilities and assess the danger level." A hoarse voice came through the communication device. "Understood." After hearing the command, the two exchanged glances, both eyes filled with a frenzied bloodlust. One of them took out a simple remote control from his pocket, and with a firm press of his thumb, 2 loud booms echoed through the town. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Fan and the others immediately went on high alert. On the other side of the town, terrified screams from the survivors of the Xingho caravan could already be heard. They quickly recalled the bus caravan members who were searching for supplies, and the three turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Boom, boom, boom. A chaotic and urgent sound of footsteps came from the end of the street. Roar, roar. A group of humanoid anomalies clad in white patient gowns charged toward Lin Fan, their eyes blood-red and emitting beast-like roars. Huh, anomalies in uniform. Lin Fan looked at the anomalies dressed similarly, recalling a scene from a zombie movie he had seen before. Could these anomalies also be artificially bred? Lin Fan, what are you dazing out for? Quickly look for weaknesses. Tang Xiaoxiao with her Tang Dao unsheathed shouted at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already activated his insight eye, but the energy fluctuations from these patient anomalies were simply too weak. Where's the weak point? Everywhere on them is a weak point, you just go for it. Does that mean the anomalous cores are free for the taking? Tang Xiaoxiao, thrilled by Lin Fan's words, dashed toward the anomalies with her blade. Lin Meng did not transform either and charged in with his fists. After engaging, they discovered that these patient anomalies only had slightly better speed, strength, and defense than ordinary people. Facing sequence ability users, they were practically giving away food. Lin Meng smashed one anomaly with a punch, while Tang Xiaoxiao had already taken down a whole group. After the three swiftly eliminated all the patient anomalies, Tang Xiaoxiao used her Tang Dao to sift through the remains on the ground, finding only 6 anomalous cores, all as weak as broad beans. Killed low-level anomalous creatures gained 100 points of divinity. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan cursed inwardly, hoping to earn more divinity points. To his surprise, he only received 100 points for this battle, which had previously yielded him 1,000 points. What a drag. Tang Xiaoxiao disdainfully picked up the anomalous cores one by one. Should we head back? Lin Fan asked, looking at the now calm town. Why not look for more? We've come all this way, Tang Xiaoxiao said, showing reluctance. The combined value of these anomalous cores was still less than one dropped by a level 1 anomaly. Fine, Lin Fan agreed, suspecting that there were likely no level 2 anomalies in the town. Even if they encountered a level 1 elite anomaly, the three would be cautious. They had the bus caravan members take the supplies back first. The three continued deeper into the town. Watching their gradually disappearing figures, the two hidden individuals quickly reported. Report Captain 10 lost ones were deployed. Combat lasted 3 minutes with 3 participants, 2 males and 1 female. What is the danger level? A hoarse voice replied, this time with a hint of excitement. The combat was too quick for a detailed assessment, initially estimating the 2 sequence ability users to be above B level, while the ordinary person with an anomaly is at C level. The two had initially considered Lin Fan to be an ordinary person with an anomaly, and since he hadn't actively participated much in the fight, they severely underestimated his combat strength. However, the three did not leave and continued deeper into the town. Then let's spice things up, release the fallen ones, and immediately retreat after the battle. Upon hearing the term fallen ones, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the 2 cloaked individuals, clearly indicating that the fallen ones were far more terrifying than the lost ones. Understood. Lin Fan and the 2 others walked deeper into the town, flanked by dilapidated shops. Some storefronts still hung signs for clearance sales, which only truly ended today. Lin Fan quietly nudged Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao. In a low voice he said, "Don't turn around. I feel like someone has been watching us from the shadows." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao pretended to walk forward nonchalantly, their eyes constantly surveying the buildings on either side. "Did you notice anything?" "Where?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked softly. "Something feels off. This small town doesn't even have a hospital, so why are there so many strange figures dressed alike? I suspect someone is doing this on purpose." Lin Fan quietly fell back a step behind the two. Although Lin Fan's insight wasn't extensive, his mental strength was exceptionally strong now, and his sixth sense was even more keen. Just earlier, when the strange patients appeared, he had a vague feeling that someone was spying on them from a distance. Thus, he agreed with Tang Xiaoxiao's idea to continue exploring the town and sent the bus crew back, thinking they might lure out the one in hiding. "Are you saying those strange figures were intentionally released by someone?" Tang Xiaoxiao frowned. "That sounds a bit far-fetched. How could someone control those anomalies?" "Haha, I can't be sure, but I'd rather believe it exists than not." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan's always calm expression and asked, "So what do we do next?" "When that group of patients came out, the one in the shadows didn't act, which means they were definitely observing us. I suspect they are assessing our strength. Regardless of the purpose of the one in the shadows, they certainly aren't up to any good. Since we have nothing better to do, we might as well entertain them with a show." "A show?" Tang Xiaoxiao scoffed. "That sounds dreadfully boring." Although she complained, she didn't oppose the idea and felt a bit of excitement in her heart. Lin Fan pulled out 3 bottles of red juice from Lin Meng's jacket and tossed them to the two. "If any strange figures come out again, regardless of whether they are the ones behind it, we should feign weakness." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Meng, who had already opened his bottle with concern, and continued, "Xiao Meng, save some strength for later. Don't finish all the juice, I need you to pretend to spit blood with it." Tang Xiaoxiao was amused by Lin Fan's serious demeanor, but she tightly gripped her bottle of juice. As if to validate Lin Fan's guess, another loud sound echoed, followed by a furious roar that resonated throughout the town. "It's coming." The three immediately perked up. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. A humanoid anomaly nearly 4 meters tall slowly walked towards them, dragging a massive iron hammer, its face obscured by a large white mask adorned with strange patterns, each step shaking the nearby glass with a crashing sound. The two hiding in the shadows, seeing the fallen one appear, were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the scene where it would tear the three apart. "You guessed it right, Lin Fan." After taking a sip of juice, Tang Xiaoxiao tossed the bottle aside. "Haha, these fools don't even know to change the outfit of that thing." Lin Fan looked at the giant anomaly dressed in the same patient outfit, only in a larger size. "Here we go, the weak point is on the left side of the chest. Let's tease them first." Lin Fan drew his bone blade. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao rushed forward. "Hey, make it more convincing." Lin Fan also quickened his pace. Even if it was acting, the anomaly still needed to be dealt with. Wow. Before Lin Fan could reach the fallen one, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger collide with the giant iron hammer, followed by an exaggerated spray of juice in midair as she screamed dramatically and was sent flying. After falling to the ground, she cheekily winked at Lin Fan before instantly switching to a terrified expression. So over the top. Lin Fan shook his head, and the next scene made him swallow the juice in his mouth. Lin Meng wasn't as cunning as Tang Xiaoxiao, but he remembered his brother saying to pretend to spit blood. Before the fallen one's fist even reached him, juice sprayed onto its face, and he didn't forget to lick his lips, looking as if he wanted more. Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch. This was way too fake. He bent down to dodge a heavy hammer from the fallen one and quietly told the dazed Lin Meng, "Xiao Meng, pretend to be injured and lie on the ground." "Oh, got it, brother." Lin Meng mumbled, deciding to lie down as his brother instructed. Thud. With a loud crash, he lay flat on the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao beside them almost burst into laughter. Lin Fan could no longer stand it, and planned to show them what real acting looked like. He plunged the bone blade fiercely into the fallen one's thigh, black liquid spraying all over Lin Fan, causing the fallen one to kick out in pain. Lin Fan used the momentum to fly backward, letting out a painful scream before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao nearby shot him a disdainful look, unwilling to get dirty. The three then began their dramatic performance, being sent flying in various poses before tirelessly charging at the fallen one again. At this point, the fallen one was already covered in wounds from Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao, but its left chest weak point remained untouched. Every heavy hit from Lin Meng, though deliberately softened, still caused the fallen one to feel waves of intense pain. The wound from Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade continuously oozed black liquid, and pure energy flowed back to him through the blade. This time the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand didn't even show a blade glow. It could have easily pierced the fallen one's body, but was pulled out decisively after just a few centimeters. The two hiding in the distance, seeing the fallen one repeatedly knock the three away, felt their excitement intensify, quietly downgrading the danger level of the three. The fallen one was filled with confusion. Clearly it hadn't hit the opponents, yet they screamed and flew away. However, the chaotic mental energy in its head prevented it from thinking deeply, and the pain it felt made it even more irritable. The dramatic battle continued back and forth for nearly an hour. After receiving Lin Fan's signal to end the fight, Tang Xiaoxiao, with an attack that seemed entirely coincidental, stabbed her dagger into the fallen one's left chest. Clang! The iron hammer in the fallen one's hand fell to the ground, its arms weakly dropping. Its towering body crashed heavily onto the road, motionless. You have killed the level 1 anomaly fallen one and earned 1,000 god points. Lin Fan and the others lay side by side next to the fallen one, appearing gravely injured. 10 minutes later, the two men in black exchanged glances and began to report through the communicator. Report, Captain, the battle is over. The combat lasted for 1 hour. 3 individuals sustained serious injuries, and the fallen has been killed. Among the 3, the tall man and the woman with a sword belong to the attack type sequence with a danger level. The highest B grade, while the ordinary man holding a strange object has a danger level up, the highest C grade. Do we need to clean up the battlefield? Come back. I thought this time the toys would be a bit more interesting. The hoarse voice was filled with disappointment. Understood. The two quickly retreated. Lin Fan and the others were still lying on the ground, and Lin Meng had already begun to yawn. Lin Fan, have they left? Tang Xiaoxiao asked softly. Lin Fan closed his eyes and carefully sensed, feeling no longer the sensation of being spied upon. Get up, or we should leave now. The three sat up, looking at each other's disheveled appearances, and couldn't help but laugh. In the monotonous silence of the apocalypse, this battle brought rare joy to the three. After sitting for a while, they finally stood up. Not in a hurry to return, the three continued to wander around the town, discovering iron cages that had not been taken away. The loud noises they had heard earlier must have been the sounds of the cage doors crashing to the ground. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged serious glances. This incident was indeed man-made. Who was behind it? What was their purpose? Even more terrifying was the fact that they had yet to see any sign of the other party. Let's head back first and discuss it with Lin Wen. Keep it confidential from the others. By the time the three returned, the sky had begun to darken. A campfire had been lit at the convoy's campsite. Zhang Long and the others were still watching at the intersection, waving happily upon seeing the three. Lin Wen stood behind Zhang Long and the others, startled by the disheveled appearance of the three. When Lin Fan and the others approached, he noticed they were unharmed and finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, Lin Fan shook his head at him, and Lin Wen immediately understood, refraining from further questioning. After dinner, Lin Fan, Lin Wen, and Tang Xiaoxiao quietly made their way to a pavilion far from the convoy. Lin Fan took out a cigarette, tossing one to Lin Wen, who hesitated for a moment before accepting. The two lit their cigarettes and looked at the distant town as Lin Fan shared what had transpired there and his speculations. Lin Wen was also astonished. Controlling the bazaar, or even capturing the bazaar, could not be the work of an ordinary force. What could their purpose be? Were they enemies or allies? A series of questions left Lin Wen with a throbbing headache. Lin Fan exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly said, "When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover it. It can only be like this. Hiding away is not a solution. However, we need to prepare in advance. I will keep a close watch on the surrounding situation." Lin Wen extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Not accustomed to smoking, he was already choked after just 2 puffs. The two then detailed their emergency plan. Tang Xiaoxiao, growing a bit impatient, interrupted the two and said, "You two are being so overly cautious. What's the big deal? If we can win, we fight. If we can't win, we run. If we can't run, we just die. The two were taken aback by Tang Xiaoxiao's straightforwardness. Let's hope we are overthinking it, but it's always good to be prepared. By the way, how did Lu Yu perform today? Lin Fan looked up at Lin Wen. How what else could he do? With you the killing god watching over him, he's behaving himself. Lin Wen replied with a smile. Sigh, he doesn't even give me a chance. Lin Fan didn't expect Lu Yu to really be so obedient, making it impossible for him to snatch the fire seed potion. Lin Fan, you are increasingly resembling a weasel. Tang Xiaoxiao kicked Lin Fan with her foot, signaling him that it was time for training. Thinking so much is useless, improving one's strength is the key. The next morning the sky was gloomy with sporadic light rain falling. The survivors of the convoy were organizing tents and other supplies. Lu Yu was still surrounded by admirers with a few attractive women holding umbrellas for him. Lu Yu now appeared as a savior in the eyes of the Starfire convoy survivors. Everyone wanted to curry favor with this flamboyant young master who could awaken ordinary people regardless of the cost. Perhaps because Lin Fan had not troubled him in recent days, Lu Yu no longer dodged Lin Fan's gaze as he had before, smilingly nodding at him, though his eyes revealed a coldness. Show off. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with him, watching Qin Tian urge the convoy to depart before turning to get into the passenger seat of a heavy-duty pickup. He opened the system page. Host Lin Fan, Divine Path, rank Apostle of the Gods, advancement level 80, current Divine points 3000, Divine Disciples, Savage Sequence, Lin Meng, remaining Divine Disciple slots 1, skill Eye of Insight, beginner system store, not updated weapon, strange object, bloodthirsty bone, blade, upgradable vehicle, bound heavy-duty pickup, enhancements available. Note: host, please bind the remaining Divine Disciple slot as soon as possible, remaining time 10 days. The Divine Path rank had unknowingly reached 80, and he would soon be able to advance, which should bring significant changes. With only one remaining Divine Disciple slot left in 10 days, he needed to secure Lin Wen quickly. Lin Fan had been planning to contract both Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Wen as Divine Disciples. Their favorability towards him was already sufficient, but the loyalty. Lin Wen was a bit better since they met. Lin Wen had regarded Lin Fan as a competent leader of the convoy. This was also evident in recent times, as Lin Wen had not joined the bus convoy, but no longer rejected Lin Fan's invitations. The system sensed that his loyalty, though not high, still existed. Perhaps once Lin Wen truly joined the bus convoy, the loyalty would reach the required level. As for Tang Xiaoxiao, her loyalty was directly zero, with no signs of change. Even though her favorability had recently approached 70, the loyalty remained at 0. Lin Fan had given up any hope of contracting Tang Xiaoxiao, but believed that once the Divine Path rank advanced, conquering Tang Xiaoxiao would become much easier. The sound of rain outside the window grew louder, pattering against the glass. The convoy slowly set off, with Lin Wen's SUV initially leading, but now it was Lu Yu's luxury sedan. Due to the rain, the convoy's speed was not fast. There was no communication system in the vehicle, making it impossible to contact others in the other cars. Watching the blurred scenery outside the window, Lin Fan's right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily, as if foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. The heavy rain did not last long, soon tapering into scattered droplets. Opening the car window, a fresh breeze, laced with the scent of damp grass, rushed in. Chu Kun behind the wheel felt instantly invigorated. SKKKRRT. Ahead, Lin Wen's SUV suddenly accelerated past Lu Yu's vehicle, then slammed on its brakes, forcing the entire convoy to a halt. The sudden stop brought the convoy to a standstill, sparking panic among the survivors in the rear. Stay in the car. I'll go see what's happening. Lin Fan instructed Chu Kun to guard the vehicle and strode forward to meet Lin Wen, who was rushing toward him in distress. People from the trailing vehicles poured out one by one. Tang Xiaoxiao and the others quickly gathered around. Lin Wen, what's wrong? Lin Fan studied Lin Wen's pale, flustered face. I just sensed something unnatural closing in on us. Lin Wen's lips trembled faintly. None had seen him so shaken in a long time, and an ominous premonition settled over the group. Then what are we waiting for? Let's flee now? Qin Tian urged Lin Wen, glancing anxiously at the bewildered survivors behind them. No chance left. We're surrounded. Lin Wen's voice quavered. The unnatural things move too fast. We can't evade them. The downpour had briefly disrupted Lin Wen's explorer ability, but once it ceased, he immediately sensed the unnatural entities converging upon the convoy from all directions, waves of their chilling aura enveloping the land. This was unprecedented. Unnatural beings possessed territorial instincts. Such a mass convergence had never occurred before. Moreover, their intent was unmistakable. Every one of them was targeting the convoy. Lin Fan gazed grimly across the mist-shrouded expanse, his voice low and resolute. We hold our ground. Fortune or misfortune, it finds us regardless. Qin Tian and Wang Yong dashed toward the rear vehicles, shouting orders for survivors to form a defensive circle with their cars, everyone gathering tightly at the center. Their frantic expressions unsettled the survivors who sensed impending catastrophe. Chaos erupted across the convoy. Sobs rose trembling and unrelenting. Lu Yu and his companions abandoned their vehicle clutching two black cases as they hurried to the convoy's core. Lin Fan noticed. They showed no sign of panic. Lin Fan asked Lin Wen without hesitation, "Are they the ones from yesterday?" Uncertain Lin Wen replied. His glasses blurred by rain, yet he made no move to wipe them clean. With only Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Wen standing before him, Lin Fan spoke softly, "I cannot protect everyone. If mortal peril strikes, I'll take you both in my vehicle and break through." His reinforced heavy-duty pickup possessed a built-in ramming force ability. Lin Fan intended to unleash it in the final moments, carving a path to safety for the bus convoy. As for the rest, he could not nor would he spare them. He hoped they might buy time by holding the unnatural beings at bay. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, turning to Lin Wen. "I'll have Tang Wen accompany Zhang Long. If it comes to that, she'll board the bus." Agreed. Lin Fan summoned Zhang Long and briefed him. Zhang Long paled slightly, but remained composed, turning at once to find Tang Wen. Lin Wen's lips parted, yet no words emerged. He'd wanted to suggest Qin Tian join them on the bus, but recalling Qin Tian's unyielding nature, he knew better. Qin Tian would never abandon the survivors. Especially Lu Yu, whom Qin Tian regarded as humanity's last hope, stood calmly amid the crowd. Even if Lin Fan consented, Qin Tian would refuse. Survivors from the Xingho convoy huddled together, shivering. Yet those aboard the bus remained remarkably calm, clustering closely around it under Zhang Long's direction. Qin Tian quietly drew Wang Yong aside and brought him before Lu Yu. With solemn gravity, he said, "Wang Yong, if we truly cannot hold them off, you must flee with Xiao Yu. Leave everyone else behind." "Director Qin, then what of you?" Wang Yong stared, struck by Qin Tian's tone, as though bidding farewell forever. I'm an old man near death, not worth the effort. Xiao Yu carries hope. You will get him out. This is an order." Qin Tian's gaze hardened, sharp and unflinching, as he locked eyes with the conflicted Wang Yong. Qin Tian dared not entrust Lu Yu to Lin Fan or the others. Doing so would seal his fate. Only Wang Yong, ever at his side, was worthy of such trust. Only after Wang Yong gave a firm nod did Qin Tian finally exhale, his tension easing. In that moment of crisis, Qin Tian thought not of himself, not even of Lin Wen, nor of the survivors he held dearest. His sole wish was for Lu Yu to escape, with the spark serum intact. Lu Yu watched Qin Tian's hunched figure, his expression devoid of gratitude, only quiet, cold derision. From every direction, guttural shrieks tore through the air. Lin Fan and the others braced for battle, senses razor sharp. Survivors' sobs swelled, some whispered final farewells. This might be the end of their journey. As the shrieks drew nearer, they mingled with the roar of engines, a sound that abruptly stilled the panicked crowd. Lu Yu's face lit with exhilaration. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with the others. Indeed, it was yesterday's faction. Trouble had deepened. A convoy capable of commanding the unnatural was now encircling them, certainly not for diplomacy. They peered outward. 20-odd vehicles approached from all sides, including several pickups identical in design to Lin Fan's reinforced heavy-duty truck. 10 or more cargo trucks bore iron cages, inside which lurked humanoid unnatural beings clad in patient gowns, exactly as Lin Fan and his group had seen the day before. 5 corrupted ones thrashed violently against the bars, their blows absorbed each time by eerie rune-inscribed glyphs etched onto the cages. Human limbs lay strewn inside the cages, black blood stained the truck's exteriors. More chilling still, some cages held living human survivors. Men and children alike, twisted, broken, hollow-eyed, stared blankly beyond the bars. No elders were among them. Shriek. The death chasers. Lin Wen gasped, then cried out in alarm. Lin Fan stiffened. Those madmen. His own heavy-duty pickup had been seized from the death chasers. Truly fate loved irony. Now seeing the unnatural beings clearly, Lin Fan felt a subtle surge of confidence. He'd feared facing unknown horrors, but these were the same he'd slain yesterday. He already knew their weaknesses. Combat would flow smoothly. Tang Xiaoxiao's tense expression softened, her shoulders relaxing. The unknown bred terror, but familiarity dissolved fear. Their greatest concern now lay elsewhere, whether any among the death chasers wielded sequence abilities. As the death chasers' vehicles halted, over 50 figures emerged, garbed in bizarre attire just like the 2 Lin Fan had encountered earlier. They brandished an arsenal of grotesque weapons, howling like phantoms. Ecstatic, predatory, circling the convoy like hunters, closing in, their eyes blazing with feral bloodlust. Upon recognizing the death chasers, panic surged through the Xingho convoy. Facing an anomaly meant certain death, but falling into the hands of these madmen promised a far more grotesque fate, becoming one of those unrecognizable survivors crammed into rusted iron cages. Damn it! These beasts deserve no mercy. They feed survivors to anomalies. Lin Wen muttered under his breath. As Lin Fan and the others watched intently, several figures descended from the pickup truck. At their forefront stood a middle-aged man with stark white hair draped in a black hooded cloak. His face bore a labyrinth of scars, and in his grip rested a serrated, grotesque weapon, less a blade, more a torture instrument, forged for cruelty. Behind him loomed another figure shrouded entirely in black cloth, gender indiscernible, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Two others followed, a leering, hunched elder clutching a spiked mace, and a boy no older than 12 wielding a colossal scythe. Damn it! For Sequence awakened. Lin Wen wiped his glasses clean and stared intently at the quartet before him. 4. Still manageable. We can fight back. Tang Xiao had already drawn her Tang saber. This is dire. The white-haired one is a level 2 Sequence awakened. A sharp involuntary gasp escaped her lips. Trouble had just escalated dramatically. Lin Fan pressed his lips together. Against a level 1 Sequence awakened they might have stood a chance, but their leader was a level 2. He had never even laid eyes on a level 2 Sequence awakened before. By the established hierarchy of Sequence power, this scarred man could obliterate every person present without breaking a sweat. The leering elder stepped forward first. With a thunderous roar, his spiked mace cleaved the air and sent 2 cars hurtling sideways like discarded toys. The convoy was now fully exposed before the white-haired man. The elder swept his gaze across the terrified crowd like a livestock trader appraising cattle, then lingered on Chu Qin, licking his lips with obscene relish, his grin dripping with depravity. Without further action, he turned and gave a curt nod to the white-haired man, then retreated silently to his original position. The white-haired man advanced several paces. A cruel smile twisted across his scarred visage, and from his mouth gleamed razor-sharp canine teeth. His voice emerged hoarse, guttural, and chillingly deliberate. Come out now. If you refuse, I'll slaughter them all. His words left the crowd bewildered. Who was he seeking? As confusion rippled through the group, Lu Yu rose calmly to his feet. It was him. Had they come for the fire seed serum? Qin Tian stared in horror as Lu Yu stood. His withered hands clutched Lu Yu's arm tightly, his voice trembling with urgency. Xiao Yu, this is a raid for the fire seed serum. Don't step forward. When the fighting begins, Wang Yong will slip you away. He's fast enough to outrun them. Lu Yu gently patted Qin Tian's arm, signaling him to release his grip. Calmly he said, it's all right. Then, flanked by Zhao Tong and his entourage, he walked steadily toward the white-haired man. The Xingho convoy watched, convinced Lu Yu had chosen self-sacrifice to shield them all. Qin Tian's face flushed crimson, his voice trembled as he choked out, Xiao Yu, you don't have to do this. Wawa, Master Lu is truly noble and righteous. True character reveals itself in crisis. Master Lu, what a paragon of virtue. A chorus of tearful gratitude swelled across the convoy. Lin Fan glanced sideways, his expression twisted with disbelief, and murmured, Sotto voce, fools. Even the most basic logic ruled out altruism in Lu Yu. Lin Fan knew without question that he himself would never make such a sacrifice, and certainly not someone like Lu Yu who ranked leagues beneath him in both morality and competence. Perhaps these people already knew Lu Yu. Lin Wen and Tang Xiao exchanged stunned glances as Lu Yu and his group passed by. No bloodshed erupted as Lu Yu approached the white-haired man, just the opposite. What followed confirmed Lin Fan's suspicion beyond doubt. The white-haired man smiled. Hey young Master Lu, enjoying your little games. Behind him the death chasers bowed deeply in unison, reverent and solemn. Young Master. Their synchronized cry struck the convoy like thunder. Qin Tian and the others went deathly pale, staring in utter disbelief at Lu Yu, who now turned to face them. Lu Yu watched Lin Fan's eyes roll upward and felt a surge of savage satisfaction. He deliberately walked past Lin Fan, without glancing sideways, heart pounding all the while. He'd feared Lin Fan, the true madman, might strike without warning and detain him. So he played the part flawlessly, noble, resolute, unflinching. The white-haired man was his own man, his so-called white madman, summoned earlier by his signal. Ha, 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 ha. Lu Yu surveyed the stunned faces around him, his expression slowly contorting, not with shame, but triumph. This very moment was exactly what he'd orchestrated. Lu Yu, how do you know these monsters? Qin Tian staggered forward, trembling fingers pointing at Lu Yu, his voice cracking with disbelief. The sudden reversal short-circuited his mind. These were the death chasers, their cruelty eclipsing even that of anomalies, their atrocities against human survivors legendary. The wretched figures trapped inside the iron cages behind them were irrefutable proof. He could not fathom how Lu Yu, the last hope for humanity's fireseed, the one he'd vowed to protect at the cost of everyone else's lives, could be acquainted with the death chasers and be addressed as young master. His faith shattered instantly. Qin Tian felt the final spark of vitality drain from his spirit. Lu Yu gazed upon the crumbling elder, a sneer curling his lips. They've always been my people. Ha, 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 ha. Why? Qin Tian collapsed into Lin Wen's arms, his face turning ashen, whispering the same hollow phrase over and over. Ha, ha, ha. Why? Old man, you're looking at the true fire seed. Lu Yu gestured grandly toward the death chasers behind him. And you're nothing but kindling, fuel to ignite their flame. Then with undisguised contempt he sneered at Qin Tian. I'd hoped you'd deliver more survivors, but you brought only a pitiful few. Useless. Of all the convoys, yours has the smallest number. You've delayed fire seed serum development, you worthless old fool. Lin Wen's fury erupted like wildfire. Lu Yu, you monster. You and your father deceived everyone. May you rot in damnation. Ha, ha, ha. Lin Wen, you still think like a child. This is the apocalypse. Lu Yu stood tall, surveying them all with arrogant disdain. There was no longer any need for pretense. The humiliation he'd suffered at Lin Fan's hands had sharpened his hunger to expose the truth, then savor their impotent rage. You're all going to die anyway, so let me grant you clarity in your final moments. Everything, every single thread, was an exquisitely crafted deception. Ha, 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 ha. Lu Yu's maniacal laughter echoed across the convoy as he bellowed like a madman. What nonsense. Stellar train convoy. What nonsense. Humanity's last spark. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you the truth. Luocheng was originally a research base built by my father, specifically designed to develop the spark serum. And you? He pointed first at the convoy members, then at the survivors writhing in torment aboard the massive cargo truck behind him. You are all test subjects. Pooh. A gush of blood erupted from Qin Tian's mouth as he slumped into Lin Wen's arms. Master, Lin Wen cried out in terror. Qin Tian struggled upright, his eyes utterly lifeless, and whispered hoarsely, Ha. Every stellar train convoy summoned to Luocheng by your father, they were all delivering. Test subjects. Am I right? You and your father cloaked yourselves in the banner of the spark, deceiving everyone. Huh. Qin Tian's chest heaved violently, his voice dwindled to a fading whisper. Lin Wen, eyes bloodshot, gently stroked his master's chest with trembling hands. I suspect those lunatics were deployed precisely to hunt down survivors across the wastelands. Lu Yu clapped lightly, smiling faintly. Old man, you see why my father always kept you under watch. You're absolutely correct. You demons. Those aberrations, they're your failed experiments, aren't they? Qin Tian gazed in anguish at the shrieking aberrations confined within iron cages, once hopeful survivors brimming with dreams of a brighter future who had entered Luocheng full of faith, only to be warped into monstrous, half-human abominations. Some had even become prey, devoured by the very aberrations they'd once been. Among them were vibrant children, radiant young women, and robust youths, each a living soul now enduring tortures worse than hell itself. Lu Yu's applause grew louder, his smile widening in grim approval. Then he gestured toward the four figures, the silver-haired man and his companions. Ha, old man, you're getting sharper by the moment. Yet every sacrifice has been worthwhile. Look, these minor losses have awakened sequence abilities in them. Isn't that worth it? Ordinary people, merely dead weight. Only sequence-abled individuals embody true hope. Qin Tian closed his eyes in agony, memory flooding back. The stellar train convoy's arduous journey, the shared hope of rendezvous in Luocheng, the relentless trials surmounted, all driven by that fragile beacon of salvation. The fall of Luocheng had shattered him with grief and fury. Lu Yu's sudden appearance had rekindled a desperate flicker of hope, until today when every last ember was extinguished. All his sacrifices, for that hope, had collapsed into grotesque irony. With his final strength, Qin Tian gripped Lin Wen's hand tightly. Shaolin, Master, I'm sorry. Perhaps you were right all along. You're free now. Go find Lin Fan and live your own life. Feeling Qin Tian's life force ebb rapidly within his arms, Lin Wen could no longer hold back his tears. This man, both mentor and father figure, had shaped his entire existence. Right or wrong in his choices, Qin Tian occupied an irreplaceable place in Lin Wen's heart. The spark, hope, a lie. Qin Tian lifted his gaze toward the leaden sky. Raindrops slid cold across his face as consciousness dissolved, sinking at last into endless void. As Qin Tian's breath ceased in his arms, Lin Wen let loose a roar of unbearable grief. Beside him, Wang Yong knelt, weeping uncontrollably. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yu applauded with theatrical relish, clicking his tongue. Truly moving. But never fear, you'll reunite with him soon enough. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold with icy calm. Yet inwardly he was shaken to his core by the sheer scale of the conspiracy masterminded by Lu Yu and his father, a monstrous scheme meticulously engineered to perfect the spark serum. Simultaneously, a deep chill of dread settled over him. Under the apocalypse, no one could be trusted. Survival demanded self-reliance alone. Suddenly, commotion erupted among the surviving stellar train convoy members behind him. Several staggered forward and collapsed before Lu Yu, begging desperately. Young Master Lu, you promised I'd gain sequence ability. Spare my life, and I'll be your dog. Woof, woof, woof. Young Master Lu, young Master Lu, I even gave you my vehicle. Please spare me. My lord, my young master, I've even given you my wife. Please for her sake let me go. Lu Yu stared down at the wailing prostrate figures, disgust flickering coldly in his eyes. Worthless scum. No sooner had the words left his lips than the child behind him, wielding a massive scythe, flashed steel. A cascade of severed heads rolled across the ground. Then seizing one headless corpse, the child hurled it into the iron cage holding the aberrations, who fell upon it ravenously. A collective gasp rippled through the convoy. None had expected Lu Yu's cruelty to be so swift, so absolute. Lin Fan, if you grovel before me like they did, I might show mercy. Huh. Remember, crawl like a dog, tail wagging, begging for scraps. Lu Yu sneered wildly at Lin Fan. From the moment Lin Fan first humiliated him, he had sworn this man would kneel, abject, broken beneath his feet. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty bone blade and casually spat a phrase from his homeland. Cow nunny. Lu Yu understood instantly, and murderous intent flared across his face. Insolent fool. Bai Fengzi, slaughter them all. The silver-haired man, named Bai Fengzi, did not move. Neither did the death chasers behind him, as if Lu Yu's command had never reached their ears. Seeing his orders ignored, Lu Yu's face flushed crimson. He seized Bai Fengzi's collar and roared, Bai Fengzi, do you dare defy me? Are you staging a rebellion? Bai Fengzi brushed off Lu Yu's hand, speaking coolly, young Master Lu, no need to rush. They will die. Let's savor the spectacle first. And remember, I serve your father Lu Chang'e, not you. Hearing those words, Lu Yu fell silent. His father's enforcers obeyed only one will, and their unpredictability made them far more terrifying than any aberration. Bai Fengzi tilted his head toward the hooded figure behind him, Yin Ling. Didn't you hear our young master's order? Let your little pets feast well. The indistinct figure known as Yin Ling bowed slightly, then uttered a string of eerie syllables. The glowing runes sealing the iron cage vanished, and the aberrations erupted forth, howling, sprinting straight for Lin Fan and his allies. The death chasers behind, leering old man, scythe-wielding child, remained motionless, grinning with savage anticipation as they waited for the aberrations to tear the convoy apart. Bai Fengzi turned sideways toward Lu Yu. Young Master Lu, shall we wager? Lu Yu watched the aberrations hurtle forward, a feverish, unhinged gleam igniting in his eyes, his earlier indignation forgotten in the thrill of the hunt. What shall we bet? How long they'll last? No, how sated our little pets grow. By then Lin Wen had gently laid Qin Tian's body upon the rain-soaked earth, carefully smoothing his clothes and wiping away the rainwater from his aged serene face. He granted this unyielding man, whose life had been defined by quiet strength, one final dignity. Grief and fury clenched Lin Wen's jaw so tightly that blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. When he raised his head again, his eyes burned crimson, fixed unblinking upon the ecstatic Lu Yu in the distance. Whirling sharply, he shouted to Lin Fan, voice raw with rage, Lin Fan, kill Lu Yu, that wretched mongrel, for me, and I, Lin Wen, will serve you without reservation for the rest of my life. Hearing those words, Lin Fan froze, then felt as though celestial music had just chimed in his ears. Damn it, finally, just watch me. He lunged forward, with Lin Meng and Tang Xiao racing headlong toward the onrushing aberrations. Whether he could slay Lu Yu mattered less in that instant. Lin Wen's vow, spoken aloud, sealed his destiny. The next divine disciple would be none other than Lin Fan. In the distance, Lu Yu also heard Lin Wen's furious roar. Watching Lin Fan rush towards him, he felt a sudden lurch in his heart, his body involuntarily trembling. Oomph! The white madman let out a cold laugh. Young Master Lu, are you afraid? Why not come stand behind me? Hearing the sarcasm in the white madman's tone, Lu Yu's face turned red and pale, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. White madman, those three people opposite are not easy to deal with. 2 of my bodyguards died at their hands. Do you really think you can rely on these few things? The white madman stroked the peculiar weapon in his hand, his expression filled with mockery. What I believe in is Yin Ling. She is not comparable to those lucky awakened waste beside you. Long before in Mengchuan town, the white madman had ordered his subordinates to assess the combat power of Lin Fan and his 2 companions. At this moment, he regarded their strength as no more than that of the lecherous old man. To survive under the siege of the fallen ones was already quite fortunate, let alone the fact that the sequence abilities of the death chasers had yet to truly come into play. Enjoy the thrill of slaughter. Just as the words left his mouth, 5 towering fallen ones charged forward, swinging massive iron hammers, crashing violently into Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Meng, Tang Xiao, quick battle, quick resolution. Lin Fan commanded, and the three instantly switched to a pointed battle formation. This was the tacit understanding honed through countless battles together. Lin Meng, in his wild transformation, took the lead, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao flanked him. Lin Meng focused on defense, Tang Xiaoxiao on offense, while Lin Fan maintained control of the situation with his insightful eye. However, after their first clash, the three were shocked to discover that the combat style of these five fallen ones was entirely different from the one they encountered in Mengchuan town. They no longer attacked mindlessly, but instead coordinated with one another, complementing each other. The situation became immediately precarious. The seamless cooperation among the five fallen ones resulted in Lin Meng taking continuous heavy hits, but fortunately his strong physique allowed him to withstand the blows. Whenever Lin Meng punched back a fallen one in front of him, another would immediately fill the gap. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao aimed for the weak point on the left chest of the fallen ones, yet just as their weapons were about to strike, the opponents always managed to twist their bodies in a strange manner, evading the fatal blow. What was more troublesome was that the injured fallen ones quickly recovered. Lin Fan, what's going on? Have these guys gotten smarter? Their recovery ability is too ridiculous. Tang Xiaoxiao's tone conveyed her frustration. It's that person hidden in the cloak behind this. He is controlling these creatures. Lin Fan's insightful eye clearly saw energy lines extending from the five fallen ones back to Yinling. Those pale hands were precisely manipulating the actions of the fallen ones through these lines, swiftly healing their injuries. It's a puppeteer sequence ability user. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock, her expression suddenly serious. To disrupt the close cooperation between the five fallen ones, they would first need to deal with the puppeteer behind them. But in the current situation, this was akin to chasing after dreams. Meanwhile, the plight of the survivors behind the three had grown even more dire. The Death Chasers had released a large number of lost ones, these low-level aberrations bypassing Lin Fan and his companions, frantically pouncing on the unarmed survivors. The originally gathered survivors suddenly fell into chaos, screaming as they scattered in all directions. Some panically dove into nearby vehicles, while others fled like headless flies. In the eyes of these lost ones, the defenseless survivors were like frightened lambs. Although Wang Yong fought desperately behind to kill the lost ones, their numbers were simply overwhelming. More and more survivors were knocked down, being torn apart amidst their shrill screams. On the bus side, the people were barely maintaining their formation under Zhang Long's command. They retrieved various weapons from the bus, fiercely protecting Lin Wan in the center, fighting desperately against the onslaught of the lost ones. A lost one that had just devoured a survivor, blood and flesh still hanging from its mouth, roared as it lunged towards the next target. The entire convoy had turned into a hellish scene, scattered limbs and broken bodies littering the ground. People continued to fall, becoming blood food for the lost ones, with blood mixing with rainwater, forming crimson streams on the damp ground. A strong scent of blood filled the air, further inciting the fallen ones before Lin Fan into a frenzy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This brutal and bloody scene caused the Death Chasers watching from afar to erupt in excited laughter. They could not afford to delay any longer. Some of the bus team had already fallen. Lin Fan could ignore the lives of the Starfire team's survivors, but the bus team must not be annihilated here. In the distance, Lu Yu also laughed excitedly, his flushed face twisted like a demon. They had to fight back. Lin Fan quickly made a decision, urgently whispering to Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao beside him. Focus on killing one. Lin Meng, you hold one down first, and Tang Xiaoxiao and I will strike with all our might. This was a strategy of trading injuries for injuries, risking their lives for lives. A slight misstep would lead to severe blows for the three of them. Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao immediately understood, and without hesitation charged towards the fallen ones again. Roar! Lin Meng's body grew even taller, his hands gripping a fallen one ahead like iron claws. The controlled fallen one struggled desperately, but could not move an inch. In the distance, Yanling's heart tightened, hurriedly controlling the remaining four fallen ones to swing their hammers down violently at Lin Meng, attempting to force him to let go. However, Lin Meng seemed oblivious, his hands showing no signs of loosening. Quick! Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao had already darted in front of Lin Meng, their weapons stabbing fiercely into the left chest of the controlled fallen one. At the same time, four massive hammers came crashing down upon the three, accompanied by a whistling sound. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao each blocked one hammer, but were thrown back. Lin Meng alone took two hammers, letting out a muffled groan as his massive body staggered back several meters, his shoulders mangled and exposing bone. The entire battle process lasted less than a minute. Kill 1 level aberrant fallen 1, gain 1000 god points. God path level progression at 85. In that instant, the energy line controlling the fallen ones momentarily faltered. Tang Xiaoxiao, each of us take one. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, disregarding the blood at the corners of their mouths as they rushed towards the fallen ones on either side at the fastest speed. Not good. In the distance, Yanling cried out in shock. The break in one energy line forced her to quickly adjust the control energy for the remaining 4 fallen ones. It was this momentary pause that Lin Fan's insightful eye precisely captured. He and Tang Xiaoxiao dodged the falling hammers, their bone blades, and Tang Dao stabbing fiercely into the left chest of 2 fallen ones. Kill 1st level aberrant fallen 1 gain 1000 god points. God path level progression at 90. Kill 1st level aberrant fallen 1 gain 1000 god points. God path level progression at 95. In just a few minutes, only 2 of the 5 fallen ones remained no longer able to pose a threat to Lin Fan and his companions. A look of panic flashed in Yanling's eyes as she cautiously glanced at the white madman beside her, mentally preparing for punishment. The white madman still had little expression on his face, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not expected the combat power of these 3 to be so formidable, their cooperation also seamless. Clearly the previous assessment in Mengchuan Town had been flawed. This is getting more interesting. The white madman's lips curled slightly. Seeing that the white madman did not erupt in anger, Yanling gritted her teeth and controlled the remaining 2 fallen ones to pounce towards Lin Fan and his companions. Gazing at the oncoming fallen, Lin Fan and his companions' battle intent soared even higher. In Lin Fan's eyes, these 2 fallen were merely delivering points for ascension and positions on the path to divinity. Lin Meng stepped forward again to block one fallen, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao charged towards another. The fallen before Lin Fan didn't even have time to lift its massive hammer before being instantly slain by their combined assault, its enormous body crashing to the ground. Slain 1st level oddity fallen gained 1000 points for ascension. Ascension progress 100. Another fallen had just been knocked back by Lin Meng's punch when 2 sharp weapons precisely pierced its left chest. A massacre without any effort. Slain 1st level oddity fallen gained 1000 points for ascension. Ascension progress has reached 100. Please choose to advance quickly. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Finally, it had arrived. The fallen before them had all been eradicated, and the 3 stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on Bai Fengzi and his group. Buy me some time, Lin Fan whispered to Tang Xiaoxiao as he stealthily stepped back half a pace. The greatest threat was close at hand. The oppressive aura brought by Bai Fengzi was overwhelming, and Lin Fan needed to advance immediately. Though Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know what Lin Fan was planning, she unhesitatingly stepped to the side, shielding Lin Fan behind her. At this moment, the battle behind them had also concluded, with all lost being cleared. Wang Yong was drenched in blood, his body swaying unsteadily. His abilities leaned more towards speed, and having reached this point was already a testament to his physical exhaustion. The survivors were nearly non-existent. The bus group had lost 5 companions, with 2 of Zhang Long's brothers already fallen and breathless. Zhang Long and the others were all injured, yet they still fiercely protected Lin Wan. The moment all the fallen were vanquished, the energy beam controlled by Yanling shattered, and she herself was thrown back violently, her cloak slipping off to reveal a pale but exquisite young girl's face. However, the fierce glint in her eyes was chilling. Seeing her strange puppets all destroyed, Yanling let out an angry roar and charged towards Lin Fan and his companions. The previously indifferent Bai Fengzi suddenly raised a hand. Enough. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Yanling's movements suddenly froze, then she slowly retreated to stand behind Bai Fengzi again. She looked at him in confusion, her lips moving, but ultimately not daring to voice any doubt. Bai Fengzi ignored Yanling's gaze. His eyes, infused with a hint of madness and curiosity, were keenly fixed on Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Fan, is it? Bai Fengzi's lips curled into a smile that couldn't quite be called a smile. Somewhat interesting. It seems the intelligence from Mengchuan Town was wildly inaccurate. You 3 are far from being classified as level danger. Lin Fan had no time to heed Bai Fengzi's words. His entire focus was on the system interface. The ascension to divinity would take 3 minutes. What do you want to say? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice, quietly, seizing every second to recover her strength. The wound on Lin Meng's shoulder was visibly healing at a slow pace, but his momentum was not as strong as at the beginning, clearly unable to return to peak condition immediately. What I want to say? Bai Fengzi leisurely stepped forward, dragging his peculiar weapon along the ground, leaving a shallow mark. The game has just begun. If you break the pieces so soon, it would be too boring. His gaze swept over the scattered corpses, and a trace of almost intoxicated appreciation flickered in his eyes. Look, the blood and despair create a stunningly beautiful scene. Pervert. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter, tightening her grip on the tang knife. Beside her, Lu Yu felt a surge of intense unease as Bai Fengzi seemed to take an interest in Lin Fan and his companions. He hurriedly stepped forward pointing at Lin Fan and shouting, "Bai Fengzi, stop wasting time with them. Quickly kill them. Especially that Lin Fan, he must die." Bai Fengzi shot Lu Yu a sidelong glance, his expression akin to observing a buzzing fly. "Young Master Lu, are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Lu Yu was chilled to the bone by that lifeless gaze. The words he was about to say stuck in his throat, and his expression grew increasingly grim, but he dared not speak again. Bai Fengzi turned his attention back to Lin Fan, his smile taking on an eerie quality. "Lin Fan, I offer you an opportunity. Join the Death Chasers, and I can spare your lives, even make you stronger." At this statement, everyone was shocked, even Yin Ling, and Lu Yu displayed expressions of disbelief. "Join you? Then become like these mindless corpses, or like him?" Tang Xiaoxiao pointed at the surrounding fallen, and Lu Yu, her disdain unmistakable in her tone. Lu Yu's face turned ashen with anger, yet he dared not react. Bai Fengzi chuckled nonchalantly. "Of course not. They are worthless, while you are precious gems worthy of polishing. A chaotic era has descended, order has collapsed, and the survival of the fittest is the only truth. Submit to me, and you will obtain everything you desire: power, authority, and even reach the pinnacle of the world." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to engage with this madman. Seeing that Lin Fan behind the two remained silent, Bai Fengzi's gaze took on a playful light. "Are you quietly recovering your strength? Huh. No worries, I'll give you time after all. This is what makes it interesting." Lu Yu stared at Bai Fengzi in shock, his mind left with only one word: idiot, an extremely arrogant idiot. Bai Fengzi truly sat down on the ground, leisurely waiting for the three to recover. Lu Yu, anxious beside him, stomped his feet, but found himself at a loss. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. The 1-minute countdown for the Ascension to Divinity was about to end. Ding. Ascension to Divinity completed. Please check. Host Lin Fan. Ascension level Divine Domain Walker progress 0. The host's physical and mental strength has greatly increased, and the abilities of the divine followers around the Divine Domain Walker receive significant boosts. Current points for Ascension 8,000. Divine Followers Savage Sequence Lin Meng. Remaining slots for Divine Followers 1. Skills: Eye of Insight, level 2. System store updating. Weapons: Oddity Bloodthirsty Bone Blade can be advanced. Vehicle Bound Heavy Pickup can be enhanced. Note: please bind the remaining Divine Follower slot quickly. Remaining time 10 days. Ascension Gift Package 1. Ascension level has been upgraded to Divine Domain Walker. Physical and mental strength now comparable to a level 2 sequence ability user. The Eye of Insight has also advanced to level 2. With an effective range of 100 meters, able to vaguely predict the target's next actions based on energy flow trajectories. This is prediction. Being able to sense the trajectory of the target's next actions in advance, akin to playing a guessing game where I act after the other has revealed. It's simply a god-level skill, and there's a gift package. Whether I can survive depends on how reliable the system is. With excitement in his heart, Lin Fan looked at the Ascension gift package. Open the Ascension gift package. As Lin Fan opened the Ascension package, a cascade of item descriptions flooded his mind. Acquired level 2 healing elixir, 2 usable only by the host and divine disciples. An acquired 1 random skill. An acquired physique enhancement elixir, 1 singlus, consumable hostinely. An acquired mental enhancement elixir, 1 singlus, consumable hostinely. An acquired divine disciple slots, 4 activated only after all existing slots are exhausted. Null exceptional items. Alas, the restrictions were numerous. Usable only by himself and his divine disciples. Lin Fan cast a wistful glance toward Tang Xiaoxiao before fixing his gaze upon the random skill. His eyes gleamed. Last time the random draw had yielded Insight Eye. This time he fervently hoped for an offensive skill. He had long coveted Tang Xiaoxiao's devastating technique, Shatter the Vanguard. Activate random skill. An acquired skill, Soul Flare. Consumes the user's entire physical strength and mental energy, concentrating them into a single point to unleash catastrophic energy, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Indeed, an offensive skill, reminiscent of Tang Xiaoxiao's Shatter the Vanguard. Yet its cost remained unknown. Just as Lin Fan prepared to examine the skill's details, the system's voice chimed again. System Skill Fusion Protocol activated. Fuse Insight Eye and Soul Flare into a new skill. In-skill fusion was possible. Truly unprecedented fortune. Fuse. Lin Fan hesitated no longer. Bai Fengzi's dead fish eyes lingered on him with unnerving intensity. Who knew when the madman might strike? Acquired skill, Flawless Instant Kill. Uses Insight Eye to pinpoint the precise energetic flaw in the target's flow and defensive structure. Instantly combusts mental energy and physical strength to channel all power into a single strike, inflicting piercing true damage upon the flaw while severely disrupting the target's energy circulation. Cost induces brief physical debilitation duration and severity scale, with expenditure a sharp temporary decline in both mental energy and physical strength. Forcing the technique beyond one's limit risks permanent mental injury. And simple, direct, brutal, flawless instant kill was the perfect answer to his immediate need. This skill elevated the weakness perception and predictive capabilities of Inside Eye to their absolute zenith. In closing the system interface, Lin Fan could no longer suppress the surging energy within him. His aura now resonated with the unmistakable signature of a level 2 sequence ability holder. Every gaze in the vicinity snapped toward Lin Fan, laced with shock and disbelief. Has he broken through? In a level 2 sequence ability holder's aura. Damn it, Lin Fan's luck is absurd. Bai Fengzi, you lunatic, stop pretending. And that final curse slipped from Lu Yu's lips in a low venomous whisper. Tang Xiao slowly turned, her expression frozen in disbelief as she stared at Lin Fan's effortlessly calm face, her voice trembling with elation and a faint involuntary envy. You've become a level 2 sequence ability holder. Yes, Lin Fan affirmed with a quiet nod. Lin, when watching from afar, wore an expression of stunned awe. Though he'd long suspected Lin Fan harbored secrets, he never imagined his breakthrough would occur amid certain death, shifting the tide decisively in their favor. Perhaps aligning with Lin Fan was the wisest decision he'd ever made. After all, those who forge miracles are best suited to lead the convoy forward. Lin Meng's face paled, yet his mouth stretched into a wide, radiant grin as he gazed at Lin Fan. Moments earlier, he'd felt his own strength swelling steadily within his body. Bai Fengzi's unblinking eyes locked onto Lin Fan, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smirk. And so, our prey has undergone another transformation. His voice dripped with amusement. How utterly thrilling this hunt has become. A crushing pressure descended upon Lin Fan and his companions like a mountain. Lin Fan drew a deep, steadying breath. He knew Bai Fengzi would grant them no further reprieve. He had to grow stronger, immediately. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, use physique enhancement elixir. Use mental enhancement elixir. In two distinct yet equally potent waves of warmth surged through his limbs and deep into his mind. Oh, you've grown stronger again, Lin Fan. I find myself liking you more and more. Bai Fengzi's eyes flared with exhilaration as he sensed Lin Fan's aura intensify once more. Come, kill me, or let me kill you. He flicked his grotesque weapon idly, his tone turning glacial. The hunt begins now. The moment the words left his lips, the lecherous old man and the sickle-wielding child behind Bai Fengzi lunged forward without restraint. Yanling, leading his death chasers, howled as they charged the survivors. The lecherous old man abruptly veered off course, his eyes gleaming with perverse hunger as he darted straight toward Chu Kun. Lin Meng roared and intercepted him with a thunderous punch. His fists, carrying the force to shatter mountains, crashed against the old man's spiked mace. The impact sent the lecherous elder flying backward. Upon landing, the mace still trembled violently in his grip. Shock rippled across his face. He hadn't expected such raw, unyielding power from the hulking warrior after prolonged combat. He remained unaware that Lin Meng's strength had been dramatically amplified under Lin Fan's influence. Both were brute force sequence ability holders, but this clash clearly favored Lin Meng. The lecherous old man's expression hardened. With a guttural bellow, his muscles swelled and corded, the spiked mace whistled through the air as he re-engaged Lin Meng in furious combat. Elsewhere, the sickle-wielding child's colossal scythe clashed repeatedly with Tang Xiao's Tang-style sword. And each time the blade struck him, he dissolved into a cloud of bats, only to reform moments later. This eerie, uncanny mobility left Tang Xiao thoroughly frustrated. She now keenly appreciated the unparalleled advantage of having Lin Fan, a living tactical radar, at her side during every battle. With Lin Fan present, she could simply charge forward. No need to overthink tactics as she did now. But Lin Fan had neither time to scan the sickle child's weaknesses nor patience for her complaints. Before him, Bai Fengzi exuded a palpable aura of danger, a volatile blend of madness, chaos, and absolute, overwhelming power. A suffocating wave of murderous intent pressed down like solid weight. Lin Fan's hair stood on end, and for the first time, he tasted the acrid tang of imminent death. Ni's Inside Eye whirred at maximum capacity, yet found not a single flaw in Bai Fengzi's being. Even now, matching a level 2 sequence ability holder, Lin Fan remained vastly outmatched. Bai Fengzi stood motionless, his energy flow flawless, his defenses impenetrable. There was no time left to wait. Only in the crucible of combat could a weakness be revealed. Come on, Lin Fan bellowed, and launched himself forward. Bai Fengzi licked his lips. At last, unrestrained excitement and cruelty blazed in his deadfish eyes. Good. And before the final syllable faded, his figure blurred. incredibly fast. In Lin Fan's inside eye barely registered a phantom afterimage. Instinct alone drove him to raise his bone blade in desperate parry. In clang, an indescribable force slammed into him, like being struck heat-in by a speeding freight train. His palms split, open, blood gushing forth as he hurtled backward and crashed into a car with a deafening crash. Cough. Ni's internal organs felt displaced. He spat a mouthful of crimson. In Bai Fengzi too staggered back over 10 meters, rubbing his numb palm as he advanced step by deliberate step. Now this is interesting. Ni's voice echoed the cruel playfulness of a cat toying with its prey. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and rose, his gaze sharpening into lethal focus. His inside eye spun furiously, dissecting Bai Fengzi's movement patterns and energy pathways. And damn it, I am destined to become the god of the apocalypse, and I will not die here. Glancing inward at the 2 level 2 healing elixirs, capable of instant recovery, he silently vowed, "You'll soon learn the terror of possessing a divine cheat code." With a savage swing of his bone blade, he charged Bai Fengzi once more, reckless, relentless, unafraid to die. And amidst the chaos of clashing warriors, no one noticed the thick crimson mist coalescing toward a distant point. The grotesque portrait of the ghost head, brought from Huangmiao village, was now absorbing the blood mist. Its features grew increasingly lifelike, its bizarre eyes fixed greedily upon the slaughter unfolding outside the vehicle. As Lin Fan drew nearer, Bai Fengzi's eyes blazed with mounting exhilaration. A feverish crimson flushed across his face, and jagged scars spread like a crimson spiderweb over his skin. Lin Fan attempted to strike Bai Fengzi's chest through precognitive anticipation, yet that eerie weapon coiled after him like a venomous serpent, lashing once more into his ribs. A sharp, sickening crack echoed, the sound of splintering bone, as Lin Fan was hurled backward again. This time, however, the bone blade in his hand carved a crimson arc through the air. A long gash split open across Bai Fengzi's chest, oozing thick, blackish-purple blood. Though the wound slowly knit itself shut, the blade's innate bloodthirsty sharpness tore it open anew the instant healing began. Bai Fengzi dabbed a drop of blood from his chest, tasted it on his fingertip, rolled it thoughtfully upon his tongue, then exclaimed with feverish delight, "It's been ages since I last savored my own blood. You're impressive, and that blade, truly extraordinary." Agony, searing, all-consuming, pierced Lin Fan's core. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright once more and spat a mouthful of bloody froth. Gazing at Bai Fengzi, wounded yet undiminished, Lin Fan felt a quiet shock ripple through him. Before such absolute speed and raw power, his techniques and perception suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. Bai Fengzi dissolved into a streak of black lightning, reappearing before Lin Fan in an instant. His weapon shrieked as it rent the air, plunging straight for Lin Fan's heart. The oppressive force of this strike dwarfed all that had come before. Bai Fengzi had finally unleashed his true strength, and Death's shadow descended upon Lin Fan without mercy. Lin Fan's inside eye strained beyond its limits. His skull throbbed with needle-like stabs of pain. There was no escape. He would die. He had to gamble everything. At that razor-thin precipice between life and annihilation, Lin Fan's inside eye, overdriven to its breaking point, detected something anomalous about Bai Fengzi. Though his energy field appeared seamless and unbroken the instant he launched his attack, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible ripple flickered 3 inches below his throat, a faint void disrupting the flawless flow of his energy for the briefest fraction of a second. That flaw vanished in a heartbeat. If not for Lin Fan's perception pushed to its absolute zenith in that moment of mortal peril, and if not for the earlier wound subtly impairing Bai Fengzi's fluidity, such a weakness would have remained utterly invisible. There was no time for hesitation. Flaw strike! Lin Fan roared, abandoning all defense, incinerating every shred of spiritual energy and physical strength within him, channeling it wholly into the bone blade. Crimson mist coalesced around the hilt of the bloodthirsty bone blade, condensing into writhing serpents of vivid scarlet that spiraled tightly along the entire length of the blade. His inside eye locked unblinkingly onto that infinitesimal vulnerability. The bone blade did not rise to parry. It flashed forward instead, Lin Fan's body becoming pure light, hurtling headlong toward Bai Fengzi's weapon aimed at his heart and striking that precise flaw with devastating accuracy and finality. Attack met attack, life wagered against life. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Fengzi's eyes, instantly replaced by a sneering, dismissive smirk. In his view, Lin Fan's move was nothing but the futile thrashing of a dying insect. Yet in the next breath, his smirk froze, rigid, grotesque, upon his face. A wet, tearing sound, 2 in rapid succession, cut through the silence. Bai Fengzi's grotesque weapon pierced Lin Fan's left shoulder, erupting in a spray of crimson, nearly severing the joint entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's bone blade, launched later but arriving first, struck with impossible angle and precision, sinking deep into that microscopic flaw 3 inches below Bai Fengzi's throat. No thunderous explosion followed, only the quiet impact of 2 bodies colliding. Yet Bai Fengzi's violent roaring energy field convulsed violently, twisting and buckling like a punctured balloon. He grunted, a low choked sound, as the force driving his weapon into Lin Fan's shoulder abruptly bled away. Staggering backward, he collapsed to his knees. Glancing down, he saw his upper garments shredded, revealing a chest crisscrossed with whip scars. A fingertip-sized wound bloomed beneath his throat, weeping thin, erratic tendrils of chaotic black energy, not the blackish-purple blood he'd bled before. Worse still, he felt his inner energy, once flowing smoothly, stutter, recoil, and bleed outward uncontrollably through the wound. His very energy source had been struck. Lin Fan fared far worse, his face ashen, his legs failing him entirely. He braced himself on the bloodthirsty bone blade, kneeling on one knee, his body trembling violently from exhaustion and searing pain. Blood gushed from his left shoulder, his arm hung limp and lifeless. Ha ha ha, Bai Fengzi. All those whip marks. Did your mother beat you? So you fancy that sort of thing? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan's taunt ignited a memory, humiliating, unbearable, and sent Bai Fengzi spiraling into blind, incandescent fury. You dare? A bestial roar tore from his throat, his eyes flooding with unrestrained madness, his aura surging wildly. Unstable, volatile, lethal. Watching Bai Fengzi's eruption, Lin Fan's gaze flickered with sardonic amusement. With great effort, he twisted his lips into a wry, weary grin. Administer Great II Healing Elixir. A cool, soothing wave flooded his limbs. The elixir's potency surged faster than any before. His wounds sealed rapidly, his strength returning at breathtaking speed. Before Bai Fengzi's stunned gaze, Lin Fan rose, unharmed, whole, restored to full vigor, as though nothing had ever happened. Lin Fan winced inwardly. Though the system's Great II Healing Elixir was undeniably potent, its efficacy diminished sharply after each use. He would never have wasted it, had he not stood on the very edge of certain death. Ha ha, ha ha. Do you truly believe this is enough to kill me? Bai Fengzi staggered upright, his voice trembling with manic glee. More fascinating, ever more fascinating. Strike while he's weakened. End him now? Flaw strike. Lin Fan held nothing back, launching the technique again. Now Bai Fengzi's vulnerabilities burned before him like blazing beacons. Schlorp. The bone blade punched clean through Bai Fengzi's throat. His turbulent energy field imploded, shattering into total, irreversible chaos. The torrent of energy raging within him recoiled violently. A searing, gut-wrenching agony exploded across his chest. Wah! He shrieked, a shrill, soul-rending cry, as a torrent of ink-black blood erupted from his mouth. Flung backward like a severed puppet, his savage aura withered visibly, and the eerie glow of his weapon guttered out. During the collision, Bai Fengzi's weapon had pierced Lin Fan's abdomen, sending him collapsing to the ground, paralyzed and helpless. Staring at Bai Fengzi's fallen but still living form in the distance, a sliver of despair crept into Lin Fan's heart. Damn it, he still lives. How is this madman so indomitable? System administer another level 2 healing elixir. Not cool sensation surged through him once more, but its effect was markedly diminished. Though the wound on his abdomen had sealed, searing pain still racked his insides, and his strength had only partially returned. Just as Lin Fan prepared to press his assault, Bai Fengzi suddenly flipped upright, clutching the wound from which thick black vapors steadily bled. His face ashen, his breath ragged, and his aura wildly unstable. At that moment, Yin Ling, the lecherous old man, and the sickle-wielding child witnessing Bai Fengzi's grievous injury were seized by sheer terror. Without explanation, they abruptly broke off combat and fled headlong outward. Heh, heh. Lin Fan, do you truly believe this is enough to kill me? Ha ha ha. In Bai Fengzi's madness erupted anew, more frenzied, more unhinged than before. Behold, the pinnacle of all sequences. Bai Fengzi flung his arms wide. The blood demon sequence. Thick serpentine coils of black energy surged forth, alive, sentient, snapping like lightning chains to seize Yin Ling and the others mid-flight. Captain, let me go. I don't want to die. In Bai Fengzi. You demon, you've devoured how many of your own comrades? You'll meet no peaceful end. And wah, let me go. I'll bring you fresh prey. And their shrieks of agony did not falter Bai Fengzi's hand for a single heartbeat. Like marionettes yanked by invisible strings, the three were dragged helplessly before Bai Fengzi. Pure vital blood essence streamed up the black chains into his body, leaving them desiccated, hollowed, lifeless in seconds. Ferocious energies roiling around, Bai Fengzi barred Lin Fan and the others from closing in. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Meng had staggered back to Lin Fan's side, both weakened, their breath shallow, their stamina utterly spent. Tang Xiaoxiao offered Lin Fan a wretched, sorrowful smile. and then collapsed softly against his frame. Before their eyes, Bai Fengzi regenerated at an astonishing pace, even growing stronger. The life force of Ling and the others flowed unceasingly into him, while 3 translucent spectral forms struggled violently to be torn from their bodies. Despair etched itself across every face. And was there truly no hope left? In what manner of abomination was Bai Fengzi? And the spectacle unfolding before them shattered all prior understanding. Lin Wen gathered the sole remaining survivors from the bus. Wang Yong was nowhere to be seen. In the earlier battle, already exhausted, he had slain every pursuing corpse, only to fall effortlessly to Ling's hand. Only a dozen souls remained of the entire convoy, and no one spoke. Not even a sob escaped their lips. This was the eerie calm born of absolute despair. If hope was lost, then let death come quietly. Yet Lin Fan's brow glistened with beads of sweat. Others might surrender to despair, he could not. Empowered by the system, he had not yet ascended to godhood. How could he accept collapse mid-journey, his great endeavor unfinished? And he called out to the system again and again, seeking a way to break Bai Fengzi's dominion. Yet it remained silent, inert, as if frozen. Just as Lin Fan himself began slipping into the abyss of despair, an anomaly erupted. And boom, and the convoy supply truck detonated without warning. A colossal, grotesque specter head materialized midair, blood essence in the air swirling toward it like iron to magnet. Its twin crimson eyes glowed with unnatural predatory light, scanning the stunned assembly below. That is the specter head sigil of Huangmiao village. Lin Wen was the first to recognize it, his voice trembling with dread. At the specter head's emergence, he sensed the same unfathomable tier anomaly that had manifested in Huangmiao village. They had never imagined it had been hiding within the convoy all along, awakened perhaps by the overwhelming stench of blood saturating the air. Null looked upward, where the massive hovering specter head swept its blazing red gaze like searchlights across the ground. Then, its gaze locked unerringly onto Bai Fengzi, who still ravenously drained the life force of Ling and the others. In that dense, refined, volatile torrent of blood energy radiating from him had become the specter head's most irresistible lure. Ag! Piercing, soul-rending shriek tore through every mind, a cry of feral triumph, of ravenous greed upon sighting prey. Detected, host vessel possession. The immense phantom form instantly contracted, condensing into a streak of crimson light pulsing with eerie radiance, and pierced straight through Bai Fengzi's defenses, vanishing into his skull as though they were non-existent. Ugh, Aya. In Bai Fengzi's absorption was violently severed. The desiccated corpses of Ling and the others plummeted lifelessly to the earth. He clutched his skull with both hands, screaming in torment, his entire body convulsing violently, as if gripped by violent epilepsy. His facial muscles twisted grotesquely, shifting rapidly between the specter head's ghastly visage and his own, oscillating ceaselessly between the two. Through Lin Fan's inside eye, 2 titanic forces clashed within Bai Fengzi's cranium. Raging spiritual energies, so chaotic, so indistinguishable, that Lin Fan could no longer tell master from invader. Get out of my head, Bai Fengzi roared, his voice flickering between his own and the specter head's guttural resonance. Servant mark, defilement, filth, annihilation. In fragmented utterances spilled from Bai Fengzi's lips, the specter head's voice laced with incandescent wrath and venomous loathing. The specter head seeks to possess Bai Fengzi's body. There's a servant mark embedded deep in his mind. The specter head perceives it as sacrilege and strives to obliterate it. White light flickered in Lin Wen's eyes as he stared intently at the writhing, fractured figure, explaining swiftly to the others. Lin Fan and the rest stared dumbfounded at Lin Wen's uncanny real-time commentary, unaware he possessed such ability. Bai Fengzi's eyes turned pitch black, his spine bent unnaturally, his jaw stretched impossibly wide, issuing a silent, wordless roar of fury. Within Lin Fan's inside eye, a cataclysmic burst of chaotic energy detonated inside Bai Fengzi's skull. An invisible maelstrom erupted from Bai Fengzi's core, his 7 orifices bleeding viscous black-red fluid, his skin fracturing into countless fine porcelain-like fissures, his aura collapsing into terrifying disarray and frailty. To Lin Fan's gaze, the spiritual turbulence within Bai Fengzi's mind intensified further. And then, abruptly, the storm ceased. Bai Fengzi stood rigid, head bowed, motionless. As Lin Fan and the others held their breath, uncertain of the outcome, he snapped his head up. Madness still burned in his gaze, but now layered with confusion and something akin to blank bewilderment. His formerly dull fish-like eyes now betrayed stark duality. One pupil blazed scarlet, glowing with unnatural malevolent light, while the other retained its former wild, disoriented gleam, an unsettling, impossible juxtaposition. His overwhelming aura began to swell once more, deeper, darker, more enigmatic than before, yet unstable, surging and receding erratically like a dying star's final pulse. Blood trickled from Lin Wen's tear ducts, but his gaze remained locked unwavering on Bai Fengzi, his words tumbling forth with urgent clarity. The specter head expended vast reserves, obliterating the servant mark, while Bai Fengzi's own consciousness resisted complete erasure. Within his sea of mind, a fragile paradoxical equilibrium has formed. In short, he is truly irrevocably insane. And at that instant the specter head's voice echoed again, broken, halting, from Bai Fengzi's throat. Possession, failed, weakened, symbiosis. And he tilted his head, his mismatched gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's tense formation, then fixed unblinking on Lin Fan alone. In the blink of an eye he vanished, reappearing instantly before Lin Fan. In those two dead fish eyes, one crimson, one white, locked onto him with chilling absolute focus. A bizarre, almost tender glint flickered across Bai Fengzi's wild, unfocused gaze. Lin Fan and the others felt the overwhelming surge of his volatile, terrifying energy. Gooseflesh rose along their arms, and a chill crawled up their spines. Just as tension coiled taut among them, bracing for catastrophe, Bai Fengzi tilted his head and croaked in a hoarse, unnatural voice, "Son, I am your father." Not collective silence fell, bewildered, disbelieving. Lin Fan's jaw twitched violently. This sudden, absurd paternal claim left him utterly unprepared. Damn it, that madman Bai Fengzi, still trying to claim me while raving. But in the next instant Bai Fengzi clutched his skull and let out a guttural, agonized howl. "No, you're not him. You're Lin Fan. I must kill you, kill you." Ni's face contorted violently, shifting between rage, grief, and hollow madness, his mind teetering on the edge of total collapse. Lin Fan? Who is Lin Fan? I must find my son. Wait, Dad. And he suddenly whirled toward the empty horizon, flailing his arms and shouting as though chasing phantoms only he could see. Bai Fengzi erupted into manic, echoing laughter, then blurred into motion, staggering, yet impossibly swift, vanishing like smoke into the distant wilderness. Only severed limbs and shattered armor remained, and Lin Fan and his battered companions trembling in the fragile aftermath of annihilation. The suffocating weight of despair dissolved, lifted by the grotesque departure of their greatest threat. The dozen or so survivors collapsed simultaneously, drained of every ounce of strength. They gasped ragged breaths, faces still pale with disbelief and lingering dread. None had foreseen this near-certain death unfolding into such surreal, absurd deliverance. Lin Fan slowly sheathed his bloodthirsty bone blade, gazing toward the horizon where Bai Fengzi had vanished, his brow deeply furrowed. Bai Fengzi lived, and his power seemed greater than before. Though now truly unhinged, he remained in immense, unpredictable danger. Especially the ghoul head, an eerie, enigmatic entity whose cultivation level even Lin Wen could not fathom. Now fused with Bai Fengzi, it had birthed a terrifyingly potent madman, whose emergence was neither blessing nor curse, but something far more uncertain. Lin Fan glanced down at Tang Xiaoxiao, slumped weakly against him, then at Lin Meng and Lin Wen, exhausted, bloodied, yet eyes sharp with quiet concern. They had survived against all odds. We're alive, Lin Wen whispered, trembling as he wiped crimson streaks from his eyes. The strain of overextending his explorer ability had nearly blinded him. Lin Fan drew a slow, steadying breath, quelling the storm within, then surveyed his wounded comrades and spoke, voice low and resonant, "For now, we are safe." He alone retained the strength to fight. All others lay spent and vulnerable. Tang Xiaoxiao managed a faint, weary chuckle. "Lin Fan, how did you become Bai Fengzi's son?" "Huh?" And Lin Fan shot her a stern, exasperated glance, too tired even to scold her properly. "Rest. Now." Most likely the battle imprinted Lin Fan's image deep into Bai Fengzi's fractured consciousness. Then the ghoul head's psychic collision twisted that impression into delusion. But Bai Fengzi, he carries a buried past, one no one has dared unearth. Lin Wen sat with eyes closed, fighting the searing pain behind his lids. Rumble. As the group rested on the scorched earth, a death chaser heavy pickup roared to life nearby. "No, Lin Fan, that's Liu." Lin Wen snapped, his eyes open, bloodshot burning, with unblinking focus fixed on the distant vehicle. Shit. We'd forgotten about that bastard. And all of them had assumed Liu perished in the chaos. Instead, he'd hidden, biding his time, waiting until Lin Fan's group lowered their guard, then silently climbed aboard the heavy pickup, desperate to flee. If Lin Fan learned he still lived, he would tear him limb from limb. Inside the cab, Liu's subordinate fumbled frantically with the ignition. Zhao Tong squeezed beside him in the back seat, clutching a black case with white-knuckled terror, glancing repeatedly through the rear window at Lin Fan's group far away. In Liu's mind, Bai Fengzi slaughtering Lin Fan and his allies should have been effortless. Yet fate had twisted with cruel irony. A single arrogant display during combat had elevated Lin Fan to a second-tier sequence ability, turning certain victory into shocking reversal and reducing Bai Fengzi himself to a broken babbling wreck. Bai Fengzi, you damned fool. You and your entire bloodline. And Lu Yu cursed violently, spitting venom at every relative he could name. The driver sweat-slicked and shaking failed 3 times to start the engine, his nerves overriding muscle memory. Rumble, rumble. And the engine finally caught. Inside the cab they exhaled as one. Freedom was within reach, if only the truck could run. Just as the gentle vibration of motion lulled them into fragile hope. And crash. Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade descended like a vengeful meteor, piercing the roof and pinning the driver, spine and soul, through the steering wheel. Blood sprayed across the windshield, blinding it crimson. A shriek of tortured metal tore through the air as the truck was wrenched upward by its front end, then slammed down dead and silent. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong screamed soundlessly, choking on acrid smoke already thickening inside the cabin. Then, the door exploded outward, torn free by a massive arm. They were dragged like sacks of grain flung onto the cracked earth before the group. Only then did Lu Yu recognize their captor, Lin Meng, broad-shouldered and implacable. Lin Fan raised a hand toward the smoking wreckage. A streak of white light shot back into his palm. The bloodthirsty bone blade returned. Nearby, Lin Wen knelt solemnly, arranging the bodies of Qin Tian and Wang Yong side by side. His fingers moved with reverence as he smoothed their final expressions, tears of blood tracing slow paths down his cheeks. Lin Fan, Brother Fan, Lord Fan, I beg you, I've repented. Spare me, and my father will reward you beyond measure. You seek the spark serum. Here, it's all yours. And Lu Yu shoved both black cases forward. If it's not enough, my father will supply more. Anything you demand. Anything. And terrified he'd be refused, he scrambled to extract vials of spark serum, placing them reverently at Lin Fan's feet, kneeling shivering, a stray dog trembling before the executioner. Lin Fan picked up a vial, turning it slowly in the light, his gaze never once touching Lu Yu at his feet. Zhao Tong lunged forward, seizing Lin Fan's leg, her makeup long since smeared by tears and snot. Lin Fan, spare me. I know Lu Yu's family secrets. I know the truth behind the spark serum. Tell me what you want, and I'll tell you everything. Their desperate pleas met only cold, hollow stares, as if they were already corpses. Lin Wen Rose stepped forward and stood before Lu Yu. Lin Wen, we've known each other for years. Help me, speak for me to Lin Fan. I know you. Before he could finish, Lin Wen drove a brutal kick straight into Lu Yu's mouth, teeth and blood exploding outward. And, Lin Fan, may I borrow your blade? Ah, yes. And Lin Fan passed the bloodthirsty bone blade to Lin Wen, who hauled Lu Yu, limp and broken, into the distance. Moments later, Lu Yu's screams tore the air, raw animal unending, then faded into silence. Lin Wen returned drenched in gore, handed the blade back, and calmly wiped his glasses. Brother Fan, I swore, if you killed Lu Yu, I'd serve you without reservation. In hearing Lin Wen call him Brother Fan, Lin Fan nodded, placing a firm, approving hand on his shoulder. From now on, we're brothers. And call me Qin Wen, he added softly, no longer Lin Wen. Qin like Qin Tian. Qin Wen. Though Lin Fan had no idea why Lin Wen had changed his name to Qin when he respected the decision. After all, everyone carries pasts too painful to speak of. The moment Qin Wen addressed him as Brother Fan, the system notified Lin Fan that Qin Wen's loyalty had reached the threshold required for the Divine Disciple Covenant. Yet Lin Fan was in no rush. A host of urgent matters still demanded his attention, assigning Zhang Long to organize all remaining supplies, and freeing the tormented survivors imprisoned aboard the Death Chasers' vehicles. Zhao Tong, crouched trembling at Lin Fan's feet, stared in horror at Lu Yu's shattered remains, her whole body shuddering like a startled cat. Here's one more. Lin Fan gestured toward Zhao Tong with a subtle nod to Qin Wen, implying if the grudge remained unquenched, she could be dealt with as well. After slaying Lu Yu, Qin Wen seemed markedly lighter in spirit. With a faint smile, he said, I'm no deranged serial killer. She bears no grudge against me. You decide her fate. He paused, then added, mind lending me one of those madmen's vehicles? I've coveted your heavy-duty pickup for ages. Lin Fan pointed vaguely into the distance. Take your pick. With a half-teasing grin, Qin Wen declared, thanks, boss. At that instant, Lin Fan knew. Qin Wen had become one of his own irrevocably. The wind sweeping across the open plain scattered traces of blood-scented air. Rain persisted, not in torrents, but as a fine misty drizzle. Zhang Long approached, lugging several wooden crates, his face etched with sorrow. The two brothers who had followed him loyally had both fallen to the lost ones. The crates served as makeshift seats. Lin Fan, Qin Wen, Tang Xiao Xiao, and Lin Meng sat in a loose semicircle, their gazes fixed upon Zhao Tong, huddled and quivering on the ground before them. Lin Fan nudged Zhao Tong, still prostrate beside him, with his toe sending her sliding into the center. She lifted her head tear-streaked, smudged her eyes wide with raw terror. Tang Xiao leaned back against her crate, her complexion still pallid, but her composure somewhat restored. She turned the seed serum vial over in her hands, studying it intently, yet finding nothing extraordinary about its appearance. Speak now. Tell us everything you know. Cooperate well, and I'll grant you clemency. She glanced up at Lin Fan, who gave a quiet, affirming nod. I will. Zhao Tong seized the offer like a lifeline. Her gaze darted wildly toward the indistinct heap of gore in the distance, and her body convulsed violently, her voice breaking into sobs. Long before the cataclysm descended, they'd secretly constructed numerous facilities across the nation. Her voice still trembled, but grew steadier, more coherent. Those places were never shelters for survivors. They were laboratories. They claimed them to be survivor enclaves. Yet their true purpose was to lure more survivors in, to test the seed serum. She drew a deep breath, as if steeling herself, then spoke rapidly. Lu Yu's father, Lu Chang'e. He himself is a sequence ability holder. Extremely powerful. Lin Fan hadn't expected this, his brow furrowed. Do you know which sequence? Zhao Tong shook her head. I served only under Lu Yu. I know little of Lu Chang'e. Lin Fan studied her expression. No deception flickered there, and signaled her to continue. They tested the serum on captured survivors. Many injected with incomplete formulations devolved instantly into mindless, slaughter-obsessed aberrations, the lost ones. And the larger ones, they're called the fallen. Her tone had grown eerily calm. To survive, she would divulge every secret she possessed. The fallen are evolved forms of the lost ones. I heard rumors that Lu Chang'e commands even more fearsome entities, the slaughterers, said to rival level 3 aberrations in power. HSSSS. Her words drew a sharp collective intake of breath from Lin Fan and the others, stunned that Lu Chang'e not only tamed aberrations, but commanded beings of such terrifying magnitude. At that moment, Zhang Long strode forward, clutching a briefcase, and placed it beside Lin Fan, then shot Zhao Tong a venomous glance. In a low voice, he said, Brother Fan, found this in White Madman's vehicle. Also retrieved some stones from the aberration corpses, identical to what's inside. Aberration cores. Zhang Long didn't recognize the term, but sensing its value, especially given its origin in White Madman's vehicle, he brought it straight to Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the case, its interior brimming with aberration cores. His mouth fell agape. We're rich. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao crowded close, and gasped anew. The cores matched those dropped by lost ones and fallen alike. How many survivors have they slaughtered? Qin Wen glared at Zhao Tong, fury blazing in his eyes. Lin Fan handed the cores to Zhang Long, then turned to her. What about the seed serum? You mentioned it held secrets. What are they? Zhao Tong stole a timid glance at Lin Fan, then quickly bowed her head. They used the seed serum to cultivate their own sequence ability holders. But everyone awakened through the serum becomes utterly subservient, like a flawless, unwavering servant, bound to obey Lu Chang'e without question or hesitation, life and death dictated by a single word. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses, analyzing aloud. Is the serum compromised? Does it contain an additive, like the servant mark embedded in White Madman's brain? Yes. It's a proprietary compound jointly developed by Lu Chang'e and a level 3 alchemist sequence ability holder. Once integrated into the seed serum, this compound induces the formation of a servant mark within the recipient's mind, transforming them into absolute instruments wholly own their very existence, contingent upon Lu Chang'e's decree. White Madman was forged by Lu Chang'e using the seed serum, tasked specifically with overseeing affairs around Luo City. A flicker of dread crossed Zhao Tong's face. She too had stood perilously close to that horrifying mechanism of control. Humph, grand ambition indeed. Qin Wen sneered. Forging an army of utterly loyal sequence ability holders via the seed serum. He seeks to crown himself monarch of this apocalypse, erecting a dynasty for the Lu clan. TSK. Truly erudite and ruthlessly inventive. A reluctant admiration stirred within Lin Fan. This is vertical integration perfected, a self-sustaining industrial chain. While others struggled merely to survive the cataclysm, Lu Chang'e had weaponized aberrations into an industry, luring the unsuspecting under the guise of survivor sanctuaries, all to fuel his seed serum experiments. Failures were converted into aberrations, bred, trained, and evolved into ever higher tiers for his service. The discarded yielded aberration cores upon death. Successes awakened sequence abilities, unwaveringly loyal, empowered further by the very cores they helped produce. A flawless self-reinforcing cycle. A sudden profound sense of dissonance surged within Lin Fan. Logically, his and Lu Chang'e's ultimate aims overlapped. Yet while Lin Fan strained every fiber to secure a single divine disciple slot, Lu Changhe was already mass-producing perfectly obedient sequence ability holders. Perspective, scale, chasm. Yet as his gaze drifted to Qin Wen, Tang Xiao and Lin Meng beside him, that dissonance quietly dissolved. Unlike Lu Changhe, Lin Fan's divine disciples were trusted brothers, steadfast companions, bound not by coercion, but by shared sacrifice and unbreakable loyalty. Such control, however, inevitably breeds rebellion. From its inception, Lu Changhe's kingdom appeared formidable, yet its foundations teemed with fatal flaws. Lin Fan's nascent divine realm, by contrast, rested upon bedrock, its strength destined only to deepen with time. Silence fell over the crowd. Zhao Tong's words had been too staggering to process. Qin Wen turned toward Lin Fan and asked softly, "Boss, what do we do about this?" Lin Fan understood he was referring to the killing of Lu Yu and the resulting enmity with Lu Changhe. Upon learning just how vast Lu Changhe's influence truly was, Qin Wen couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension. After all, even a single madman, Bai Fengzi, had nearly wiped them out entirely, and Bai Fengzi was merely the regional director of Luo City. Tang Xiao also looked to Lin Fan. She had gradually grown accustomed to relying on him for pivotal decisions. Lin Fan met their expectant gazes with a lopsided grin, then gestured to Zhang Long standing nearby, shaking the briefcase in his hand. A rhythmic clattering echoed from within as Zhang Long's arm moved up and down. Qin Wen and Tang Xiao instantly recognized the sound, the unmistakable rattle of an entire case full of ghoul cores. "We've got someone delivering ghoul cores straight to us. Why aren't you thrilled?" Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter at once. So long as they came, they'd seize everything without mercy. Lin Meng, half asleep, was jolted awake by their mirth. Seeing Lin Fan roaring with laughter, even without understanding why, he joined in instinctively. Zhao Tong watched the three laughing figures before her, her body trembling violently. She couldn't comprehend how, having just learned they'd incurred Lu Changhe's wrath, they could still speak so brazenly of robbing him outright. Was it ignorance that bred such fearlessness, or sheer reckless arrogance? Yet survival remained paramount. "I've told you everything I know, truly. And I also possess the formula for the spark serum. I know the core formulation data. I can write it all down for you. Just spare my life. Spare me. I'm valuable. I can synthesize the spark serum for you." Zhao Tong lifted her head, locking eyes with Lin Fan, awaiting his final verdict. Lin Fan rose slowly, gazing down at her with utter stillness in his eyes, as if regarding not a person but a lifeless object. "I know you command your own convoy. I can help you forge sequence awakened beings who will remain eternally loyal to you alone." The moment Zhao Tong finished speaking, Qin Wen and Tang Xiao's eyes snapped simultaneously to Lin Fan. They harbored no strong objections to her proposal. Both had already tacitly pledged allegiance to Lin Fan's convoy, whose foremost tenet was absolute obedience. Whatever decision Lin Fan made, they would stand by him unwaveringly. Seeing Lin Fan fall silent, Zhao Tong's face flickered with fragile hope. She believed her offer was irresistible. Yet Lin Fan suddenly let out a soft, quiet laugh and shook his head. "Not necessary. Why? This is clearly to your advantage." "Humph. Why?" "The people in my convoy are my brothers, not my slaves." Hearing those words, Qin Wen, Tang Xiao and Zhang Long, who stood quietly nearby, felt an unexpected weight lift from their chests. Indeed, none of them wished to follow a leader willing to sacrifice morality for expediency. What none of them knew was that moments earlier a system prompt had echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Analysis complete. Consumed 5000 Divine Ascension points. Successfully upgraded Spark Serum 4 into low-tier Ghoul Serum. Effect increases probability of sequence awakening, removes slave brand imprint. Secondary effect, users will obey Lin Fan, the host, absolutely. Low-tier Ghoul Serum now available in System Shop, 5000 Divine Ascension points. Lin Fan had initiated the analysis the instant he acquired the Spark Serum, and just moments ago the system had completed its enhancement. After all, Zhao Tong was unlikely to harbor benevolent intentions. Lin Fan always eradicated latent threats without hesitation. When she saw Lin Fan reject her proposal, panic flooded her face. She lunged forward desperately, trying to grasp his leg, only to be evaded coldly. Lin Fan, I'm still useful. Spare me." Wah. "I'm useful to you. You promised to spare me." Lin Fan regarded her frenzied state with undisguised revulsion and said calmly, "Since Xiao has already vowed to spare you, I see no reason to oppose it." Zhao Tong's face erupted in ecstatic relief, until Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long and said, "Take her to the survivors. I imagine old acquaintances reuniting will bring them great joy." Zhang Long's expression hardened with lethal intent. Seizing Zhao Tong's hair, he dragged her mercilessly toward the survivors. those who had endured unspeakable torment at the hands of the death chasers. Lin Fan, you're despicable. You broke your word. May you rot in hell. As Zhang Long hauled her away, Zhao Tong screamed, curses raw and venomous. Those survivors had once been her test subjects. Now face-to-face with their tormentor, her fate was sealed. Zhang Long showed no mercy. His fist shattered her jaw in one brutal strike. Watching the two recede into the distance, Qin Wen spoke calmly, boss, what's next? I recommend resting overnight on open ground nearby. The area feels free of ghoul presence. Lin Fan surveyed his weary companions and nodded. Supplies, vehicles, and personnel all required time to reorganize. And more importantly, he intended to forge the bus convoy into something new, the Divine Realm Convoy. Zhang Long dragged Zhao Tong across the barren field like a discarded sack, her limbs thrashing, her sobs ragged and broken. Their 30-odd survivors, just freed from the nightmare of the death chasers, sat numbly beneath a crude tent, hollowed and scarred by imprisonment and torture. The sound of dragging footsteps drew their attention. When they recognized Zhao Tong in Zhang Long's grip, the deadened emptiness in their pupils flickered, then ignited with searing, unrelenting hatred. That woman in the white lab coat, always smiling coldly as she recorded their agony. That accomplice who selected them like livestock, then delivered them into the monstrous cage. The air froze, then exploded into white-hot fury. At first, only silence reigned, broken only by Zhao Tong's muffled, agonized whimpers. A gaunt man abruptly surged to his feet, his left arm bent grotesquely at an unnatural angle shattered long ago at the Luo City survivor base. His eyes blazed crimson, fixed upon Zhao Tong, his chest heaving violently. It's her, he rasped, a guttural, winded snarl as if torn from a ruptured bellows. Devil, demon, my brother was torn apart by that monster, and you watched. You laughed. Give me back my child. Where did you take my child? Zhang Long flung Zhao Tong forward, contemptuously dropping her onto the ground before the survivors, then stepped back, arms crossed, watching impassively. Zhao Tong scrambled backward in terror, sobbing incoherently. No, it wasn't me. Lu Changhe ordered it. Spare me, please. The one-armed man struck first, driving his boot deep into her abdomen with all his strength. Zhao Tong shrieked, a sharp animal cry, as her body curled inward. Then others surged forward. Fists rained down like hail, of boots kicked without pause. Fingernails raked her face, fists tore at her hair. Her screams faded, grew fainter, then ceased entirely, leaving only a motionless, broken form. A deafening wail rose from the survivors, raw, shattering, cathartic. Watching them unleash decades of suppressed anguish, Zhang Long felt a quiet thought surface in his mind. These people have truly come back to life. The light drizzle had ceased, and the night sky was as dark as ink. Piles of bonfires lit up the wilderness beside the road, dispelling the chill of the night wind. Zhang Long had gathered and organized all the supplies. After counting, the resources obtained from the death chasers were quite substantial. In addition to a suitcase of strange cores, there was also a large quantity of jerky, canned food, clean drinking water, and a batch of brand new military battlesuits. Moreover, a batch of brand new standard long knives was discovered, resembling Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang knife, but with a wider blade closer to the ancient Tang broadsword. These long knives were placed in Lin Fan's pickup truck bed. Thanks to the tacit cooperation of the bus team, they collected all supplies in the afternoon and loaded them onto a single truck. What pleased everyone the most were the heavy pickups left behind by the white madman. Except for the one that Lin Fan destroyed when Lu Yu escaped, 3 remained. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao had each chosen one early on. Lin Fan intended to give the remaining heavy pickup to Lin Meng, but Lin Meng preferred the comfort of the bus and declined the offer. Ultimately, the heavy pickup was given to Zhang Long, as he was now the chief steward of the team, managing all the trivial matters within the convoy. Most importantly, Zhang Long's loyalty had remained consistently high, never diminishing. After discussions between Lin Fan and Qin, when the vehicles on site were allocated. Currently, the convoy was well stocked and the vehicles were more than sufficient. Even with 1 vehicle per person, there would still be plenty left. However, to facilitate the migration of the convoy, both agreed to abandon most of the underperforming vehicles. The selected vehicles included 4 heavy pickups. Lin Fan still shared one with Chu Xianqin, when had one with Zhang Bao, Zhang Long's only remaining brother, assigned to drive for Qin, when Tang Xiaoxiao with Tang Wen, and Zhang Long had one alone. The large truck loaded with supplies was managed by the thief Wang Tong and the Dr. Feng Bin from the bus team. According to Zhang Long, Wang Tong, with his background as a thief, understood better how to guard the convoy supplies, as there was no one more professional among the current survivors. As for why Feng Bin was on the large truck, everyone knew, and Wang Tong had no objections. The bus remained Lin Meng's vehicle, with Tian Fu still as the driver. Due to 5 people from the bus team dying at the hands of the lost ones, only 6 could still ride in the bus. Besides the back half being Lin Meng's large bed, the remaining space allowed each person to have a small bed. The 6 survivors from the original Xingho team were not accepted by Lin Fan into the convoy, so Qin Wen had no choice but to allocate an off-road vehicle to them. As for the remaining vehicles, Zhang Long did not intend to completely abandon them. He had the fuel extracted from the vehicles and stored in barrels placed on the large truck. In the afternoon, Zhang Long had come to consult Lin Fan, asking Lin Meng for assistance. By nightfall, a sturdy cabin had been added to the back of the large truck, while the other large trucks had been dismantled into disarray, with useful parts collected by Zhang Long. All vehicles from the Death Chasers were equipped with communication devices, which Zhang Long removed and installed on every vehicle in the convoy, allowing everyone to maintain contact during travel. Once everything was arranged, it was already past midnight. As everyone was starving, the scent of food wafted through the camp. The bus team members were still gathered together with steaming dishes in the pot. Thanks to the Death Chasers, the food was quite lavish. In comparison to the bus team, the other survivors could only fill their stomachs with plain porridge and a pack of compressed biscuits each. In the eyes of Zhang Long and others, being able to rescue these people and provide them with food was already an overflow of kindness. They could be filled, but were not guaranteed good food. Perhaps due to not having eaten hot food for too long, a commotion broke out among the survivors as they all scrambled for food. The noise reached the bus team. Lin Fan frowned, and Zhang Long put down his bowl and chopsticks, leading a few people over. A few piercing screams rang out, and everything returned to calm. The survivors then realized that those seated around the bus were not charitable rescuers. Offending them would also cost one's life. After everyone had eaten their fill, Lin Fan called the busy crowd to stop and announced his decision. From now on, the deputy captain of the convoy will be Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Meng. Zhang Long will manage the convoy. The members of the convoy naturally had no objections, as they had been living together for such a long time and had long regarded Qin Wen and the others as deputy captains. Zhang Long's daily management of the convoy affairs was evident, so everyone accepted it willingly. Tisk tisk, Lin Fan, when did I say I wanted to be the deputy captain of the convoy? Tang Xiaoxiao said while picking her teeth, tilting her head to look at Lin Fan. I have said that I will only join you when you can conquer me. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this, stood up decisively, and said, Easy enough, let's go, let's settle this quickly. Now he had already reached the level of a second-tier ability user. Conquering Tang Xiaoxiao would be a piece of cake. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but Qin Wen had already taken the lead to follow. Zhang Long and the others exchanged glances and also got up to chase after. The private sparring between the two every night had long spread throughout the convoy, but except for Chu Xian, no one knew the outcome. This was clearly a decisive showdown, and such excitement could not be missed. With a whoosh, everyone in front of the bus followed suit, leaving only Lin Meng sitting in place as he had not eaten enough. The distant survivors, unsure of what was happening, curiously followed along. From a distance, everyone stood, using the faint glow of the bonfire to vaguely see the two standing opposite each other. At this moment, both wielded their weapons, and an invisible aura made the onlookers hold their breath. Lin Fan, rest assured, I won't let you lose face in front of your little brother, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan waved his hand. No more nonsense, we have things to discuss later, hurry up. Neither of us will hold back anymore. Lin Fan, I know you can see through my weaknesses, but seeing through does not mean you can crack them. Crush the edge. With a loud shout, Tang Xiaoxiao unleashed a massive blade radiance from her Tang knife. Seeing her strike first with a killing move, Lin Fan did not hesitate any longer. Haha, you are full of flaws in my eyes now. Instant kill of flaws. A flash of light dashed by, and the overwhelming blade shadow Tang Xiaoxiao swung shattered like a mirror. She lost control and fell unable to help but curse, Lin Fan. You bastard. You think you can toy with me like the white madman? This earth-shattering commotion shocked all the onlookers, who could more vividly feel the terrifying strength of the core members of the convoy. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao were carried back. The others returned to the front of the bus, with Tang Xiaoxiao lying in Tang Wen's arms. Lin Fan sat on a wooden crate, while Chu Xian stood behind him, acting as a human backrest. Continue. Lin Fan's voice was steady, as if the fierce battle just now had never happened. About what I just said, does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Tang Xiaoxiao shot Lin Fan a glance and snorted, indicating her default acceptance. Her coming out to oppose was merely a formality, while also hoping to establish Lin Fan's authority through a battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan opened with a heavy attack. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across the crowd. His eyes were calm and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. From today on, Lin Fan's voice suddenly rose, carrying a decisive force. The bus team will be history. We will have a new beginning, a new name. He suddenly raised his arm, pointing to the deep night sky, as if to announce this name to the heavens. Divine Kingdom Convoy. This was not just a title, but a declaration of goal. What Lin Fan aimed to establish was not a struggling escape team, but a nation that could stand firm in the apocalypse, possessing its own order and beliefs. Boom. It was as if an invisible bomb had been dropped into the crowd. Divine Kingdom. What an arrogant and tyrannical name. In this land where order had collapsed, where strange things roamed and lives were as worthless as grass, someone dared to proclaim the establishment of a divine kingdom. The eyes of the people in front of the bus ignited with madness, while the distant survivors looked on in shock, as if staring at a group of lunatics. The scene fell into a brief silence, with only the crackling sound of the burning campfire. Zhang Long took a sudden step forward, his right fist clenched tightly, raised high above his head, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I swear to follow Fan Gu to the death." Others reacted and followed Zhang Long's lead, shouting together, "I swear to follow Fan Gu to the death." The shouts grew louder and louder. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao clasped their hands tightly, looking at Lin Fan in the center of the crowd with smiles on their faces. Lin Meng was the most excited, howling like a wolf, cheering and jumping around like a child. This was a moment of glory exclusively for Lin Fan. From this day on, the Divine Nation convoy was officially established. Though there were only a little over 10 people, they embodied an unbreakable will. Lin Fan looked at the excited crowd with satisfaction, a surge of boundless ambition rising in his heart. With the support of the system and this group of partners willing to share life and death, even amidst the looming apocalypse, he no longer felt despair, but was filled with a desire to embrace challenges. In the distance, survivors were drawn to the cheers of the crowd by the bus, staring blankly at the exhilarated group. A multitude of emotions, envy, disdain, shock, doubt, and indifference, intertwined. Some attempted to approach and spy. Qin Wen signaled Zhang Long with his eyes, and Zhang Long immediately led a few people to drive all the survivors far away to the bus. The survivors could only see the blurry figures of the crowd by the bus through the windows, unable to hear their conversation. Zhang Long, still uneasy, instructed a few to form a barrier with vehicles, completely isolating the crowd from the survivors. When Zhang Long and the others returned, Lin Fan raised his hand to signal quiet, and the deafening cheers abruptly stopped, yet the fervor in everyone's eyes remained undiminished. Then Lin Fan's actions plunged the crowd into madness once more. He picked up the low-level mysterious potion improved by the system, with its azure liquid shimmering enticingly in the firelight, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This is a mysterious potion that allows ordinary people a chance to awaken sequence abilities. Lin Fan looked at the crowd, whose breaths were quickening, and continued, "It is my improvement of the fire seed potion." "Boss, when did you improve the fire seed potion?" Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the mysterious potion in Lin Fan's hand with shock. The potion looked identical to the fire seed potion, but both of them could sense the aura emanating from it. It was no longer as violent as the previous fire seed potion, but instead seemed gentle and pure. "Lin Fan, you are becoming increasingly unfathomable. To have improved the fire seed potion without anyone noticing, I can feel that the potion in your hand is more pure than the fire seed potion." Tang Xiaoxiao revealed an expression of disbelief. "I understand. The reason you named the convoy Divine Nation might be that you truly aspire to become a deity in this apocalypse." Tang Xiaoxiao's words reignited the fervent emotions of the crowd. The mysterious potion in Lin Fan's hand filled their gazes with sincere and fervent devotion. Lin Fan looked proudly at the astonished Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao. "This was just the beginning, and there would be many more things to astonish you in the future. I previously said that one day I would give you the chance to awaken sequence abilities. This is the best proof. There will be many such potions, and once you make enough contributions, I believe everyone present will become sequence ability users." Upon finishing, Lin Fan's words ignited another deafening cheer from the crowd. At first, those who joined Lin Fan's convoy did so merely to survive better. After some time together, Lin Fan had become an irreplaceable leader in their hearts. When Lin Fan presented the mysterious potion, their goals were no longer limited to mere survival. Becoming sequence ability users, a dream once distant, was now laid before them by Lin Fan. What Lin Fan desired went beyond this. Sometimes mere words of promise can seem like empty platitudes. Empty promises are ultimately illusory. Only by presenting hope in a tangible way can one solidify hearts. Today he decided to place this tangible hope before everyone. For this he spared no expense, using all his divine points, and even owed the system 100 divine points. The benefit was that the awakening chance of the mysterious potion in his hand had risen to 70. Though it pained him greatly, he felt it was worth it. "Zhang Long," Lin Fan called out to the excited Zhang Long in the crowd. "Here, Fan. Gano, boss." Lin Fan smiled as he tossed the mysterious potion to Zhang Long, who fumbled to catch it, carefully cradling it in his hands, looking at Lin Fan with confusion. Today you will be the first convoy member to awaken a sequence ability. Boom. Everyone looked at Zhang Long with envy, and Chu Xian's eyes were already red with envy. However, she knew that Zhang Long deserved this potion. Among everyone, Zhang Long was the only one who would unconditionally be willing to die for Lin Fan. This was also Lin Fan's consideration. In his eyes, Zhang Long was not only his best helper, but also had an overwhelming degree of loyalty. This was the best reward for Zhang Long's contributions, and for this Lin Fan was willing to borrow from the system. Zhang Long trembled as he held the mysterious potion, tears shimmering in his eyes, looking at Lin Fan with immense gratitude. It was this man who pulled him from the mire of disdain, and who even in the face of life and death returned without hesitation to save him. Zhang Long knew he was not a good person. His experiences growing up had made him ruthless, but he was also grateful. After Lin Fan saved him, he secretly vowed to follow Lin Fan for life, even at the cost of his own life. Now Lin Fan had given him an opportunity that could transcend the boundaries of life. How could he not be excited? How could he not swear loyalty unto death? At this moment, Lin Meng, who had been silent, spoke up. Long, just drink it directly. It doesn't taste good, don't savor it. Zhang Long's face flushed red, and he glanced gratefully at Lin Meng. He opened the potion and tilted his head to drink it in one gulp. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching Zhang Long's reaction. Lin Fan felt a bit tense as well. After all, the success rate was only 70. A scorching energy suddenly erupted within Zhang Long's body. He groaned, kneeling on one knee, his muscles tensing uncontrollably, his skin turning an abnormal crimson, with steam even faintly seeping from his pores. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching him. Seconds ticked by, and Zhang Long's trembling gradually subsided, the crimson hue fading, replaced by a bronze color that glimmered faintly with a metallic sheen. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and deep within his pupils it seemed as if precise gears flashed by. It worked. Qin Wen was the first to sense the unique energy fluctuation radiating from Zhang Long, and he shouted in surprise. Zhang Long stood up, stretching his limbs as his joints emitted crisp, cracking sounds. He felt the surging power within him, his face filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Boss, I did it. His voice trembled with excitement. I have awakened. It's the mechanic sequence. The mechanic sequence. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. What abilities does it entail? Zhang Long replied excitedly. I can feel that I now possess an innate affinity for any machinery. I can repair and enhance them. Moreover, he paused, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. I can also use existing materials to easily manufacture some firearms, such as pistols, shotguns, or even more complex ones. But what? Qin Wen interjected. But the weapons I create can only be used by me, Zhang Long explained. Everyone looked at Zhang Long with envy, and Qin Wen did not pursue what price Zhang Long had to pay, as this was a unique secret for each sequence ability user. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. The mechanic sequence was an invaluable ability in the apocalypse. The future vehicle maintenance for the convoy would be worry-free, and the enhancement of equipment performance would greatly boost the team's survival capability. In the future, unless special effects were added to heavy-duty pickups, ordinary enhancements could be handled by Zhang Long. The ability to manufacture firearms also provided Zhang Long with corresponding combat power. Now Zhang Long was an invaluable asset to the convoy. That's fantastic. Lin Fan clapped Zhang Long's shoulder heavily, feeling a sense of relief. The 1000 God point loan was worth it. Zhang Long's successful awakening instilled real hope in everyone. Lin Fan seemed to possess the ability to conjure a sequence ability user out of thin air, driving everyone into a frenzy. Everyone has seen it. As long as there are enough contributions, the next to awaken a sequence ability will be you. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. At this moment, everyone felt that Lin Fan was the faith that continuously brought them hope. He was the most real divine being in their eyes. They would follow the footsteps of their divine being walking through the apocalyptic world. They spontaneously endowed themselves with a new identity, the followers of the divine being. Many years later, standing at the pinnacle of the apocalyptic world, they still felt proud to be among the first followers of Lin Fan. The cheers of the crowd echoed across the wilderness, awakening the already sleeping survivors who looked out the window in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Meanwhile, in Lin Fan's ear, the system's notification sound kept ringing. Everyone's loyalty had reached the standard, and the system urged Lin Fan to hurry and contract the divine followers. Lin Fan looked around and discovered that one person's loyalty was only 60. Tang Xiaoxiao. This did not mean that Tang Xiaoxiao had the potential to betray, but rather that her proud nature had an inherent unwillingness to submit. Only when Lin Fan truly and thoroughly conquered her would her loyalty reach the standard. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed. It seemed the contract with Tang Xiaoxiao was a long and arduous journey. However, there were two ready candidates for divine followers at the moment. Qin 1, Zhang Long, Lin Fan suddenly shouted. Here. Both responded instantly, though Qin 1 wore a puzzled expression, unsure why Lin Fan had called him. Do you both want to become my divine followers? Lin Fan asked solemnly, word by word. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in confusion, and Tang Xiaoxiao also showed a puzzled expression. What was Lin Fan doing? A new ritual for the Divine Nation convoy. What is a divine follower? Is Lin Fan trying to form a cult? And why didn't he call me? A series of questions floated in Tang Xiaoxiao's mind. Qin 1 and Zhang Long were initially stunned, but upon seeing Lin Fan's serious expression, they realized he was not joking. I do. Me too. The two responded one after the other. Just as they finished speaking, the system's notification sound echoed in Lin Fan's ear again. Divine Follower contract signed. Host Divine Follower Qin 1. Explorer Sequence ability, user loyalty 100. Host Divine Path, rank Divine Realm Walker advancement level 5, Divine Follower contract signed. Host Divine Follower Zhang Long. Mechanics Sequence ability, user loyalty 100. Host Divine Path, rank Divine Realm Walker advancement level 10. After two system notification sounds, Lin Fan felt a powerful spiritual force and a small amount of physical power flowing back to him, amounting to a 20 ability return. However, the Divine Path rank raised by contracting Divine Followers was reduced to 5. Qin 1 brought a massive amount of spiritual power, while Zhang Long's was a mix of spiritual and physical power. At the same time, the two widened their eyes. Although they did not hear the system notification, they could clearly feel a special connection established with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the energy within them was significantly enhancing. It turned out that Lin Fan's earlier words were not just simple talk, they had such a miraculous effect. Just as Qin 1 was about to speak, Lin Fan gently shook his head at him. Qin 1 understood immediately and promptly shut his mouth. Hey, what are you three doing all secretive? Tang Xiaoxiao said unhappily. Lin Fan and Qin 1 just smiled and shook their heads, earning Tang Xiaoxiao a roll of her eyes. Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Fan realized the objective had been achieved. It was getting late, so he sent everyone off to rest. Zhang Long had already arranged the night watch, allowing the rest to get a good night's sleep. However, seeing the excited expressions of everyone, he wondered how many would actually be able to sleep tonight. Chu Xian followed Lin Fan to the heavy-duty pickup, hesitating to speak along the way. After the incident with Lu Yu, she understood that her sister was likely in grave danger. At this moment, revenge had become her only obsession. She knew very well that only by becoming a sequence ability user would she have the hope of avenging her sister. Lin Fan had shown everyone everything today, giving her a glimpse of the hope of awakening. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to ask Lin, "Boss, do I have a chance to become a sequence ability user?" Lin Fan turned to look at the nervous Chu Xian, who had made it clear from the beginning that she wanted to become a sequence ability user when she joined the convoy. Now, seeing Zhang Long's successful awakening, she could no longer hold back her question. "There is a chance," Lin Fan said gently. "As long as your contributions to the convoy are sufficient, I will naturally provide you with the mysterious potion." He paused and added, "However, using the potion does not guarantee a 100 success rate." Chu Xian gritted her teeth. "I will work hard. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid I can't avenge my sister." Lin Fan gave her an encouraging look, opened the door, sat in the pickup truck, reclined the seat, and fell into a deep sleep. The intense battles during the day made Lin Fan sleep exceptionally soundly. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The sound of clanging and banging reached his ears. Pushing open the car door, a wave of crisp, cool air rushed in, invigorating him. "Boss, did I disturb you?" A voice came from behind, belonging to Zhang Long. Lin Fan turned to look, seeing Zhang Long dressed in military combat gear, still in an excited state, holding a car repair tool. Upon closer inspection, the vehicles in the convoy all looked brand new. All 4 heavy-duty pickup trucks had been fitted with enclosed compartments. The originally black car body was emblazoned with a striking red long knife pattern resembling the bloodthirsty bone blade in Lin Fan's hand. Above the pattern were the 2 dramatic characters, Shenghua Divine Nation. The overall design was both aesthetically pleasing and filled with a sense of menace. Lin Fan instantly fell in love with this emblem. Each vehicle was labeled with a number. Lin Fan's heavy-duty pickup was number 1, followed by Qin 1's number 2, Tang Xiaoxiao's number 3, Lin Meng's number 4, Zhang Long's number 5, and the supply truck number 6. Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Did you do all this?" "I saw you were still asleep this morning, so I discussed it with team leader Qin." Zhang Long scratched his head, feeling a bit shy as he continued, "I noticed you always sleeping in the driver's seat, so I used parts from those abandoned cars to fit all the pickups with compartments and added single beds. This way it's more comfortable to sleep." It seemed Zhang Long hadn't slept all night and was eager to test his sequence ability. He had maintained and repaired all the vehicles in the convoy by himself and completed the modifications. Lin Fan patted his shoulder appreciatively. Zhang Long's greatest strength was his meticulousness, always thinking things through, sparing Lin Fan any worry. Did you write these characters? I didn't expect someone like you to have this skill. Lin Fan marveled at the sharp lettering on the truck. Boss, I didn't even graduate from elementary school. How could I write so beautifully? Oh, then who wrote it? At that moment, Wang Tong, also wearing a brand new military combat uniform, approached with a paint bucket in hand along with a brush. It wouldn't be Wang Tong who wrote it, would it? Lin Fan looked at Wang Tong in surprise, not expecting the former thief to possess such a talent. Zhang Long nodded in confirmation with a smile. To his astonishment, there were indeed hidden talents among the convoy. Wang Tong smiled and greeted the two. Lin Fan scrutinized the unremarkable young man. Wang Tong, did you write this? I didn't expect you to have this skill. Wang Tong chuckled. Boss, having many skills never hurts. Damn it, if you have this skill, why are you still a professional thief? Seeing that Qin Wen and the others were waiting for him, Lin Fan beckoned them into the tent. It was time to discuss the upcoming journey. Still in Qin Wen's tent, everything was as usual, each person with a cup of tea. However, Qin Tian and Wang Yong were no longer present, replaced by the extremely excited Zhang Long. He sat next to Lin Meng, constantly tearing open snack packages in Lin Meng's hands. The two occasionally exchanged glances, both breaking into goofy smiles. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Zhang Long's appearance, muttering to herself, Zhang Long's awakening cost must be the same as Lin Meng's. Did his IQ just drop to 0? Zhang Long's silly grin was because participating in such a significant meeting meant he had been fully recognized by these core members, officially entering the upper echelons of the convoy. Lin Fan gently tapped the table. The Divine Nation convoy has been established. We cannot act like headless flies constantly running around. Let's discuss where to go next. Qin Wen held his warm teacup, pondering for a moment. Boss, I suggest we proceed in the original plan towards Lingguan. Since Lu Changhe has mentioned that there are survivor bases at Lingguan, I believe survivor convoys along the way will gather there. We can strengthen our own power by accepting other convoys. Although we already have 5 sequence ability users, the number of ordinary people in the convoy is still too few. Only when the overall number increases can the strength of the convoy be guaranteed. Furthermore, Qin Wen paused and continued, ordinary people are not just a burden, at times they themselves are a strategic resource. Everyone agreed with Qin Wen's words. There's a long-standing truth that more people mean greater strength. Without the addition of fresh blood, the Divine Nation convoy would be like floating duckweed on water, never able to take root. Lin Fan nodded. You're right, we should absorb newcomers. But the principles of the convoy cannot change. Absolute obedience and absolute loyalty are a must. I still have 3 strange potions on hand. After a period of assessment, I hope to have 3 more sequence ability users appear in the convoy. Hearing this, everyone perked up. The more sequence ability users, the stronger the core combat power of the convoy. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long and instructed, Zhang Long, after the meeting, go recruit among those survivors, focusing on those with special skills. Those willing to follow the convoy can be given vehicles, but cannot be directly accepted. They must fully acknowledge the principles of the convoy before being selectively absorbed. Zhang Long nodded with a silly grin. As for those unwilling to join the convoy, Lin Fan didn't need to say. Zhang Long already knew what to do. A survival of the fittest was their fate. After saying all this, Lin Fan dumped all the strange cores from his briefcase onto the table, the piled cores shimmering with enticing light. The few present sat up straight. It was time for the most enjoyable moment of dividing the spoils. Tang Xiaoxiao pulled out a few strange cores from her pocket and tossed them onto the table. Feeling the puzzled gazes, she rolled her eyes and explained, these are the strange cores from Mengchuan town. Oh, I never had the chance to take them out, so today we'll distribute them together. She then glared at the others. What? Do you think I would be greedy and keep your strange cores? The others quickly shook their heads with smiles indicating they had never thought that. Lin Fan didn't waste any words. He grabbed a few strange cores and placed them in front of Zhang Long. He then divided the remaining strange cores into 3 equal parts and placed them in front of Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Meng. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the large pile of strange cores in front of them, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Fan, not understanding why he had none. They glanced worriedly at Zhang Long, who had the least, or afraid he might feel dissatisfied. Lin Fan smiled and asked, Zhang Long, do you have any comments? Zhang Long continued to grin, foolishly shaking his head. For him, whatever Lin Fan said was what it was, without question. Tang Xiaoxiao helplessly slapped her forehead. It's over. Zhang Long is utterly hopeless. Looking at his demeanor, Lin Fan could tell him to take on Bai Fengzi in a duel, and he wouldn't even blink. Like Lin Meng, he was undoubtedly Lin Fan's staunch supporter. Lin Fan looked at Qin Wen's puzzled expression and smiled. No need to look at me like that, and my mysterious sequence doesn't require strange cores. You all should focus on advancing to level 2. I can't be the only one holding up the scene. Upon hearing this, Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao stopped declining and collected the strange cores before them. With these cores as aids, it wouldn't be long before they would be able to complete their advancement. Lin Fan continued, "From now on we'll follow this rule. You all will divide the strange cores. No need to count my share." Tang Xiaoxiao, hearing this, happily said to Qin Wen, "See, this is how a boss should act." After agreeing with Qin Wen that the convoy would set off in 2 hours, everyone dispersed to pack their things. Zhang Long, meanwhile, took a few people to recruit survivors. Everyone was willing to follow the convoy in the current situation. Leaving the convoy would be like delivering themselves to danger. Zhang Long had to find a few still intact vehicles and fill them with fuel to distribute. He also emphasized to everyone that the Divine Nation convoy would only provide basic food until the next supply point. During the migration, everyone must follow the convoy's orders. Upon reaching the supply point, they must be self-sufficient, as the convoy would no longer provide food and fuel. If anyone performs exceptionally, the convoy may accept them as reserve members. Upon hearing this, the survivors naturally agreed eagerly. Earlier that morning, they had noticed that everyone from the Divine Nation convoy was dressed in newly issued military combat uniforms, their faces beaming with pride, while their gazes held a hint of disdain. If they could become official members of the convoy, their treatment would certainly be vastly different. When Zhang Long announced the recruitment of individuals with special skills, everyone excitedly surged forward to sign up. Name. Age. Pu Yixing, 38 years old. This name is really something. What have you done before? I've worked as a teacher, tour guide, doctor, salesman, flight attendant. Wow, I didn't expect your life experience to be so rich. You've done so many jobs. Wait, were you asking about what job I did? You mother. The Xinhua convoy resumed its journey to the low, throaty roar of engines. For heavy pickups led the way, supply trucks took the center, a coach padded the formation, and 6 vehicles allocated to survivors followed close behind. The convoy flowed like molten iron, crushing the desolate highway beneath it. They had decided to head for Lingwan and were already driving south. Rain began to fall again. Lin Fan rolled down the window and let the cool drops wash over his face. From the in-vehicle intercom, Zhang Long's voice came steadily with reports of the road ahead. It was their first time using the system. Everyone found it novel and chatted and laughed through the channel. There was no tedium in the drive. Listening to the others' laughter, Lin Fan felt an effortless calm. Chu Sun's driving was now thoroughly practiced, and the modified heavy pickup Zhang Long had tuned rode the smooth road without the slightest jolt. Just as Lin Fan was drifting toward sleep, Qin Wen's voice came over the intercom. "Boss, in about an hour we'll encounter a convoy. I don't sense any dangerous aura. Shall we stop?" Lin Fan checked the time. It was already after 1 in the afternoon. Qin Wen's mention of a new convoy piqued him. Since the encounter with the Xinhua convoy, it had been nearly a month since he'd seen another new group. If Qin Wen detected no danger, it made sense to stop and communicate with the approaching convoy. Perhaps they could glean useful information. "Zhang Long, when you meet the convoy, go and scout the situation. The rest of you set up camp and rest." "Received, boss." Zhang Long's voice crackled with excitement. Since awakening his mechanic sequence ability, he had been in a constant state of exhilaration. Everyone grew expectant at the prospect of the new convoy. The rain swelled, and after a brief downpour, it tapered again into a fine misty drizzle. "Boss, there's a crowd ahead, about 20 people." Zhang Long's report caught everyone's attention. Lin Fan leaned forward, his gaze passing over Qin Wen and Zhang Long's pickup to a group of dark shapes in the rain and mist. Tang Xiaoxiao asked, "Is that the convoy Qin Wen mentioned?" "Well, how to put it? By numbers you could call it a convoy, but..." Zhang Long's tone turned oddly vague, as if he could not find the right words. "Zhang Long, why are you acting so timid? What's wrong with you?" Tang Xiaoxiao snapped irritably. Lately her temper had been short. Lin Fan and Qin Wen privately guessed some visiting relatives were the cause. The two of them even slyly noted the date, planning to avoid poking Tang Xiaoxiao's bad mood around the same time every month in the future. "But they have no vehicles, all bicycles." Zhang Long's voice carried a note of grievance. "Bicycles?" Lin Fan was astonished. Before the Shinta system arrived, as an ordinary man, he at least owned a battered pickup as his means of transport. When the apocalypse first struck, many had chosen bicycles. The drawback was sore legs. The advantage was that no fuel was required. But 2 wheels could never match 4, especially when fleeing danger. A bicycle was always a lagging, sacrificial choice. To see an entire convoy relying solely on bicycles was astonishingly rare. "Stop, rest, eat." Zhang Long, scout them out first. Everyone else stay alert. At Lin Fan's orders, the convoy halted with practiced order. Everyone disembarked to rest. The team on the coach efficiently raised crude tents, and the cooks began to prepare food. The survivors in the rear vehicles also filed out to eat, though their rations consisted only of the biscuits and bread distributed by the Xinhua convoy. Lin Fan and Qin Wen sat beneath a tent watching Zhang Long and Zhang Bao jog off to scout. Perhaps seeing the Xinhua convoy stop had prompted the distant group to pause as well. They were not far away and seemed to have an organizer. Compared with Xinghui's formation, the other group looked like fleeing refugees. They had erected a few crooked tatty tents and no smoke rose from their camp. Their food was likely instant or self-heating meals. It did not take long before Zhang Long and Zhang Bao returned, their faces wearing awkward, unnatural expressions. Boss, their students from Luo Chung International Business and Trade University. All on bicycles, many are shared bikes. The leader is a female student. She seems to hold some position like a chairperson. Zhang Long relayed the information. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. That's the student council president, you illiterate fool. Zhang Long scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. I only have an elementary education. The highest post I ever held was sports monitor. I can't tell these things apart. Qin Wen and Lin Fan exchanged a glance, and then asked, did you sense any sequence ability users? There's one, but his aura is weak. He's the girl chair's boyfriend. They're probably just a group of fleeing students, not a convoy. Qin Wen pushed up his glasses. Lin Fan lost interest. The scent of cooking drifted over, and he called everyone to eat. Zhang Bao, who had followed Zhang Long, stammered, boss, there were also 2 black men in there. They look different. Probably exchange students. Let's eat. Qin Wen replied calmly. Just as they were about to sit down, shouts of anger erupted from Zhang Long's pickup. Wang Tong was shouting. Zhang Long's expression changed. At Lin Fan's nod, he and Zhang Bao ran over. They saw Wang Tong being held tightly by one black student, while another greedily tried to force open a car door. The slight Wang Tong looked like a chick beside the nearly 2-meter black student. Damn it. Let go. Zhang Long flew into a rage. He raised his leg and kicked the man restraining Wang Tong a few meters away. The other man, infuriated, hauled his companion upright and began chattering angrily in a foreign tongue. Zhang Long could not understand the words. He turned to Wang Tong. What happened? Brother Long, those 2 tried to open the door to steal things. Wang Tong said, aggrieved. You fool. If you can't fight, why didn't you call for help? Wang Tong looked wronged. I tried to call, but he grabbed my throat before I could. The 2 men continued to jabber in their foreign language. Zhang Long watched their moving lips with growing irritation. Can you speak human language? I don't understand this. He snapped. The taller man pointed at the distant convoy and then at himself, speaking quickly. Hearing Zhang Long's blank look, the man spat out a word in English, fuck. With a thunderous crack, both men were suddenly sent flying. Zhang Long hurled abuse at them. Fuck. How dare you insult me? I understood that one. All those foreign films I watched weren't wasted. One of the men scrambled up, furious, drew a gun from his waist and pressed it to Zhang Long's head, cursing the same word over and over. He expected fear, but Zhang Long showed none. As the man stared, the pistol in his hand fell apart into a tangle of pieces, and then his body was hurled away. Damn you, playing with guns in front of me. You picked the wrong target. Zhang Long's mechanic sequence ability did more than reinforce. Dismantling a simple firearm was effortless for him. Zhang Long picked up the disassembled pistol and reassembled it. No bullets. What good is that? Beat him. Zhang Long and 2 others dragged 2 bruised and battered black students before Lin Fan and the others. Boss, these 2 dark-skinned fellows tried to steal something. Lin Fan merely cast a dismissive glance their way before returning his gaze to the large pot steaming vigorously, its rich aroma of stewed beef filling the air. Today the cook had simmered all the aged beef stored away, its savory fragrance irresistible, stirring an immediate hunger in everyone nearby. Eating comes first. Sit down and eat. Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth was already full as she wrinkled her nose in distaste at the 2 black students sobbing and wailing on the ground beside her, then kicked Zhang Long lightly just as he began to sit. Zhang Long, you're eating. Don't you find this nauseating? Toss them farther away. With a sigh, Zhang Long grabbed each student by the collar, heaved them up, and, arms straining, flung them clean over the roof of the vehicle and onto the roadside. 2 dull thuds echoed, and then the cries ceased abruptly. Both men had lapsed into unconsciousness. To the group, it was merely an insignificant minor incident. No one gave it a second thought. Even the handgun Zhang Long had produced drew only fleeting curiosity before being casually tossed aside. In the apocalypse sequence, rankings reigned supreme. Firearms might still intimidate ordinary survivors, but against sequence ability users they were less threatening than even a low-tier anomaly. As the group feasted heartily, over 20 figures suddenly emerged from the distant convoy and strode purposefully toward them. At their head walked an unremarkable female university student. Behind her trailed a group of young adults in their early 20s, some gripping steel pipes, their posture unmistakably hostile. The university students approached Lin Fan and his companions with aggressive intent. Lin Fan gestured for the bus occupants, who'd started to rise, to remain seated, then observed the newcomers with quiet curiosity. Each bore grime-streaked faces and ill-fitting plastic raincoats. Their youthful features were etched with terror, their complexions sallow from prolonged malnutrition. When their eyes fell upon the steaming pot of beef stew, involuntary swallows rippled through the group, their longing raw and unmasked. The female student at the front forced her gaze away from the pot, straightened her posture, and addressed Lin Fan and his companions. "Excuse me, are you an official rescue team?" She had likely mistaken the uniformed military-grade combat attire of the Divine Realm convoy for official emergency personnel. Lin Fan shook his head with a faint smile and resumed eating. Starving for how long, the students stared hungrily at the glistening oils-licked beef in Lin Fan's bowl. A chorus of audible gulps rose around them, glug glug, unmistakable and relentless. Seeing no response, the young woman's eyes flickered with irritation. She pressed on, self-importantly declaring, "I am Yu-Wanning, student union president of Luo City International College of Economics and Trade, and these are my classmates. 2 of our foreign peers came to your camp earlier. Have you seen them?" She emphasized the title student union president with deliberate weight. Her solemn demeanor struck the others as faintly comical. That title might carry prestige among undergraduates, but before them stood individuals who had slain the provincial governor's own son without hesitation. Accustomed to adulation, Yu-Wanning flushed deeper when met again with silence, her frustration mounting, until a bespectacled young man tugged gently at her sleeve. "Wanting, several among them are sequence ability users. Best not to provoke them," the bespectacled youth murmured cautiously. "Zhang Wei, though you're my boyfriend, I've made it clear. You must address me by my official title in public." Yu-Wanning snapped back as if stung, rebuking him sharply. Zhang Wei's face burned crimson, but he offered no retort, only murmured meekly, "Yes, President Yu." Tang Xiaoxiao burst out laughing so hard she spat rice across the table. "Ha! How old are you? Already wielding such bureaucratic authority. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. Seriously, turn and look at Zhang Wei. You're a sequence ability user, yet you cower like a lapdog. Lick lick lick, until there's nothing left but shame." At those words, Lin Fan paused mid-bite, his expression briefly strained. "Just eat your meal." Exasperated by the juvenile's persistence, he pointed casually toward where the 2 black students lay. "Your classmates are over there. Go tend to them now." Yu-Wanning immediately led the students in that direction. They found the 2 unconscious black students slumped in the roadside grass. After frantic haphazard first aid, the pair gradually regained consciousness. Recognizing familiar faces, they broke into tearful sobs. Yu-Wanning knelt beside them, brushing dirt and mud from their clothes while murmuring soothing words in a foreign tongue. Zhang Wei stood apart, his expression dark and withdrawn. The 2 black students recounted the incident in overlapping voices, claiming they'd only wished to admire the convoy's heavy-duty pickup trucks, yet were brutally beaten and hurled into the ditch. Yu-Wanning's face tightened with fury. Rising, she turned to her peers and spoke with rising fervor, "Comrades, we've survived this apocalypse only through mutual aid and unity. Today they assaulted Odibio and Oddfat without cause. We cannot stand idly by. Tomorrow it may be one of us lying broken on the ground. Moreover, reason must prevail. Even the strongest yield before justice. Comrades, let's go. Let's demand accountability for Odibio and Oddfat." The idealistic, wide-eyed students surged with righteous indignation, shouting, clamoring, demanding redress. Zhang Wei's lips moved silently. He said nothing, lowered his head, and followed. A few timid girls trembled, visibly too frightened to protest, yet too fearful of isolation to stay behind, so they joined the rear, hearts pounding. Lin Fan and his companions had finished eating and were discussing where to establish their next supply depot when the students returned. Yu-Wanning strode forward, blazing with outrage. Behind her limped the 2 black students, their faces twisted with grievance and fury. The crowd seethed with collective anger, as though Lin Fan's group had committed some unspeakable atrocity. "Why did you beat them?" Yu-Wanning halted directly before Lin Fan, her voice shrill. "Odibio and Oddfat were merely curious, just looking at your vehicles, and you left them battered and dumped them in the weeds." Lin Fan regarded the youths coldly, then slowly sipped tea before replying with detached calm, "Finished speaking. Then leave, now." His utter indifference ignited their fury. "Apologize immediately. This is outrageous. How dare you abuse others so brazenly? Compensate us with your food." The students shouted in unison. Several young men brandished steel pipes, trembling with adrenaline-fueled rage. Zhang Long and the others closed in expressions grim. "TCH. Those 2 dark-skinned thieves dared approach our supplies. Getting beaten was leniency." The black students shifted nervously, about to protest, until Zhang Long's icy stare locked onto them. Recalling his terrifying ability, they shuddered violently and bowed their heads, stammering incoherently. Yu-Wanning's composure faltered, then swiftly reasserted itself. "Reason must govern all things, and you hold no evidence. Even if they acted foolishly, your punishment was excessive," she added, voice sharpening. "And don't you realize they are foreign friends?" Such conduct will only confirm foreigners' worst prejudices about us. Qin was originally quite interested in watching the group of college students before him. This scene reminded him of the moments before the apocalypse when these students, much like his own students, were naive and reckless, yet dared to voice their opinions. However, upon hearing Yuan Ying's words, his expression darkened. Especially when he saw Lin Fan's eyes narrow, he thought to himself that this was the prelude to murder. Yuan Ying's obsequious behavior was indeed despicable, but looking at the group of college students behind her, Qin Wen's heart softened. Before Lin Fan could speak, Qin Wen suddenly stood up, pointing at Yuan Ying, and angrily said, "Is that all your teacher taught you, to fawn over foreign cultures? Is your dignity so cheap? Get lost." Lin Fan slowly stood up, smiled at Qin Wen first, and said, "I know your heart has softened. Don't worry, I won't kill them." After hearing this, Qin Wen fell silent and retreated to the side. Since the boss had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to say anything further, and he looked at the group of young students with pity. Just hope for the best. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the still furious college students. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire scene, silencing their raucous voices as they unconsciously took a step back. Although he found Yuan Ying and the others' words laughable, he still held some affection for the innocence that belonged to students. However, their repeated ignorance of the situation made them quite annoying. "What? Do you want to reason with me?" Lin Fan's gaze sliced through them like a blade, making the college students too afraid to meet his eyes. "I originally didn't want to argue with you because you are a student. But do you really think that everyone in the world has to cater to you?" Yuan Ying was pushed back a step by his imposing demeanor. Her lips trembled as she struggled to speak. "All right, so you want to reason, huh? Zhang Long." Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long behind him. "According to our rules, what should we do with these two dark fellows?" "Haha, boss, if they steal from us, just kill them. Then what are we waiting for?" As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhang Long and his group strode over, and in the terrified eyes of the crowd dragged the two black students aside. Without any hesitation, amidst the cries of the two black students, the gleaming Tang Hing knife in their hands swept across their necks like cutting tofu. Blood sprayed out. The bodies of Ao de Biao and Ao de Fa collapsed with a thud, silent, their vacant eyes staring into the distance, as if reminiscing about the endless banana groves of their homeland. "Huh. I thought the blood of these two dark eggs was different from ours, but it turns out it's red too," Zhang Long said, revealing a bloodthirsty smile to the group of college students. They killed someone." The crowd of college students erupted in chaos, Zhang Long's brutal actions shocking them greatly. Many people collapsed to the ground, and the girls cried in a chorus. "You! How dare you!" Yuan Ying's face turned pale, leaning weakly against Zhang Wei, still wanting to argue. "Just because I can decide your lives and deaths." Lin Fan interrupted her, his voice calm, yet chilling. "I've finished my reasoning. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The word "get out" struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's hearts. A few timid individuals had already quietly shrunk back, but several tall boys, due to their youthful pride, stood rigidly in place, their faces pale. At that moment, Zhang Wei, who had been silent, suddenly stopped Yuan Ying, who wanted to speak again. "Yuan Ying, that's enough." "Zhang Wei, what are you doing? Let go of me. They killed our classmate." Yuan Ying struggled, but Zhang Wei held her arm tightly, bowing deeply to Lin Fan. "I'm sorry, we know we were wrong. We'll leave now." He forcibly pulled Yuan Ying and led the other classmates away. Once they were far enough, Yuan Ying violently shook off Zhang Wei's hand. "Zhang Wei, you are also a sequence ability user. Why are you so cowardly?" Zhang Wei looked at her, his eyes complex, wanting wake up. "Those people are true powerhouses. In their eyes, I'm just a slightly stronger ant than you. If it weren't for that thing, we would have long been strange food." He looked back at the group of gaunt classmates with a bitter smile. "Look at the classmates. They don't even know what to eat tomorrow." Yuan Ying opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only biting her lip in frustration. "If we want to survive," Zhang Wei said softly, "perhaps we should change our approach. That bespectacled kid is quite interesting." Tang Xiao gazed in the direction the college students had left. Lin Fan did not respond, simply instructing clean up and well depart in half an hour. The next destination was a nearby town. According to Qin Wen's perception, there were 3 level 1 anomalies inside. Lin Fan chose this location mainly because he was burdened with heavy debts. Until the debts were cleared, the system couldn't be used, and these 3 level 1 anomalies could provide a substantial amount of divine points. Moreover, given the current strength of the convoy, even if they encountered level 2 anomalies, they would still have the power to fight. Just as the convoy was about to set off, Zhang Wei turned back alone. After finding Lin Fan and the others, he came straight to the point and said, "Hello, I want to make a deal with you." Lin Fan looked at this somewhat timid college student and felt a bit curious. "What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Zhang Wei bit his lip and reluctantly took out a bronze compass from his pocket. Qin Wen suddenly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the compass in Zhang Wei's hand. Anomalous object. Lin Fan and the others did not expect that this young student actually had an anomalous object. Can I take a look?" Qin Wen's voice trembled slightly as he spoke excitedly. Zhang Wei did not refuse and handed the bronze compass over. Upon touching the bronze compass, information related to it surfaced in Qin Wen's mind. Anomalous object bronze compass. Function: the pointer indicates the location of anomalies, allowing one to explore everything within a radius of 5 kilometers and can reveal detailed information about anomalies, including level, skills, range, etc. No matter what kind of anomaly, as long as you pay the price, the compass can uncover the color of the anomaly's underwear. Special effect used by sequence ability users. The function is more potent, but the cost is greater. Cost: complete a random interesting task every day to enrich your life. Qin Wen's body trembled slightly. As a sequence ability user, his ability was to guide the convoy on safe paths, but he could also probe the existence of anomalies. However, this probing was merely a vague sensation and could not provide detailed information about the anomalies. With this bronze compass, Qin Wen as a sequence user would be greatly empowered. Seeing Qin Wen's excited expression, Lin Fan knew that this compass was no ordinary anomalous object. It was at least extremely important to Qin Wen. What are your terms? He asked. We need food and your protection. Zhang Wei enviously glanced at the bus, then continued, and a vehicle. Your terms are too vague. How much food do you need? How many vehicles? As for protection, you can follow behind the convoy just like those survivors, but there needs to be a time limit. Lin Fan found Zhang Wei's apparent lack of negotiation experience somewhat amusing. Besides, aren't you afraid we'll kill you and take the compass, so we won't have to give you anything? Zhang Wei felt the murderous intent behind Lin Fan's words. Trying to appear calm, he said, You want? I also know a place where there are 3 other anomalous objects. Don't you want to know? Oh, where? Kid, there are no good endings for liars. Tang Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. It was already rare to see one anomalous object, let alone a pile of them. I didn't. This bronze compass was obtained from there, otherwise we students wouldn't have survived this long. Zhang Wei's expression suddenly became excited. Seeing his expression, Lin Fan felt moved. If what he said was true, the convoy would gain 3 anomalous objects. Moreover, since Zhang Wei was using the compass as a bargaining chip, and with more than 20 classmates as collateral, his credibility was not low. All right, I agree. You take us to the place you mentioned, and I will give you 3 days' worth of food, allowing you to follow behind the convoy, but no vehicles. We don't want your vehicles. There's a damaged school bus outside the town ahead. You need to help us fix it and provide a box of fuel. No problem, deal. Now you should tell me where that place you mentioned is. Wan'an City Qingfu Temple. Wan'an City Qingfu Temple. Zhang Wei only provided a general location. Wan'an City is a county-level city under Luoqing, nearly 200 kilometers away, aligning with the direction Lin Fan and the others intended to go. After Zhang Wei left, the others gathered together to examine the bronze compass closely. Upon realizing the compass function, they exchanged glances acknowledging the value of this deal. Qin Wen looked at Lin Fan with a face full of anticipation. Even though he was the only explorer among the convoy, the distribution of the bronze compass still depended on Lin Fan. What are you looking at me for? It was meant for you. Lin Fan casually tossed the compass to Qin Wen and then asked, Did you figure out Zhang Wei's sequence ability? Qin Wen happily stroked the compass. It should be a speed-type sequence. Lin Fan, after hearing this, didn't pay much attention and called everyone to set off. The town was still over 10 minutes away. As the convoy continued, Lin Fan glanced through the rearview mirror and saw Zhang Wei and others cycling closely behind. The speed was surprisingly on par with the convoy. If it were just Zhang Wei, Lin Fan wouldn't be surprised, but the fact that everyone maintained the same speed indicated that Zhang Wei had many secrets. Not long after, the convoy came to a slow stop again, and sure enough, they discovered an abandoned school bus in the parking lot at the entrance of the town. Paper Town. Lin Fan looked up at the stone archway at the entrance of the town. How could there be such a strangely named town? Qin, when holding the compass, walked over with Tang Xiaoxiao. The members of the Divine Nation convoy were already prepared, and Lin Meng had also donned a specially made vest. Zhang Long handed out several wireless earpieces to everyone, which had been left behind by the previous death chasers. The survivors who had been trailing behind the convoy now showed expressions of panic on their faces. According to the previous agreement, from the moment they arrived at this supply point, they were responsible for gathering food and fuel independently, and the Divine Nation convoy would no longer handle the distribution. Zhang Wei led the group of university students over. They had previously passed through Paper Town, but the compass detection results had deterred them from delving deeper. Seeing that Lin Fan and the others were considering entering to gather supplies, they gathered around, hoping that following them might lead to finding some useful resources. Qin Wen, why don't you try your bronze compass? Tang Xiaoxiao suggested. Qin Wen took a deep breath, lightly brushing his fingertips over the surface of the compass. As his explorer's sequence ability activated, the needle at the center of the compass began to tremble slightly. The needle started spinning rapidly, and the reflection of the compass appeared on Qin Wen's lenses. Paper town covering an area of about 3 square kilometers with a street layout resembling a square. Qin Wen closed his eyes, continuously relaying the information he was perceiving. There are 3 peculiar energies in the town, all at level 1. He paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. The first is within the streets. The energy fluctuations sometimes condense, sometimes disperse. The second is near the town center with a strong mental power fluctuation. The third one, Qin Wen suddenly opened his eyes, his tone grave, is deep within the town. This one is a bit strange. The energy fluctuations are strong at times and weak at others, but it is undoubtedly level 1. I currently have too low of a sequence level to utilize the compass' full capabilities. That's already very good, Tang Xiaoxiao praised. Do you have any other information? Qin Wen's expression flickered with a hint of discomfort mixed with an elusive sense of embarrassment. No more. You all should hurry. This place poses no threat to the convoy. Qin Wen urged. Lin Fan nodded and turned to Zhang Wei. The school bus is right there. We will repair it as agreed. Additionally, we will provide you with 3 days' worth of food. Do you all still wish to come in with us? Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, glanced at his classmates behind him, and said firmly, we need to gather more supplies. Having you all with us is much safer than taking risks alone. As you wish, Lin Fan said, no longer dissuading him. He ordered the members of the bus, everyone act collectively. No one is allowed to leave the team without permission. Zhang Long, you stay behind to handle the bus repairs. Hearing Lin Fan's decision to let Zhang Long stay, Qin Wen's face showed a hint of urgency. Boss, let Zhang Long come with you. It won't be too late to fix the bus when you return. Lin Fan and the others exchanged surprised glances at Qin. When there are only 3 level 1 anomalies, it won't make much of a difference whether Zhang Long goes or not. After checking the earpiece, he said to Qin Wen and Zhang Long, maintain contact at all times. Let's go. Lin Fan led the members of the Divine Nation convoy into Paper Town. Zhang Wei and the university students followed closely, and behind them were the terrified survivors who had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep up. Watching everyone disappear from view, Qin Wen quickly ran back to the pickup truck, not forgetting to turn back to Zhang Long beside him and say, Zhang Long, hurry and fix the school bus and don't come looking for me. Zhang Long looked at Qin Wen with confusion, sensing something was off about him, but he didn't think too much about it and headed toward the school bus with his tools. Upon entering Paper Town, the first thing that caught the eye was the dense array of paper offerings lining the streets. The display windows were filled with paper figures, paper horses, and paper houses appearing lifelike in the dim light, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. It was reminiscent of a horror movie set. The bizarre scene caused some unrest among the university students and survivors. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't concern himself with their emotions, addressing the convoy members behind him, pair up in twos to search the shops. If you encounter any anomalies, call for help. Xiaoming, and I will keep watch on the road. Understood. The members of the Divine Nation convoy orderly paired up and entered the nearby shops. Seeing the Divine Nation convoy in action, the others also scattered to search. Boss, there's an anomalous energy on the street you're in. Be careful. Qin Wen's voice came through the earpiece. Received. Stay safe outside. Soon the convoy members began returning one after another with little to show for their efforts. The shops contained only a small amount of food, indicating that they would need to delve deeper to find more supplies in the residential areas. After sweeping through the shops on the street, everyone gathered together. The university students and survivors looked quite grim. After searching, they hadn't found much food, but they were all quite frightened. Knowing there were anomalies present, the eerie environment inside the shops kept their nerves on edge. Let's head deeper. Just as everyone was preparing to continue. Boss, look ahead. One team member suddenly called out softly. They saw a paper figure standing in the middle of the road about a person's height, with brightly colored blush on its face and a smile stretched to an unbelievable arc. There's an anomaly. What should we do? The people behind the Divine Nation convoy began to panic. In contrast, the members of the Divine Nation convoy stared at the suddenly appearing paper figure, their faces showing no signs of fear. Although they were not sequence ability users, this kind of scene was trivial for them. Lin Fan's insightful eye detected that the energy fluctuations in the paper figure were extremely weak, clearly not the main entity. The paper figure's voice echoed, Can you find me? On both sides of the street, paper figures appeared, all grinning, with countless eerie laughs resonating. The university students and survivors behind erupted into chaos, screaming and scattering. Zhang Wei shouted loudly, urging everyone to calm down and gather behind Lin Fan and the others. Yet some in panic ran headlong into a paper figure by the roadside, instantly being devoured, their face morphing onto the paper figure, revealing a sinister smile. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Fan scoffed, is that all? The insightful eye had long seen through the paper figure's oddity. It could disperse energy among different paper figures, but had no active attack skills, only able to kill by devouring those who touched it. Ultimately, it was merely a thing meant to frighten. Lin Fan had long grasped the pattern of its energy condensation. Can you catch me? Before the paper figure's voice could end, Lin Fan moved like lightning, arriving before a paper horse, his bloodthirsty bone blade piercing its heart with a whoosh. With a piercing scream, all the paper figures ignited with eerie blue flames, leaving only ashes behind. Killed a level 1 eerie paper figure spirit, gained 1,000 god points. Host Divine Path, rank Divine Realm Walker, progress 15. Lin Fan picked up the eerie core from the ashes and moved forward. If the paper figure spirit encountered other sequence abilities users, it could entangle them for a while, but against Lin Fan's insightful eye, it was simply seeking its own demise. Is this it? The university students behind looked at Lin Fan in shock. Such a terrifying eerie entity was so effortlessly dealt with. Everyone silently followed behind the Divine Nation convoy. Yuan-ing looked at Lin Fan in front of the team with a mix of shock and a hint of fear. Zhang Wei gently patted her back, saying, "Wanting, did you see that? They were really quite merciful before." Yuan-ing bit her lip and nodded with a grim expression. "Boss, I sense the eerie presence on the street has disappeared. The next one is in the center of the town. Be careful." Qin Wen's voice echoed again with an unusual restraint in his tone. The side effect of the bronze compass was truly embarrassing. Qin Wen strapped himself to his seat with a seatbelt, desperately suppressing the urge to jump out of the car. Lin Fan noticed something was off with Qin Wen and quickly asked, "Is everything all right over there?" "No. Nothing, boss. Just be extra careful." "Okay. Contact me if anything happens." After using the bronze compass, Lin Fan felt that something was strange with Qin Wen, but upon hearing him say there was no danger, he didn't think much of it. Crossing the street, they entered the residential area where resources were relatively abundant. Every household should have some stored food, and there were even grain and oil shops and supermarkets appearing here. "Boss, there's a supermarket ahead," Zhang Bao whispered from behind. "Wait a moment, we're about to reach the town center. Let's deal with the eerie entity first." Everyone was watching the actions of the Divine Nation convoy. Seeing them not move despite knowing there were large quantities of resources in the roadside supermarket, they all suppressed their inner impulses and cautiously followed behind the convoy. Not long after, a theater stage appeared in the center of the town. A sign reading Paper Town Cultural Activity Center hung above. The crimson-painted pillars at the four corners of the stage had peeled and faded, and the stone base below looked dilapidated from the erosion of wind and rain. "It's here." Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the stage, where a powerful energy fluctuation emerged. Everyone's hearts tightened, turning their eyes towards the stage following Lin Fan's gaze. "Yav." A voice indistinguishable between male and female rang out as a woman in a luxurious imperial concubine costume suddenly appeared on the empty stage. The bright red palace garb stood out starkly in the eerie surroundings. As the woman sang obscure lyrics, she frantically waved her water sleeves. The space around her began to visibly twist and ripple as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Not good. As the melodious singing continued, Lin Fan noticed that those around him were becoming dazed, inadvertently moving towards the stage. Lin Fan struggled against the woman's mental attack from the stage, gripping tightly onto Lin Meng and Tang Xiao, whose gazes were starting to unfocus. A sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. Lin Fan turned to see Zhang Wei, with Yuan transformed into a streak of light, reappearing on a distant street. The pitch of the singing rose higher and higher, and Lin Meng and Tang Xiao's eyes became utterly lost. Their mental strength was weak, and ultimately they were ensnared by this eerie mental attack, beginning to step towards the stage. There was no time to wait. Lin Fan's insightful eye attempted to lock onto the woman on the stage, ready to execute a sudden strike. However, the increasingly higher notes made it impossible for Lin Fan to concentrate. The woman on the stage also noticed something was off with Lin Fan. She suddenly waved her water sleeves towards him, causing Lin Fan's consciousness to become hazy. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, he found everyone was below the stage, like an audience watching a performance, looking up at the woman above. The piercing singing in his ears had transformed into an alluring melody, tugging at the deepest desires within. "What happened, boss?" "I feel the mental energy fluctuation in the town center has intensified." Qin Wen's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Lin Fan's spirit jolted. Although his body couldn't move, his mind was active, and he could speak. He informed Qin Wen of the current situation, urging him to find a way to break the spell. After hearing this, Qin Wen looked conflicted at the bronze compass in his hand. He was already in great pain from enduring, and using it again would truly push him over the edge. "Damn it, I can't care anymore." His trembling hand brushed across the compass again. "Boss, the eerie entity in front of you is called the Desire Stage, possessing powerful mental energy that can magnify desires 100-fold. After one song ends, there will be a 1-minute interval." Qin Wen spoke rapidly, his urgency palpable. Also, the desire stage itself has no lethal power. You can think of it as a combination of eerie objects and phenomena. I can't take it anymore. The sound of static crackled through the earpiece. The chaotic electrical noise overtook Qin Wen's voice, and calling out to him yielded no response. The mental energy from the stage had completely blocked the earpiece signal. Though unaware of what had transpired beyond, Lin Fan could no longer spare attention for the outside world. Those around him were already exhibiting strange and unsettling reactions. A languorous, seductive melody wafted ceaselessly through the air, igniting their innermost desires with ruthless intensity. Lin Meng sat cross-legged on the ground, hands frantically tracing invisible patterns in the air before shoving them into his mouth, his face twisted in grotesque rapture. Tang Xiao sat with eyes tightly shut, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if wrestling desperately against a tide of forbidden longing. Behind her, the crowd descended into utter disgrace. Shameful, indecent acts unfolded without restraint. Many had already surrendered to primal urges, their ragged guttural breathing mingling with moans, all underscored by the theater's decadent music, rendering the cacophony unbearably piercing. Only when Lin Fan witnessed two middle-aged men embracing did he close his eyes in anguished despair. Who the hell claimed the Desire Theater posed no lethal threat? This was pure, unadulterated spiritual devastation. Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled him. He opened his eyes to find Tang Xiao leaning in, breathless and feverish. Her small hands roamed haphazardly across his body, her hot, panting lips pressed clumsily against his face, leaving glistening trails of saliva. Lin Fan abandoned all hope. Beyond smearing his face with drool, she truly possessed no other skill. One ought not force mastery before mastering the art. Those torturous 10 minutes stretched like an entire afternoon, until finally the woman upon the stage ceased her performance and began her bow. Lin Fan felt the oppressive enchantment gradually loosen its grip. He gently pushed Tang Xiao off and wiped the dampness from his face. Snatching up the bloodthirsty bone blade, he lunged toward the stage. A sharp tearing sound split the air. The woman's crimson court robes parted, revealing beneath them a pallid, paper-thin figure. With a single sweep, Lin Fan shattered the puppet and stepped to the center of the stage. He raised the bone blade high, then drove it down with brutal force into the heart of the stage, its tip vanishing completely beneath the surface, hilt deep. Cracks erupted across the stage like lightning, spiderwebbing outward from the blade's point with terrifying speed. With a thunderous crash, the entire stage collapsed. Defeated. Level 1 Anomaly Desire Theater. Awarded 1000 Divine Ascension Points. Cultivator rank Divine Realm Walker Advancement 20. At last those gathered before the stage stirred awake, realizing in horror what had just occurred. Chaos erupted anew. Trousers were hastily pulled up, garments scrambled back into place. All exchanged awkward, speechless glances with their recent partners, only silent, burning intensity lingering in their eyes. Lin Meng rubbed his belly with a frown. Though he devoured sumptuous delicacies moments earlier, his stomach remained hollow and unsatisfied. Tang Xiao's face burned crimson as she lowered her head, hurriedly adjusting her clothes, daring not meet Lin Fan's gaze upon the stage. Lin Fan leapt down only to see Zhang Wei approaching with Yu Weining, their expressions heavy with remorse. Team Leader Lin, I'm sorry. The situation escalated suddenly. I had no choice but to withdraw with Weining first. Lin Fan nodded. Understanding came effortlessly. Such instinct was only human. No one spoke of what had transpired. An unspoken pact settled over the group. Silence reigned thick and heavy as all awaited Lin Fan's next command. Then Zhang Long's voice crackled through Lin Fan's earpiece. Wu. Boss, when are you coming back? I'm about to lose my mind. What's wrong? What happened? Is there danger? Lin Fan had sensed something amiss in Qin Wen's earlier voice. Now hearing Zhang Long's near hysterical sob, his pulse quickened with alarm. And no danger, boss. Just unbearable torment. Team Leader Qin. Qin is confessing his love to me. Wah. Humiliation saturated Zhang Long's voice, until at last genuine tears spilled forth. Yet could any shame compare to this? The entire Divine Nation convoy, students, survivors, every last soul, had suffered collective social annihilation. Best to treat it all as a dream. Lin Fan issued no order to scavenge supplies. Instead, he strode resolutely into the town's depths to eliminate the final anomaly first. Encountering another Desire Theater would be revolting, low in lethality, yet devastating in humiliation. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, the others likewise held their tongues, falling into step behind him without hesitation. All the way, Tang Xiao's cheeks burned so fiercely they seemed ready to bleed. Her fists clenched tight, fingers trembling as she stole glances at Lin Fan beside her, relief flooding her chest when he made no mention of what had passed. Then Lin Meng, trailing quietly behind Tang Xiao, subtly tugged at her sleeve. He ducked low, slipping between her and Lin Fan, and whispered voice hushed Xiao Xiao. Why's your face so red? Lin Fan burst into laughter. Tang Xiao Xiao flinched like a startled cat, her face blazing anew. Just as fury rose within her, Lin Fan gently restrained her wrist. Why rage at Xiao Meng? He spoke nothing but truth. Lin Fan, mention this again, and we're finished. Tang Xiao Xiao knew Lin Meng bore no ill intent, so her wrath redirected itself entirely toward Lin Fan. All right. Everyone here will keep silent. Each one is more socially ruined than the last. Still, certain skills must be learned. Otherwise, when the moment arrives, you'll be utterly unprepared. Having spoken, Lin Fan wiped his face once more. Tang Xiao Xiao's fury surged anew. Her knuckles whitened, joints cracking like dry twigs. She stood poised like a bomb, awaiting only the slightest spark. Lin Meng, sensing her ire, instinctively shrank back, his neck retracting like a turtle's, and dared not speak again. Before an ancient manor at the town's deepest recess, Lin Fan halted. This estate predated all surrounding structures. Its lintel bore a faded plaque, the character's paper art inheritance barely legible beneath time's erosion. This must be the source of the fluctuating energy resonance Qin Wen had described. Without warning, the two obsidian black gates swung inward with a groan. Inside, the courtyard defied expectation, immaculate serene. An elderly woman with snow-white hair sat before the main hall, her gnarled fingers deftly folding a paper crane. Lifting her gaze, she offered Lin Fan and his companions a gentle smile. Young ones, would you care to purchase paper offerings? My paper offerings fulfill your deepest desires. By what? The moment Tang Xiao Xiao heard the word desire, her composure shattered. Her Tang sword flashed from its sheath. She launched herself skyward in a furious arc. Shatter the vanguard. A colossal blade shadow cleaved downward from the heavens, a strike born of raw, incandescent fury. With a deafening roar, the mansion crumbled into dust and ruin. Where once stood a classical, elegant residence, now lay only rubble, and the white-haired matriarch had vanished, leaving behind only a broken-winged paper crane struggling feebly to take flight. Lin Fan struck with blinding speed. The bone blade pierced the crane's fragile form, reducing it instantly to drifting ash. Defeated. Level 1 Anomaly Paper Folding Puppet. Awarded 1000 Divine Ascension Points. Cultivator rank Divine Realm Walker Advancement 25. The most enigmatic of the three anomalies, the final one, proved astonishingly effortless to destroy. With all three anomalies eradicated, the university's students slowly emerged from the shock of Tang Xiao Xiao's devastating strike, gazing upon her now with awestruck reverence. That immense descending blade shadow, and the sheer scale of destruction it wrought, had left them breathless. Never would they have guessed such ferocious power coiled within Tang Xiao Xiao's slender frame. Seeing the anomalies purged, Lin Fan dispatched the team to gather supplies. Leaving Lin Meng on standby, he lifted the weakened Tang Xiao Xiao into his arms and walked steadily toward the town's edge. Tang Xiao Xiao glared at Lin Fan, issuing stern, repeated warnings not to utter a single word about today's events. Lin Fan chuckled aloud. Qin Wen's humiliation rivals yours, not by a measure, but by the hour. At the town's threshold, they beheld a chilling sight. Zhang Long stood frozen before Qin Wen, shaking violently, his features contorted, tear tracks glistening on his cheeks. Qin Wen gazed upon him with tender, unwavering devotion, repeating syrupy endearments that raised gooseflesh across every inch of skin, even as tears of profound embarrassment streamed down his own face. Spotting Lin Fan and Tang Xiao Xiao, Zhang Long cried out in a broken, sob-choked voice, "Boss, save me." Team leader Qin's confessed 300 times. Only after whispering his final trembling, "I love you," did Qin Wen collapse limply to the ground, burying his face deep into his arms, his whole body convulsing with silent, shuddering sobs. After a long pause, Qin Wen rose, gave Zhang Long's shoulder a reassuring pat, and Zhang Long flinched violently. "Long, it's all right. Don't dwell on it. That was merely a side effect of the bronze compass. Consider it a dream, nothing more." Tang Xiao Xiao's expression softened. Shared embarrassment dissolved tension into quiet camaraderie. Lin Fan tilted his head skyward and sighed long and deep. Truly, a day of collective social annihilation. The blood moon gradually rose, and the people in the town who were gathering supplies returned one after another. Zhang Long handed over the repaired school bus to Zhang Wei. The university students happily placed the supplies onto the school bus, while several dilapidated bicycles were carelessly discarded by the roadside. During dinner, everyone's expressions were unnatural, and no one spoke, creating a very eerie atmosphere. "I'm full. I'm going to cultivate now." Tang Xiao Xiao barely ate anything, set down her bowl and chopsticks, and turned to walk towards the pickup truck. "I'm full too." Qin Wen turned and left. After a short while, only Lin Fan and Lin Meng remained in the circle of people. "Did you use the strange core I gave you before?" Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng, who had picked up the pot and cleared the remaining food in one sweep. "I've eaten it all, brother," Lin Meng replied vaguely. He patted his stomach looking somewhat unsatisfied. Lin Fan sighed. Clearly Qin Wen had already told Lin Meng how to absorb the strange core, yet this guy still preferred the most primitive and direct way of eating to solve problems. Brother, look quickly, the moon seems to be getting brighter. Lin Fan looked up in response to the voice. The blood moon in the sky suddenly emitted an even more scarlet glow as if infused with life. The halo inside the moon began to pulse like a heartbeat, its brilliance overwhelming, dyeing the entire land a strange dark red. Everyone unconsciously looked up at the sky, discussing fervently. Ugh! Almost simultaneously, a suppressed groan came from the direction of the pickup truck as Tang Xiaoxiao unleashed a sharp blade-like aura from her body, and a phantom of a Tang knife hovered in midair. What is this? Tang Xiaoxiao has broken through. Before Lin Fan could react, a phantom of a compass appeared from Qin Wen's direction, and a powerful mental force radiated outwards from him. Immediately after, Lin Meng across from them let out a low growl, all his muscles bulging, his skin glistening, with a faint metallic sheen resembling a savage war god about to awaken. The consecutive breakthroughs of the three left Lin Fan both delighted and somewhat puzzled. How could it be so coincidental? 3 people breaking through at the same time. Could it be related to the abnormality of the blood moon? Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao flew over from different directions. Tang Xiaoxiao's face was filled with joy from her recent breakthrough, her aura like a blade drawn from its sheath. However, Qin Wen's brow was furrowed with concern as he gazed at the blood moon, which continued to undergo changes, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. The anomaly was still ongoing. As the moonlight became increasingly intense, several people felt the energy fluctuations in the air growing stronger. I am filled with power. What is this? Flames. Shouts of surprise echoed through the convoy. Several university students and survivors who were originally just ordinary people successfully awakened under such a high concentration of energy, becoming new sequence ability users. Though their abilities were varied and weak, they were enough to drive all ordinary people into madness. Hurry, let's absorb the moonlight. We also have a chance to become sequence ability users. This is a gift from the heavens. More and more people emerged from the vehicles, spreading their arms wide, letting the scarlet moonlight wash over them. Those who had already awakened greedily absorbed the moonlight, feeling the power within them continually rise. Boss, I think I've awakened. Me too. 2 excited voices came from behind Lin Fan. Huh, Wang Tong, Chu Xian. The 2 were trembling with excitement, especially Chu Xian, who kept pinching her arm with her nails. The sharp pain made her realize this was not a dream. What sequence? Boss, I'm a stealth sequence. As he spoke, Wang Tong's figure gradually became transparent, until he completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Lin Fan used his inside eye and saw that Wang Yong was still in place. I'm a chanting sequence. Chu Xian's voice trembled uncontrollably, and soon she began to chant strange notes, which everyone felt evidently enhanced their powers. Lin Fan was completely stunned and turned to look at Qin Wen. At this moment, Qin Wen still had his brow tightly locked, the light in his eyes growing ever more intense as he used his sequence ability to make calculations. The crowd under the moonlight fell into a frenzy. The 2 who had awakened first amidst everyone's envious gazes saw their power rapidly grow, directly breaking through to level 2 of the sequence. At that moment, Qin Wen's expression changed drastically. Not good. This is the blood moon tide. Quickly get in the car and avoid the moonlight. As soon as Qin Wen's voice fell, the 2 newly advanced level 2 sequence ability users suddenly burst forth with a strange scarlet glow in their eyes, emanating a powerful and eerie aura. The 2 have been transformed into anomalies by the blood moon. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately ordered the members of the Divine Nation convoy to return to the vehicle and avoid the moonlight. The members of the Divine Nation convoy did not dare delay, quickly retreating into the vehicle, starting the engine to prepare to leave. Zhang Wei also noticed that something was wrong and anxiously shouted for the university students to return to the school bus. However, some people still unwillingly stood in the moonlight, hoping to awaken their sequence abilities. The 2 level 2 anomalies had already begun to indiscriminately slaughter the crowd under the moonlight. The Divine Nation convoy had already started, but the brutal slaughter continued outside the windows. We can't go, boss. Look ahead. Qin Wen's terrified voice came from the intercom. Lin Fan looked ahead and saw that at some point the convoy had been surrounded by a dense mass of paper figures, all with pale faces and glowing scarlet eyes. The energy from the blood moon tide had caused these paper figures to transform into anomalies. Although they were only level 1 low-tier anomalies, their overwhelming numbers were enough to send chills down one's spine. At this moment, the 2 level 2 anomalies were already rushing towards the convoy. Zhang Longyu and Xiao Ming blocked these paper figures. Xiao and I will deal with those 2 level 2 anomalies. After all, it was the first time facing level 2 anomalies. Lin Fan chose to go and stop them with Tang Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Meng had already stepped off the bus, his body suddenly growing larger, each step shaking the ground slightly, his muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen under the moonlight as he charged into the oncoming army of paper figures. Zhonglong jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, holding a pile of parts in his arms, with 2 barrels of fuel behind him. Menggu, hold them off for a moment, or I'll let them taste the flavor of barbecue. His hands turned into shadows as a flamethrower slowly took shape. Ignoring the situation with the paper figures, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao stepped onto the roof and charged towards the 2 level 2 anomalies. At this moment, the 2 newly transformed level 2 anomalies had completely lost their human forms. One was covered in dark red scales with claws replacing its hands, each swing capable of tearing through even the toughest vehicle. The other was swollen, continuously spewing corrosive slime. Anyone touched by the slime would hear their flesh sizzle and quickly rot away. Seeing the 2 people running towards them, a foul-smelling viscous liquid sprayed toward them. The 2 nimbly dodged the liquid, but it continued to spew forth in increasing amounts, enveloping them like raindrops. Their clothes were corroded by the splattered liquid, and their skin felt a stinging pain. I'll draw this strange creature away, you quickly take care of it. Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang Dao glimmered with a cold light under the blood moon. She flashed forward like a specter, charging directly at the creature that was spewing liquid. Years of tacit understanding allowed her to make the choice, immediately diverting the creature. The brilliance of her Tang Dao intensified, and with each swing, she tore away a piece of flesh from the creature. The intense pain made the creature fixate on Tang Xiaoxiao, drawing it away into the distance. Lin Fan activated his insight eye, calmly analyzing the creature's weaknesses. In his eyes, the energy flow of the creature was clearly visible, with an unusually bright energy core at its chest. Under the moonlight, the creature was slowly growing stronger. A swift resolution was imperative. The creature's speed was extremely fast, its claws cutting through the air towards Lin Fan, who was suspended in midair. The sharp clash of metal echoed, causing the bloodthirsty bone blade to tremble slightly. Lin Fan was startled. The strength of a level 2 creature was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao's battle with the spewer had also become a stalemate. The creature continually spat out liquid, forcing Tang Xiaoxiao to keep dodging. She tried to get closer, but the range of the liquid coverage was vast, making it difficult to break through. She could only keep unleashing blade lights. Although they left deep gashes on the creature, they were not fatal, and her own exhaustion was gradually increasing. Lin Fan continued his battle with the creature. Using the predictive capabilities of his insight eye, he constantly dodged the creature's attacks. However, the creature's scales were extraordinarily hard, despite many strikes at its weak points, the bone blade couldn't penetrate its defenses. The battle was becoming increasingly tense. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to strike decisively, he heard a loud, thumping sound behind him. Lin Meng, towering at 3 meters, charged forward, radiating a golden glow. A heavy punch sent the creature staggering backward. Lin Fan looked back and saw Zhonglong standing atop a truck, wielding an oversized flamethrower, unleashing a fierce tongue of fire and creating a wall of flames to block the advancing paper soldier army. However, the paper soldiers continued to surge forward, and Zhonglong couldn't hold on much longer. Tang Xiaoxiao was now in a precarious situation as the 2 creatures were growing stronger under the moonlight, hinting at a potential breakthrough to level 3. At this moment, Lin Meng was locked in a struggle with the creature, its sharp claws grazing his arm, leaving only faint marks. Having broken through the level 2 threshold, Lin Meng's physical defenses had reached new heights. Suddenly, Chu Xian's figure appeared atop the pickup truck, chanting softly. Lin Fan distinctly felt the energy within him steadily increasing, and the pain from earlier impacts was subsiding. The flames from Zhonglong's flamethrower intensified. Tang Xiaoxiao's blade lights grew stronger. The creature's arms were now being gripped by Lin Meng, creaking under the pressure. An incredibly powerful support ability, Chu Xian's chant, not only enhanced everyone's strength, but also restored their stamina. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed Wang Tong, who was stealthily approaching the creature unnoticed by it. Wang Tong sneaked beneath the creature, setting up traps imbued with various negative emotions. Once the creature stepped on these traps, its movement slowed, and the frequency of its liquid spitting decreased. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately felt much more at ease. Boss, the creature's skill will launch scales all over its body, and be sure to dodge. Qin Wen's voice echoed in Lin Fan's ears as the needle on his compass spun rapidly. Just as Qin Wen's words fell, the creature let out a piercing shriek, its scales bristling like an enraged porcupine. Retreat! Lin Fan shouted loudly, and Lin Meng immediately released his grip, retreating rapidly while crossing his arms in front of him. A transparent barrier glowing with golden light enveloped him, and Wang Tong swiftly ran behind him. Tang Xiaoxiao dashed away into the distance. In the next moment, countless dark red scales shot outward like a torrential rain, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound covering an area of over 10 meters. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as his insight eye worked at full capacity. In his vision, the trajectories of the flying scales became clear. He darted through the rain of scales like a specter, each dodge perfectly avoiding the lethal scales. However, the scales were too densely packed, and some still brushed against his body, leaving trails of blood. Chu Xian's chanting suddenly intensified, a gentle light, enveloping Lin Fan, instantly stopping the bleeding from his wounds. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary lapse with no scales attached, Lin Fan exerted force with his legs, launching himself like a released arrow, the bloodthirsty bone blade piercing fiercely into the energy node at the creature's chest. Just as the creature was about to block, Lin Meng seized its arms from behind. The bone blade, shrouded in crimson mist, accurately pierced into the creature's chest. Lin Fan twisted his wrist, thoroughly destroying the creature's chest. The creature's movements abruptly halted, and the crimson light in its eyes quickly dimmed. Its form transformed back into that of a survivor from before, filled with reluctance before it collapsed to the ground. Kill level 2 creature, Blood Moon scale, gain 4,000 divine points. Host divine path, rank divine domain, walker progress 35. A pure energy flowed back into Lin Fan's body through the bloodthirsty bone blade, restoring his significantly depleted stamina. Lin Fan quickly picked up the creature's core, and with Lin Meng, turned to run towards the liquid creature. Wang Tong, pale as paper, was still gritting his teeth, continuously setting traps beneath the liquid creature. Although the traps were becoming less effective, they still posed significant trouble for the liquid creature. In the distance, Chu Xian had already fainted atop the truck. Zhang Long was trembling even more violently, but still did not drop the flamethrower in his hand. The three of them had just awakened their sequence abilities and were now overexerting themselves. Tang Xiaoxiao's blade lights rained down upon the liquid creature, pooling dark water on the ground. Under the blood moon, the creature's belly began to swell, continuously gathering corrosive liquid. Boss, find a way to destroy its mouth. It's about to unleash a big move. Xiao Xiao, Wang Tong, retreat. Lin Fan shouted, his bone blade already radiating a strong red light. Tang Xiao Xiao and Wang Tong retreated upon hearing his voice as the bone blade shot through the air, precisely piercing into the creature's wide-open mouth caused by its continuous spitting of liquid. Boom! The bone blade, infused with immense power, pierced through the creature's mouth, causing its form to momentarily freeze. No more liquid was spewing from its mouth. Tang Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful blade light that sliced through the creature's massive head, which instantly flew off. Lin Meng stepped forward and punched the airborne head, shattering it. Kill level 2 creature, Lunar Eclipse, gain 4,000 divine points. Host divine path, rank divine domain, walker progress 45. A headless university student corpse appeared on the ground. The danger had not yet passed. Under the crimson moonlight, the paper soldier army continued to surge from the paper town, and a more formidable, eerie presence was brewing in the town center. Boss, we must evacuate now. There's a huge thing in town. Qin Wen's voice crackled with unprecedented panic. Everyone into the vehicles. He'll lead the charge. Lin Fan spun toward the pickup, placing the unconscious Chu Xian in the passenger seat before jumping into the driver's seat. He turned the key, and the engine answered with a low, menacing roar. Lin Meng scooped up the nearly fainting Wang Tong and dove onto the bus, while Tang Xiaoxiao slipped into her pickup. Zhang Bao had already climbed into Zhang Long's pickup. Zhang Long himself swayed on the edge of collapse, flames flickering weakly. He had clearly reached his limit. Lin Fan's voice was not heard. He vowed with his last breath to block the tide of paper effigies for the convoy. Zhang Long, get back in the truck. Listen, my truck will ram through. Everyone close on my tail. Floor the pedal for me, and don't stop for a second. Lin Fan's shout echoed through the convoy via the radio. The 2 level 2 uncanny awakenings had yielded divinity points, and the paper effigies in the town had supplied more. Together, they had cleared the system's debt. 1,000 divinity points remained, enough for Lin Fan to use the brute force ram twice. Seeing everyone back inside their vehicles, he silently chanted brute force ram. The heavy pickup's engine unleashed a deafening roar as the tachometer needle slammed into the red. Before the hood, a vast, indistinct rhinoceros apparition coalesced, emanating explosive force. The tires spun furiously in place, scraping the ground with a shriek and belching thick black smoke. 10 seconds, at most 10. Everyone must get out now. Lin Fan gripped the wheel with all his might. A rhinoceros howl split the night as the pickup, like a beast unchained, lunged toward the ranks of paper effigies blocking the road. Under the violent impact, the paper figures shattered with crackling sounds. The pickup tore a path through the dense mass of effigies. Countless paper figures on either side leapt and clawed at the vehicle, their razor-like talons scratching the metal with teeth grinding, rasping. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Even now, paper figures still barred Lin Fan's view as the throng behind tore at the vehicle's body. Brute force ram. The engine thundered again as sheets of paper effigies were crushed to fragments as the heavy pickup shot like an arrow from the encirclement and slammed back onto the road. Behind Lin Fan, the Shenghua convoy's vehicles pressed close together as the No. 1 pickup followed his lead. Every vehicle bore scratches and was plastered with paper shreds. Next out was Zhang Wei's school bus, a thin veil of green light shimmering over its body as its speed surged. Once on the highway, it overtook Lin Fan's truck. One vehicle after another poured through the corridor Lin Fan had forced open. The last 2 sedans were not so fortunate. The paper army closed like a tide and in an instant swallowed the 2 cars. Harrowing screams and the sound of tearing metal rang out briefly before being snuffed away. Lin Fan's heart clenched as he glanced in the rearview. The town's countless paper figures, as if summoned, rose into the air and spun wildly, their convergence thickening the air with a chilling, uncanny aura. All the paper figures coalesced into a rapidly rotating sphere. Beneath the blood-red moon, the energy rippling across its surface grew ever more intense. With a thunderous burst, the sphere exploded, the paper figures vanished. Above the town, a strange paper effigy appeared, clad in a crimson court robe and holding a blood-red paper umbrella. Its white paper face bore no features save for 2 eyes as red as blood. It drifted in the air with an uncanny stage-like step, its form wavering as it crooned an eerie operatic cadence, leisurely pursuing the escaping convoy. Haha, boss. Haha. Trouble, a level 3 uncanny crimson funeral bride. Ha. Run, run. Qin Wen's warped voice rang out, a shattering laugh splitting the night. This was a new side effect of using the bronze compass. All the drivers slammed their pedals to the floor. The blood moon's anomaly persisted as uncanny howls echoed intermittently from the wastes flanking the road. Lin Fan looked at the unconscious Chu Xian beside him, his expression grave. The blood moon's change was like a cruel boon. It bestowed gifts upon humans and upon the uncanny alike. After today, many survivors among humanity would awaken sequence abilities, and at the same time the uncanny would multiply. Finding a level 1 uncanny afterward would become extremely difficult. The blood moon's gift advanced, all the uncanny and survival would grow exponentially harder. But Lin Fan did not falter. The recent battle had shown him the convoy's immense cohesion and the uncanny harmony of their teamwork. Confronted with overwhelming uncanny threats, everyone acted at once according to the scale of their own abilities to make the right choices. Ordinary members who had not awakened remained in the vehicles, ever ready to move. They would never recklessly appear in battle and become a drag on Lin Fan and the others. Zhang Long Wang Tong and Chu Xian, newly awakened, did not cower as some others had. Instead, they poured themselves out to assist Lin Fan and the rest, even to the point of exhaustion and unconsciousness. The Shenghua convoy's collective strength continued to climb. This was not merely the sum of a few sequence ability users, it functioned like a precision instrument. If any part failed, the whole would be affected. That bond of life and death forged through repeated trials was why Lin Fan was so exacting about who joined the convoy. The convoy raced along the highway while the crimson funeral bride trailed after them at an unhurried pace. The roar of engines mixed with Qin Wen's frenzied laughter. The long convoy tore along the rutted road. More than 2 hours had passed since they fled the paper town. The dash told Lin Fan they were doing 140 km/h. The crimson funeral bride still drifted behind with its wavering stage steps. Though it seemed slow, it was gradually closing the distance to the convoy. Its eerie lilting chant burrowed into everyone's minds like a corrupting hymn, unsettling their thoughts. This won't work. At this rate, we'll be overtaken. Lin Fan clenched the wheel until his knuckles whitened. In the rear view, that unnatural smear of red remained unrelenting. Qin Wen, stop laughing and find a way out. Lin Fan shouted into the radio. Qin Wen's laughter had grown hoarse, laced with sobs, and yet it would not cease. Haha, boss, southeast. Sob. Haha, run southeast. Qin Wen's voice broke and stitched itself between agony and manic laughter. Set wolves against tigers, there was no choice. Let the two powerful uncanny confront each other, only then could the convoy hope to find a sliver of survival in the narrowing gap. You lead the team, don't worry about anyone else. Qin Wen's pickup truck instantly overtook, sharply drifting at the next intersection, tires screeching against the ground, unhesitatingly charging towards the southeastern path. The vehicles of the Divine Nation convoy closely followed behind, sticking tightly to them. The school bus, which had been leading the way, unexpectedly executed an almost impossible drift while speeding, closely keeping pace with the Divine Nation convoy. The entire vehicle bizarrely changed direction while speeding and followed suit. The convoy raced along the bumpy country road, kicking up dust that nearly obscured the moonlight. The grotesque theatrical tone of the funeral procession behind suddenly rose. As Lin Fan felt his whole body about to be jolted apart, a dense gray-white mist suddenly surged ahead, and Qin, when speed, showed no signs of slowing as he plunged headlong into the thick fog. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and he unhesitatingly followed suit. All vehicles sequentially disappeared into the eerie mist. Outside the mist, the figure of the funeral procession lingered at the edge, its blood-red eyes coldly observing the roiling fog, seemingly wary of something within. It hovered outside the mist, not entering immediately. Deep within the fog, a terrifying presence sensed the aura of the funeral procession, unleashing a low, furious roar as if to drive away the unwelcome guest. The roar elicited anger in the blood-red eyes of the funeral procession, which twirled its red umbrella and stepped into the mist. In an instant, the previously calm fog began to churn violently, like boiling water. It was evident that the big fellow mentioned by Qin had been stirred and clashed with the funeral procession. Sensing the terrifying energy collision from afar, Qin's hoarse voice came through the communicator. "Huh. There's a good news, huff huff. They're fighting, huh? Huh. And bad news, huh? We're lost." The convoy's speed gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt beside a dilapidated farmhouse. The thick white mist reduced visibility to just 20 meters, and Qin's intermittent raspy breaths echoed through the vehicle's communicator. The eerie environment prevented anyone from recklessly exiting as the road they came from had vanished. Lin Fan was the first to open the door and get out. His insight eye scanned the mist, revealing only chaotic streams of energy. The cold mist instantly soaked his clothes. This farmhouse was not large, consisting of a two-story main building, a row of single-story houses on the side, and a large yard enclosed by wooden fences. The wooden tables and chairs in the yard, along with the sign, had all fallen into disrepair. Everyone got out of the vehicles one after another. Chu Xian, Wang Tong, and Zhang Long were still unconscious, while Zhang Bao and his team inspected the vehicles, noticing that the escape had left the bodies marked with scratches from paper figures. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Meng approached the edge of the convoy, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Qin leaned weakly against the front of the vehicle. The laughter he once had was gone, and he pressed his hand against his chest, each breath tugging at his lungs painfully. Huh, boss, there's something in the mist. Each time he spoke, it appeared extremely difficult, his expression twisting. But we're temporarily safe. Don't go into the mist, you'll get lost. Lin Fan gently patted his back, opened a bottle of water, and let him drink a bit to ease himself. When can we leave? Lin Fan gazed at the churning mist, feeling as if someone was standing in the depths of the fog watching him. Cough, cough. Wait until dawn. If the sun comes out, the mist might weaken. Huff. Huff. If there is no sun, we must keep moving forward. Lin Fan checked the time. It was already past 5 a.m., and it seemed dawn was still at least an hour away. After Zhang Bao and his team inspected the area, they reported, "Boss, aside from some scratches, the vehicles are not heavily damaged. We filled the fuel tanks." Lin Fan nodded, telling them to rest in the vehicle, as unexpected events could happen at any moment. Staying inside the car was the best choice. Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao approached, their expressions grave. Everyone could clearly sense the eerie presence lurking 20 meters away in the mist. Zhang Wei walked over with Yu Wanning, his face carrying an apologetic look. Earlier, under the blood moon tide, 2 sequences awakened among the college students, but they chose to watch. "Captain Lin, what should we do now?" Yu Wanning had also put away her student council president demeanor, carefully standing behind Zhang Wei. "It's best to stay in the vehicle, always ready to depart." "Okay, Captain Lin, we will not hold you back," Yu Wanning said softly, having no intention of participating in the battle. Lin Fan hadn't expected them to help. He watched as everyone got back into the vehicles. Turning to the others, he said, "Everyone be cautious and alert. In an hour, regardless of whether the sun appears or not, we must set off." Just as they were about to return to the vehicles, the mist swirled not far away. Muffled whispers began to rise, as if countless people were hidden in the mist, murmuring. Everyone halted, warily watching the swirling mist around them. "Sister, is that you?" "Sister." The door of Lin Fan's pickup was opened, and Chu Xian, pale-faced, staggered out and ran straight into the depths of the mist. In Chu Xian's gaze, the sister she had desperately sought was right ahead, smiling and waving at her. "Sister, I finally found you. Come here." An outline made of mist was beckoning to Chu Xian. "Wait for me, sister. Wake up quickly. It's an illusion." Lin Fan quickly stepped in front of Chu Xian, slashing backward, causing the mist figure to dissipate. "Woo." Chu Xian watched the figure of her sister fade away, hugging her head and crying. It turned out everything was an illusion. As the whispers in the mist grew louder, more people began to experience hallucinations. Occasionally, someone with a dazed look got out of their vehicles, walking toward the depths of the mist almost simultaneously. "Dad, Mom, Senior Brother." The sound of Tang Xiaoxiao's suppressed sobs came from nearby. Lin Fan abruptly turned his head, seeing the usually proud woman, now seemingly drained of all strength, her face as pale as a ghost. "It's my fault. I caused your deaths." Her voice was barely audible, tinged with tears. "At that time, I was scared. I really didn't dare to strike. I was useless, I awakened, but still couldn't save you." Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Ha ha ha. Ahu. Aphone. My brothers. You're all still alive. I knew it. The heavens have opened their eyes." At another vehicle, Zhang Long had woken up at some point. He suddenly lunged at the car window, his bloodshot eyes wide open, frantically banging on the glass, crying and laughing at the mist, tears streaming down his face. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a nightmare, with their closest loved ones appearing before them. Beside him, Qin Wen began to sob, repeatedly saying, "Teacher, Yonggu, I wish to see you again." "That's wonderful, Qin Wen," Lin Fan suddenly shouted. With tears in her eyes, Qin Wen looked at Lin Fan, her gaze clear and undazzled. "Boss, I just want to see them again." The members of the Divine Kingdom team on the bus had already lost themselves in the illusion. If it weren't for Zhang Bao locking the doors early, they would have ended up like the university students and survivors. They shouted the names of their loved ones in ecstatic frenzy, moving stiffly like marionettes foolishly walking into the engulfing mist. "Everyone, close the doors and windows tightly. No one is allowed to get out. That is an illusion. Cover your eyes. Plug your ears." Lin Fan's voice thundered, awakening those beside him. "Shaoli, come back. Don't go." Zhang Wei's desperate shout rang out. A petite female university student cried as she plunged into the thick mist. "Mom, I'm so scared. I want to go home." Immediately, a piercing scream echoed, followed by the grotesque sound of flesh being devoured. After the sound stopped, a corpse reduced to mere white bones was thrown out. Ugh! Several university students collapsed to the ground, unable to control their vomiting. A few survivors near the mist's edge were also jolted awake by the sudden change, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. Eerie arms covered in gray fur and with claws as sharp as hooks dragged several survivors into the mist. More skeletal corpses also reduced to nothing but bones were thrown back one after another. Lin Fan's eye of insight had already locked onto the energy fluctuations within the mist. As soon as the bones were thrown out, he swiftly moved to the mist's edge, stabbing his bloodthirsty bone blade into the abnormally active energy node within the eye of insight. Screech! A scream pierced the air, and when the bloodthirsty bone blade was withdrawn from the mist, it was already hanging with a gray rat the size of a large adult dog. Its fur was rough like steel needles, and its small eyes gleamed with a venomous green light. At that moment, it was being pierced by the bone blade, its limbs thrashing wildly. Killed a level 1 low-tier nightmare rat pup, gained 100 divine points. Nightmare rat. Was that illusion created by it? Pup, did I disturb an eerie nest? Before Lin Fan could think deeply, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged from the mist, accompanied by a shrill scream that sounded like a command. A swarm of large gray rats surged out of the mist, crashing toward the convoy, gnawing incessantly at the metal of the vehicles. "Damn it, this is never-ending." Now fully aware, Qin Wen shouted as she jumped into the pickup truck. Lin Fan and Lin Meng stood like two solid ramparts, meeting the onslaught of the rat tide. Lin Fan's bone blade danced in the air. Under the eye of insight, every strike could accurately kill a nightmare rat pup. Lin Meng was even more ferocious. His fists were like heavy hammers, each blow exploding the incoming nightmare rat pups. However, the number of nightmare rat pups was simply overwhelming. They surged like a gray tide, fearless and relentless. The entire convoy was about to be submerged by the nightmare rat pups. They gnawed through the metal of the vehicles, and survivors screamed as they were dragged out, instantly swallowed by the tide of rats, leaving only bones behind. The awakened sequence ability users among the university students and survivors facing the threat of death began to use their unskilled sequence abilities to block the rat tide as best as they could. Lin Fan and Lin Meng fought like bloody war gods amidst the rat swarm, each swing bringing forth a rain of blood. Behind them, Tang Xiaoxiao appeared to be nailed to the spot, the earlier illusion stirring up her deepest, most reluctant memories. The sounds of battle grew louder in her ears, and as she watched the scene of slaughter before her, it gradually transformed into the night of blood that had descended in her memories, filled with eerie howls, the screams of her brothers, and her parents' desperate cries before their death. Xiaoxiao, run. From a young age, competitive and ambitious, she was the only one in the martial arts school who had awakened a sequence ability, yet in the face of the eerie threat, she hesitated to draw her sword, watching her closest people fall one by one before the eerie. Once again, the last glance of her senior brother looking back at her surfaced in her mind, filled with urgency, worry, and resoluteness. At that time, I was scared. I didn't dare to draw my sword. This confession, which she had buried deep in her heart, echoed continuously in her ears. Her gaze fell upon Lin Fan, who was continuously wielding his bone blade steadfastly standing at the front. Before her, Lin Fan's figure was so clear. He did not turn back to urge her, nor did he show any disappointment. He simply stood firm, blocking the eerie threat before her. This figure overlapped slowly with the memory of her senior brother, who was equally resolute, standing in front of her, ultimately torn apart by the eerie. It was as if she had returned to that unforgettable night. This time it was different. The inner demons deep within her shattered like glass. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly howled to the heavens, releasing all her regret and pain. The Tang knife she had tightly held seemed to sense her intent, emitting a humming sound. Her form moved like lightning, and the blade's light was like a silken thread. Each strike contained a power comparable to breaking edge. Masses of nightmare rats turned to minced meat under her blade's light. Her gaze remained firmly locked onto Lin Fan's back. That back at this moment completely fused with the memory of her senior brother's sacrifice. The competitive spirit she had always held against Lin Fan dissipated entirely with the disappearance of her inner demons. Detected candidate for Divine Disciple Tang Xiaoxiao, 100 favorability, 100 loyalty. Do you wish to use the Divine Disciple slot? Lin Fan looked at the seemingly frenzied Tang Xiaoxiao in astonishment, unsure what had happened to raise her loyalty to 100. A surge of endless joy filled Lin Fan's heart. After waiting so long, today had finally come. Xiaoxiao, do you wish to? I do. Tang Xiaoxiao interrupted before Lin Fan could finish his sentence. Contracted Divine Disciple Tang Xiaoxiao Level 2 Blade Master Sequence. Host Divine Path Rank Divine Domain Walker Advancement Degree 50. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a powerful force rebounding onto him, and countless combat techniques flooded his mind. As he had guessed, the rewards for contracting Tang Xiaoxiao were the most abundant. With the signing of the Divine Disciple contract, their blade light suddenly intensified, becoming even more unstoppable, and a small mountain of minced meat had already piled up before them. The surprise did not end there. Ding! Detected that among the contracted Divine Disciples, the number of Level 2 sequence users has reached 3. Lin Meng Qin, when Tang Xiaoxiao, satisfying the conditions, the host's Divine Domain Walker rank's origin skill awakens. Awakening of the Divine Domain skill. The Divine Domain centered around the host. It expands into a sacred realm that envelopes the entire convoy. Within the realm, it can slightly weaken the invasion of lower-tier anomalies, enhancing the recovery effect for all Divine Disciples, and can actively trigger Divine Domain Thunder Punishment once every 7 days. Divine Domain Thunder Punishment. Invoking the power of the Divine Domain, it unleashes purifying thunderstorms, delivering indiscriminate, devastating strikes to all hostile targets within the realm. The power and range are determined by the host's strength and the number and strength of the Divine Disciples. Here it comes. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with light. Covered in blood, he suddenly laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha ha. I knew it. He had always wondered why the Divine Disciple's rank had risen to Divine Domain Walker, yet the system provided the same items as for the Divine Apostle's phase, making the system seem inadequate. Sure enough, what should come has finally arrived. Lin Fan shattered the nightmarish rat before him, drove the bloodthirsty bone blade into the ground, and spread his arms wide. In my name, Divine Domain. Open. Buzz. An invisible golden halo spread out from Lin Fan like ripples on water, and the bright emblem on the Divine Nation convoy transformed into mysterious runes, all radiating golden light. The previously swift, nightmarish rat pups became sluggish and rigid upon entering the golden light, as if they were trapped in a quagmire, all emitting terrified and restless shrieks. Then Lin Fan looked up at the sky, and through the thick fog a mysterious force tightly connected with him. Lin Meng Qin, Wen Zhonglong, and Tang Xiaoxiao also had golden rays converging towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed, forming a sword formula, and suddenly pointed downwards. In my name, Thunder Punishment. Descend. Boom. Thunder rumbled as the thick white fog was forcefully torn apart by an invisible power. Countless bolts of golden lightning fell from the sky, like a torrential rain, accurately striking every nightmarish rat pup within the Divine Domain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shrill howls echoed, and wherever the lightning flashed, the nightmarish rat pups turned to ashes. Lin Fan's ears were bombarded with information as the system notifications of obtaining divine points sounded. Although these nightmarish rat pups did not drop any anomaly cores, the massive amount of divine points left Lin Fan overjoyed. This time was truly a bountiful harvest. Lin Fan's divine points surged towards prosperity in an instant. The nightmarish rat pups outside the Divine Domain fled in terror into the depths of the thick fog, and in an instant the rat tide that had engulfed the convoy vanished. Only charred lightning scars remained on the ground along with the burnt smell in the air. The entire convoy fell into silence as everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene. The members of the Divine Nation convoy looked at Lin Fan, who had just bathed in golden lightning, as if he were a deity in that moment. Roar. Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, a deafening, terrifying roar came from afar. The roar contained intense fury. The thick fog churned like ocean waves along with the roar. Boss, hurry up. That big guy in the fog is the ancestor of these little brats. Qin Wen's terrified voice rang out. Everyone dared not delay, quickly jumping onto the vehicles. The entire convoy rushed into the swirling fog like a startled wild horse. At this moment, above the fog, a massive black shadow entangled in thick mist confronted the red-clad funeral bearer, the master of this fog, the nightmarish rat. Sensing the tragic death of the pups, it let out a series of howls towards the direction the convoy had fled. However, the formidable threat posed by the red-clad funeral bearer prevented it from rashly pursuing. The scarlet gaze of the red-clad funeral bearer fell upon the area where the thunder had just erupted, and the lingering thunderous aura shocked it as well. Yet the strands of divine power lingering in the air revealed a hint of greed in its eyes. The nightmarish rat emitted a series of low growls toward the red-clad funeral bearer, negotiating a compromise expressing that it would no longer pursue the matter of the red-clad funeral bearer, intruding into the fog, only asking it to refrain from entangling. The nightmarish rat wished it could immediately chase down the convoy. However, the red-clad funeral bearer was filled with curiosity and greed regarding the sacred power within the convoy, still stepping forward, humming and singing, its figure already blocking the nightmarish rat. The nightmarish rat let out an enraged roar, and the mist around it surged like ocean waves charging towards the red-clad funeral bearer. The convoy blindly traversed through the fog like headless flies. Qin Wen stifled the discomfort in his mind, struggling to sense the surrounding environment. Boss, this fog. Its coverage is too vast, at least a 50-kilometer radius. Furthermore, it is interfering with mental perception. Lin Fan looked as dawn was about to break. At this moment, he had no time to waste, urging Qin Wen to drive the convoy along the road at full speed. Although the road appeared straight, the convoy had been racing for over an hour without exiting the fog's range. Just as everyone felt heavy-hearted and uncertain, the thick fog ahead suddenly thinned with rays of sunlight piercing through. Boss, we are about to exit the fog. Qin Wen's excited shout came through the communicator. Lin Fan's spirit jolted as the outlines of buildings began to faintly appear in the distance. The convoy quickly burst out of the fog's sunlight, pouring down, dissipating the fear in everyone's hearts. At the end of the road was a small village, appearing so tranquil and peaceful under the sunlight, with figures working in the fields on either side. This scene made everyone feel as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse, as if they were in a different world. The convoy stopped at the entrance of the village, which was not large, with houses appearing low and scattered, but the road was unexpectedly clean and tidy, as if someone swept it every day. The villagers working in the fields paused their tasks, curiously watching the suddenly intruding convoy. They wore simple clothes, their faces rosy with friendly expressions in their eyes. Lin Fan stepped out of the vehicle and looked back at the thick fog, which seemed to crash against an invisible wall, rolling and surging at the village's boundary, unable to advance an inch. The sunlight here cast a clear boundary. The terrified passengers gradually got out of the vehicle, breathing the fresh air, curiously observing the quiet and peaceful surroundings, the fear on their faces slowly fading. The commotion from the convoy broke the village's tranquility. An elder dressed in a Zhongshan suit with neatly combed hair emerged from the village, followed by some villagers. Qin Wen leaned close to Lin Fan, whispering, "Boss, there are no signs of anomalies. The old man coming over is a level 2 sequence ability user." Lin Fan grew even more curious. It was rare to see such a normal village in the apocalypse, not only intact, but the villagers could live normally, which was already abnormal in itself. Even if there was a level 2 sequence ability user in the village, the thick fog was not far away, with its anomalies at least on par with the red-clad funeral bearer. How could this village be safe and sound? Could it be a paradise? Or was there something special in the village that repelled the anomalies? As he pondered, the elderly man in a Zhongshan suit and his group had already approached. The elder wore a warm smile. No trace of suspicion clouded his expression, as if he were a hospitable villager from the pre-apocalyptic world. "Allow me the liberty. I go by Uncle Huang-san. I am a level 2 spirit communion cultivator and the village chief of Ling Nai Temple Village. Thanks to the benevolent protection of Elder Goddess Ling, our village has remained unscathed." Qin Wen stepped forward, his face adorned with a practiced, courteous smile. "Uncle Huang-san, greetings. Indeed, we have just escaped the dense fog. Disoriented and desperate, we inadvertently stumbled upon your revered village. We sincerely beg your pardon. Rest assured, we mean no harm. We only seek guidance to the exit, so we may depart at once." As Qin Wen spoke, his gaze swept discreetly across the village chief and the villagers behind him. None betrayed the slightest shift in expression. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance. Though they had never heard of the Spirit Communion Cultivator sequence, the village's tranquil existence on the fog's very edge suggested its power was formidable. No trouble at all, none whatsoever. In this apocalypse, survivors must support one another. The path out lies just beyond the village. But seeing your companions wounded and so many children among you, why not rest here first? His tone was deeply sincere, his eyes clear, his kindly smile radiating genuine warmth. Behind him, villagers stepped forward with simple, earnest smiles, offering hands to help the injured. This sudden compassion left the university students and other survivors stunned. Some even wept, exclaiming they had met true benefactors. Yet Lin Fan sensed something profoundly unnatural. These villagers were too eager, too welcoming, utterly devoid of caution towards strangers who had burst uninvited into their midst. Especially their gestures while assisting the wounded. Their expressions and movements possessed an eerie rigidity, as though rehearsed countless times. Sunlight bathed the village in gentle warmth, silence reigned, but Lin Fan's vigilance had surged to its utmost peak. What secret did this idyllic sanctuary conceal? Who then was Elder Goddess Ling, capable of repelling a level 3 anomaly? Lin Fan's face remained impassive as he offered a grateful smile. We shall intrude then. We truly need to recuperate. The group was led inward. Behind them, villagers bent once more over their fields. Yet their faces had gone blank, and beneath the rhythmic swing of their hoes gleamed scattered bones. Along the way, verdant farmlands, immaculate paths, and villagers' guileless smiles stood in jarring contrast to the despair of the rat swarms that had hunted them through the fog moments before. This violent dissonance instantly dissolved the students' and survivors' wariness. Could this be a paradise beyond the world? I wish I could stay here. So do I. These villagers are so kind. Let's ask the chief if we can remain. That collective euphoria reached its zenith at the village center. Uncle Huang Sen guided the convoy onto a vast central square, its stone-paved surface etched with a strange cryptic pattern, and at its heart stood a statue. It depicted a benevolent old woman, but to Lin Fan's eyes, every line, every curve of the stone exuded quiet, unsettling wrongness. Already awaiting them were village women, towels and steaming water in hand. At the convoy's arrival, they rushed forward with tender concern, gently washing the students' faces and tending wounds, murmuring words that warmed the heart. What a tragedy, to suffer so much at such a tender age. Look at this wound. It breaks my heart. My dear child. Daughter, does it hurt? If so, cry out. Your pain will ease once you do. Each phrase, tender as a parent's, shattered the dam, holding back emotions long suppressed by apocalyptic horror, emotions these youths had never known how to process. A slender girl burst into tears and collapsed into the arms of a waiting woman, as if for that instant she had truly returned to her parents' embrace. Sobs filled the square. Yu Weiniang's eyes brimmed with tears, yet Zhang Wei stood apart, deeply unsettled. His unease sharpened when he glanced toward the Shenghua convoy. A stark contrast to the students' relief, every member of Shenghua bore vigilance etched into their very features. Lin Fan scanned the square with cold, unblinking focus. Tang Xiao stood casually behind him, cradling her saber, but her knuckles white with tension betrayed her coiled readiness. Lin Meng, broad-shouldered as a fortress, positioned himself before Qin Wan. His squad refused the villagers' aid outright, standing guard rigidly around each vehicle. Zhang Long was already repairing dented vehicle hulls using his sequence ability. The reinforced surfaces now gleamed with unnatural resilience. Wang Tong, now fully conscious, paced methodically between the vehicles, setting traps with silent precision near each one. Zhang Wei approached Lin Fan quietly. Captain Lin, does something feel off here? Heh, where there is anomaly, there is always malice. Would even your own kin treat you with such unreserved kindness? Stay vigilant. There is no harm in caution. Zhang Wei's grim nod was followed by his gathering the students to voice Lin Fan's suspicions, only to be met with sharp rebukes. Zhang Wei, Yu, and the Shenghua team both suffer from persecution delusions. Exactly. They simply cannot bear to see others treating us well. If they treated us well, would we still keep stumbling into danger? Right? So many classmates died to anomalies, and truth be told, it's their fault. Zhang Wei, speak up for them again, and we'll consider you one of them. All dismissed Lin Fan's vigilance as needless paranoia, cold, unfeeling, even cruel, and laid every prior crisis squarely at Xinghua's door. Though Zhang Wei clung to a sliver of reason, the chorus of dissent silenced his warnings before they could leave his lips. Lin Fan and his team located the bustling chief. We thank you, Uncle Huang San, for your generous hospitality, but we must press onward. Kindly direct us to the exit. We shall rest briefly and depart at once. Uncle Huang San's smile never wavered as he pointed toward the village's far edge, where the road vanished into mist subtly different from the fog they had fled. There lies the village gate. Cross that field and you emerge directly beyond. Then his tone shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. To be candid, our peace stems entirely from Elder Goddess Ling's grace. That mist itself is her protective veil. It has not yet lifted. Forcing passage now would risk. He paused, studying their expressions, then continued. Yet tonight we hold our sacred ceremony honoring Elder Goddess Ling. By dawn the mist will part, making tomorrow the safest time to depart. Why not stay one more night? Our stores are modest, but we will not stint on your meal. And the ceremony is a rare treasure tradition. Join us. Let us celebrate together. His reasoning was sound, his manner utterly sincere. Though Lin Fan and his companions harbored doubts, they held no tangible proof. A flash of insight lit Lin Fan's eyes. Through his insight eye he perceived the energy fluctuations beyond the village. Chaotic, turbulent, markedly distinct from the fog they had crossed. The elder spoke no falsehood, yet this meant the convoy must remain overnight. Then we trouble you, chief. Lin Fan nodded, his expression unchanged. Uncle Huang Sen seemed to read their lingering apprehension and smiled gently. I know the village puzzles you. Truthfully, even I cannot fathom how we endured this long. I alone am a level 2 spirit communion cultivator, a rare lineage. And fortuitously our village has venerated Elder Goddess Ling for generations. My ability allows communion with her directly. Perhaps ceaseless devotion day after day, year after year earned her enduring guardianship. That perhaps is what strikes you as strange. Frankly, this humble village holds no grand secrets, nor do our people feign their sincerity. None expected such candor. Qin Wen and the others felt a pang of shame for judging this gracious elder through the lens of suspicion. Lin Fan's expression remained neutral. We cherish the villagers' goodwill deeply, yet we are accustomed to solitude. Should we please forgive our rough ways? Uncle Huang Sen studied Lin Fan intently, his smile unwavering. No matter. Such vigilance is vital in the apocalypse. Young man, you are no ordinary soul. We shall meet again tonight. Should you need anything, ask any villager. With that he moved away to resume his duties, his affable nature swiftly forging bonds with the survivors. The villagers warmly offered boiled water and simple food to the group and arranged several adjacent vacant houses for the Divine Realm convoy. Lin Fan and the others accepted outwardly, yet remained cautious, eating only the provisions they had brought themselves. Once settled, Lin Fan convened the convoy members. Zhang Long assigned rotating sentries to guard the vehicles, be ready to depart at a moment's notice. Qin Wen maintained constant perception of anomalies, especially that statue of Granny Ling in the square. I sensed something deeply amiss. Xiao, come with me. We'll take a walk. Remain in contact at all times. Having issued his orders, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao stepped out of the house and strolled casually through the village. The village was modest in size, but meticulously laid out. Daily life unfolded with quiet orderliness. Villagers encountered along the way paused their tasks and greeted Lin Fan and Tang Xiao with identical practice smiles. Yet beneath those smiles lingered an unsettling absence, an eerie lack of vitality. Wandering aimlessly, the two gradually relaxed amid the village's serene harmony. Suddenly Lin Fan halted, brow faintly furrowed, and murmured softly to Tang Xiao beside him, Xiao, do you sense anything wrong? I feel nothing unusual. No anomalies detected, Tang Xiao replied, glancing around in puzzlement. Don't you think something's missing from this village? Lin Fan's brow tightened further. He could not yet grasp what gnawed at his instincts. Tang Xiao smiled lightly. Missing? What could possibly be missing? Perhaps we're simply overthinking it. There's no anomaly here. The elders are kind, the women diligent, the youths industrious, the children. Children. The words hung suspended between them as their eyes locked, faces frozen in dawning horror. Not a single child. Not one, since our convoy entered the village this entire afternoon. Logically, such a seemingly safe village should teem with children. Where then had they vanished? Only now did the two fully recognize the village's profound unnaturalness. Indeed, the village concealed a formidable secret. They pressed deeper into its heart, until at the end of a narrow alley an abrupt towering wall severed the path. A sealed iron gate pierced the wall, secured by a heavy padlock. As they prepared to scale it, two young men emerged silently from a side passage. Honored guests, where might you be headed? The youths asked, smiling amiably, yet beneath that warmth flickered unmistakable wariness. Nowhere in particular, just taking a stroll. We noticed the iron gate and grew curious. Lin Fan responded with a courteous smile, but his gaze remained fixed, unwavering on the youth's expressions. True to his suspicion, the moment Lin Fan mentioned the gate, a fleeting tension crossed one youth's face, swiftly masked once more by practiced benevolence. Tonight is the ritual for Granny Ling. Inside lies the offering chamber, a sacred space governed by ancient village custom. Outsiders may not enter. My sincerest apologies. The youth declined with a gentle smile. Tang Xiao's eyes turned frost cold. She tensed to force her way past, until Lin Fan's hand gently restrained her arm. Our apologies. Merely idle curiosity. We respect your customs and won't intrude further. He led Tang Xiaoxiao away. Once out of sight, the two youths exchanged a glance, relief softened by an unmistakable sorrowful tremor. Senior brother, I caught the scent of blood. Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, lowering her voice, once they'd walked a safe distance. We'll discuss it back at the residence. Returning home, Lin Fan gathered the convoy and recounted everything he and Tang Xiaoxiao had observed. Qin adjusted his glasses, thoughtful. Senior brother, this village is clearly abnormal, yet so far no direct threat has manifested. I advise restraint for now. Moreover, outside the village walls, the nightmare mice and crimson funeral tigers still lurk waiting. Lin Fan nodded. Caution indeed was the wisest course until the truth revealed itself. Yet his eyes narrowed, cold, lethal intent rising like smoke. If all remains peaceful, we depart tomorrow. Should any danger threaten the convoy, prepare for battle. Without hesitation. Better to strike too soon than let a threat slip through. At his command, the Divine Realm convoy gripped their Tang cross sabers, weapons distributed earlier by Zhang Long per Lin Fan's instruction. Against cultivators or anomalies they might falter, but against ordinary villagers, their skill was more than sufficient. Then Wang Tong pushed forward from the crowd, having fully recovered from his earlier ordeal. Senior brother, let me scout ahead. Lin Fan studied him. Wang Tong's infiltrator sequence made him ideal for reconnaissance. Very well, but withdraw immediately if endangered. Zhang Long, take two others and stand by outside the iron gate. Maintain radio contact for any development. Wang Tong's form shimmered, translucent, then fading entirely, his presence dissolving into silence. Through Lin Fan's insight eye, he saw Wang Tong glide soundlessly toward the gate. Zhang Long and two companions ambled outward, appearing merely to stroll. Before long, Wang Tong reached the iron gate, and there stood the same two youths conversing idly, utterly oblivious to his proximity. Wang Tong suppressed a wry inner laugh. If such mastery had existed before the apocalypse, he'd have been a sovereign of shadows and wealth. As dusk deepened, he wasted no time. With the precision of a master thief, he scaled the wall and landed without a whisper. Beyond lay a vast building permeated by a faint coppery tang of blood. He slipped inside, where villagers moved in hushed urgency, arranging incense, spirit money, and ritual offerings. Yet no joy animated their faces, only a sorrow so profound it seemed carved into their bones. From the building's depths came muffled, anguished sobs. Wang Tong slipped past the bustling figures and ventured inward, into a small inner chamber where a young couple gazed upon their 5-year-old son with shattered hearts. The boy, blissfully unaware, devoured the lavish feast spread before him. His parents wept openly, the woman's tears flowing unceasingly, the man's face a mask of unbearable grief. The man wiped his face and stepped quietly outside, where a silver-haired elder awaited him. Third auntie, is there truly no other way? Sob? Little Bao is still so young. His voice cracked, his sobs choked low lest the child hear. The elder placed a trembling hand on his shoulder, her own eyes brimming. Shengzi, there is none. This time Granny Ling demands tribute, and the outsiders failed to meet the quota. By ancestral law, we must offer another boy. This lot fell to your family. For the sake of all, let little Bao eat well tonight, before he departs. She wiped her tears and turned away, shoulders bowed. Then the woman emerged too, embracing her husband as both dissolved into stifled, shuddering cries. The boy, hearing the sounds, darted out, clutching a drumstick, eyes wide with innocent confusion. Papa, Mama, why are you crying? So much food. I can't eat it all. Come share with me. He extended the drumstick toward his mother. She collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Shengzi forced composure, lifted his son, and tenderly brushed away his tears. Little Bao, eat well. After this meal, you'll be away from us for a little while. The boy blinked. Am I going to find Xiao Lu and the others? They disappeared during last year's ritual too. Yes, to play with them. Shengzi's voice trembled. Soon, Papa will bring you home again. The boy beamed, unaware of the abyss yawning beneath his feet. Shengzi signaled his wife with a glance. She swallowed her agony and led their son back inside. Moments later, the white-haired elder returned, pressing a small packet of powdered herbs into Shengzi's hands. Shengzi, give this to little Bao before he drinks. It will dull his senses, spare him pain, spare him suffering. Hidden nearby, Wang Tong's mind reeled. These villagers truly regarded the convoy as sacrificial offerings. But how dared they presume control over such a group, especially one sheltering multiple sequence cultivators? His gaze locked onto the herb packet. Then with silent resolve he turned and followed the elder into the gathering dark. Zhang Long was waiting in the alley with two others, and as the sky darkened, there was still no news from Wang Tong. Just as the three hesitated whether to enter the alley for a search, Zhang Long felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Brother Long, let's go back." It was Wang Tong's voice. Zhang Long glanced around, but couldn't spot Wang Tong, knowing he was still in stealth mode, so he signaled the other two to return to their dwelling. Inside the room, Lin Fan and others were waiting for news from Wang Tong and his group. "Boss, I'm back." Wang Tong's figure slowly materialized before everyone, but his expression was quite grim. "How did it go? Any discoveries?" Lin Fan could tell from Wang Tong's expression that things were not simple. Seeing Zhang Long and the others also enter the room, Wang Tong recounted what had happened behind the iron door. After listening, everyone's faces darkened. "Boss, these villagers must have taken us for offerings to that so-called Grandma Ling. I'm taking the brothers to smash that broken statue right now." Zhang Long roared in fury upon hearing this, and was about to charge out. "Zhang Long, are you out of your mind? Will that solve the problem?" Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Long with disdain, while Qin Wen gave Tang Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. "Even if we smash the statue now, it would be of no use. Besides, we haven't figured out what other tricks these villagers have up their sleeves. Acting rashly would only alert the enemy." Tang Xiaoxiao shot a proud glance at Qin when grabbing a tang knife. "He'll go take care of that, Lord Huang-san. Solve the problem in one go." Qin Wen nearly spat out the water in his mouth, glaring at her. "You're not any better than him." Wait for Wang Tong to finish speaking first. Lin Fan helplessly looked at everyone, realizing that the team was becoming increasingly reluctant to think. Once Wang Tong finished explaining the situation with Xiaobao, everyone's expressions turned grim. Although the members of the team weren't exactly good people, they found it hard to accept that their own flesh and blood would be treated as sacrifices. "I suspect this village may have reached some agreement with the supernatural, offering outsiders as sacrifices in exchange for protection. It appears that Grandma Ling is likely the manifestation of the supernatural itself." Qin Wen analyzed after a moment of thought. "However, strangely enough, I have not sensed any trace of the supernatural. Could it be that the supernatural only appears when the evening ritual begins?" Lin Fan held the powder. Wang Tong handed over, somewhat puzzled. "Do these villagers really think that this bag of powder alone can subdue all of us?" At this moment, the team's Dr. Feng Bin approached, carefully examining the powder in his hand, and pinched a small amount to taste it. "Boss, this is a type of homemade drug. According to Wang Tong's description, it should be mixed into the sacrificial incense candles and activated by burning. However, this stuff might work on ordinary people, but it has limited effects on sequence ability users. They must have other plans," Lin Fan pondered. Wang Tong, distribute the antidote to the brothers. When night falls, everything will become clear. "What about Xiaobao?" Just as everyone was about to leave, Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Wang Tong's face turned grim as he replied, "When I left, I saw them bringing that child. One by one." "One by one?" Tang Xiaoxiao thought of something, her teeth grinding together while the others tightened their grips on their weapons. "I didn't expect these villagers to be so ruthless. Boss, should we notify Zhang Wei and the others?" Qin Wen looked outside, where the college students and survivors should still be with the villagers, eagerly anticipating the grand ritual ceremony the villagers spoke of. "Just a reminder, don't say too much, they won't believe you anyway." Everyone dispersed to prepare. The sun was about to set, leaving the last hint of orange in the sky, draping a warm cloak over the peaceful village. However, as night gradually descended, a faint sense of oppression began to wash over like a tide. In the center of the village, the statue of Grandma Ling appeared increasingly grotesque under the dimming light. In the open space in front of the statue, the villagers began to bustle about, bringing in tables and chairs, setting up a bonfire, seemingly preparing for the evening's ritual. In the air, a peculiar smell mixed with incense and some kind of burning herb gradually permeated. Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged glances. It was the smell of the powder, and both showed a grave expression. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. That so-called grand ritual was likely the true unveiling of the village's dark intentions. The night was as thick as viscous ink, and dense fog began to appear in the village. Lin Fan and the others were invited to observe from a distance, and the members of the Divine Kingdom team had stern expressions, tightly gripping their weapons. "In my name, domain of the gods. Open." Lin Fan quietly summoned the domain of the gods, and a subtle wave appeared beneath everyone's feet. A wide altar had already been set up in front of the statue of Grandma Ling, with plates of fruits and vegetables being brought in one after another. Finally, a large basin of bloody raw meat was brought in, and Lin Fan and the others' eyes turned cold. This was the Xiaobao Wang Tong had mentioned. The villagers clustered in front of the statue, wearing relatively neat, yet strangely styled dark clothing. Their faces no longer held the warmth of the day, replaced only by an almost fanatical fervor. Lord Huang-san and the white-haired old woman donned dark red robes embroidered with strange symbols, holding bone staffs and shaking bells. The college students and survivors stood with the villagers, eagerly anticipating the grand ritual ceremony the villagers had mentioned, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Zhang Wei stood anxiously in the center of the crowd. Zhang Long had already informed him that something was wrong in the village, but the college students and survivors entranced by the villagers paid no heed to his words. Lord Huang San and the white-haired old woman began to perform a strange dance in front of the statue, their voices alternating between sharp and deep. Mixed with the crisp sounds of the bells they held, it created a disorienting effect. The air grew thick with the peculiar smell of burning incense and special herbs. It was the incense laced with the drug that burned silently, spreading into everyone's nostrils. Thanks to having prepared the antidote in advance, the members of the Divine Kingdom team were unaffected. The crowd in front of the statue began to show vacant expressions, murmuring incomprehensible prayers in tune with Lord Huang San and the white-haired old woman. Suddenly, the bronze compass in Qin Wen's hand began to tremble violently, the needle pointing sharply at the statue of Grandma Ling. His expression changed dramatically as he whispered, "Boss, energy fluctuations. They are coming from the statue. The supernatural is here." Almost simultaneously with his words, an invisible and powerful force erupted from the statue. Buzz! A low sound, almost inaudible, yet clear, resonated in everyone's ears. Immediately after, countless whispers echoed unmistakably, the same voices that had risen in the fog of the farmstay. Lin Fan and the others' expressions changed. Nightmare mice. Unaffected by the narcotic and bolstered by Lin Fan's divine realm, the members of the Divine Nation convoy merely experienced a fleeting daze before swiftly regaining their composure. Yet the earlier rat tide had left cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Trembling with lingering dread, they scanned their surroundings warily. Lin Fan's heart grew heavy. Divine realm thunder judgment would not recharge for another 7 days. May it not be the nightmare-devouring rats. The college students and survivors' gazes dulled, their faces twisting into eerie expressions, some sorrowful, some unnervingly euphoric, as their bodies swayed faintly. Already deeply ensnared, they had lost all bodily control, responding now only to subconscious hallucinations. Shuasichichich. An unsettling, grating sound emanated from the darkness encircling the plaza. Then pair after pair of ghostly green lights flickered awake within the shadows, more and more countless and dense, until the entire plaza was ringed in emerald fire. Nightmare-devouring rat pups. They had arrived. Their viridian eyes gleamed with ravenous hunger as they swept across the paralyzed figures. Villagers, now stirring awake, quietly gathered atop the sacrificial altar, gazing blankly at the stupefied students and survivors before the stone statue. As for Lin Fan and his companions, the villagers believed the spirit grandmother was imminent, and that these outsiders too would become offerings upon her tomb. The nightmare-devouring rat pups had already spotted Lin Fan's group afar. The sacred aura radiating from the divine realm ignited fury and a flicker of fear in those green eyes. Energy fluctuations intensified upon the stone statue. "Chief, the colossal entity is nearly here. What do we do?" Qin Wen anxiously turned to Lin Fan, watching the compass needle tremble violently. Xiao Meng, and I will disrupt the ritual. No letting that monstrosity descend. Everyone else stay within the divine realm's bounds and retreat to the vehicles to hold position. Crush them. At Lin Fan's command, the Divine Nation convoy erupted into motion. Ordinary members sprinted back to their vehicles, 6 trucks locked tightly together in formation. Zhang Long mounted a heavy machine gun atop the pickup. Wang Tong scattered traps along the divine realm's periphery. Chu Qin stood beside Zhang Long, already poised to begin her incantation. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, long impatient, blurred forward like lightning. Her saber unsheathed with a dragon's cry, cleaving the air above the plaza as a razor-sharp colossal blade arc slashed toward the burning censer. Boom. The censer shattered under the blow, flaming incense scattering wildly. Unchecked, the blade arc slammed into the altar itself, overturning it. Villagers scattering in panic. Lin Meng's massive fist crashed into the spirit grandmother's stone statue, unleashing a deafening resonant hum, and fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. Those who disturb the ritual shall die. Huang San Yi watched the 3 hurtling toward him, his demeanor unhinged. A potent wave of spiritual force erupted from his body, coalescing into arrow-like projectiles that streaked toward Lin Fan midair. Through Lin Fan's inside eye, each spiritual arrow's trajectory blazed with crystalline clarity. He evaded them with effortless grace, then thundered forth a voice like splitting heavens. "Wake up now! Look around you. These villagers mean to feed your lives, and their own children's, to these monsters. That so-called spirit grandmother is none other than the nightmare-devouring rats you've encountered." His words detonated like thunderclaps beside every ear, jolting the students and survivors with violent convulsions. They strained desperately against the illusion's grip, only to find themselves thrust once more into the fog-shrouded agritourism lodge, surrounded by teeming hordes of nightmare-devouring rat pups. Overwhelming terror and visceral nausea instantly shattered their psychological defenses. A blood-curdling shriek tore through the night. Lies. Blasphemy. You defile the divine. Huang Sanye's eyes bulged with fury as he brandished his bone staff, screaming hoarsely, you interrupt the deity's feast. Kill them. He ordered the villagers to attack Lin Fan's group, only to find Lin Fan already before him, his bone blade, cleaving him down. Crockham. A cataclysmic explosion echoed as Lin Meng and Tang Xiao jointly obliterated the spirit grandmother's statue. From the darkness, the nightmare-devouring rat pups surged forward like a gray tide of death. The spirit grandmother will punish you. Struggling upright, Huang Sanyi laughed maniacally, prostrating himself before the gray tide in fervent prayer. But the teeming rat pups paid no heed to his supplication. Unlike before, they now lunged, not at the altar, but at the nearest living flesh. Students, survivors, villagers alike, all became prey. No, don't. Spirit grandmother, we are your faithful devotees. One villager after another fell beneath swarms of rat pups, crying out in hopeless agony before being torn apart in an instant. Save me! Help me! Under Zhang Wei's direction, students and survivors screamed and fled toward the Divine Nation convoy, only for one pup to dart sideways, sink its fangs into a student's calf, and drag him sprawling to the ground. Chaos consumed the plaza, transforming it into a slaughterhouse where gnawing, wailing, sobbing, and the rats' shrill shrieks merged into a symphony of horror. Lin Meng and Tang Xiao fought desperately across the plaza, holding back the rat tide. Zhang Long's heavy machine gun roared ceaselessly. Wang Tong's traps formed layered barriers around the divine realm's edge, repelling the surging swarm. Chu Qin's incantation rose, reinforcing their strength. Lin Fan seized Huang Sanyi and the white-haired elder woman, dragging them upright. Behold, the spirit grandmother you worship. Nothing but a filthy, aberrant horror, no different from these nightmare-devouring rats. Huang Sanyi stared, his expectations utterly shattered. Villagers writhed in agony beneath the rat's jaws. Children sheltered behind him were already being dragged, kicking and screaming into the deepening mist. His faith crumbled, replaced by bottomless rage and madness. Why? Why? We offered everything, even our own children. Like a madman, he drove his bone staff deep into the earth, weaving arcane hand seals. A violent surge of spiritual energy pulsed from him, power befitting a level 2 spirit medium. With my soul I summon thy true name, spirit grandmother. Descend now and punish these oathbreakers. He sought to force a communion, or worse, a full manifestation, of the so-called spirit grandmother, compelling her to appear and restore order, fulfilling her promise of protection. What the hell is wrong with you? You absolute lunatic. Lin Fan could scarcely believe Huang Sanyi still clung to such delusion, even now. Yet he had no time to spare for the deranged elder. Rat pups had begun feasting upon the children sheltered behind villagers, tiny plaintive cries piercing the air. 10 minutes earlier, as college students fled desperately toward the Divine Nation convoy, the sound of a child's weeping halted them mid-stride. They turned toward the cluster of 5- and 6-year-olds now encircled by nightmare-devouring rat pups. Terrified children stood frozen, watching helplessly as kin were dragged away one by one, tears streaming down their small, stricken faces. After a brief hesitation, the students, themselves trembling with terror, wiped their tears and charged forward, screaming wildly. Though fear still contorted their features, their steps were unyielding. Are you insane? Running back to your deaths? A survivor stared incredulous at the students sprinting headlong into the rat swarm. There are children there. We must save them. They're villagers' children, and they just tried to kill us. Children are innocent. These youths, faces still soft with adolescence, ran weeping voices raw straight into the encircling horde of rat pups. A few newly awakened students led the charge, battling grimly through the swarm, bodies already lacerated, bleeding heavily. Too many rat pups. By the time they neared, only one remained, a 4-year-old girl clutching a ragged doll. Just as fangs snapped toward her throat, a blade arc descended from the sky, Lin bone blade impaling the rat pup firmly to the ground. Lin Fan landed heavily beside her, sending nearby rat pups flying with concussive force. He spun, scooped the girl into his arms, and kicked aside several students blinded by bloodlust. Stop making things worse. Get back now. Seeing Lin Fan arrive, the students scrambled away, tumbling and crawling toward the convoy. Wang Tong. Lin Fan bellowed, and Wang Tong materialized instantly at his side. Having sensed the crisis, Wang Tong had already slipped silently into position. Lin Fan handed the girl over, then whirled, charging back into the fray. At that moment, Huang Sanye's invocation concluded. The thick fog blanketing the village churned violently, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A shadow vast beyond despair plummeted from the sky, striking the plaza's edge with earth-shaking force. a nightmare-devouring rat colossal as a mountain. Its pelt bristled like steel needles, its eyes burned like lakes of blood. Yet its aura flickered erratically. Deep, jagged wounds as if carved by a celestial blade gaped across its hide, oozing dark purple ichor. It had clearly just survived a brutal battle. And behind this monstrous rat emerging slowly from the churning mist glided a figure draped in crimson court robes, holding a blood-red paper umbrella stepping with eerie theatrical grace. Crimson funeral attire. Her scarlet gaze observed the chaos below with detached, almost amused fascination, as if watching a masterfully staged tragedy. The moment the Nightmare Mouse's true form descended, a stream of consciousness was drawn into its body from the shattered statue. The so-called spirit grandma is merely a fragment of the Nightmare Mouse's awareness. Master Huang Sen has always believed in the existence of spiritual beings, and the one before him is the Nightmare Mouse. He stared blankly at the bizarre sight that resembled a small mountain, and the chilling figure in red behind it, his mind blank. How is this possible? Spirit grandma is a bizarre. He murmured to himself, his heart already collapsing. The Nightmare Mouse's blood-red giant eyes swept across the square, lingering momentarily on Lin Fan, and the others sensing the residual aura of the earlier divine punishment, and let out an angry low roar. But ultimately its gaze fell upon the mentally agitated Master Huang San and the white-haired old woman beside him. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a foul wind, and with a speed that belied its massive form lunged at the two who were frozen in shock. No! Master Huang San could only let out a scream, and in an instant he and the white-haired old woman were swallowed by the Nightmare Mouse's giant mouth. The Nightmare Mouse seemed to regain some strength, its wounds writhing and healing slightly. It shook its massive head, the blood-red pupils once again fixating warily on the troublesome figure in red overseeing the funeral. The figure in red continued to hold the umbrella, her eerie singing echoed, once more ethereal and bizarre. She seemed unconcerned about the Nightmare Mouse consuming its sacrificial offerings, her gaze lingering more on Lin Fan, her eyes filled with greed and curiosity almost materializing. Two terrifying entities faced off against each other in this blood-soaked sacrificial square, with the frantic crowd trapped between them and the God Kingdom's team bracing themselves, their expressions grave. The Nightmare Mouse initiated the attack against the figure in red first, viewing the God Kingdom's team merely as future prey. First it would deal with this major nuisance. Roar. With a furious roar from the Nightmare Mouse, all the Nightmare Mouse cubs charged towards the figure in red. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hiss, hiss. The countless Nightmare Mouse cubs emitted sharp, piercing cries, fearlessly pouncing towards the figure in red from all directions. Faced with the overwhelming tide of mice, the figure in red maintained her slow, eerie steps, the blood-red paper umbrella gently spinning in her hand as her singing suddenly soared in pitch. Yav! An invisible wave of power suddenly expanded outward from her. The leading Nightmare Mouse cubs froze mid-motion as they were hit by the wave, their gray fur rapidly losing its luster, their bodies drying up as if drained of moisture, ultimately turning into scattered bones. However, the sheer number of Nightmare Mouse cubs was overwhelming, continuously charging towards the figure in red. The Nightmare Mouse's massive forepaw, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck down towards the red umbrella. The figure in red appeared diminutive beneath the shadow of the giant paw. She halted her singing abruptly, closing the blood-red umbrella, its tip pointing upward like a sharp sword, fiercely stabbing towards the center of the giant paw. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as if two mountains had collided. At the same time, a dense army of paper figures surrounded the figure in red, charging towards the Nightmare Mouse cubs. Like a white wave crashing against gray rocks. The ground beneath the figure in red caved in dramatically, forming a large pit, yet her slender form stood steadily at the bottom, the blood umbrella still raised high, the red light flowing across its surface seemingly dimmed slightly. The Nightmare Mouse's enormous paw was forcibly halted in midair, the point of contact between the paw and umbrella emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, a plume of black smoke rising indicating it had suffered significant damage. Without any hesitation, the two powerful entities clashed again. The members of the God Kingdom's team felt their hearts racing in fear. The battle between them had completely surpassed any fight they had ever experienced. Each collision contained destructive power. Boss, what should we do? Qin Wen gasped, noticing that there were no more Nightmare Mouse cubs around the team. The figure in red had drawn all the Nightmare Mouse cubs' attention away from them. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp, his inside eye closely monitoring the battlefield. Although the figure in red continuously dodged under the intense attacks of the Nightmare Mouse, the flow of energy within her did not show any signs of stagnation. Despite the Nightmare Mouse's furious attacks, it could not effectively strike the figure in red, instead leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on her body, from which dark purple blood began to seep out due to the vigorous motion. They are mutually restraining each other, This is our opportunity, Lin Fan decisively stated. Qin, when can you still sense the energy fluctuations at the exit? I can. The mist energy at the exit is becoming unstable due to their battle fluctuating between strong and weak. But it's too dangerous. There was no time to hesitate. Just as Lin Fan prepared to lead everyone to break through, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The Nightmare Mouse roared again, opening its mouth wide. Upon hearing the roar, all the Nightmare Mouse cubs abandoned the paper figures and quickly jumped into the Nightmare Mouse's gaping maw. The wounds on the Nightmare Mouse healed rapidly, its size increasing at an alarming rate. The figure in red's eyes filled with caution, and her form subtly drifted backward. After swallowing all the Nightmare Mouse cubs, the Nightmare Mouse's aura surged to a level that shocked everyone present. The tide of battle instantly turned. The figure in red was forced to retreat under the Nightmare Mouse's relentless advances, her grand red gown becoming tattered, and the blood-red paper umbrella in her hand was also in tatters. However, upon seeing the God Kingdom's team attempting to escape towards the village, she suddenly threw the blood-red paper umbrella forward. Squeak! The recently started heavy pickup slammed on the brakes. Lin Fan stared at the blood-red paper umbrella floating in midair, emanating a chilling sense of danger. If the team continued to charge forward, the umbrella would crush all the vehicles in the convoy. Damn! Lin Fan slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Unexpectedly, the two bizarre beings were fixated on the team's movements, resolutely refusing to let them escape. At this moment, the God Kingdom's team had become trophies for both entities. Regardless of who won the battle, their fate remained the same. Just as despair filled everyone's hearts, a strong energy fluctuation emanated from the distant fog. Whoosh! A formidable figure appeared on the battlefield. A tattered black cloak, a scarred and terrifying face, especially the mismatched eyes of red and black, wielding a bloodied and peculiar weapon. The figure exuded a presence reminiscent of a demon from the abyss in the darkness. Boss, your father is here. A shout from Tang Xiaoxiao came through the vehicle's communicator. Lin Fan and the others jumped out of the car, staring in disbelief at the familiar figure in the sky. White Madman. The sudden appearance of Bai Fengzi instantly imposed a fleeting stillness upon the chaotic battlefield. His tattered robes were caked with grime, and beneath his wild, unkempt hair, his eyes gleamed with a volatile fusion of madness and primal ferocity. After the blood moon tide, his power had grown unfathomably deeper. Ever since Bai Fengzi's psyche fractured into splintered fragments, Lin Fan and the others had assumed they would never encounter him again. No one anticipated his abrupt emergence here, as though drawn by some unseen, irresistible force. The blood-sea eye of the nightmare-devouring rat and the crimson orbs embedded in the pale paper face of Hongzhuang, Songzong, both momentarily withdrew their gaze from each other, then locked with undisguised wariness and hostility onto this dangerous intruder. From this human, both entities sensed an overwhelming pressure, chaotic, immense, and deeply unsettling. Bai Fengzi tilted his head askew, his clouded, turbulent gaze swept over Lin Fan and the others standing rigidly on guard, fleeting confusion flickering across his eyes, vanishing almost before it formed. Son. But that momentary haze dissolved instantly, eclipsed once more by the two formidable anomalies now dominating the scene. Especially upon beholding Hongzhuang Songzong, his blood-red pupils blazed with terrifying intensity. In the next breath, his figure blurred, then reappeared ghost-like directly before Hongzhuang Songzong. His crimson eyes burned brighter still, with raw, ravenous fascination rolling up and down the crimson-robed entity before him. Fascinating. He bared jagged, uneven fangs in a grotesque grin, his throat rasping like a broken bellows, harsh guttural laughter tearing forth. You have awakened. It has been so long. His words stunned everyone present. He knew Hongzhuang Songzong. No, that realization struck Lin Fan and the others at once. Bai Fengzi could not possibly know Hongzhuang Songzong. Rather, it was the enigmatic anomaly from Huangmiao village, the one dwelling within his mind. Yet no warmth of reunion passed between them. Hongzhuang Songzong subtly retreated several paces, clearly wary of the entity haunting Bai Fengzi's consciousness. A sudden pure spark of childlike excitement and avarice ignited in Bai Fengzi's chaotic gaze, as if he beheld a wondrous new toy. Two great treasures. The instant the words left his lips, he moved, without warning, without pattern. His form blurred, then snapped back into focus beside the nightmare-devouring rat's thick, pillar-like foreleg. Boom! A grotesque weapon wreathed in black, demonic flame crashed against the beast's massive leg bone. The violent, anarchic force sent the creature staggering sideways in sharp, agonized pain. At the point of impact, steel-hard bristles, snapped flesh split open, and beneath the gash, purple-tinged bone shimmered faintly, already fissured. This single blow surpassed even the damage inflicted by Hongzhuang Songzong. Ruer. Enraged beyond reason, the nightmare-devouring rat abandoned its confrontation with Hongzhuang Songzong, its colossal claw descending with world-shattering force toward the figure clinging to its leg. Ha ha ha! Bai Fengzi erupted into manic peals of laughter, his body dissolving into motion, once more reappearing atop the rat's broad armored spine with near-instantaneous speed. His bizarre weapon stabbed downward in frenzied succession. Meanwhile, Hongzhuang Songzong's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling the true identity of the entity nested deep within Bai Fengzi's fractured mind. Its eerie operatic chant soared higher still. Crimson palace robes flared outward as two flowing sleeves lashed forth. Seizing the moment the rat was entangled, they whipped through the air like iron whips, trailing dark red bloodlines as they plunged deep into its wounds. Shhhk. The sleeves pierced the wounds with surgical precision. Then, guided by Hongzhuang Songzong's uncanny operatic steps, they writhed violently within the beast's flesh. Ag! A shriek of excruciating agony tore from the nightmare-devouring rat. The dark red bloodlines coursing along its sleeves carried a grotesque, corrosive essence, devouring its flesh from within. Its massive body convulsed and thrashed, desperate to dislodge Bai Fengzi from its back and wrench free from the sleeve's suffocating grip. Yet Bai Fengzi only laughed louder, more ecstatic, more unhinged, clinging like a parasitic curse. A deep, bone-exposing gash now gaped across the rat's back. Bai Fengzi cast aside his weapon and drove both hands, now sharpened into black energy-clad claws, deep into the beast's back, gripping its spine with brutal, unyielding force. His unique blood demon sequence activated, black chains unfurled from his body, siphoning the rat's essence in a torrential flow directly into his own being. Amidst its shrill, despairing cries, the nightmare-devouring rat shrank rapidly, its vitality ebbing at a terrifying pace. Hongzhuang Songzong yanked its sleeves free, then stepped forward in eerie rhythm, sleeves whipping through the air to inscribe arcane sigils in midair. My lord dwells in joyous bliss, while I his bride dwell in heartbreak's abyss. The operatic melody flowed, melodious, yet laced with soul-rending sorrow. Hongzhuang Songzong. As the entity unleashed a thunderous, sky-splitting operatic cry, a procession of paper figures materialized abruptly in the distant void. Piercing Swana melodies rent the heavens. Clad in vibrant red wedding finery, the spectral paper figures advanced, blowing horns, beating drums, descending from the ether like a bridal procession. Yet where the bridal palanquin should have floated at the procession's heart, four paper attendants instead bore aloft a colossal crimson coffin. The eerie bridal marched, the shrieking Swana, and Hongzhuang Songzong's unearthly chant coalesced into a tableau so chilling that Lin Fan and the others watching from afar felt their spines freeze and their souls recoil in terror. This was the true Hongzhuang Songzong. The paper procession circled the writhing, suffering rat until the Swana's wail reached its crescendo. The crimson coffin burst open, and an irresistible gravitational pull sucked the nightmare-devouring rat inside. Instantly, the lid slammed shut with a deafening boom. At the final moment, Bai Fengzi flashed clear, still clutching the rat's spinal column in his grip. His body slick with black-purple gore, his manic grin gone, replaced by sharp, unrelenting vigilance fixed upon the violently trembling crimson coffin. That casket radiated profound unease. Inside, the rat thrashed wildly, the lid repeatedly bursting open, then slamming shut again. The Swana's tone sharpened, quickened, rising like a tempest, urgent and unrelenting, as if urging the bride to depart without delay. Hongzhuang Songzong drifted silently onto the coffin's lid. Just as the rat forced the lid open for the final time, a concentrated psychic lance shot from its mouth, slamming directly into Bai Fengzi's skull far away. Then the lid crashed down once more, silencing all struggle. The Swana's wail abruptly shifted into jubilant fanfare, and crimson threads spiraled upward from the coffin, binding themselves tightly around Hongzhuang Songzong. Its crimson palace robes glowed with intensified brilliance, its pallid paper face softened, animated, until a bewitching feminine visage slowly emerged. Then its entire form transmuted, paper dissolving into living flesh, its silhouette resolving into a fully corporeal, breathing woman. Far off, Bai Fengzi's body also began to shift, his aura growing more savage, his energy surging with violent intensity. Yet his expression twisted violently. Bai Fengzi's psyche, already shattered, fractured further under the rat's final devastating psychic strike. Within him, two opposing consciousnesses clashed with unprecedented ferocity. The crimson funeral attire recovered first, its aura even more potent than before, as the nightmarish rat was engulfed by the red coffin, continuously transmitting energy to it, allowing it to break through once again. In this moment, the crimson funeral attire resembled a vividly enchanting and bizarre woman with her blood-red eyes greedily fixed on the white madman struggling in place. Boom! A powerful mental storm erupted from the white madman, and in Lin Fan's insightful eye, the spiritual mark belonging to the white madman had already vanished. At this moment, the figure standing there was completely under the control of the mysterious and eerie Huangyao village. Moving her body, which felt rather awkward, she transformed entirely into a red eye sweeping across the scene, and upon seeing Lin Fan and the others, a ferocious expression appeared on her face. Huh, the taste of food. Suddenly sensing the greedy gaze of the crimson funeral attire, she revealed a frenzied smile, and her speech gradually became fluent. You want to eat me? Then let me feed you. Countless twisted black arms emerged from behind her, like giant black serpents clawing fiercely towards the crimson funeral attire. The sound of the swana rose again. Two powerful anomalies craved to devour each other to complete themselves. The crimson funeral attire charged straight ahead, accompanied by the paper figures of the wedding procession and the large red coffin. Rumble! The tremendous noise rendered Lin Fan and the others momentarily deaf. A violent shockwave swept through the heavens and earth, dissipating the thick fog in the sky, and the village's houses instantly turned into heaps of ruins. Vehicles outside Lin Fan's divine domain were torn to shreds by the fierce storm. Except for Lin Fan, Lin Meng, Tang Xiaoxiao, and a few others, everyone else was knocked unconscious. Lin Fan's insightful eye could no longer capture the two figures of the anomalies, only witnessing two powerful energies colliding violently. After a long while, Lin Fan and the others faintly heard the bizarre and crazed laughter of the white madman in the air, along with the strange theatrical tone of the crimson funeral attire and the resounding sound of the swana. After another collision, the two anomalies revealed their forms: the white madman, covered in wounds, one arm already broken, his aura waning. On the side of the crimson funeral attire, the paper figures of the wedding procession had all perished, leaving only the red coffin beneath her feet marked with deep claw marks, while her grand red palace attire had become tattered. After a brutal battle, the crimson funeral attire had slightly gained the upper hand. Suddenly, two water sleeves appeared from her hands again. Enjoy. I am in the moment of heartbreak. Crimson attire. Funeral. The large red coffin swelled in response, transforming into a giant abyssal mouth ready to devour the white madman. Sensing unprecedented danger, the white madman hurriedly retreated into the distance, moving at an incredible speed, becoming a blurred shadow. However, the crimson funeral attire was even faster, with the two water sleeves acting like white serpents arriving ahead of time, tightly binding the fleeing white madman and yanking him towards the coffin. The white madman let out a reluctant roar, and just as he was about to be swallowed by the coffin, the massive black arm behind him suddenly curled back, tightly wrapping around the crimson funeral attire. The two anomalies simultaneously fell into the enormous red coffin. Boom! The coffin lid was sealed tightly. The massive red coffin lost all its supporting power, plummeting from midair, striking precisely down into the bed of Lin Fan's heavy pickup truck with a dull thud. Lin Fan's heavily modified, incredibly sturdy pickup truck was like being struck by a meteor, the bed and its contents instantly crushed and deformed, debris flying. Even the faint golden divine domain that had been enveloping the convoy and providing weak protection shattered like fragile glass under this brute force, turning into countless drifting specks of light. The divine domain was forcibly broken, and Lin Fan, as the host, suffered a backlash of sweetness rising in his throat as he nearly spat out blood. Qin Wen and the others quickly helped Lin Fan up, all anxiously staring at the red coffin that kept shaking in the truck bed. The dull crashing sound hit everyone like a heavy hammer on the heart. Lin Fan suddenly let out an angry roar, startling everyone around him. Boss, what happened? Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, Zhonglong, and Chu Xian quickly surrounded Lin Fan. The anomalous potion. The 3 bottles of anomalous potion I had left. They were smashed. Lin Fan looked heartbroken at the crushed heavy pickup truck. The 3 bottles of anomalous potion obtained from transforming the fire seed had been destroyed. Those were 3 bottles of anomalous potion that could have brought 3 sequence ability users to the convoy, but unexpectedly under such circumstances they were all lost. Tang Xiaoxiao shot Lin Fan a glance, asking what he was still thinking about at a time like this. Qin Wen continually comforted Lin Fan, saying, "Boss, just consider it a financial loss. Let's prioritize our lives first." On the surface of the coffin, those dark red patterns seemed to come alive, pulsating violently, and a suffocating, chaotic, and violent, terrifying aura surged forth like a tangible tide. The coffin lid rose continuously under the fierce impacts from within, emitting a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it would be completely overturned at any moment. Once the 2 terrifying entities inside the coffin broke free, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this critical moment, Lin Fan's mind was filled with the system's cold and mechanical prompt ringing urgently. Detected high-level anomalous entity, Crimson Funeral Soul Coffin. This anomalous entity can be converted into the core of the host's divine domain. Would you like to spend 5,000 divine points to reinforce the divine domain? 50,000 points. Almost all of his current savings. It was the entirety of his divine points that he hadn't had the chance to spend after achieving a comfortable life, and now they were about to be fully consumed by the system. But looking at the coffin that was about to explode, feeling the terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything, Lin Fan dared not hesitate. Confirm reinforcement. Buzz. A force far more majestic than when the divine domain was initially activated, more ancient, infused with a mix of sanctity and eeriness, erupted violently, centered around Lin Fan. Lin Fan's divine domain expanded again, this time no longer a faint golden color, but a dark golden hue, flowing with countless tiny mysterious runes. This power first enveloped the heavy pickup truck that had become a heap of scrap. A shocking scene occurred. The shattered vehicle dissolved and reshaped in the dark golden light, as if it were liquid. The vehicle was continuously reinforced, the front becoming more ferocious, resembling an ancient beast. The original truck bed completely vanished, replaced by an even larger and heavier dark golden coffin. The dark golden coffin and the truck merged completely, the surface adorned with a significantly enlarged emblem of the Divine Kingdom convoy. Meanwhile, the violently shaking large red coffin was entirely consumed by this larger coffin. The entire vehicle had transformed into a bizarre spiritual vehicle carrying a massive coffin. At the same time, a dark golden divine domain spread out from this burial coffin spirit vehicle like flowing mercury. The range expanded several times compared to before, the color deepening to an even darker golden hue. Divine domain reinforcement complete. Divine burial domain centered around the host's burial coffin spirit vehicle. It can cover a surrounding area of 300 meters at the host, while effectively weakening attacks from lower-level anomalies, significantly enhancing the recovery speed of the members of the Divine Kingdom convoy's injuries and energy. Divine Domain Thunder Punishment can be activated once every 7 days, invoking the power of the Divine Burial Domain to summon purifying thunderstorms, delivering indiscriminate destructive strikes against all hostile targets within the domain. The power and range are determined by the host's strength and the number and strength of divine disciples. Divine Burial can drive the burial coffin to devour and suppress anomalous targets not exceeding the host's current comprehensive strength, converting them into pure energy to nourish the Divine Burial Domain and all members of the Divine Kingdom convoy within it. As the system prompted, Lin Fan clearly felt that he and the burial coffin spirit vehicle seemed to have become one. A pure and majestic energy continuously flowed from the burial coffin spirit vehicle into his body, instantly replenishing the previously consumed power and even subtly improving it. He looked around, and Lin Meng, Tang, Xiao Xiaoqin Wen, and others also showed astonishment, clearly feeling the sudden influx of energy. Their fatigue swept away, and their condition was better than ever. The other members of the Divine Kingdom convoy also awakened under this pure power, each one joyfully sensing the growing strength within them. Lin Fan gazed at the dark golden coffin. The originally large red coffin had been consumed, and the two consciousness waves that were fiercely clashing within the coffin had now quieted. The white madman's broken body had completely vanished, replaced by the crimson funeral attire, lying quietly within the coffin, now an unconscious anomaly firmly suppressed by the dark golden coffin, continuously absorbing power and feeding it back to each member of the Divine Kingdom convoy. The crisis was temporarily averted, and they had even turned misfortune into fortune, gaining an unimaginable enhancement. Lin Fan stroked the mysterious burial coffin spirit vehicle beside him, feeling the immense power brought by the Divine Burial Domain. His heart filled with mixed emotions. The burial coffin spirit vehicle would become the absolute core of the Divine Kingdom convoy, as well as their mobile fortress and source of power in the apocalypse. The newly acquired divine burial skill also provided Lin Fan with immense confidence. Members of the Xingu convoy stood before the mysterious burial coffin, hearse, feeling newfound power swelling within them, their faces alight with ecstatic rapture. Although the village no longer carried that eerie aura, Lin Fan and Qin when exchanged a glance, each bearing a deep, gnawing worry in their eyes. From the strange exchange between the anomaly within by Fengzi and the red-clad mourner, the two easily deduced that the anomalies knew one another, which implied the anomalies in the apocalypse were not isolated phenomena. They possessed consciousness and might even belong to some hidden order or organization. The awakening of the end times was the overlay of an anomalous realm upon reality, causing the surge of eerie occurrences in the real world. Could these two anomalies originally belong to that anomalous realm? The eruption of the blood moon tides had quickened the melding of the anomalous world with our own. Both wore grave expressions. Survival from now on would be far more arduous. Lin Fan shook his head as if to cast off the weight of such thoughts. He rubbed his cheek hard and forced a light, easy smile. Patting Qin Wen on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry so far ahead. Things will work themselves out when the time comes. Haven't we been growing stronger all along?" While the burial coffin's feedback is abundant, the real business is to seize the chance and cultivate. Qin Wen, seeing Lin Fan's smiling face, felt an immense reassurance. This man who aspired to become a god of the apocalypse always contrived miracles in the bleakest moments. In so many dire crises, he had a way of dispelling danger by means that seemed impossible, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Perhaps one day, he truly would ascend to godhood. Pushing aside his anxieties, Qin Wen slipped swiftly into meditation, absorbing the pure psychic power the burial coffin kept emitting. Lin Fan kept wary watch of their surroundings. The college students and other survivors still lay unconscious. The Xinzong domain seemed able to automatically distinguish Xingu convoy members, for although they remained within its bounds, not a trace of energy fed back to them. As he observed the ordinary crew tending the vehicles, he suddenly sensed a pure, anomalous tincture in the air, the scent of the 3 shattered vials of anomalous elixir. Unexpectedly absorbed by the betrayal, that essence had become unspeakably refined and flowed toward the one with the keenest spirit, Qin Wen, vanishing into his body in an instant. Qin Wen's eyes closed in meditation, emitted a pained roar, and convulsed violently, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around him. "Qin Wen, what's wrong with him? Do not touch him." Lin Fan raised a hand to stop them, his gaze sharp on Qin Wen. "He has found a new opportunity." At Lin Fan's words, the others suppressed their fear and hastily formed a circle around Qin Wen, watching his transformation with tense focus. His body trembled with increasing violence, veins bulged on his brow, and sweat soaked his clothes. More shocking still, his once jet-black short hair turned snow-white before their eyes, growing with nauseating speed until it fell to his shoulders as silver locks. His youthful face had aged several years in an instant. Second sequence. Qin Wen has awakened the second sequence. Tang Xiaoxiao cried out. While others still struggled painfully to awaken any sequence, Qin Wen had startled them all by attaining the second sequence. As Qin Wen's aura gradually calmed, Lin Fan heard the system chime in his ear. Host-disciple Qin Wen has awakened the second sequence, Gekish sequence. The Gekish sequence, a unique talent that enables one to sign a soul contract with anomalous entities. Once the pact is sealed, the contracted anomaly and its master share wills as though one being. A sequence that can bind anomalies. Qin Wen's luck seemed positively defiant of fate. Yet the strength of this ability depends largely on the power of the contracted entity. To bind a low-tier anomaly would be a gross waste of such a gift. Fortunately, a perfect choice presented itself at that very moment. With a motion of thought, Lin Fan conjured the red-clad mourner's image above the burial coffin. Its consciousness had been extinguished, leaving only instinct and its repertoire of abilities, an empty slate ready. "Qin Wen, do you want a wife or not?" Lin Fan shouted. Qin Wen's eyes snapped open. His pupils were no longer their usual color, but had become 2 fathomless shadowy vortices. Deep within those spirals, the reflection of a lithe figure in red swam faintly into view. He understood Lin Fan at once. There was no more perfect contract partner than the red-clad mourner, whose consciousness lay dormant. He raised his hand and traced in the air with his fingertips, sketching out an intricate ancient contract sigil forged from spiritual force. The moment the sigil took shape, the entire Xinzong domain trembled lightly in response. "By my soul, I bind your spirit. To live and die together, a shadow inseparable." Qin Wen intoned in a low, hoarse voice the cadence of an elder god steeped in ancient rhythm. As he chanted, a streak of crimson mental light shot from his eyes to the red-clad mourner's brow. The mourner convulsed without consciousness as a profound, intricate rune blossomed in its forehead. After a while, the dark vortex in Qin Wen's eyes stilled and cleared, though his silver hair remained conspicuous. He beckoned to the red-clad mourner. A red silhouette rose slowly behind him. She was identical to the previous red-clad mourner in outline, yet her aura had become one with Qin Wen's, her strength falling to match his current level. Qin Wen reached for the blood-red umbrella that lay on the ground, and with a gesture, he plucked it from the air. The red-clad mourner behind him now held that emblematic parasol. She stood silently at his back, parasol unfurled like Qin Wen's most faithful shadow. No longer autonomous, she possessed only absolute obedience and guardianship toward her contractor. Qin Wen exhaled slowly, feeling the crystalline bond in his mind linking him to the anomaly behind him. A rare sureness and surge of power flooded his heart. Everyone stared in stunned awe at the astonishing scene. Tang Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her curiosity, edged closer and gingerly poked the red-clad mourner's cheek with a finger. Seeing no response, she breathed out in relief. moments before she had felt a twinge of threat from the mourner who earlier had driven the convoy like frightened rabbits. She could not have imagined that the very formidable anomaly that once hunted the convoy would now become Qin Wen's contracted companion. Then, eyes bright with mischief, she tapped and pinched the red-clad mourner here and there, as if discovering a delightful toy. "What are you doing?" Qin Wen glared and swept her meddling hands away. TSK. Now that you have a wife you forget your brothers, you can't even let them touch her." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and sneered at Qin Wen. Lin Fan asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Qin Wen's smile was sincere. "Boss, I've never felt better." He gestured toward the red-clad mourner behind him. "Now Xiao Hong is attuned to my will. Commanding her is like commanding my own limbs. When danger comes, she will defend and strike back on her own. Although she is not yet at her prime, she will grow in tandem with my increasing power." He paused and lifted the bronze compass in his hand, a trace of relief crossing his face. More importantly, the side effects borne by the bronze compass can be transferred onto her. From now on, using the compass will no longer trouble me. He looked at the bronze compass, the ache in his chest still faintly present. The device was powerful, but its after effects had been severe. Lin Fan pointed at Qin Wen's white hair with concern. Qin Wen gave a bitter laugh. "The price is steep, but worth it." Zhang Long and the others wore lecherous grins. Egged on by Tang Xiaoxiao, they began to jeer. "Oh, once you called it an anomaly, and now you've started calling her Xiaohong. Captain Qin, you must keep yourself in check. This is... well, one might call it crossing species. From now on, when danger comes, we'll have to rely on sister-in-law to protect us." "Ha!" Facing their teasing, Qin Wen calmly wiped his glasses and bore a hint of pride. "Ha! You are nothing but naked envy and spite." He was no longer the helpless, powerless auxiliary who needed protection at every turn. The Gekish sequence had elevated him to one of the convoy's foremost combatants. Lingnanai village had been reduced to rubble. Its villagers were nearly all slain. Only a 4-year-old girl remained still unconscious beside the university students. Zhang Long led a team to inspect the vehicles. Several had sustained severe damage during the earlier battle. Preliminary assessment indicated that full repairs would require over an hour. Lin Fan gazed eastward at the sky, where dawn's pale light bled into the horizon. Daybreak was imminent. He decided then to wait until the sun fully rose before departing. He assigned the convoy's cook to kindle a fire and prepare breakfast, while Zhang Long directed repair efforts. Others sorted supplies. The entire convoy instantly shifted into seamless, efficient motion. Tang Xiaoxiao sidled up to Qin Wen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she studied Hong Zhuang, standing silently behind him. Qin Wen, she urged playfully, "Let your little Hong give us a performance. How about spinning her umbrella or singing a verse? Didn't she used to love performing?" Qin Wen shot her an exasperated glance. "She possesses no autonomous consciousness. She obeys only my commands. Moreover, her abilities are forged for combat and guardianship, not for spectacle." Yet with a subtle shift of intent, he instructed Hong Zhuang to spin her paper parasol once, elegantly, gracefully, releasing a delicate swirl of crimson luminescence, satisfying Tang Xiaoxiao's curiosity, if only in part. A blood-curdling shriek erupted from the university students' group. Instantly, everyone snapped into battle readiness. Hong Zhuang floated midair behind Qin Wen, her scarlet parasol whirling with terrifying speed, radiating palpable dread. Their gazes turned toward the source. University's students were beginning to awaken, one by one. Upon seeing the desolation surrounding them, the shattered village, the eerie funeral hearse bearing the spirit coffin behind Lin Fan, and the eerily still figure of Hong Zhuang standing beside Qin Wen, their faces drained of color, and they screamed in raw terror. Only when they observed the Shun Gua convoy members moving with calm composure and disciplined order did they realize the crisis had passed. Though none understood why the funeral escort Hong Zhuang now stood among the Shun Gua convoy, survival itself felt like divine grace, and no one dared ask questions. Their eyes held more than relief. They carried reverence, awestruck by those who had mastered such overwhelming power. Upon hearing Zhang Long announce departure at dawn, survivors scrambled to gather their meager remaining supplies. Of the original group, only 6 remained, yet 2 had emerged as sequence ability cultivators. They knew joining the Shun Gua convoy as official members would be ideal, but Lin Fan remained silent on the matter. Compounding this hesitation was the subtle shift in mindset that followed awakening their sequence abilities. That shift stirred ambitions in the 2 cultivators. They began contemplating forming their own convoy and set their sights upon the equally battered university student group. After negotiations with Zhang Wei and other sequence ability cultivators among the students, the survivors formally merged with them, founding a new convoy named the Hope Convoy. The Hope Convoy now counted 6 sequence ability cultivators, nearly matching the Shun Gua convoy in number. Yet in raw strength, even the solitary crimson figure of Hong Zhuang behind Qin one could effortlessly overwhelm them all. Zhang Wei became the convoy's captain while Lu Shan, a middle-aged male sequence ability cultivator among the survivors, assumed the role of deputy captain. They survived only because they clung to us from the very beginning, yet they form a new convoy without so much as consulting us. Just because they awakened sequence abilities they think they've risen above us. Chu Qin murmured quietly, her voice laced with resentment. Most other Shun Gua convoy members shared her sentiment. To them, the survivors had always been mere dependents, so their unilateral alliance with the students evoked a quiet, stinging sense of betrayal. Eat, eat. Is this children playing house really worth your outrage? Tang Xiaoxiao tapped Chu Qin lightly on the knuckles with her chopsticks. In her view, no matter how many scraps were piled together, the result remained merely a larger heap of refuse. Human nature, nothing more. Qin Wen savored his bowl of kanji. His recent awakening of a second sequence had lifted his spirits. Hong Zhuang, meanwhile, had already taken her seat beside him in the front passenger seat. Mindset inevitably shifts with rising strength. But Zhang Wei is perilously naive. That Lu Shan and Xiao Si, they're clearly not to be underestimated. Before long, these earnest students may find themselves manipulated like puppets in their hands. Xiao Si, the other female sequence ability cultivator among the survivors, was in her early 30s. She spoke little, and when she looked at others, her eyes crinkled with a gentle, ever-present smile. It's got nothing to do with us. We were never cut from the same cloth. Lin Fan glanced toward Hong Zhuang seated inside Qin Wen's vehicle and remarked, Qin Wen, why not invite your younger sister-in-law to join us for breakfast? A burst of laughter erupted. Qin Wen choked on his kanji, coughing violently. Boss, you mock me too. My younger sister-in-law practices frugality to conserve rations for us. She's vowed never to eat again. Lin Fan raised a thumb, deadpanning, truly virtuous, wise, and gracious. Laughter from the Shun Gua convoy echoed across the ruins. After enduring so long a trial of life-and-death flight, their nerves, already stretched taut, finally relaxed, uncoiling completely. Nearby, Lu Shan watched the convivial scene with complex eyes, mingled with unmistakable envy and something deeper longing. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Si. In each other's gaze they saw the same fierce, burning hunger for power. The Hope convoy ate too, but only dry rations, biscuits, and other instant foods pitifully meager beside the Shun Gua convoy's steaming, nourishing meal. Lu Shan tirelessly rallied his new comrades, painting vivid visions of prosperity. Hold fast. At the next supply point, our 6 sequence ability cultivators will secure far greater and far finer resources. One day we'll stand just as tall as the Shun Gua convoy. With that, Lu Shan turned to Zhang Wei, gesturing for him to speak. Zhang Wei, naturally reticent, flushed crimson under the weight of everyone's expectant stares, and managed only a soft, hesitant murmur. Deputy Captain, Lu speaks truly. Yu Weinian glared at him in frustrated disappointment, and pinched him discreetly. Lu Shan watched Zhang Wei's flustered fumbling with a faint, dismissive glint in his eyes. Zhang Wei, the boss is calling you. Zhang Bao rushed over, shouting, then strode off, without looking back. Zhang Wei hurried to his feet and hastened toward the Shun Gua convoy. Lu Shan rose immediately after him. Congratulations, Captain Zhang. Lin Fan greeted him with a warm smile. Zhang Wei waved his hands in protest. Before Lin Fan, his title as captain felt little more than child's play. The Hope convoy lacks the Shun Gua convoy's might. We simply seek warmth and unity. Lu Shan sat beside Zhang Wei, smiling easily. Lin Fan tilted his head, studying him. Zhang Bao whispered softly, Boss, he's one of the survivors we rescued earlier. Now he's deputy captain. Zhang Bao's tone dripped with disdain, igniting a surge of fury in Lu Shan. Though saved by the Shun Gua convoy, he was now a sequence ability cultivator and deputy captain of a convoy boasting 6 such cultivators. Yet Zhang Bao, an ordinary member of the Shun Gua convoy, offered him not a shred of respect. After spending so much time together, Lu Shan already understood Lin Fan's temperament well. Though he himself had awakened a sequence ability, it meant nothing in Lin Fan's eyes. Should he dare show even a trace of discontent, he would surely be buried alive in a field by the Divine Kingdom fleet. Lu Shan's expression remained calm and unruffled, his face perpetually adorned with a humble smile. Lin Fan continued, Zhang Wei, give us a detailed account of Qingfu Temple. We'll depart for Wanan City at dawn. Zhang Wei lowered his head, pausing in quiet contemplation, before replying, Qingfu Temple lies on the outskirts of Wanan City. On the day the apocalypse descended, we happened to be on an educational excursion in Wanan City, and fled into the temple solely to evade the anomalies. It was there that my sequence ability awakened. At the time, Master Mingkong of the temple also awakened his own sequence ability and took in numerous survivors. Yet as anomalies multiplied across Wanan City, Qingfu Temple ultimately fell. The bronze compass was one we narrowly salvaged during our escape. How can you be certain there remain 3 more anomalous artifacts inside Qingfu Temple? Qin Wen fixed Zhang Wei with a piercing gaze, his eyes sharp with scrutiny. Because, including this compass, there were 4 anomalous artifacts in total, all sacred relics venerated by Chengfu Temple across generations. Zhang Wei spoke with unwavering certainty. I witnessed Master Mingkong's murder by an anomaly firsthand, and managed to seize only 1 artifact in that fleeting moment. The other 3 should still lie within the temple. Lin Fan and Qin, when exchanged a glance, Zhang Wei's words could neither be fully trusted nor entirely dismissed. The allure of 3 anomalous artifacts was undeniably immense. Though the Divine Kingdom fleet grew ever stronger, the shadow of Lu Changhe loomed perpetually over it. Sooner or later they would inevitably cross paths. Strengthening the fleet's capabilities had become an urgent necessity. With mutual resolve, they decided to proceed toward Chengfu Temple. Lin Fan declared Zhang Wei, per our agreement, you will guide us to Chengfu Temple. Once we confirm the presence of 3 anomalous artifacts, we part ways. Zhang Wei nodded. He understood that upon reaching Chengfu Temple, his value to the fleet would vanish. Lingering longer with the Divine Kingdom fleet risked being consumed entirely. Parting ways was the wisest choice. Lu Shan, meanwhile, silently seethed with resentment toward Zhang Wei. Why reveal such vital intelligence to the Divine Kingdom fleet? 3 anomalous artifacts could elevate the Hope fleet's strength to an entirely new tier. His bitterness toward Zhang Wei deepened with every passing moment. Just as the group prepared to disperse, Qiao Si and Yu Weiniang approached together, cradling the sole surviving child from Ling Nainai village. The girl sobbed quietly in Yu Weiniang's arms. Captain Lin, greetings. Qiao Si began without preamble. I'm Qiao Si. May I ask which member of the Divine Kingdom fleet will assume responsibility for this child? With those words, Qiao Si effectively offloaded the girl onto the Divine Kingdom fleet. An unspoken consensus among all present that the child was now nothing but a burden. Yet in Qiao Si's view, since Lin Fan had rescued her, he bore full responsibility for her welfare. When Lin Fan remained silent, Qiao Si pressed on. Captain Lin, you know the Hope fleet has only just formed. It remains fragile, composed mostly of university students who struggle merely to care for themselves, let alone a child under 5. Moreover, she was saved by you. You surely cannot bear to watch her suffer. She turned to Yu Weiniang. Don't you agree, Weiniang? Yu Weiniang, long stripped of the haughty confidence she once wore as student union president, glanced at Lin Fan with faint trepidation. See, Captain Lin, we all know you're a good person. That's why you stepped in to save us. Lin Fan ignored her entirely. These university students were still caught in the fervor of youthful idealism, unwittingly wielded as pawns by others. He studied Qiao Si with quiet fascination, thinking to himself, Qin, one had been right. Indeed, a person's mindset truly shifts alongside their growing power. Back then, when they'd clung to survival beneath the Divine Kingdom fleet's protection, none dared impose such brazen demands upon him, fearing expulsion above all else. Now that they'd awakened sequence abilities, their speech had grown deceptively courteous, yet laced with veiled barbs. Wasn't it your fellow students who pleaded tearfully to rescue this child? Lin Fan's tone brimmed with impatience. So, you wish only to play the hero yet shirk all consequence. There is no law in this world that permits one to claim every blessing without bearing its cost. If your students are incapable of caring for her, then what of you? From now on, she is your charge. Should I learn she suffers even the slightest hardship? Lin Fan paused meaningfully. You will suffer far more than she ever could. But, seeing Lin Fan assign the child directly to her care, Qiao Si panicked. She'd intended to foist this burden onto the Divine Kingdom fleet, burnishing her image as compassionate while lightening her own fleet's load. She hadn't expected Lin Fan's single sentence to sling the weight back onto her shoulders. No one else dared object. As she opened her mouth to protest, Lu Shan swiftly intervened and silenced her. Lu Shan, keenly sensing the hostile glances emanating from the Divine Kingdom fleet, hurriedly offered apologetic smiles and ushered the group away. Watching them recede into the distance, Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. See for yourself. This is precisely why I hesitate to integrate them. Each harbors private ambitions. I fear one rotten apple may spoil the entire barrel. You're absolutely right, Boss. Qin replied coolly. Core members must be chosen for quality, not quantity. Better few but flawless. Meanwhile, as Lu Shan walked back, he suddenly said to Zhang Wei, Captain, the matter of Chengfu Temple requires careful reconsideration. Zhang Wei looked at him in bewilderment, unsure why Lu Shan had raised Chengfu Temple again. Lu Shan scanned their surroundings warily, then lowered his voice to address the group. The 3 anomalous artifacts within Chengfu Temple. We may yet claim them ourselves. HSS. Zhang Wei sucked in a sharp breath, astonished that Lu Shan would dare covet what belonged to the Divine Kingdom fleet, to attempt plucking prey from the tiger's maw. This seems unwise. Besides, how could we possibly overpower the Divine Kingdom? Lu Shan smiled enigmatically and clapped Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Captain, you're still young. Remember, anything is possible. The sun rose fully, dispelling the dense fog that had blanketed the region for over 50 kilometers and imparting a gentle warmth to the air. Zhang Long reported that the vehicles had been repaired. Everyone board up. We depart. Lin Fan commanded. Qin Wen's SUV surged ahead, red makeup funeral seated silently in the passenger seat. While repairing the vehicle, Zhang Long had thoughtfully converted the truck bed's single cot into a double, one for which Qin Wen chased him down and gave him a thorough beating. Lin Fan's coffin chariot followed behind its mortuary domain, emitting a faint shimmering aurora of dark gold enveloping the entire Divine Kingdom fleet like a sacred halo centered upon the chariot itself. The convoy advanced along a ruined highway flanked by desolate fields and crumbling architectural ruins. Occasionally low-tier anomalies wandered aimlessly, but instinctively veered away upon sensing the oppressive aura radiating from the coffin chariot. Static. Boss will enter Wannan city territory in 20 minutes. But human life signs have appeared ahead, approximately 200 individuals. Likely another convoy. Qin Wen's voice crackled through the onboard intercom. Can we detour? Lin Fan asked. Having nearly reached Chungfo Temple, he wished desperately to avoid unnecessary complications. A pause passed before Qin Wen's voice returned. Boss, no detour is possible. The sole road into Wannan City is blocked directly by them. With so many people massed on the road, could they be bandits lying in ambush? Lin Fan spoke into the intercom. All units, remain vigilant. Do not reveal our destination. As he gazed out the window, a vague premonition of misfortune settled over him. The journey to Chungfo Temple, he feared, would not unfold smoothly. The convoy slowly approached the bustling area. At the intersection of the two roads, two distinct convoys were parked, clearly blocking the already narrow road. In the middle of the two convoys, numerous makeshift stalls were set up, displaying various goods, as most people engaged in bartering. This scene made Lin Fan and the others feel as if they had entered a trading market just before the apocalypse. The arrival of the Divine Nation convoy also caught the attention of the crowd engaged in trading, especially the uniform heavy-duty pickup trucks of the Divine Nation convoy, particularly the coffin-like spirit car, with its peculiar shape, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, exuding a chilling aura. Qin Wen, Xiao Meng, let's go take a look. The rest of you stay alert. Okay, boss. Lin Fan and the others got out of the car, and Zhang Wei and Lu Shan hurried over, curiosity evident in their eyes. The group passed through the bustling trading area, heading straight toward the core figures of the two convoys. The crowd parted to create a path, with curious probing and even malicious gazes focused on them. On the left side of the road, several modified vans, still recognizable from their formerly luxurious appearance, stood out prominently. Lin Fan had seen these kinds of vehicles on television. They were usually the rides of big stars. The men and women standing beside the cars were dressed in ancient costumes, and several of them looked familiar, being celebrities that had previously been active in various media and had countless fans. At this moment, their faces bore a look of numbness and exhaustion, their eyes revealing deep fear, standing frozen in place. In the center stood a plump man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe. The ill-fitting robe stretched tightly over his corpulent body, appearing awkward. He shamelessly embraced a flamboyantly dressed woman, his fat hand recklessly probing into her low-hanging neckline, crudely kneading her occasionally, emitting lascivious laughter. The woman was none other than the national sweetheart before the apocalypse, Zhong Chu, who had been a top-tier star, and even Lin Fan, who didn't follow dramas, recognized the TV show she starred in. She was a pure goddess in the hearts of countless people, often making headlines, even for simple meals. Even a national goddess of Chu Xian's caliber had to show deference in her presence. At this moment, the face that had captivated countless people forced out a hint of a flattering smile as she lay upon the nauseatingly fat man, occasionally adjusting her posture to allow the fat man's hand easier access to her neckline. As her body swayed, large patches of pale skin were revealed, with visible bruises from where she had been gripped. Beside the two stood a middle-aged man dressed like a eunuch, his pale face shadowed, with a sullen expression fanning the couple. Behind the dragon-robed man stood 4 young men who resembled him, slightly clad in imitation ancient warrior armor, all exuding the aura of sequence ability users, although only the dragon-robed man was a level 2 sequence ability user. This truly resembled a scene from an ancient court drama. Not far away, the words of the Zhun Fei Chuan production crew could be faintly seen on several business vehicles. Wow, an all-star lineup. Tang Xiao exclaimed behind Lin Fan. Boss, there are really a lot of big stars in here. Tisk truly. Life is like a play, all depending on strength. In the past, to see them, one had to buy tickets or subscribe. Zhang Wei and Lu Shan were also dumbfounded, especially Lu Shan, whose gaze roamed over those once unreachable actresses, filled with both regret and a hint of twisted excitement. The plump emperor noticed Lin Fan and the others approaching, shifting his attention from Zhong Chu, squinting his small eyes squeezed by fat, and looked at Lin Fan with interest. He patted Zhong Chu-Chu's cheek as if dismissing a toy, and then said to Lin Fan and the others, "Hey, you there, kid? What convoy are you from? Don't you want to come and pay your respects to me?" Lin Fan looked disdainfully at the fat dragon-robed man who really thought that wearing a dragon robe made him an emperor. At that moment, 4 young men dressed as warriors stepped forward, glaring angrily. "Our father is asking you a question. Why aren't you coming to pay your respects?" Hearing the disrespectful words from the 4, Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, their formidable presence forcing the 4 young men to take a step back. Just as tensions were high, a fair-skinned young man from the right convoy stepped out smiling and advising, "Calm down, meeting in the apocalypse is fate. There's no need for hostility. Let me introduce, this is His Majesty Emperor Zhao Defu of the Imperial Convoy, a level 2 delusional sequence user. These 4 princes are Zhao Jun, Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia, all level 1 guardian sequence users." Lin Fan observed the fair young man who had been watching the spectacle earlier and was surprised that he revealed all the details about the Imperial Convoy. Behind him stood 4 others, a short-haired woman carrying a long sword, a nearly 2-meter-tall bald giant resembling a tower, a one-eyed man with a venomous gaze, and a lithe young woman. Noticing Lin Fan's scrutinizing gaze, the fair young man smiled slightly, saying, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Zheng, captain of the Fairness Convoy. The others behind me are Ouyang Qianfang, Shi Luyi, and Yao Qing." When Zhou Zheng introduced his team, it was extremely simple. He merely stated their names. Lin Fan nodded and expressionlessly replied, "Captain of the Divine Nation Convoy Lin Fan. This is Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Meng." Like Zhou Zheng, Lin Fan only introduced their names. Lu Shan hastily added, "Vice Captain of the Fairness Convoy Lu Shan. This is our Captain Zhang Wei." However, Zhou Zheng and the others didn't focus on the two, making Lu Shan feel a sense of disdain. Ouyang Qian's gaze was fixed on Tang Xiaoxiao with an intense exchange of glances between them. Fang Shi had a simple expression, his eyes measuring the similarly tall Lin Meng. The one-eyed man Lu Yi was eyeing the far-off Divine Nation convoy, his gaze on the coffin spirit car, filled with greed. Yao Qing, with white cloth wrapped around her hand, appeared indifferent. Qin Wen addressed Lin Fan, saying, "Boss Zhou Zheng is a level 2 explorer sequence user. Ouyang Qian is a level 2 swordsman sequence user. Fang Shi is a level 2 berserker sequence user. Lu Yi is a level 2 smoke sequence user, and Yao Qing is a level 1 fighter sequence user." Qin, when using his explorer sequence ability along with a bronze compass, had already discerned the sequence levels and abilities of the opponents. Zhou Zheng's pupils contracted upon hearing this, surprised that Qin Wen could see through their strengths and weaknesses at a glance. I didn't expect your convoy to be so extraordinary. I might have underestimated you. We are currently trading goods with the Imperial Convoy, and if the 2 captains are not in a hurry, we could also trade some useful supplies and exchange information about the apocalypse." Lin Fan wasn't particularly concerned about the supplies, as the Divine Nation convoy had a small number of people, but ample resources, yet information in the apocalypse was indeed very useful. He then agreed to Zhou Zheng's invitation, arranging for Zhang Long and the others to get out of the car and rest, taking the unnecessary supplies for trade. Zhao Defu stood up trembling as he approached, no longer wearing the arrogant expression, smiling amiably and saying, don't mind me, my sequence ability is sometimes unreliable. I just had a little episode. I'm a friendly person. Let's sit together tonight." At this moment, Lu Yi slowly stood up, looking at Lin Fan and asking, "Are you trading that car carrying the coffin?" Lin Fan shook his head. Lu Yi continued, "Are you afraid I can't afford it? I'm afraid you won't live to drive it." Lu Yi, hearing this, wasn't angry, but simply chuckled and turned to leave. Due to the arrival of the Divine Kingdom Convoy and the Hope Convoy, the group decided to extend the trading period by 1 day and arranged to meet Zhao Dafu and Zhou Zheng the following day. Lin Fan and the others then headed toward their convoy. With the integration of personnel from the Divine Kingdom Convoy and the Hope Convoy, the temporary market grew significantly livelier. Lin Fan noticed that Zhang Long and his team had already set up a large stall displaying various surplus supplies no longer needed by the convoy. Zhang Long had even erected a sign beside the stall reading "Vehicle Repairs." To everyone's surprise, business boomed, and he had already accepted several repair commissions. Lin Fan chose not to disturb them. After all, Zhang Long was fully in charge of the convoy supplies, and Lin Fan trusted him implicitly. Upon reaching the rear of the convoy, Lin Fan turned to look at Zhang Wei and Lu Shan. Lu Shan stood with his head bowed, deep in silent contemplation. "Remember, under no circumstances are you to reveal anything about Qingfu Temple. The consequences will be dire." At Lin Fan's stern warning gaze, both men hastily swore they would remain silent. Lin Fan harbored profound distrust toward Lu Shan. Unlike the straightforward Zhang Wei, Lu Shan clearly harbored hidden designs throughout their journey. Near the Divine Kingdom Convoy's coffin-bearing spirit vehicle, Lin Fan, Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, Chu Qin, and Wang Tong gathered closely together. Boss, it seems we've drawn unwanted attention. The Imperial Dynasty convoy poses little threat, but the Fairness convoy is formidable indeed. Qin Wen lifted his teacup, his gaze drifting toward the Fairness convoy stationed in the distance. Earlier, Lu Ye's covetous gaze upon the coffin-bearing spirit vehicle had been utterly unmasked. Tang Xiao cradled her saber, her voice icy. Ouyang Qian, the swordswoman, is my equal in strength. Lin Meng should easily overpower Feng Shi. Lu Yi belongs to the smoke sequence, no match for our boss. Yao Qing is a level 1 sequence ability holder, Xiao Hong alone can handle her. As for Zhou Zheng, we don't yet know if he possesses hidden capabilities. If he's merely an explorer sequence holder, he's combat ineffective. No need to consider him. Even if he does have reserves under Chu Qin's ability enhancement, Zhang Long should be able to hold him at bay. Advantage lies with us. Challenge us, and we'll fight. After Tang Xiao's analysis, Lin Meng and Chu Qin nodded in agreement. Wang Tong stared blankly at her. Team leader Tang, what about me? It appears the secret of Chengfu Temple can no longer be contained. Lu Shan and the others have surely conceived dangerous intentions, and this volatile situation offers the perfect opportunity to stir the waters and seize advantage. You're to monitor Zhang Wei and Lu Shan. Discover what schemes they're hatching. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Ever since Lu Shan had laid eyes on the other two convoys, he'd grown increasingly withdrawn. Lin Fan no longer expected him to keep silent. The earlier warning had served only as a firm cautionary reminder. Understood, boss. Wang Tong rose and strode toward the Hope convoy. After just 2 steps, his figure vanished entirely. Taken individually, none of these convoys would give us pause, but I fear we may soon face 2, or even all 3, convoys simultaneously. Qin Wen mused quietly. Then I'll just knock out more of them. Lin Meng grumbled. Tang Xiao burst into laughter, slapping Lin Meng's back. Little Meng's right. No matter how many come, it's simply a matter of knocking out more people. Tomorrow's gathering is no friendly banquet. Qin Wen, have Xiao Hong stay close at hand. Also inform Zhang Long trading is permitted, but convoy members must remain unified. Combat readiness is mandatory at all times. Should conflict erupt, engage as previously outlined by Xiao. Each selects their own opponent. If the Hope convoy intervenes, show no restraint. Understood. Lin Fan's gaze drifted toward the coffin-bearing spirit vehicle, his inner voice murmuring, I hope you're wise enough. Those coffins stand empty. I wouldn't mind burying a few more. He felt no fear. Not even if all 3 convoys united against him, for such an alliance would still likely fall short against the Divine Kingdom convoy's might. With a subtle stamp of his foot, the Divine Burial Domain spread forth, silent and imperceptible. While Lin Fan and his companions conferred, the Fairness convoy gathered near Zhou Zheng's vehicle. Lu Ye's solitary eye radiated a sinister predatory aura as he addressed Zhou Zheng, team leader Zhou. The coffin-laden vehicle is undoubtedly a spirit artifact conveyance. I sense immense energy fluctuations emanating from within, stronger than any spirit artifact we've ever encountered. Let's discuss seizing it. Though the Divine Kingdom convoy is small in number, their stall reveals abundant supplies. Lu Yi, can't you break that wretched habit of snatching whatever catches your eye? You risk losing more than you gain. Ouyang Qian wiped her long sword with quiet disdain. Qian, this is the apocalypse. The finest things belong to those bold enough to claim them. Besides, don't you yearn to test your skill against that saber-wielding woman? Hearing this, Ouyang Qian's eyes flared with fierce combat fervor. Tang Xiao's overwhelming presence had indeed ignited her competitive fire. Lu Yi then turned toward Feng Shi, towering like a mountain, and toward Yao Qing seated distantly. Brother Feng, the Divine Kingdom convoy possesses a full-sized bus, far superior to your small truck. Yao Qing, don't those heavy-duty pickup trucks appeal to you? Feng Shi chuckled. Brother, I'm with you all the way. Yao Qing remained impassive. I do not endorse it, but neither shall I oppose it should you proceed. Seeing no objection from either, Lu Yi eagerly turned his gaze toward Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng smiled faintly, his eyes fathomless. Lu Yi, patience. The Divine Kingdom convoy is no soft target. Everyone we met today is extraordinary, yet. He paused, a cold, sardonic smile curling his lips. Your proposal merits consideration, but to ensure success we ought to enlist the Imperial Dynasty convoy's fools. We'll need to carefully devise how to persuade Zhao Dafu. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lu Ye's solitary eye as he grinned. Team leader Zhou, you needn't worry. The Divine Kingdom convoy holds something Zhao Dafu desires deeply. Oh, what is it? Zhou Zheng looked at him curiously, unprepared for how thoroughly Lu Yi had already planned ahead. I've learned that the celebrity Chu Qin rides with the Divine Kingdom convoy. Isn't that old lecher Zhao Dafu obsessed with exploiting famous actresses? We'll simply offer Chu Qin to him. And if necessary, we'll part with some supplies too. Huh. Then it's settled. I'll speak with Zhao Dafu tonight. He won't refuse. At the thought of seizing the coffin-bearing spirit vehicle and the Divine Kingdom convoy's abundant supplies. Lu Yifeng and Zhou Zheng all broke into triumphant laughter. Ouyang Qian cast a glance at the trio before turning away. She felt far less optimistic than they did. Intuitively sensing the Divine Kingdom convoy's true strength ran far deeper than appearances suggested. Compared to the threat posed by the Divine Kingdom convoy, she feared Lu Yi far more. He certainly held private designs. Outwardly, he maintained cordial relations with every member of the convoy. Yet Ouyang Qian sensed he felt no loyalty toward the group. Everyone was merely a tool to be used. In moments of crisis, he would sacrifice them all without hesitation, to preserve himself alone. This man was dangerously solitary. As the sun sank westward, the trading market blazed with undimmed fervor. Smoke from cooking fires now rose above the Divine Kingdom convoy. Inside the Hope Convoy's school bus, Lu Shan, observing Lin Fan's group preparing dinner, summoned the convoy's sequence ability holders. He lowered his voice, his face alight with barely suppressed excitement. Team leader Zhang, esteemed colleagues, our opportunity has arrived. What opportunity? Zhang Wei asked, bewildered. Qingfu Temple, the 3 spirit artifacts. Lu Shan's ambition blazed unreservedly in his eyes. You've seen today just how formidable the Fairness Fleet is, and how openly hostile they are toward the Divine Kingdom Fleet. If we leak the news of Qingfu Temple to them, and incite both the Fairness Fleet and the Imperial Fleet to move against the Divine Kingdom Fleet, we, being the weakest, will slip beneath their notice entirely. When they lie broken and bleeding, those 3 anomalous artifacts may well fall into our hands. Lu Shan surveyed the group, eyes alight with fervor. His voice rose with mounting intensity. No, those 3 artifacts are only the beginning. We could seize everything of value from all 3 fleets. What about the A-list celebrities in the Imperial Fleet? Aren't you tempted? Don't you long to feel the intoxicating thrill of reducing those lofty, untouchable figures to your playthings? Several university students swallowed hard, still in the prime of starstruck youth. Lu Shan's words alone sent shivers of exhilaration down their spines. Zhang Wei recoiled slightly. This is far too dangerous. Besides, we all swore an oath not to disclose the Qingfu Temple intelligence. What if? There is no what if. Lu Shan cut him off sharply. This is our sole chance to rise from the ashes. Do you truly wish to spend the rest of your days groveling before the Divine Kingdom Fleet? Whether our fleet ever stands tall again hinges on this one opportunity. And besides, Lu Shan's gaze swept over them, cold and calculating. Do you really believe Lin Fan will let us live now that we know so much about his fleet? Even if we hold our tongues, once we reach Qingfu Temple, we'll have outlived our usefulness, and Lin Fan will slaughter every last member of our fleet without hesitation. A collective shiver ran through the group. Recalling Lin Fan's ruthlessness, they found themselves reluctantly conceding that Lu Shan's logic held a chilling, undeniable weight. Zhang Wei still hesitated, but the Divine Kingdom Fleet is overwhelmingly powerful. Even united with the other 2 fleets, can we truly stand against them? What is there to fear? Xiaoxi stepped in, her lip curling in disdain as she glanced at the little girl sleeping quietly in the front seat. As Lu team leader said, one Fairness Fleet alone would give the Divine Kingdom Fleet more than it can handle. Add the Imperial Fleet and us. That's 16 sequence ability users against their mere 7. I refuse to believe they can withstand such odds. Zhang Wei wore an expression of deep discomfort, but seeing the eager, resolute faces around him, he realized his dissent had already been rendered irrelevant. Lu Shan lowered his voice. Don't worry. This plan, if executed with meticulous precision, is foolproof. Tonight I'll personally approach both the Imperial and Fairness Fleets. Excitement bloomed across every face. Just then a messenger arrived. The Imperial Fleet had sent envoys inviting both team leaders to a gathering. Lu Shan asked the envoy, have Captains Lin and Zhou already gone? The man looked uneasy. Captain Lin declined. He says they'll gather tomorrow instead and need tonight for rest. Captain Zhou will be arriving shortly. A flash of triumph lit Lu Shan's features. Like fortune itself had delivered opportunity straight to his door, just as he'd begun searching for an opening to engage the other fleets. Tell your Emperor, Captain Zhang, and I will attend shortly. As the group reveled in their cunning scheme, Wang Tong stood motionless in the shadows beyond the school bus, his eyes burning with lethal intent. The setting sun bathed the makeshift camp in golden light, casting long, interwoven shadows, a stark reflection of the hearts within, radiant on the surface, turbulent and treacherous beneath. Lin Fan and his companions gathered for dinner. Zhang Long returned brimming with excitement, recounting how their stored tires and spare parts had been exchanged for valuable supplies. Moreover, vehicle repairs had yielded additional fuel for the fleet. At that moment, Zhang Wei and Lu Shan passed by the group. Zhang Wei tense and pale, while Lu Shan offered Lin Fan and the others a practiced, smiling greeting announcing their departure for the banquet. Lin Fan merely waved dismissively, no further acknowledgement. Zhang Wei exhaled silently, relief washing over him. Boss, why did you refuse Zhao Dafu's invitation? They're clearly plotting something sinister against us, probably scheming how best to bring us down. Tang Xiao watched Lin Fan's unruffled expression, baffled. They're simply conspiring to unite against us. Whether we attend or not changes nothing, Qinwen sneered. At that moment, Wang Tong strode forward from the distance, his face a mask of murderous fury as he recounted everything he'd overheard. Must they cling so desperately to life? It's almost pitiful and absurd. 16 versus 7. How utterly delusional. Lin Fan felt a strange blend of contempt and weary amusement. Better to eliminate this threat now, before Qingfu Temple, where their treachery might erupt into chaos. Boss, I'll deliver a little surprise to those fools who court death. Zhang Long surged to his feet, eyes blazing. What can a mechanic possibly do? Tang Xiao stared puzzled at his sudden terrifying aura. Zhang Long grinned, a jagged, unsettling smile that made the scar across his face writhe like a living thing. If I can repair it, I can sabotage it. A few delayed trigger traps planted in critical vehicle systems, undetectable to anyone. Should they dare betray us, not a single vehicle will leave that camp. Stay safe. Lin Fan offered no objection. No rule forbade retaliation. Only the arrogant assumption that they alone were permitted to scheme. Zhang Long and Wang Tong strode away, exchanging sly, knowing grins. Meanwhile, the Imperial fleet's encampment shimmered with decadent revelry. Bonfires roared, bathing the grounds in fierce, unblinking light. A troupe of pre-apocalypse A-list celebrities performed energetically at the center of the clearing. Zhou Zheng and Lu Yi of the Fairness Fleet were already seated, feasting on lavish delicacies and fine wine. Zhou Zheng sipped his wine with studied elegance, exchanging subtle glances with Zhao Dafu, both men long since aligned in purpose. Lu Yi watched the dancing women unabashedly, his solitary eye gleaming with cold calculation. Fang Shi ate ravenously, seemingly oblivious to the machinations unfolding around him. Lu Shan and Zhang Wei received VIP treatment, seated directly to Zhao Dafu's right. To our new friends. Zhao Dafu bellowed, his voice thick and booming. Hope Fleet, what a splendid name. Every soul here embodies hope. To our new friends. Zhao Dafu bellowed, his voice thick and booming. Hope Fleet, what a splendid name. Every soul here embodies hope. All raised their glasses in toast. Zhang Wei took a nervous, shallow sip. Lu Shan drained his cup in one bold gulp, his face wreathed in obsequious delight. After 3 rounds of toast, Zhao Dafu finally broached the subject. Captain Lu, Captain Zhang. You're quite familiar with Captain Lin of the Divine Kingdom Fleet, aren't you? We invited him, but he refused. Lu Shan smiled faintly. Captain Lin possesses extraordinary strength. His standards are naturally elevated. Perhaps he deems such gatherings beneath his dignity. A flicker of irritation crossed Zhao Dafu's face, swiftly masked. Indeed, the Divine Kingdom Fleet's prowess is undeniable. We sensed it the moment we laid eyes on them today. Zhou Zheng lifted his goblet in salute toward Lu Shan and continued smoothly. A pity Captain Lin couldn't join us. Now we've missed the chance to understand him better. Might you share some insights, Captain Lu? Lu Shan's pulse quickened. He knew the real test had begun. Zhou Zheng's question was a veiled demand for verification, proof of Hope Fleet's true relationship with the Divine Kingdom Fleet. Setting down his cup, Lu Shan proceeded to reveal, without reservation, the sequence abilities of each known member of the Divine Kingdom Fleet. Zhou Zheng and the others listened, stunned by the sheer scale of the Divine Kingdom Fleet's power. No wonder Lin Fan and his people carried themselves with such aloof confidence. Yet Lu Shan's candor dispelled their lingering doubts completely. Seeing the wariness fade from Zhao Dafu's and Zhou Zheng's eyes, Lu Shan adopted an air of deliberate mystery. Originally, our Hope Fleet had sworn a pact with the Divine Kingdom Fleet. There's something I'm forbidden to disclose. But having met you all tonight, I feel as though we've known each other for years, as brothers. Still, I hesitate. Should I tell you? What is it? Lu Yi demanded, his curiosity along with everyone else now fully piqued. Lu Shan suppressed a triumphant smile. The hook was set. It concerns 3 anomalous artifacts. 3 anomalous artifacts. They gasped in unison. Zhao Dafu waved his hand sharply, clearing the area of all bystanders, leaving only the middle-aged eunuch and Zhong Chuchu standing silently nearby. Brother Lu, please elaborate. Zhao Dafu's address had shifted. No longer Captain Lu, but Brother Lu, intimate, trusting, urgent. Brother Zhou, if you truly regard me, Lu Shan, as a sworn brother, then I shall risk Master Lin's reprimand and reveal to you the truth about the 3 cursed artifacts. Lu Shan spoke with solemn, tragic resolve. Our former Captain Zhang discovered 3 cursed artifacts hidden within Chengfu Temple in Wanan City, only for Lin Fan and his associates to learn of it and force us at sore point to guide them there. With Hope Fleet's strength too feeble to resist, we had no choice but to comply. Yet we know full well once Lin Fan achieves his goal at Chengfu Temple, he will slaughter every soul in Hope Fleet to seal our silence. I have no other recourse. I entrust this secret to you brothers now out of sheer desperation. We will escort you to Chengfu Temple ourselves. Hope Fleet shall claim not a single one of the 3 cursed artifacts, only that you spare our fleet. His voice trembled with choked sobs as he wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. A sight of such wretched despair it rivaled even those enslaved celebrities. Bang! Zhao Dafu slammed his fist onto the table, splashing wine across his robes. I'd thought Lin Fan merely arrogant, but to commit such an abomination worthy of heaven's wrath and man's revulsion, he is less than beast. He whirled toward Zhou Zheng and the others. Captain Zhou, brother Lu, brother Fong. We are all human survivors. We must thwart Lin Fan's scheme. Hope Fleet. I swear it, I shall protect it with my life. Indeed. Zhou Zheng and the others wore fierce, indignant expressions. In this apocalypse, mutual aid is our sacred duty. Lin Fan has gone too far. Brother Zhao, Fairfleet pledges its full allegiance to your command. Success. Lu Shan's heart surged with triumph. Brothers, though Divine Realm Fleet fields only 7 sequence ability users each, is formidable beyond measure. Yet united our 3 fleets shall annihilate them utterly. And when Chengfu Temple falls, its cursed artifacts and Divine Realm Fleet supplies shall be Hope Fleets to surrender freely. Zhang Wei, listening nearby, paled with dread. Yet before he could utter a word, Lu Shan stomped hard on his foot beneath the table, forcing him into silence. Lu Yi smirked darkly. I propose we feign negotiation during tomorrow's gathering, lull them into complacency, then strike without warning. A brilliant stratagem. Zhao Dafu roared with laughter. It shall be done. And that Chu Qin. He licked his lips, a lecherous grin twisting his face. I demand she be taken alive. Lu Shan hastened to assent. Rest assured, brother Zhao. Chu Qin shall be yours alone. Zhou Zheng maintained his gentle smile, yet deep within his eyes flickered a glint of quiet mockery. He raised his wine cup. Then let us settle the details tonight. Tomorrow at your signal we launch our operation. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Long, accompanied by Wang Tong cloaked in perfect stealth, was already circling the perimeters of every camp. Under Zhang Long's direction, Wang Tong silently installed one delayed trigger trap after another upon critical engine components, devices invisible to casual inspection, yet capable of crippling every vehicle simultaneously upon remote activation. Think you can outwit us? Zhang Long sneered. I'll turn you into rusted, motionless tortoises. As night deepened, the revelry in Imperial Dynasty Fleet's camp raged on. Meanwhile, a Divine Realm Fleet's encampment, Lin Fan stood beside the coffin of burial, gazing coldly toward the distant, brilliantly lit camp. At that moment, the night watchman Zhang Bao approached, leading a woman who bore a long sword upon her back. Ouyang Qian of Fairfleet. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Was it to begin tonight? To his surprise, Ouyang Qian had specifically requested an audience with Tang Xiao. Who dares disturb my sleep? Tang Xiao stormed over, rubbing her drowsy eyes, fury blazing in her expression. Ouyang Qian declared, Tang Xiao, I challenge you to a duel. Tang Xiao tilted her head, watching as Ouyang Qian drew her blade. Are you certain you wish to fight me here? Lin Fan likewise wore an odd expression. Ouyang Qian was unaware that though Tang Xiao's innate strength matched her own under Lin Fan's divine disciple and burial domain auras, their power gap had widened dramatically. What? Do you scorn me? Ouyang Qian's blade shimmered with sharp silver light, the overwhelming aura of a level 2 sword master sequence user surging forth. She sensed a faint pressure, yet dismissed it, fixing Tang Xiao with a frosty, unyielding stare. Very well. Tang Xiao stretched languidly and drew her saber from within her robe. A clash between saber user and sword master sequences hung poised on the edge of ignition. Lin Fan pulled Zhang Bao aside to observe from afar, wearing the look of a connoisseur awaiting spectacle. The two women deliberately restrained the intensity of their combat, engaging in fierce, precise exchanges within a confined space. Ouyang Qian's techniques were ruthless, her sword light razor-sharp. Tang Xiao's saber strikes fell like torrential rain, driving Ouyang Qian relentlessly onto the defensive. Yet Tang Xiao refused to exploit her domain-enhanced advantage, deliberately tempering her strike's ferocity. As time passed, Tang Xiao showed no sign of fatigue, while Ouyang Qian's breath grew ragged and her movement slowed. With a final decisive slash, Tang Xiao forced her back and sheathed her blade. Ouyang Qian gasped for air, staring at Tang Xiao. Calm, centered, unruffled, and a flicker of desolation crossed her eyes. She knew without doubt that she had lost. You are formidable. I yield. You're no slouch yourself, though. You lack a proper captain. Tang Xiao, of course, said nothing of the divine disciple or burial domain, merely implying that Ouyang Qian's leadership lacked the capacity to grant such profound enhancement. Ouyang Qian froze mid-step, misinterpreting the remark as a veiled reference to Zhou Zheng. Could they already know of Zhou Zheng's plot? Her mind spiraled into frantic speculation. If Divine Realm Fleet had long known Fairfleet's conspiracy, then Lu Ye's entire plan would collapse into absurd farce before their terrifying might. A flash of inner conflict crossed her face. She left with a terse warning. You would do well to be cautious. Tang Xiao rolled her eyes. What kind of person is that? She dragged me into a lengthy duel, then departs with threats. With that, she retreated back into her vehicle. Lin Fan watched Ouyang Qian's retreating figure, stroking his chin softly. Is she warning us? How intriguing. Qin, when awakened by the earlier commotion, emerged from his vehicle. Lin Fan recounted the entire encounter. Their intention to move against us is as plain as lice on a bald head. Why cloak it in secrecy, feign mystery, and drag things out until they resemble villains themselves, eh? Qin sighed helplessly. By now it almost seemed Divine Realm Fleet was indulging them in theatrical performance. Had the three fleets struck decisively, he might have granted them a modicum of respect. Yet Zhang Long and Wang Tong had already laid their traps, while Imperial Dynasty Fleet still schemed deep into the night. Though ostensibly the victims of treachery, Divine Realm Fleet held absolute initiative. Even if Divine Realm Fleet departed now, the remaining three fleets could not muster a single functional vehicle to give chase. This precisely was why Divine Realm Fleet members held every other fleet in such quiet disdain. As the two exchanged wry commentary, Zhang Bao approached with an odd, unsettled expression. In a low voice he reported, Boss Captain Qin, someone from Imperial Dynasty Fleet has arrived requesting an audience with Chu Qin and both of you. Lin Fan and Qin exchanged a glance. Just as the Fairness Caravan had departed, the Imperial Caravan arrived, casting an air of subtle tension over the gathering. No one knew their true intentions. As Chu Qian settled beside them, Zhang Bao approached with a woman in tow. The woman was Zhong Chu Chu, the same one they had seen earlier that day. Clinging closely behind Zhang Bao, her eyes darting about in terrified uncertainty. Miss Zhong. Chu Qian sprang to her feet in astonishment, unprepared to encounter Zhong Chu Chu here. Chu Qian. Oh. You're really here. Please, save me. Upon seeing Chu Qian, Zhong Chu Chu collapsed into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Qian gazed down at Zhong Chu Chu, dressed scantily, her exposed skin marred by livid welts and bruises. She turned to Lin Fan and Qin when her expression clouded with uncertainty, instinctively seeking Lin Fan's counsel before responding to Zhong Chu Chu's plea. Zhong Chu Chu straightened herself with visible effort, then cast a fearful glance toward the Imperial Caravan's encampment, her whole body trembling. Lin Captain, I slipped away while they were drunk, pretending I needed the latrine. I have a deal to propose. I know a secret that could decide the life or death of the Divine Nation Caravan. Oh, and what do you demand in return? Lin Fan regarded her with wry amusement, intrigued yet unmoved by her attempt to bargain. I want you to rescue me from the Imperial Caravan. I simply can't endure Zhao Dafu's monstrous torment any longer, Zhong Chu Chu whispered, stealing a timid glance at Lin Fan. And I want one of those pickup trucks, and your guarantee of food and safety. She believed her knowledge of the three caravans' conspiracy against the Divine Nation Caravan was leverage enough to secure these terms. Your demands are rather steep. First tell me this life or death secret, Lin Fan said. Zhong Chu Chu clenched her teeth. You must promise me first, then go back. I've lost interest. Lin Fan waved her off with undisguised disdain. Zhang Bao stepped forward and seized her arm, dragging her away. Panic seized Zhong Chu Chu. Captain Lin, this secret is truly vital. Chu Qian, please speak for me. No one heeded her pleas. Zhang Bao hurled her beyond the perimeter of the Divine Nation Caravan's camp, warning her never to return. Zhong Chu Chu stared hollowly toward the Imperial Caravan's direction as she trudged back. This had been her sole chance to escape the clutches of hell, and she had shattered it herself. Qin polished his glasses and sighed. Truly the pitiable often bear culpability, facing mortal peril, yet still scheming like a fox. I'd have saved her once, for Chu Qian's sake, but she erred gravely in trying to coerce me, Lin Fan murmured with a faint smile. Chu Qian quickly shook her head. Boss, honestly, I barely know her. By now the blood-red moon hung high overhead. Only then did the clamor from the Imperial Caravan begin to fade. Zhang Wei supported the drunken Lu Shan as they passed the Divine Nation Caravan. Lu Shan's face flushed, and cheerful Zhang Wei's own expression stormy and evasive, his gaze lowered, refusing to meet Lin Fan's. So their plot has finally coalesced. They'll strike tomorrow. Lu Shan waved cheerfully at everyone before being forcibly pulled away by Zhang Wei. Lin Fan rose and stretched languidly. Qin sneered. How tediously slow. Boss, go rest. We'll let Xiao Hong take the night watch. Lin Fan glanced upward at the crimson funeral chariot hovering above the Divine Nation Caravan and chuckled. Then we're in your capable hands, sister-in-law. The funeral chariot's coffin no longer held its comfortable single bed. Chu Qian was assigned to sleep in the rear compartment of Zhang Long's pickup truck, while Lin Fan reclined, as usual, on the chariot's seat, by now entirely accustomed to it. Just as Lin Fan prepared to retire, Zhang Bao rushed back, his expression oddly unsettled. "Boss, the Imperial Caravan has sent another visitor." Lin Fan and Qin Wen stared in disbelief. It's like Lunar New Year, guests arriving in waves paying courtesy calls. Moments later, Zhang Bao ushered in a stooped middle-aged man. He was the eunuch who served Zhao Dafu, pale-skinned, beardless, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. "You've come to bargain with me." Lin Fan studied him coolly. "No, Captain Lin, I am Liao Meng. I've come to warn you. Zhao Dafu, Zhou Zhang, and Lu Shan have formed an alliance to destroy your caravan." They also spoke of the 3 cursed artifacts from Qingfu Temple. At tomorrow's meeting, they'll feign negotiation, then strike without warning. Lin Fan hadn't expected such blunt revelation of the 3 caravans' conspiracy, nor could he help but pity Zhao Dafu and his allies, whose meticulously crafted scheme kept unraveling, betrayed again and again. "What do you seek in exchange for this information?" Lin Fan fixed him with a steady gaze. Liao Ming dropped to his knees with a thud, eyes blazing with searing hatred. "Captain Lin, I beg only that you slay Zhao Dafu. My wife and I joined the Imperial Caravan mid-journey. She was tortured to death by that beast Zhao Dafu. I thirst for vengeance. I've endured in silence until now, solely to avenge her. Captain Lin, if you grant me this vengeance, I will serve you as your slave, your ox, your horse, for all my days." His eyes burned crimson as he bowed his head repeatedly. He remembered clearly how Zhao Dafu's 4 sons had forced him to his knees, compelling him to watch, helpless, as Zhao Dafu violated and murdered his wife. That bone-deep, soul-rending agony had sustained his patience, his disguise, his very existence. Until this moment, his closest chance at retribution. "I need no slaves. Everyone in my caravan is my brother," Lin Fan replied calmly. "Why choose me? Zhou Zheng and the others could surely aid your vengeance too. Zhou Zheng treats me as less than human. His so-called fairness caravan calculates every favor in cold cost, perhaps even selling me outright. When I overheard their plan against you at tonight's banquet, I had no choice. I gambled everything on this one chance. Even if I'd stayed silent, should Zhao Dafu move against you tomorrow, I would kill him myself. Now go." Lin Fan felt no pity for Liao Ming's plight. Such tragedies were commonplace in the apocalypse. The law of the jungle reigned supreme. Unless Zhao Dafu provoked him, Lin Fan would not intervene in the Imperial Caravan's affairs. After another deep kowtow, Liao Ming rose solemnly. "Captain Lin, if you grant me vengeance, I swear upon my life, I shall serve you as ox and horse forever." Lin Fan raised a hand to halt him. "No need. I keep no servants. Besides, my caravan employs no idle hands. I am no idler. I am a level 1 botanical manipulator capable of accelerating plant growth." Liao Ming lifted his head, his posture no longer cringing, his voice steady. "I was a botanist before the cataclysm struck during fieldwork with my wife. I awakened this ability in that very moment. This power grants me no combat strength, nor could it avenge my wife, so I concealed it carefully." Qin Wen scrutinized him curiously. "Why do I sense no trace of your sequence energy?" "Because, so long as plants surround me, I can mask it entirely." With that, Liao Ming bent low, shielding a wild blade of grass. A soft emerald luminescence bloomed from his palms, and before their eyes the grass surged upward, thickening, lengthening, flourishing. Qin Wen uprooted the blade and examined it closely. No illusion, but genuine, accelerated growth. Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged a swift, electrified glance, astonishment gleaming in both their eyes. They had found a treasure. "Can you accelerate the maturation of food crops?" "Yes, any plant so long as it lives. The shorter its natural growth cycle, the faster I can hasten it," Liao Ming affirmed firmly. Seeing their growing interest, he added hastily, "As a botanist, I can identify every edible flora. I can cultivate all nourishing plants for your caravan." Lin Fan's eyes lit with excitement. "Liao Ming, you have my word. Even if Zhao Dafu refrains from provoking us tomorrow, I will still end him for you. But you may not join the caravan yet. You'll undergo evaluation first. Only upon passing will you be welcomed in." Liao Ming's voice trembled with emotion. "Captain Lin, I'll do anything, absolutely anything, to see justice done." Another irrevocable reason for Zhao Dafu's demise had just taken root. Liao Ming turned and strode back toward the Imperial Caravan, his steps resolute, his spine slowly straightening, shedding its lifelong hunch. "Ha ha ha, we truly owe these fools thanks. They delivered Liao Ming to us, a far greater boon than 3 cursed artifacts." For a fleeting moment, Lin Fan almost pitied Zhao Dafu and his conspirators. How painstakingly they schemed, yet surrounded by traitors at every turn. Lin Fan shook his head, smiling. "Tomorrow's battle is inevitable. best rest well and gather strength. Liao Ming's arrival had uplifted both men immensely, just as they turned to retire. Zhang Bao approached once more, his expression bizarrely perplexed. Is this never-ending? Who's next? At this rate, informants outnumber conspirators. Boss, it's Zhang Wei. That knight who knew how many lay awake restless and sleepless. Lin Fan, however, slept soundly, and rose at dawn brimming with vigor. Not far away, the makeshift market buzzed with renewed liveliness. Every member of the Divine Nation convoy remained on high alert from first light. All had assumed their designated posts, fully prepared for combat. By noon, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, and trading had concluded. In the open central ground of the Imperial Dynasty convoys camp, the principal figures of all 4 convoys gathered in solemn assembly. Zhao Dafu ordered a temporary canopy erected and laid out fine wines and rare fruits, scavenged from across the ruins, as if staging an imperial banquet for his court. Lin Fan deliberately parked the coffin chariot of mourning near the camp perimeter. Its obsidian gold casket shimmered with an arcane luster beneath the sun. Seated silently in the rear compartment was Hongzhuang the mourner. Sure enough, Lu Ye's gaze clung to the chariot like glue, greed overflowing from his single eye. Though Zhou Zheng maintained outward composure, his furtive glances toward the coffin chariot betrayed his inner turmoil. Ouyang Qian wore an expression heavy with unease, watching Lin Fan converse easily and laugh with Qin Wen, bewildered that not a trace of anxiety flickered among the Divine Nation convoy members. Zhao Dafu meanwhile concealed nothing. His plump fingers drummed incessantly upon the armrest of his chair, and his narrow, beady eyes locked onto Chu Qin with lewd, salacious hunger. Esteemed guests, our parting draws near, yet today's gathering is truly my sovereign fortune. Clad in his absurd dragon robe, Zhao Dafu raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, "Let the music begin." And the dance. Beside him, Liao Ming reverted instantly to his meek, obsequious demeanor. With a sharp clap, he summoned several female celebrities, dressed in revealing attire, who trembled as they stepped hesitantly into the center of the grounds and began an awkward, unpolished performance. Captain Lin, you missed yesterday's spectacle, so today you shall have the privilege of beholding my beloved consorts. Zhao Dafu pointed proudly at one dancer. Behold, she was once an award-winning film actress. And that one over there, also a celebrated star. Back when I served boxed meals on set with my 4 sons, I accidentally spilled oil on her garment, and she screamed at me in fury. A flash of venom crossed Zhao Dafu's eyes. At that time, I was a dragon hidden in the depths, forced to grovel for petty wages, too fearful even to utter a word in reply. But heaven willed it otherwise. The cataclysm descended. These once aloof celebrities are now my playthings. H.A. He drained a large gulp of wine. Truth be told, the cataclysm should have come far sooner. With each introduction, Zhao Dafu wallowed in humiliation, relentlessly contrasting their former glory with their present degradation. Watching Zhao Dafu's unrestrained laughter, Lin Fan finally understood. No wonder this bloated tyrant was so vulgar. He'd once been a lowly meal vendor. When the cataclysm struck, he alone among the entire film studio awakened as a sequence ability holder. The sudden surge of power ignited his thirst for vengeance and twisted his psyche ever deeper into depravity. Lu Shan and Zhang Wei sat nearby. Lu Shan wore a sycophantic grin, while Zhang Wei kept his head bowed, his expression unreadable. Zhou Zheng and his allies waited patiently for Zhao Dafu's signal to strike. But Zhao Dafu reveled too thoroughly in his illusion of absolute control, endlessly indulging in self-aggrandizement. Zhou Zheng rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Suddenly, Zhao Dafu shifted tone, fixing Lin Fan with a calculating stare. Captain Lin, I cherish friendship above all and spare no generosity for friends. Help yourself to any of these celebrities. Haha, but you must exchange Chu Qin for them. Take as many as you wish, I guarantee you'll suffer no loss. Chu Qin's fury boiled over. Zhao Dafu dared treat her as mere chattel, disposable in trade. Qin Wen and the others gazed at Zhao Dafu as though already viewing a corpse. Lin Fan sat motionless, fingertips tapping softly upon the table, his gaze calm, unervingly serene. Captain Zhao, food may be eaten carelessly, but words must never be spoken recklessly. Chu Qin is not only my comrade in arms, she is my sworn brother. Your entire worthless entourage could not equal a single hair upon her brow. A flicker of rage flared in Zhao Dafu's eyes, then vanished as swiftly as it appeared. He forced a chuckle. Captain Lin, your loyalty is admirable. A friend indeed. Yet tell me, do you truly regard us as friends in return? I hear your Divine Nation convoy intends to retrieve 3 eldritch artifacts from Qingfu Temple, a matter you've guarded most jealously. A hush fell over the entire assembly. Oh, every pair of eyes turned sharply toward Lin Fan. Haha. Lin Fan glanced sideways at Lu Shan, whose eyes darted away, then steeling himself met Lin Fan's gaze again. Well then, you know now, don't you? The matter of the 3 eldritch artifacts is negotiable. Since you call me friend, might I borrow something from you? Lin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Dafu. Oh, Captain Lin speaks boldly. I shall not withhold. Name it. Anything within my possession is yours to borrow. Zhao Dafu waved grandly. Lin Fan's voice, quiet, yet piercing, resonated across the entire field. Zhao Dafu. May I borrow your pig-headed skull? A tomb-like silence descended. Zhao Dafu's smile froze, his fleshy face instantly swelling to a deep livid purple. Zhou Zheng's eyes narrowed to slits. Oh, Lu Ye's lone eye blazed with savage anticipation. What did you say? Zhao Dafu could scarcely believe his ears. Lin Fan smiled gently and repeated, did you not hear clearly? I said, I require your pig-headed skull. Insolent. Zhao Dafu slammed his fist upon the table and surged upright, his corpulent frame trembling with rage. Seize this madman, for me. Before the final syllable left his lips, 4 figures erupted from behind him. Zhao Dafu's 4 sons, Zhao Jun, Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia, launching forward like lethal arrows aimed straight at Lin Fan. A dull ochre radiance shimmered about them as their level 1 Guardian Sequence abilities surged to full power, coalescing instinctively into a rudimentary formation, 4 blades converging upon Lin Fan in perfect unison. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zheng slashed his hand downward. Lu Yi blurred into motion, his level 2 smoke sequence igniting instantly, swallowing him whole in swirling mist before he vanished from sight. Ouyang Qian drew her longsword, blinding swordlight erupting as she lunged toward Tang Xiaoxiao. Feng Shi roared, his body swelling grotesquely, charging forward like a maddened rhinoceros. Yao Qing slipped away unseen, circling stealthily toward the weakest target, Qinwen. Lu Shan, recognizing the signal, leapt up and bellowed toward the Hope Convoy sequence holders. Now, strike. Faced with attackers converging from all sides, Lin Fan showed not a shred of fear. He kicked the table aside and laughed thunderously. Ha. No. Then why fly into such a rage? If negotiation fails, then none of you shall leave. The moment his words echoed forth. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid barrage of explosions erupted from the camps of the 3 convoys. Vehicles detonating in sequence, tires bursting, engines belching smoke, several cars flipping violently onto their roofs. Wang Tong had triggered the traps concealed within the vehicles. The sudden devastation sent Zhao Dafu and Zhou Zheng's eyes blazing with murderous intent. This was the moment. Kill. Lin Fan's command rang out, and the Divine Nation convoy unleashed its full might. Divine Burial Domain, activate. An obsidian gold aura expanded across the battlefield, instantly slowing the movements of every sequence holder from the 3 opposing convoys. A domain. Zhou Zheng cried out in shock. Greed burned brighter than ever in Lu Ye's eye. Meanwhile, Chu Qin stood atop the coffin chariot of mourning, her incantation rising like a silver thread through the air. Wang Tong melted into invisibility, scattering traps freely across the field. Divine Nation convoy members surged with stacked synergistic buffs, power surging to its zenith. Zhang Long stood poised atop the vehicle, a heavy machine gun materializing before him as bullets rained down like a storm upon the Hope Fleet's sequence ability users. Lu Shan and his comrades were already overwhelmed, crushed beneath the oppressive weight of the Divine Burial Domain and ensnared in Wang Tong's deadly trap. Now bombarded relentlessly by Zhang Long's barrage, they could only scatter and evade, utterly incapable of lending aid. Zhou Zheng watched Lu Shan's group and cursed inwardly. Useless. He had never held high expectations for them, yet witnessing their abject ineptitude firsthand was truly humiliating. The Imperial Fleet's quartet, Sovereign Descent, had formed a synergistic formation rivaling that of a level 2 sequence ability user, yet under the Divine Burial Domain's suppression, their coordination faltered, briefly stuttering. Lin Fan's insight eye had already dissected the 4 with surgical precision. Unflinching, he summoned the bloodthirsty bone blade into his grasp, a sinister crimson arc blazing across the air, as he swept it toward Zhao Jun, the linchpin of their formation. Thwack! Zhao Jun, struck first and foremost, was bisected at the waist, gore and viscera splattering across the ground. Their synchronized formation shattered instantly. Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia recoiled in horror, scrambling to retreat, but Lin Fan moved faster. The bone blade carved through the air like the scythe of death itself, tracing 3 flawless arcs. 3 heads soared skyward, arterial blood erupted from severed necks like crimson geysers. In the blink of an eye, all 4 sequence ability users of the Imperial Fleet lay dead. Zhao Dafu's face twisted in shock. Then he roared toward the heavens, by my sovereign name, I command resurrection. Beams of light descended, for members of the Imperial Fleet shrieked and collapsed lifeless. And then, the grotesque resurrection, the 4 dismembered Sovereign Descent warriors reassembled, flesh knitting over bone, and surged once more toward Lin Fan. A level 2 delusionist sequence, truly terrifying. Zhao Dafu laughed wildly, eyes locked on Lin Fan. We'll wear him down even if it takes every last breath. Lin Fan, sensing Lu Yi closing in from behind, muttered bitterly, damn nuisance. By my name, divine burial. Awaken. The burial coffin burst open. A vortex of immense suction engulfed the airborne sovereign descent quartet. Their shrieks turned shrill, agonized, then abruptly silenced as they slammed into the coffin's depths motionless. The spectacle left every onlooker stunned into silence. Lu Yi bellowed maniacally, a treasure. A true treasure. Kill Lin Fan, and it's mine. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dafu stared dumbfounded, then activated his delusionist ability again. But this time, no resonance. No connection. Not a whisper from his four sons. His corpulent frame trembled violently, his trousers darkened with sudden shameful dampness. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao and Ouyang Qian had already clashed. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Dao and Longsword met at blinding speed, sparks erupting like scattered stars. Both were level 2 sequence ability users, masters of martial discipline. Techniques, refined movements, lightning swift. This was no sparring, it was mortal combat. Neither held back. Shatter the vanguard. Tang Xiao roared. A colossal blade aura cleaved toward Ouyang Qian, who barely dodged, yet still staggered backward, thrown to the ground by the sheer force of the strike. As dust settled, Ouyang Qian rose, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Your blade is formidable. So yesterday, you held back. But such techniques must drain you terribly. How many times can you unleash it? Her eyes blazed with renewed fervor. Yesterday Tang Xiao had concealed her strength, but so had she. Tang Xiao, buoyed by the divine burial domain, the divine disciple bond, and Chu Qin's incantation, tilted her head and smiled. Guess. Ouyang Qian struck first, left hand forming a sword seal, right hand whipping her blade forward, sending rippling waves of sword chi surging forth. Blossom rain scattering. Countless shimmering sword lights pierced the air like falling petals, raining down upon Tang Xiao. Ha ha ha. Behold, the truth beneath the divine realm. We are invincible. Tang Xiao met the onslaught unflinching. Shatter the mountain. A far vaster blade light slashed forth. Between them thunder cracked, shaking the very earth. Tang Xiao staggered back several paces. Ouyang Qian was hurled clear, her body crisscrossed with deep, glowing gashes. She forced herself upright, gaze locked on Tang Xiao, unharmed and scathed, and spoke, voice unwavering, a swordsman's spirit endures beyond death, so long as the sword within remains unbroken. She raised her blade and charged anew, undaunted, unstoppable. A flicker crossed Tang Xiao's eyes. Humph. If you won't yield, I'll beat you into submission. Lin Meng and Feng Shi's battle was pure, unadulterated force. Feng Shi, barreling toward Lin Fan, was intercepted by Lin Meng. He wants my brother. First beat me. Two titans, each towering 3 meters, collided. A fist forged by the Savage Sequence crashed against one honed by the Berserker Sequence. Boom! A deafening detonation erupted, the shockwave radiating outward like a physical tide. Feng Shi's expression contorted. His opponent's raw power surpassed even his own Berserker might. Worse still, golden light shimmered across Lin Meng's body, impenetrable, radiant, divine. Impossible. His knuckles split wide, blood streaming freely. Exhilarating. Lin Meng rubbed his fist, then lunged again, knuckles screaming through the air toward Feng Shi's face. The tide had turned utterly. Before Lin Meng's hurricane of blows, Feng Shi could do nothing but parry, desperate defensive breaking. Yao Qing darted through the battlefield with serpentine grace, aiming her roaring fist at Qin Wen, the one Zhou Zheng had identified as merely an explorer sequence user, yet holding high standing within the Divine Realm fleet. Her mission sees him forcing Lin Fan's group into paralysis. No panic came, not as Yao Qing had anticipated. Facing her ambush, Qin Wen stepped back, calmly, face serene, untouched by urgency. Xiaohong, Qin Wen murmured softly. Instantly, a crimson-clad figure coalesced before him, her voice rising in operatic cadence as a blood-red paper parasol spun into place, shielding him. Yao Qing's fist struck the parasol and rang out like iron on steel. Worse, a frigid necrotic chill surged up her arm, freezing her limbs mid-motion. Her gaze sharpened, and terror seized her soul. Before her stood no helpless explorer. This was a master of level 2 aberrations, terrifying, unfathomable. This crimson apparition bore no resemblance to the lesser anomalies she'd encountered. Its overwhelming aura crushed her spirit. Level 1 though she was, despair flooded her veins. Flee! Yao Qing reversed course, hurtling backward. Leaving so soon? Qin Wen adjusted his spectacles, lips curling. Why not play properly with my Xiaohong? No matter how she twisted or doubled back, the crimson figure followed, gliding in measured theatrical steps, ever present. Her blood-red parasol lashed out repeatedly, scoring Yao Qing's body with fresh welts, like a cat toying with its prey. Qin Wen's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Zheng, distant and watchful. The battlefield now rested firmly under the Divine Realm Fleet's dominion, yet Zhou Zheng alone unsettled him. He feared hidden gambits, unseen contingencies. Zhou Zheng's face darkened. The unfolding chaos defied all his calculations. Even accounting for the Divine Realm Fleet's strength, reality had proven far steeper than imagined. Lu Yi, now cloaked in the smoke sequence's veiling mist, had slipped behind Lin Fan, his grotesque mountain-splitting blade descending silently toward Lin Fan's skull. "I've got him!" Triumph flared in Lu Ye's heart. Lu Yi stared at the mountain-splitting cleaver in his hand, its edge already grazing Lin Fan's nape. Triumph flared in his heart. Ding! Just as victory seemed certain, Lin Fan, as if endowed with eyes upon his back, deflected the blow with his bloodthirsty bone blade. "Ha! Lin Fan, you're no ordinary foe." Failing his first strike, Lu Yi unleashed a torrent of swirling mist. Thick, suffocating smoke erupted around him, swallowing both combatants whole within his fog domain. Lin Fan stood motionless at the churning epicenter of the haze. Lu Yi had vanished without trace. Then from every direction, spectral figures coalesced from the mist, each brandishing a blade and surging toward him. Gazing upon the dense phalanx of Mistrates, Lin Fan spoke coolly, "Is this truly all you can muster? Your power is but child's play before my eyes. Break through my fog domain first." Lu Ye's voice, laced with fury and desperation, echoed from the murk. Through his inside eye, the wraith's movement slowed. Every feint, every arc of attack laid bare. Within the roiling fog, Lin Fan moved with unhurried grace, each step precise, each parry flawless, deflecting even the most twisted, unpredictable strikes. "Found you." His inside eye locked onto Lu Ye's concealed position in an instant. Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade cleaved through the mist like a crimson lightning bolt, slashing straight toward Lu Ye's hiding place. Lu Yi recoiled in terror, retreating frantically, bewildered as to how Lin Fan had pierced his concealment so swiftly. They burst forth from the fog domain. Lin Fan's slashes came faster, fiercer, each blow reverberating with such force that Lu Ye's arms trembled, numb with shock. Only now did he grasp the gulf between them. Too slow, too weak. "How dare you seize what belongs to me? What arrogance emboldens you?" Lin Fan pressed forward relentlessly. Lu Yi dissolved into smoke and shot toward Qin Wen. His intent mirrored Yao Qing's red makeup. Their greatest asset was still toying with Yao Qing like a cat with a wounded mouse, her body battered and bleeding. Spotting Lu Ye's approach, Yao Qing's heart leapt. She believed he'd come to her aid. "Lu Yi, help me." But Lu Ye's target was Qin Wen alone. Sensing peril, red makeup abandoned Yao Qing mid-motion, materializing instantly before Qin Wen and intercepting Lu Ye's treacherous strike with her body. Yao Qing lunged forward, fists raised, eager to join Lu Yi in subduing Qin Wen. Yet the moment red makeup appeared, Lu Yi knew all hope was lost. As he whirled to flee, Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade was already streaking toward his throat. In that razor-thin sliver of time, a ruthless resolve flashed across Lu Ye's solitary eye. With brutal speed, he seized Yao Qing and hurled her before him, her body absorbing the fatal slash meant for him. Shhhk. The bone blade pierced her chest clean through. Yao Qing's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, fixed upon Lu Ye's fleeing back, light fading fast from her pupils. Yao Qing dead. Lin Fan shook her lifeless form from his blade and surged after Lu Yi once more. The fair fleet. A farce. Zhou Zheng and Ouyang Qian both turned, witnessing Lu Ye's betrayal, both faces frozen in incredulous horror. All their schemes crumbled into absurdity, even the vaunted fair fleet reduced to mockery. Fang Shi remained oblivious, unaware of the carnage unfolding nearby. Unlike Tang Xiao, Lin Meng showed no mercy. Fang Shi was utterly overwhelmed. Golden fists hammered into him again and again, bones snapping like dry twigs. The roar of his berserker sequence shattered outright under Lin Meng's relentless assault. Realizing he could not outpace Lin Fan, Lu Yi veered sharply toward Fang Shi. "Fang Shi, hold him off. I'll help you crush Lin Meng." Hearing his sworn brother's voice behind him, Fang Shi endured a crushing blow from Lin Meng, blood erupting from his mouth, as he summoned his last strength to strike at Lin Fan. "Fool." Lin Fan scoffed coldly. His inside eye had foreseen the attack. He sidestepped effortlessly, then slashed the bloodthirsty bone blade across Fang Shi's throat, a gush of crimson erupting. Fang Shi clutched his wound, eyes searching desperately for Lu Ye's aid, only to see his friend's retreating silhouette growing smaller. Boom. Behind him, Lin Meng's fist exploded through his chest, shattering his heart. The towering figure collapsed like a felled giant. "Fang Shi dead. Think you can run?" Lin Fan roared as he watched Lu Yi vanish into smoke. "Divine Burial, activate." Once more the burial casket yawned open, its overwhelming suction ensnaring Lu Yi even as he dissolved into mist. Ah, why? How can you wield this technique again? As the coffin lid slammed shut, Lu Yi's presence vanished, utterly extinguished. Opportunity seized. While Lin Fan activated divine burial, Zhou Zheng shimmered with blinding white light and vanished from sight. Zhou Zheng is fleeing. Qinwen bellowed. Haha, very well, I yield this round. But time is long and vengeance shall be mine. Haha. His laughter echoed from the sky, the escape mechanism of a cursed artifact granting him instantaneous flight. Yet before his mirth could fade, flaw exploiting instant kill, Lin Fan became a streak of scarlet light, midair a bloom of crimson erupted. Zhou Zheng plummeted, his chest pierced entirely through. WWHY. Zhou Zheng dead. Elsewhere, Tang Xiao Zhao's Tang saber rested coldly against Ouyang Qian's throat. Ouyang Qian knelt on one knee, her long sword propping up her trembling frame, her gaze wide with disbelief at the slaughter unfolding before her. Her eyes flickered, lost, defiant, sorrowful. In the blink of an eye, the fair fleet ceased to exist. Zhang Bao rushed over, bloodied and breathless, guiding the exhausted Lin Fan onto a chair. At the battle's onset, Wang Tong had detonated traps, obliterating every vehicle belonging to the three rival fleets. Some rank-and-file members of those fleets attempted to seize vehicles from the Divine Kingdom fleet. Zhang Bao and his comrades cut down several attackers, scattering the rest in terror. Bathed in the nurturing aura of the Divine Burial Domain, even ordinary members of the Divine Kingdom fleet found their strength magnified, subduing commoners with effortless ease. With the core forces of both the Fair Fleet and the Imperial Fleet annihilated, the Divine Kingdom fleet swept across the battlefield, absolute dominion established. After Red Makeup and Lin Meng entered the fray, the Sequence users of the Hope Fleet surrendered en masse, kneeling begging for mercy. Only Lu Shan and Xiao Si fought on, knowing full well that while others might earn reprieve as masterminds of the assault, they faced inevitable death. Just as Lin Meng's fist descended to obliterate them both, Xiao Si seized the little girl from behind, holding her before him like a shield. Lin Fan, order them to stand down, or I'll kill the child first. Xiao Si shrieked hysterically, clutching the girl as her sole lifeline. Ah, ha. Lin Fan sat relaxed upon the chair, Chu Qin using her own body as his backrest. What is her name? Xiao Si faltered, bewildered by the sudden question, then shrieked, I don't know. You forced her upon me. What does her name have to do with me? Precisely. So what then is she to me? Lin Fan regarded the two doomed souls with utter disdain. Xiao Meng, leave none alive. Lin Meng roared, his eyes blazing with savage hunger. At the very instant the girl would have been pulped, someone blurred past. She vanished from Xiao Si's grip and reappeared unharmed in Zhang Wei's arms. Boom, boom. Lu Shan and Xiao Si were reduced to twin heaps of crimson pulp. Over 200 souls knelt trembling before the Divine Kingdom fleet, awaiting final judgment. Before them stretched a sea of bowed heads. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous, earth-shaking peal of laughter rose from the Divine Kingdom fleet, shattering the heavens. Zhang Long dragged Zhao Defu before Lin Fan. The man's once-proud dragon robe was stained and sodden, its hem darkened with urine. Lin Fan leaned down, patting the greasy, swollen face with a grin. Tell me, why provoke me? You're practically breathing your last. Captain Lin, it was Zhou Zheng who misled me. I never intended to oppose you. Zhao Defu's arrogance had vanished. Tears and snot streamed across his porcine visage. Liao Ming, step forward. I've kept my word. The fat pig is yours. Liao Ming emerged from the crowd. Eyes bloodshot, twin trails of crimson, tears carving paths down his cheeks, jaws clenched until blood welled from his gums, fingernails biting deep into his palms, unfeeling. Thumped. He dropped to his knees before Lin Fan and struck his forehead hard upon the ground. Captain Lin, your boundless grace has saved me. From this day forth my life is yours. Zhang Long handed him the broadsword with a grin. Brother, no restraint. Do exactly as your heart commands. Trembling, Liao Ming accepted the blade. Zhao Defu, I demand blood for blood. He brought the sword down in a frenzy, chopping, hacking, slicing, not to kill but to torment, each blow landing with cruel precision. Zhao Defu writhed like a butchered hog, screaming and rolling across the ground. Then slowly the Imperial fleet rose. Zhang Long stepped forward to shout, only to be halted by Lin Fan's quiet gesture. Seeing no reaction from the Divine Kingdom fleet, they advanced. The oppressed masses of the Imperial fleet erupted in a deafening roar, rushing toward Zhao Defu. He met the cruelest retribution imaginable, torn limb from limb, flesh ripped apart by furious hands. When the mob dispersed, only a shapeless slurry remained upon the earth. From the ever-active Divine Burial Domain flowed pure, revitalizing energy. Lin Fan felt his strength returning steady and sure. Zhang Wei and Ouyang Qian were brought forward. Zhang Wei held the little girl close, head bowed low, speechless. Ouyang Qian stood vacanted, hollow, unmoored. Remember what you swore last night. Your classmates' lives rest entirely in your hands. Zhang Wei nodded solemnly and walked away. Lin Fan turned to the dazed Ouyang Qian and to Tang Xiao standing beside her. He frowned, puzzled. Why keep them? Are we hosting a New Year's feast? Upon hearing Lin Fan's impatient words, Tang Xiao cast him a glance and said, Boss, she is a sword master. Lin Fan replied disdainfully, so what if she's a sword master? She still got knocked down. Perhaps it was Ouyang Qian's dedication to strength and her unyielding spirit that made Tang Xiao feel a sense of kinship. As long as you're happy, they'll leave her to you. Lin Fan was not concerned about whether Ouyang Qian stayed or not, but he couldn't stand her half-dead appearance. He agreed to Tang Xiaoxiao's request and let her do as she pleased. Let's go, Qianmei, from now on I will protect you. Tang Xiao pulled the dazed Ouyang Qian away. Zhang Long and the others began to gather supplies. It must be said that the three teams had a wealth of resources. The Divine Nation team was already short-handed, so Liao Ming selected a few familiar faces from the Imperial team to help out. These people were overjoyed knowing this was an opportunity to showcase themselves in front of the Divine Nation team, and they worked vigorously. Watching the orderly scene, Lin Fan felt the warmth of the sun and slowly closed his eyes. The system's prompt had begun to bombard him. Open the system page. Divine Path level has reached 100. Please select your advancement as soon as possible. The system did not display any page information. It only urged Lin Fan to advance his Divine Path level. After becoming a Divine Realm Walker, Lin Fan had experienced frequent intense battles, so he had not paid much attention to the system. He didn't expect he could advance now. Advance. This time the system indicated that the advancement time was 1 hour, which was much longer than before, suggesting a significant change in the system. With plenty of time left, Lin Fan decided to sit on a bench and rest his eyes. Lin Meng sat beside him, mimicking his actions as he closed his eyes and faced the sun. A gentle breeze brushed by, warming the two of them, and soon Lin Meng's snoring could be heard. Zhang Long dispersed the crowd around them, and under the sunlight the two of them shimmered with a golden glow. Just as Lin Fan was about to fall asleep, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding. Divine Path level advancement completed. Host Lin Fan, Divine Path level, Lord of the Divine Nation, advancement degree 0. Current God points 10,000. Divine followers level 2 Savage Sequence Lin Meng, level 2 Explorer Sequence Cunning Contractor Sequence Qin Wenao, level 2 Swordsman Sequence Tang Xiao, O level 1 Mechanic Sequence Zhang Long. Remaining Divine follower slots 2. Divine Guards 0. Divine Guards of the Divine Nation can be purchased by the host in the mall. Any personnel in the Divine Nation team other than Divine followers can be designated as Divine Guards, and their abilities will inherit 30 of the designated Divine follower strength. Skills: Eye of Insight, level 3, Instant Kill Flaw, level 2. Eye of Insight, level 3, can accurately predict the attack trajectory of enemy units whose overall strength does not exceed that of the host. Instant Kill Flaw, level 2, removes consumption limits. The energy consumed to activate the skill is controlled by the host. The more energy consumed, the stronger the skill's power. Divine Burial Domain Skills: Divine Domain Thunder Punishment, cooldown 3 days, a Divine Burial. The system mall has been updated. Weapon Cunning Object Bloodthirsty Bone Blade Energy Storage is full, can evolve autonomously. Vehicle Bound Funeral Coffin Spirit Vehicle. Funeral Coffin Spirit Vehicle, the core vehicle of the Divine Nation team, capable of devouring cunning objects for enhancement. Note: the host should quickly bind the remaining Divine follower slots. Remaining time 20 days. Advancement Gift Pack 1. Indeed, this advancement was extraordinary. Looking at the densely packed system page, Lin Fan felt a moment of dizziness. The changes from this upgrade were simply immense. After the establishment of the Divine Nation team, the system's functionality leaned more towards enhancing the overall strength of the team, now even increasing the devouring ability of Divine Guards and Funeral Coffin Spirit Vehicles. As the Divine Path level advancement was completed, a powerful force erupted from Lin Fan, and the Bloodthirsty Bone Blade also automatically evolved, with exquisite patterns appearing on its white blade, as if blood was flowing under the sunlight. Although no special skills appeared, both sharpness and hardness had significantly improved. Lin Fan, who had transformed into the Lord of the Divine Nation, could now rival a level 3 sequence power user. Ouyang Qian, who was being dragged along by Tang Xiao, sensed the powerful aura and abruptly turned to look in Lin Fan's direction. 3. The aura of a level 3 sequence power user. Before she could come to her senses, Tang Xiao beside her, Qin Wen in the distance, Zhang Long, who was organizing supplies, and Lin Meng beside Lin Fan, were all rapidly increasing in aura. What happened? Your auras suddenly became so strong. Ouyang Qian asked in surprise, looking at Tang Xiao. This sudden collective increase in strength made her break out in a cold sweat. Tang Xiaoxiao squeezed Ouyang Qian's slightly sweaty hand and smiled. This is boss ability. Once you join the team, you'll understand. Don't be so surprised to let me take you to see the show. Ouyang Qian, still unable to come to her senses, gazed at Lin Fan in the distance and murmured, how many secrets does the Divine Nation team really have? At the same time, a sense of sorrow rose within her as she recalled how ignorant and arrogant the members of the fair team had been to choose such an opponent. Brother, you've gotten stronger. Yet did you feel it? Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng, who was as happy as a child. I've gotten stronger too. Lin Meng waved his fist. That big guy from earlier, I can now take him down with just 2 punches. Ha ha ha. Their laughter drew the attention of everyone in the camp. The members of the Divine Nation team looked at Lin Fan with fervent admiration, while others gazed at him with deep fear. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses, feeling the changes in physical and mental strength, and looked at Lin Fan, who was joking with Lin Meng, with a serene smile. Imitating Lin Fan, he closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun, while Hong Zhuang quietly accompanied him, holding an umbrella. At that moment, Qin Wen heard Tang Xiaoxiao's voice. He opened his eyes and saw her pulling Ouyang Qian over, one hand pointing at Hong Zhuang, as if introducing something. Qin Wen immediately understood what Tang Xiaoxiao was up to. As his thoughts shifted, Hong Zhuang had already returned to the pickup truck. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in anger and pointed at Qin Wen, shouting, Qin Wen, why are you acting like a woman? So petty. Qin Wen rolled his eyes and said, Hong Zhuang is my partner. You've almost turned her into an artistic worker these days. If you want to see a show, go find Zhang Long. There are plenty of big stars there. Listening to their banter, Ouyang Qian looked around, and the members of the Divine Nation team all had expressions of amusement, with Zhang Long even egging them on. She had heard Zhou Zheng mention that the Divine Nation team was clearly hierarchical, with Tang Xiaoxiao and Qin Wen as vice-captains and Lin Fan as the absolute ruler. But now the atmosphere in the Divine Nation team seemed very harmonious, with the regular members showing no fear towards these 2 vice-captains. Even Lin Fan in the distance was loudly encouraging Zhang Long to make his teasing even louder. This was completely different from her experience in the fair team. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to speak loudly in front of sequence power users like them, much less joke around. In such a strong and united team, the fair team had no reason to lose. Open the advancement gift pack. Acquired rank skill Divine Disciple Mirror, which allows the selection of 1 Divine Disciple to perfectly replicate their sequence abilities for personal use. Lasts for 1 hour with a cooldown of 24 hours. Acquired Divine Guardian Set 1 and Intermediate Healing Potion 3. Although this gift pack is not as abundant as the previous one, each item is of exceptional quality. There are only 12 Divine Disciple slots in total. In the early stages, in order to quickly enhance his strength, Lin Fan has already used 4, leaving him with 8 remaining slots, which he needs to use wisely. The skill of Divine Disciple Mirror caught Lin Fan's attention. Although it cannot awaken sequence abilities, it is equivalent to Lin Fan awakening 12 sequence abilities, and the skill can also be evolved, truly a divine technique. As for the Divine Guardian set, a black combat uniform appeared before Lin Fan's eyes, which looked far more impressive than the military uniforms worn by his current team members. The set also provides a slight enhancement to the defensive capabilities and strength of the Divine Guardians. Seeing this, Lin Fan looked towards the Divine Guardians he had already noticed. This is a shortcut to enhance the strength of ordinary members in the team. He can assign slots to regular team members and designate them to inherit 30 of a Divine Disciple's abilities. Although it is not an awakening of sequence abilities, as long as the Divine Disciples are strong enough, the strength of the Divine Guardians will be comparable to that of ordinary sequence ability users. Moreover, the slots for Divine Guardians are available in the system mall and do not have the same restrictions as Divine Disciple slots. This means that as long as Lin Fan has enough divine points, he can assemble a Divine Guardian army comparable to sequence ability users. However, when Lin Fan saw the number of divine points required for a Divine Guardian slot, he inwardly cursed. What kind of divine path system is this? It should be called the Zhou Poppy system. 1 Divine Guardian slot costs 1 divine points, and Lin Fan's divine points have reset to 0 again. It seems the system is intentionally draining him dry every time. However, overall it is still worth it. For the first Divine Guardian slot in the team, Lin Fan already had someone in mind, Zhang Bao. This seemingly simple-minded young man had charged to the front with a saber during the recent clash with other team members. Most importantly, Zhang Bao is as loyal as his brother. At this moment, Lin Fan waved to a few people. The sequence ability users of the Divine Nation team quickly set aside their tasks and gathered towards Lin Fan, with Ouyang Qian being pulled by Tang Xiaoxiao to follow. Zhang Long brought a bewildered Zhang Bao over last. Zhang Bao, among these sequence ability users, who do you admire the most? Lin Fan asked the dazed Zhang Bao with a smile. Zhang Bao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand Lin Fan's meaning, he still surveyed the group seriously, his gaze like that of evaluating supplies, which earned him a round of eye rolls from the others. Lin Meng laughed heartily at him. Qin Wen and Chu Xian both rolled their eyes at him. Tang Xiaoxiao showed her teeth and raised her fist. Wang Tong exaggeratedly pointed at himself. Liao Ming looked at him with a confused expression as well. When Zhang Bao saw Zhang Long, he received a heavy kick. Zhang Bao rubbed his thigh, grinning as he said, "Boss, I still think Meng Gu is the best." "Good." Lin Fan sat up straight, looking serious as he said, "Zhang Bao, you will become the first Divine Guardian of the Divine Nation team. Do you agree?" Divine Guardian. Zhang Bao was startled by Lin Fan's sudden seriousness. At this moment, Zhang Long was the first to react. Lin Fan's expression now was exactly the same as when he had awakened the sequence for him. Zhang Bao's fortune has arrived. Bang! Zhang Bao received another kick. "Do whatever the boss tells you. What are you thinking?" Zhang Long shouted. "Boss, I agree." Zhang Bao reacted, and apart from the unaware Ouyang Qian and Liao Ming, the others all smiled at him kindly. Divine Nation Guardian, protect the Divine Nation unwavering till death. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he pointed at Zhang Bao's forehead, and the Divine Guardian's slot was bestowed upon him. Zhang Bao's body started to turn crimson, his muscles bulging exaggeratedly, and his height increased rapidly until he was a head taller than Zhang Long. Feeling the explosive power within his body, Zhang Bao incredulously waved his enlarged fist. Suddenly standing upright, he clenched his right fist against his chest and slightly bowed towards Lin Fan, his shocked expression turning extremely serious. Divine Nation Guardian, protect the Divine Nation unwavering till death. Qin Wen and the others watched as Zhang Bao transformed into a mini-giant, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, knowing that Lin Fan was once again performing miracles. Zhang Long's eyes turned red. Originally 4 brothers, now only Zhang Bao remained, becoming the only soft spot in Zhang Long's heart. At this moment, Zhang Bao suddenly possessed strength comparable to that of a sequence ability user, which made Zhang Long even more excited. "Go." Just now Zhang Long kicked you twice, hit him twice to feel the power. Lin Fan said cheerfully to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, without hesitation, swung his fist towards Zhang Long with a whooshing sound. "What the hell? Are you turning against me?" Zhang Long exclaimed as he saw Zhang Bao's rapidly enlarging fist crossing his arms to block, but the powerful force still knocked him back several steps. Zhang Bao looked at his fist in disbelief. This powerful feeling was exhilarating. Again, channeling the power within, golden light sparkled around him as he threw another punch, thinking that since the boss said to hit twice, he must hit twice. Coming again. Zhang Long became serious, wanting to see how strong his younger brother had become. Bang! The 2 fists collided heavily, and Zhang Long felt his fist go numb, while Zhang Bao felt nothing. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. Although Zhang Long was not purely a power sequence user, but rather a support sequence, his body under multiple enhancements was not inferior to an average power sequence ability user. At this moment, Zhang Bao was surprisingly able to contend equally with him. The Divine Nation team's sequence ability users all thought the boss is awesome. The scene before them was like a miracle, causing Ouyang Qian to drop her jaw in disbelief. An ordinary person, under Lin Fan's words, has transformed into a powerhouse comparable to sequence ability users. She did not sense any sequence aura from Zhang Bao, but the battle power he exhibited was undeniably real. What kind of mysterious organization is the Divine Nation team? The mysterious coffin spirit vehicle, the powerful divine burial field, the bizarre group enhancements, the creation of powerhouses akin to miracles. What kind of being is Lin Fan? His methods are comparable to that of a deity. On the other side, Liao Ming was already so excited he couldn't contain himself. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared to him as a deity walking through the apocalypse. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, Lin Fan took out the Divine Guardian set and handed it to Zhang Bao. The grand and stylish Divine Guardian set made everyone behind him read with envy. Tang Xiaoxiao rarely took Lin Fan's hand, pouting, "Boss, you can't be biased. Everyone should have one of these outfits." Next to her, Chu Xian was also eager to try, while Zhang Long was already impatiently coercing Zhang Bao to take it off for him, but Zhang Bao resisted with all his might. Lin Meng and Qin Wen watched Lin Fan with eager eyes. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. There will be. Just need some time." Upon hearing Lin Fan's promise, everyone finally relented, though their gazes remained fixated on Zhang Bao. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. The system mall indeed had various sets, and their functions were far superior to the Divine Guardian set, but that dense array of zeros reminded him again of the Tianfu before the apocalypse. With more divine disciples, it's just debt. Everyone go busy. There's a lot to do. Lin Fan waved his hand, sending everyone off. Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly pulled the dazed Ouyang Qian cheerfully, saying, "Sister Qian, come with me, and I'll have the boss make you one too." Lin Fan rolled his eyes at this. Is this a cabbage? Just say make one, and it's done. It wasn't until they walked far away that Ouyang Qian slightly regained her senses and seriously said to Tang Xiaoxiao, can you tell me in detail about the Divine Nation team and your boss Lin Fan? Tang Xiaoxiao pulled Ouyang Qian back to the pickup truck, observing Tang Xiaoxiao's unusually intimate behavior towards Ouyang Qian. Lin Fan couldn't help but start chuckling. Has Xiaoxiao ever mentioned what her sequence cost is? Lin Fan asked. No, why are you asking about this? Qin Wen shook his head, stating that the sequence cost is a private matter among sequence abilities and they wouldn't deliberately inquire about each other. I feel like I might know what her cost is. Lin Fan pointed at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was nearly leaning against Ouyang Qian, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you aren't saying that Xiaoxiao's orientation? That's a bit far-fetched. Qin Wen said, disbelief written on his face. The costs of sequence abilities vary, but the cost of changing one's orientation was hard for him to believe. What do you mean a bit far-fetched? Don't you like the strange? Lin Fan pointed at the woman in red behind Qin Wen, causing him to turn and leave. Hey, why are you leaving? Let's discuss this. A normal discussion. Boss, I think you have a point. Zhang Long suddenly said from behind Lin Fan. Liao Ming followed behind, showing a look of agreement. His eunuch attire had been replaced with the military combat uniform worn by the Divine Nations team. I said Qin Wen is becoming more and more abnormal. He leaves after saying 2 sentences. Do you guys have something going on? Boss Lao Liao said he needs 2 vehicles to cultivate food crops. He came to ask for your opinion. Zhang Long pointed at the awkward-looking Liao Ming. What a good comrade. Just joined the team and is already shining and thriving. Sure, if there's anything needed, just tell Zhang Long. If the vehicles need modifications, let him handle that too. Lin Fan gave Liao Ming an encouraging look, saying, since you've joined the team, we're like family now, so there's no need to be so reserved. Lin Fan's words made Liao Ming feel grateful. The feeling of being treated as family made his eyes well up. Lin Fan suddenly stopped the 2 who were about to leave. By the way, Lao Liao, go to the Imperial team and pick 20 people. Zhang Long knows the selection criteria. Liao Ming nodded in agreement. Being regarded as Zhao Dafis's personal eunuch, he could be considered the steward of the Imperial team, aware of each person's character, but ultimately, it would be Zhang Long's decision on who to choose. Lin Fan paused, and then said to Zhang Long, let Ouyang Qian pick 20 people for the fair team as well. Tell her not to play any tricks. Although Xiaoxiao has protected her, she can't just eat without working. Got it, boss. Zhang Long's expression became serious. Lin Fan asking him to pick 40 people likely meant he wanted to assess suitable candidates to join the team. Lin Fan placed great importance on the personnel joining the team, and Zhang Long naturally understood the significance of this task. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that the organization of supplies and selection of personnel was hastily completed. The square was already organized with piles of supplies, and the 20 people selected by Liao Ming stood nervously in the center of the square, their faces revealing excitement. Zhang Long had already informed them that those who performed well would have a chance to join the team. None of these people were stars. When selecting, Zhang Long first eliminated all the stars, as he believed that those who could become stars had too many ulterior motives. The selection process for the fair team continued when suddenly the sounds of an argument between Zhang Long and Ouyang Qian erupted. Lin Fan furrowed his brows, looking from afar at Zhang Long, who was defiantly confronting Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian, this person absolutely does not meet the standards. The team cannot accept her. Why not? Her other qualities are excellent. Just because she has a child and an elderly person, that's not acceptable. Can't you make an exception? Ouyang Qian stood her ground. Beside her stood a slightly plump woman and a timid little boy behind her, along with an elderly woman with white hair. The elderly woman chimed in, young man, can't you be a bit lenient? Everyone is having a hard time in this world. Just turn a blind eye and show some kindness. Pity our whole family. Zhang Long was instantly infuriated, laughing in anger. The Divine Nation team is not a kindergarten or a nursing home. The people selected must not become a burden on the team. That is the bottom line. Ouyang Qian felt a surge of anger. The reason she chose this woman was that she had taken care of several sequence abilities meals during her time in the fair team and had done well in every aspect. All the other conditions proposed by Zhang Long were met, but she felt it was a bit harsh to eliminate her just for having a child and an elderly person. Moreover, the Divine Nation team now had the resources from both the fair team and the Imperial team, so adding 2 more mouths was a trivial matter. Zhang Long remained adamant about not accepting her. At this moment, those who had already been selected saw Ouyang Qian vigorously defending the person from the fair team and mistakenly believed she had joined the Divine Nation team, becoming a core figure in the team, leading them to cheer along. Exactly, Yao Hong is very responsible. At worst, just have her do a bit more work. The fair team isn't that harsh, and besides, how much can a child and an old lady eat? If you can't even tolerate these small matters, then we won't join, all right? We are soon going to be one team. wouldn't we want to be loving and caring towards each other? It seemed that the woman named Ah Hong was quite well liked in the fair team, as more and more people began to come to her defense. Ouyang Qian coldly laughed. Zhang Long, do you see this? This is the will of the people. Just as Zhang Long was about to lose his patience, Lin Fan's voice came from behind. The Divine Nation team does not need the will of the people. What we need is absolute obedience. Upon seeing Lin Fan approaching, everyone lowered their heads and quieted down. Zhang Long's face turned red as he softly said, I'm sorry, boss, I didn't handle the situation well. Lin Fan did not speak, his gaze coldly surveying the members of the fair team present. Upon seeing Lin Fan come over, Ouyang Qian's heart began to race, especially after witnessing Lin Fan's miraculous operations during the day. She felt deep awe towards him. When Tang Xiaoxiao was telling her about the Divine Nation team, she had solemnly warned her never to go against Lin Fan. In the Divine Nation team, Lin Fan was the only divine being. At this moment, Ouyang Qian, like the rest of the fair team members, had a misunderstanding. Tang Xiaoxiao's warm treatment, along with Lin Fan allowing her to participate in the highly confidential matters of the Divine Guard, made her mistakenly think Lin Fan wanted to recruit her. After all, as a level 2 swordmaster, she would be a core presence in any team. Moreover, even Liao Ming, who was only a level 1 sequence, had received high standards of treatment. These misunderstandings made her think she could propose some trivial conditions to Lin Fan, such as the matter of Ah Hong right now. Captain Lin Ah Hong is really a great person. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. If you agree to let Ah Hong join, I will also join the Divine Nation team. The elderly woman, hearing Ouyang Qian say this, was even more convinced that Lin Fan would definitely give Ouyang Qian this face. She began to babble on. Exactly, it's really not a big deal. This way everyone is happy, we're all family now, and it's much better to be harmonious. Lin Fan turned to look at Ouyang Qian, who seemed determined, a faint smile playing on his lips. What did you say? Ouyang Qian firmly replied, I didn't mean to go against you. I'm saying that if Ah Hong can join, then I will also join the Divine Nation team. Hee. Lin Fan suddenly vanished. Ouyang Qian instinctively sensed a strong crisis. Before she could react, her slender neck was already gripped by Lin Fan's hand. The overwhelming force made her unable to muster any strength to resist, and the increasing sensation of suffocation made her feel dizzy. Lin Fan, comparable to a level 3 sequence ability user, made her feel hopeless. In front of Lin Fan, she was no different from an ordinary person. Hee, you look ordinary, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. Lin Fan's expression gradually became ferocious. Who do you think you are? Just a wasteful dog? What courage do you have to provoke the team's bottom line? Just because you are a pathetic level 2 swordmaster. Do you believe I can put you in a coffin? Ouyang Qian twisted her head with great difficulty, her voice hoarse from suffocation. I am sorry. I was wrong. As she spoke, her gaze darted frantically across the crowd. Only Tang Xiaoxiao could save her now. Yet Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes remained icy and detached. Her earlier warmth toward Ouyang Qian had stemmed solely from a fleeting sense of kinship. She had never imagined the other woman would prove so grievously ill-timed and tactless. I will never dare again. Please, spare me. Mortal terror flooded Ouyang Qian's eyes, leaving behind only abject, trembling supplication. Lin Fan turned to Tang Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing her subtle shake of the head, he raised his arm high and hurled Ouyang Qian violently to the ground. Ouyang Qian clutched her throat with both hands, gasping greedily for air. The searing pain in her chest confirmed she was still alive. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, seized Ouyang Qian's hand with a cold, mirthless smile, and spoke softly. Yet each word struck like a hammer against her heart. Little sister Qian, this one act of mischief shall be your last. Next time I shall kill you myself. With that, she dragged her toward the center of the square. Ouyang Qian lowered her head, meek as a lamb, trailing silently behind. All of these people are disqualified. Continue selecting from the Huangchao caravan. Lin Fan turned and walked away without another word. The newly selected candidates all fell into despair. One collapsed numbly onto the ground, only to stifle his wail under Zhang Long's glacial stare. As for Ah Hong and the other two, they trembled violently, tears streaming down their faces. Once Zhang Long departed, every onlooker fixed them with venomous accusatory glances, blaming them alone for costing the entire caravan its chance. As the crowd pressed closer, shrill screams pierced the air. Rejected by the Shenghua caravan, the Gongping caravan turned its desperate gaze toward the Hope caravan, still lingering warily at a distance. Zhang Wei accepted everyone without hesitation, yet his eyes regarded them all as if already gazing upon corpses. The night before, he had sought out Lin Fan and paid an exorbitant price to secure his own and waning survival. These survivors would bear the cost of that bargain. In contrast, the Huangchao caravan's 40 members stood quietly and obediently in the center of the plaza. Lin Fan spoke impassively. The rules have already been explained by Zhang Long. Those who perform well may remain. and even join the caravan. Those who falter will be replaced without warning. His words tightened the knot of dread in all 40 hearts. Around them, the unselected members of the Huangchao caravan watched with hungry, predatory intensity. For every one eliminated, another would seize the opportunity. A fierce, silent competition had begun. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Fan and his inner circle gathered around the campfire. Liao Ming and Ouyang Qian remained close, but now Ouyang Qian clung tightly to Tang Xiaoxiao's side, eyes cast downward, too afraid to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Boss, here's the inventory. It's overwhelming. We've filled the supply truck completely. I've also repaired a compact truck. The surplus goods are loaded onto it. Zhang Long handed Lin Fan a small ledger, then paused. Let Ma Jie and Gu Feng drive the compact truck. Both served on the coach. They're trustworthy. Lin Fan flipped idly through the ledger, glanced twice, then tossed it back to Zhang Long with a curt nod. Also, the 2 modified grain crop vehicles Liao Ming requested are ready. For crew members were personally selected by him. Zhang Long gestured toward Liao Ming. Liao Ming shifted uneasily. Boss, all for have prior farming experience. And following Brother Long's advice, we've already planted some fruits and vegetables. I estimate our first harvest in 7 days. He glanced nervously at Lin Fan. Boss, could Zhang Bao take charge of one vehicle? I'm worried I won't manage both effectively. He had witnessed Ouyang Qian's entire ordeal, and fear, though unspoken, coiled thick within him. Compared to her modest plea, his own demands for vehicles for personnel now seemed brazenly excessive. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Zhang Bao stays with Zhang Long. Send Wang Zhang instead. From now on, the caravan's meals rest entirely upon the 2 of you. Wang Zhang was the caravan's chef, and deeply familiar with cultivating fruits and vegetables. He was the perfect choice. Liao Ming immediately agreed. 1 modified grain crop vehicle for Wang Zhang, 1 for himself, and the 4 assistants permitted aboard only during daylight hours. Zhang Long offered a wry smile. Old Liao, you're nearly a full generation older than me. Don't call me Brother Long. Just Zhang Long is fine. Liao Ming hurriedly nodded. Though killing Zhao Dafu had transformed him, the ingrained timidity of years within the Huangchao caravan lingered, leaving him deferential to everyone, hesitant to voice dissent or even form independent opinions. Perhaps, given time and deeper familiarity among the group, that habit would fade. Lin Fan surveyed the circle and said with a light laugh, while supplies are plentiful, now's the time. Speak up if you have further requests. Tang Xiaoxiao spoke up. I noticed the Huangchao caravan has RVs. Let Zhang Long pick a high-grade one for modification. Was Tang Xiaoxiao requesting an RV for herself? Lin Fan gave her a knowing look. At that moment, Zhang Long and Qin Wen's eyes flickered toward her, uncomfortably aware, yet trying to appear neutral. Why are you all staring at me? I still want my heavy-duty pickup. The RV is for Chu Qin. It's not right for her to have no proper place to sleep. Besides, with an RV, we girls can bathe comfortably. Lin Fan suddenly understood. Since the heavy-duty pickup had been converted into the coffin chariot, he'd resumed sleeping in the driver's cabin, while Chu Qin had been sleeping in the rear cargo bed of Zhang Long's truck, with Zhang Long and Zhang Bao squeezed into the cab. Chu Qin, having secured Tang Xiaoxiao's approval, eagerly addressed Zhang Long. Let Wenzi share the cab with me. You'll have 3 people in there. How could anyone possibly sleep? Qin Wen, who had remained silent until now, said, Next we head for Qingfu Temple. The 3 cursed artifacts must be retrieved. Lin Fan nodded. Though Qin Wen couldn't yet perceive the temple's anomalies, the existence of the Hope Caravan, as expendable vanguard, ensured they wouldn't be caught unawares. That too had been part of Zhang Wei's price, sacrificing his entire caravan as Lin Fan's pathfinder, even retrieving the artifacts outright, if it meant saving his and Yu Weiniang's lives. At that thought, Lin Fan instructed Zhang Long to bring forth a large crate. Inside lay a dense array of cursed cores, collected from both the Huangchao and Gongping caravans. The sight ignited eager anticipation, another round of spoils distribution. Yet this time Lin Fan chose no equal division. Instead, he flung the entire cash into the coffin chariot. Instantly, every member of the Shengwa caravan felt a pure resonant surge of energy, an infusion far more refined than absorbing cursed cores individually. All except Ouyang Qian stared wide-eyed, especially Liao Ming experiencing such pristine energy for the first time. This works perfectly, no need for tedious division. Qin Wen chuckled. The coffin chariot's energy resonance distributed itself precisely and evenly, fairer and far more potent than mere physical allocation. Next, Lin Fan produced 2 cursed artifacts the moment Pendant Zhou Zheng had used to flee, a relic enabling short-range, instantaneous teleportation. Had Lin Fan not possessed his flaw-exploiting instant-kill technique, Zhou Zheng might well have escaped. A rare and invaluable escape artifact, Lin Fan handed it directly to Chu Qin, whose role in combat was purely supportive, making her the ideal bearer. No one objected. As for its cost, Lin Fan studied Chu Qin with an odd expression. and she, upon accepting the pendant, flushed deeply. Lin Fan let out a soft laugh. Actually, it suits you quite well. Curious, the others took the pendant, and reading its cost mirrored Lin Fan's bemused expression. Moment: pendant cost cosmic shift yin-yang reversal. Upon activation, the user manifests traits opposite to their biological sex. Men experience menstruation, women cease it. Such a persistent debuff was hardly desirable. The second artifact was Lu Ye's bizarre mountain-splitting cleaver, its razor-edged blade radiating bone-deep cold. Its cost demanded the sacrifice of one vital organ. None dared wield it, so Lin Fan with resigned pragmatism cast it into the coffin chariot to be consumed. Only then did Ouyang Qian truly grasp why Lin Fan had dismissed her, merely a level 2 sword master sequence cultivator, as inconsequential. Such priceless cursed artifacts he gifted or discarded without hesitation. Her own cultivation rank, it turned out, truly amounted to nothing at all. The next morning after the convoy was reorganized, they set off again, heading towards the Qingfu Temple. The coffin spirit vehicle, having devoured the strange mountain-opening knife of Lu Yi, transformed its front bumper into a sharp blade, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Most of the vehicles that were previously destroyed had been repaired by Zhang Long. As before, the members of the unselected imperial convoy only received basic food supplies until the next resupply point. The modified RV of Chu Xian, Liao Ming's food crop truck, and the new supply truck were all marked with the unique insignia of the Divine Kingdom convoy. Originally a convoy of fewer than 20 people, it had swollen to over 100. Including the Hope convoy, the group had over 200 people, prompting Qin Wen to choose to avoid the center of Wan'an City and take a small road towards the suburbs where the Qingfu Temple was located. The rugged path slowing the convoy's speed. At noon the next day, a low hill suddenly appeared in the vast wilderness, and Qin Wen's voice came through the intercom in the vehicle. Everyone, according to Zhang Wei's indicated location, the Qingfu Temple is right on top of that hill. The convoy stopped at the foot of the hill about a kilometer away from the temple. A strong scent of incense mixed with a decaying odor was carried by the wind from afar. The Qingfu Temple was situated halfway up the mountain, its vermilion outer walls appearing particularly glaring in the sunlight, as if blood were flowing. Qin Wen held the bronze compass, his brow furrowed as he gently traced his fingers over it, probing the strange circumstances within the temple. How does it feel? It's troubling, Lin Fan replied with a frown. The Qingfu Temple was filled with powerful and chaotic energy fluctuations in the eye of insight. It seemed that ever since Zhang Wei and the others fled from here, powerful anomalies had arisen. This is not good, Qin Wen murmured, his expression growing increasingly serious. The bronze compass indicates that there are many anomalies known as corpse monks inside, the highest of which is currently at level 2, but all these anomalies are clustered around a powerful source of strangeness. What is a corpse monk? And what is this source of strangeness? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. The corpse monks should be the monks from the temple who were transformed into anomalies after the invasion. They pose a minor threat, but that source of strangeness is a great Buddha within the temple. The illusion of the bronze compass appeared in Qin Wen's vision, the sensing intensity continuously increasing with the side effects of using the compass shifting onto the weeping Hongzhuang behind him. These corpse monks should have some connection to that great Buddha, as if they were linked to it in some way. Lin Fan squinted. Connected? Is it control like the paper figures we encountered before? More like symbiosis, Qin Wen corrected. The heart of the statue is continuously drawing energy from the earth's veins. The feedback energy maintains the existence of the corpse monks. Zhang Wei stood aside, his face pale. He tightly grasped Yu Weiniang's hand and whispered, "When we fled from here, the monks in the temple and some refugees had already been killed by the anomalies. I didn't have time to see what the anomalies looked like. This Qingfu Temple is not simple, otherwise 4 anomalies wouldn't have appeared at once." In Lin Fan's eye of insight, the entire temple was enveloped in a thick, inky black energy cage, with energy continuously converging from beneath the temple. The illusion of the compass in Qin Wen's eyes vanished, leading to a preliminary judgment. According to the compass, the core anomaly, which is that strange Buddha, is at least level 3. It seems to have formed a nascent domain. Those corpse monks connected to it are likely part of its energy cycle. Let's go check it out first. Qin Wen, Chu Xian, Liao Ming, and Zhang Bao will stay behind to guard the convoy. Lin Fan decided to assess the situation first. Let Xiaohong follow. Qin Wen expressed some concern. Lin Fan glanced at Hongzhuang, who was weeping due to the side effects of the bronze compass, and patted Qin Wen's shoulder. Maybe it's better to let it be. You should comfort your little Hong well. After saying this, Lin Fan walked towards the temple, accompanied only by Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, Zhang Long Wang Tong, and the ever-silent Ouyang Qian. Zhang Wei led the way while Yu Weiniang was left with the Divine Kingdom convoy. As soon as the group stepped into the temple courtyard, the sight before them made everyone gasp in horror. In front of the main hall, the vast square was densely packed with kneeling figures. They wore tattered monk robes or ragged civilian clothing facing away from the temple door and towards the main hall, utterly motionless. Upon a rough glance, there were actually hundreds of them. Is this what Team Qin referred to as corpse monks? Why are there so many? Wang Tong shivered instinctively at the sight of the densely packed anomalies. These people were the monks from the temple and the survivors who had sought refuge here. At this moment, they all resembled clay sculptures or wooden carvings, maintaining their postures of kneeling and bowing. What was even more chilling was that a deep and synchronized chant was emanating from these hundreds of bodies. My goodness! Zhang Long instinctively clenched his fists. What is going on here? Have they all become possessed? Lin Fan and the others' gazes crossed over the corpse monks in the square, looking toward the main hall, where a Buddha statue over 5 meters tall stood. The surface that should have been golden now appeared a deep blackish green, like a giant corpse Buddha. The source of strangeness. Is that corpse Buddha? Lin Fan said gravely. The energy field it emits envelopes the entire temple, and those kneeling people have become part of the energy field. Zhang Wei trembled as he pointed to the incense table in front of the corpse Buddha, which held a pitch-black dagger, a palm-sized round bronze mirror, and a string of ebony prayer beads. Those are the 3 anomalies I mentioned, still in the same position. The bronze compass was taken from there. Zhang Wei's voice trembled a bit. The monk at the front is Master Mingkong. The group's attention was immediately drawn to the 3 anomalies. The power of the bronze compass was already known, and these 3 anomalies appeared to be quite unusual. The scene in Lin Fan's eye of insight shocked him. In his vision, the heart of the corpse Buddha was pulsating violently, like a living being, emitting a rich, inky red glow. Veins made of energy spread out from the heart, some extending deep into the ground, seemingly drawing some kind of power from the earth's veins. Another part resembled transparent tentacles connecting to the back of every kneeling supplicant in the square, gently pulsating, as if sucking something. And the elder monk that Zhang Wei mentioned was clad in a relatively intact robe radiating energy waves that reached the level of a level 2 anomaly. He was the abbot of the temple back then, Mingkong. Do you see? Lin Fan said solemnly, informing everyone of what he had observed. That corpse Buddha's heart is the core. It absorbs the energy from the earth's veins, while also sustaining these corpse monks. Damn, this is truly eerie. Tang Xiaoxiao spat. What should we do? Charge in and kill? It probably won't be that simple. Lin Fan shook his head. These kneeling supplicants are connected to the corpse Buddha's energy. Attacking any one of them may trigger a chain reaction. Lin Fan turned to Wang Tong beside him and said, Wang Tong, go invisible and test it. Be extremely cautious. If you can infiltrate and retrieve the 3 anomalous artifacts, that would be ideal. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Wang Tong instantly entered stealth mode and advanced with painstaking care. The moment his foot crossed the threshold of the plaza, Lin Fan's energy vision registered a ripple, and the kneeling corpse monk shuddered violently. Wang Tong, retreat immediately. Lin Fan urgently recalled him. Boss, something's deeply wrong. I'd barely stepped onto the plaza when I felt countless eyes boring into me, sending chills down my spine. Wang Tong's back was now drenched in cold sweat. Had Lin Fan not halted him in time, he was certain he would have been devoured by the corpse Buddha. Zhang Long, you're up. Grab a sniper rifle and take a shot at the last corpse monk. Lin Fan spoke again. Leave it to me, boss. Zhang Long grinned, already gripping a heavy-caliber Barrett rifle. Bang! A deafening report echoed. The high-energy round pierced the corpse monk's skull, and his body collapsed instantly. The plaza's energy field erupted into violent turbulence, scanning frantically for the intruder. After a full minute, it settled once more into eerie stillness. Yet before anyone could exhale in relief, the corpse Buddha's chest flared crimson black, and a surge of viscous blackish-red energy surged through the translucent, grotesque vessels connecting them. Before their horrified eyes, the headless corpse twitched, then staggered upright, kneeling once more in its original position, while its shattered cranium writhed and regenerated before their very eyes. Chanting resumed from its lips, unbroken, uninterrupted. Is it truly undying? Ouyang Qian gasped, her face draining of color. Under such circumstances, the 3 anomalous artifacts were far beyond the fair fleet's reach at that time. We're in deep trouble. Zhang Long frowned deeply. If even these lesser creatures are unkillable, how can we possibly approach and seize the artifacts? Lin Fan's expression darkened. He scanned the corpse monks with his inside eye, searching for weaknesses in their connections to the corpse Buddha, but the energy vessels proved unervingly resilient, deeply embedded within their bodies. Even deploying the divine burial technique to forcibly consume them would likely trigger the corpse Buddha's berserk fury. At the very least, one thing is confirmed: the corpse Buddha's energy field is confined to the plaza. It seems we must proceed with the original plan. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Zhang Wei behind him, his face ashen and drawn. Return to camp, now. Under Lin Fan's stare, Zhang Wei trembled. A flicker of anguish and inner struggle crossed his features, then hardened into grim resolve. At the campsite below the mountain, Lin Fan and the others gathered together. Yu Wanying leaned against Zhang Wei, her face etched with sorrow. Some debts, after all, must be repaid. Lin Fan recounted the events inside Qingfui Temple to Qin Wen and the others, adding with quiet concern, I suspect this corpse Buddha shares disturbing similarities with the anomaly lodged in by Fengzi's mind, and perhaps even with Xiaohong behind you. They may even know one another. Qin Wen's expression clouded with worry. As the apocalypse stretched on, anomalies were no longer isolated entities. Each new one grew increasingly enigmatic. What then was the truth behind it all? When linked together, these revelations sent shivers down the spine. What do we do next? Those 3 anomalous artifacts are priceless. We cannot afford to abandon them. Zhang Wei, it's time you honored your vow, Lin Fan declared, voice low and unyielding. Zhang Wei flinched, drew a slow, ragged breath, and gently withdrew his hand from Yu Wanying's. Yu Wanying seemed to sense what was coming. She gripped his arm, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Wei, don't. He offered a strained smile and gently eased her hand away. Wanying, wait for me outside. See Captain Lin. I'm going now. His voice was parched hollow. I trust you'll keep your word. Lin Fan nodded, impassive, without a trace of emotion. Zhang Wei hesitated no longer. He turned and strode toward the Hope Fleet's campsite. No sooner had he crossed its perimeter than he was surrounded by all present. Captain, how did it go? Was the temple dangerous? We heard from the university students that you fled from there. Right? Should we still follow the Divine Kingdom fleet? Our supplies are nearly exhausted. We need to locate a resupply point soon. We can't starve to death. We've got nothing here. Zhang Wei raised both hands, silencing the clamor. Gather a few representatives. We need to discuss our next move. Within moments, university students and Fairfleet delegates converged around him. Zhang Wei lowered his voice. The temple teems with powerful, incomprehensible anomalies. The Divine Kingdom fleet intends to use us, and ordinary civilians, as cannon fodder tomorrow to draw those anomalies out. His words ignited immediate panic. Fear twisted faces, the others muttered furious curses against the Divine Kingdom fleet. Then what do we do? We're no match for them. Do we really have to become sacrificial lambs? Let's run. Can we even escape? They have so many sequence ability users. Despair deepened with every passing thought. Sobs began to rise. Zhang Wei glanced toward the Divine Kingdom fleet's position and commanded, stop crying. Now. Disperse quietly. Tell everyone to board their vehicles and prepare to depart. We will not march to our deaths. But, can we really escape? Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with sudden feral intensity. Staying means certain death. Fleeing grants the slimmest chance of survival. Have you forgotten my sequence ability? Of course. Zhang Wei's ability is Velocity Surge. He can control the entire fleet's speed. Brilliant. There's still hope. All in. Let's gamble everything. As if clutching a lifeline, they placed absolute faith in Zhang Wei. His reputation for ruthlessness made the Divine Kingdom fleet's cruelty all too credible. Move fast. Inform everyone those who refuse to leave may stay behind and serve as cannon fodder. We depart in 10 minutes. I will not wait. A university student, noticing Yu Wanying's absence, asked in confusion, Zhang Wei, where's Wanying? Didn't she return with you? Zhang Wei forced a smile, more agonized than any grimace. Do you truly believe Lin Fan would let me walk away freely? Wanying remains with them, as a hostage. The student sucked in a sharp breath. Then what happens to Wanying? Are we abandoning her? First I'll get you all to safety. Then I'll return for her. I pray it's not too late. Zhang Wei bowed his head, grief weighing heavily upon him. The student's eyes brimmed with tears. He slammed a firm, heartfelt clap on Zhang Wei's shoulder. True brother. The Hope Fleet moved in hushed coordination. Every member returned to their vehicle, ready to flee. The Divine Kingdom fleet had long suspected their intentions. This sudden collective readiness confirmed it. Zhang Long approached with several others. Every heartbeat in the Hope Fleet quickened, pounding against throats. Zhang Wei leapt onto the lead modified off-road vehicle, roared the engine to life, and bellowed over the fleet comms, stay locked on me. The entire Hope Fleet began to roll forward, slowly at first. Zhang Long and his group sprinted toward them, shouting unintelligibly. Velocity Surge, activate. As Zhang Wei unleashed his sequence ability, an invisible wave enveloped the entire fleet. Dozens of vehicles of every make and model. Engines roared, a cacophony of raw power, as the convoy surged forward like a stampede of wild horses, accelerating far beyond normal limits. Relief washed over the Hope Fleet members. Watching the Divine Kingdom fleet's impotent, furious rage, they broke into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. You wanted us as cannon fodder. Not a chance. No need to see us off. Just head back home. I'll miss you. Ha ha ha. Go ahead. Breathe our exhaust fumes, you bastards. Poor the Imperial fleet. They thought they'd found salvation only to end up as sacrificial pawns. Jeers and laughter rang out from every vehicle. As speed climbed ever higher, their laughter swelled, born not of triumph, but of desperate, hard-won deliverance. Their smiles lasted only moments, before dissolving entirely into abject horror. They realized with dawning dread that the convoy was not descending the mountain. It was racing straight toward Qingfu Temple. Before the towering gates of Qingfu Temple, every member of the Hope convoy descended into frenzied panic. What's happening? The vehicles won't respond. It's Zhang Wei, he's betrayed us all. Damn bastard, let us out, now. Zhang Wei, we're all classmates. How could you lead us to our deaths? I didn't lie to you. Zhang Wei's hoarse voice crackled over the comms. The Divine Nation convoy truly intends to use us as cannon fodder, but not tomorrow. Right now. With a deafening roar, dozens of vehicles surged forward like a torrent of steel, smashing through the crumbling courtyard wall and thundering into the chanting plaza. Damn, this kid's ruthless, Zhang Long spat, watching the convoy charge headlong into annihilation. Qin Wen remained expressionless. To survive, for oneself and those one cherishes, sacrificing the irrelevant is merely the norm of the apocalypse. Chu Qin turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. Ouyang Qian stared at Lin Fan's unervingly calm countenance, her eyes widening with profound dread. This man possessed unfathomable strength and chilling indifference, willing to sacrifice over 100 lives for 3 cursed artifacts. Lin Fan's gaze remained icy, silent, and still. The Hope convoy's intrusion struck the temple like a drop of freezing water into scalding oil. The entire Qingfu temple awoke. The chanting shifted, not the solemn sacred hymns of Buddha, but venomous guttural shrieks. Every kneeling corpse monk in the plaza snapped their heads in unison, hundreds of hollow or crimson eyes locked instantly onto the rampaging convoy. Ruer. Mingkong, their leader, unleashed a bestial roar, his level 2 eerie aura erupting in full force. All the Eries were roused at once, springing violently from the ground in grotesque contortions, hurling themselves madly toward the convoy's vehicles. The convoyers' members were already paralyzed with terror. Screams, wails, and the shattering crash of colliding metal erupted in chaotic cacophony. In an instant, Qingfu Temple became a blood-soaked hellscape. Vehicles were overturned and torn apart by corpse monks of monstrous strength. Survivors who scrambled out were instantly swarmed, blood and severed limbs flying in all directions. With their lives and terror, they bought fleeting distraction, becoming Zhang Wei's expendable cannon fodder. Amidst the maelstrom, a blurred figure darted between the frenzied corpse monks at speeds imperceptible to the human eye, eluding every strike with spectral grace before vanishing into the main hall. That figure was Zhang Wei, pushing his sequence ability to its absolute limit. Just as he had fled here the first time, he flashed with blinding speed to the incense altar before the corpse Buddha. At that moment, the corpse Buddha's chest gaped open, revealing a massive pulsating black heart radiating ominous light. Thump, thump. With each heavy muffled beat, invisible waves of energy rippled outward. Zhang Wei dared not glance up at the corpse Buddha. His hand shot forth like lightning, snatching up the 3 cursed artifacts and stuffing them deep into his pack. Then the corpse Buddha stirred, its previously downcast meditative gaze snapping open, wide black eyes blazing with fury. Its beating heart accelerated violently. From its mouth burst a roar, raw, infernal, echoing straight from the depths of hell. Zhang Wei spat a gout of blood. His scalp prickled with primal dread. He dared not linger. Above the plaza, endless darkness was already blooming, threatening to swallow the entire temple whole. He pushed his speed to its apex, his body dissolving into a streak of afterimage, and burst through the temple gate, just as the darkness sealed shut behind him, sprinting wildly down the mountain. Lin Fan and the others had been waiting at the mountainside. Blood-smeared and battered, Zhang Wei staggered into view, his severe internal injuries inflicted by the corpse Buddha's wrathful roar. I got them. His face deathly pale, Zhang Wei thrust the pack toward Lin Fan without hesitation. Gasping, he rasped, Lin Fan, here are the artifacts. My promise is fulfilled. Lin Fan accepted the pack without glancing inside, tossed it to Qin Wen, and gave Zhang Wei a single curt nod. You and Yuaniing may go. Vehicles and supplies await you over there. Zhang Wei did not look back at the pack. Those 3 cursed artifacts had cost over 100 lives, including comrades and classmates. Yet in his eyes, it was all worth it. He trusted Lin Fan's word, unbroken, unshakable, as he reached for the dazed Yuaniing, preparing to walk toward the waiting vehicle. Wait, behind you. Qin Wen cried out. All eyes followed his gaze, to a translucent vein impossibly thin and ghostly burrowing deep into Zhang Wei's back and stretching unbroken toward the temple. Zhang Wei twisted his head, just as the vein began voraciously draining his flesh and blood. Thumped. He collapsed into Yuaniing's arms, lifeless. At that instant, Qin Wen's face paled. His bronze compass spun wildly, then cracked with a sharp, brittle snap, a hairline fissure splitting its face. Simultaneously, the darkness above the corpse Buddha exploded outward from Chungfu Temple, surging past the plaza's edge and rapidly engulfing kilometers in every direction. The sky plunged into sudden, suffocating gloom. From behind Qin Wen, Hong Zhuang screamed, a raw, agonized wail, as Qin Wen pushed his bronze compass's power to its absolute limit. It's the corpse Buddha's domain, the unceasing Buddha realm. Qin Wen's voice trembled, his face ashen. A complete domain. Its core is that heart. Unless we destroy the corpse Buddha, we cannot escape. The group's expressions darkened. A mere level 3 Yuri would pose little challenge. Lin Fan, now matching level 3 sequence strength, and the rest of the convoy could have ended it swiftly. But the corpse Buddha wielded a full domain, and that accursed heart relentlessly siphoned geomantic energy from the earth itself. The corpse Buddha was effectively immortal, regenerating endlessly. That made matters dire. Already the divine burial domain had unfurled, its dark gold expanse clashing violently with the unceasing Buddha realm. Where the two domains collided, searing arcs of electricity spat and hissed. Zhang Long stepped into the encroaching darkness and instantly staggered, assaulted by waves of vertigo, as if phantom sutras screamed directly into his skull. Only upon re-entering the divine burial domain did the dizziness subside. Damn this place! Zhang Long cursed, turning to Lin Fan. The unceasing Buddha realm induces vertigo, but it's non-lethal. The divine burial domain neutralizes it. Tang Xiao tightened her grip on her tang, sword, her voice cold and sharp. Boss, let's slaughter these bald bastards. Chu Qin edged closer to Lin Fan, fingers clenched tightly around the moment jade pendant. If danger arose, she would hand it to him without hesitation. Liao Ming and Ouyang Qian had gone bone white. They'd never encountered a domain tier Eerie before. Lin Fan's gaze remained frigid as he looked toward Chungfu Temple in the distance. His insight eye activated at full capacity. Within his vision, the entire unceasing Buddha realm shimmered like an inverted porcelain bowl, its center pulsing fiercely, the corpse Buddha's black heart. Meanwhile, the divine nation convoy bathed in the divine burial domain burned like a beacon in the night, while from Chungfu Temple came rising waves of eerie guttural shrieks, drawing ever nearer. It sees us as fertilizer, Lin Fan said, voice calm and measured. We cannot let the battle spill onto the convoy. Drive the coffin spirit vehicle up the mountain. The convoy carried vast supplies, and if destroyed by Eerie's, even victory over the corpse Buddha would be hollow, meaningless. Earlier they'd refrained from deploying the divine burial domain, fearing it might awaken the corpse Buddha. Now that it had risen, they would bury every foul Eerie along with it. Lin Fan gripped the bloodthirst bone blade. Ascend the mountain, demolish the temple, slay the monks. Boom. With a deafening roar, the coffin of divine burial smashed into the courtyard of Chungfu Temple, the reinforced blade-like bumper gleaming with an eerie luster as it shattered the densely packed grotesque formation, sending figures sprawling in all directions. The divine burial domain shimmered with somber golden light, clashing violently with the realm of infinite hell. As soon as the corpse monks stepped across its threshold, they were crushed under immense pressure, reduced to sluggish, shambling husks. Lin Fan leapt first from the rear of the vehicle, his bone blade sweeping horizontally, shattering a cluster of corpse monks into scattered fragments. Lin Meng charged forward like a war god. With each thunderous swing of his fists, nearby corpse monks exploded outward as if struck by colossal hammers. Tang Xiao's Tang Dao whirled into a storm of death, crisscrossing arcs of razor-sharp blade energy, cleaving through corpse monks wherever she passed. Qin Wen sat calmly inside the vehicle, his mind stirring, whereupon a crimson opera melody rose, ethereal and haunting. A redrobed figure spun lightly beneath a paper umbrella suspended midair. With every delicate step of her theatrical dance, a corpse monk detonated violently. Zhang Long had already vaulted onto the roof and mounted the heavy machine gun, a tangible manifestation of his mechanic sequence, unleashing torrents of devastating fire that forced distant corpse monks into frantic retreat. Wang Tong concealed himself behind Zhang Long, hurling explosive traps recklessly into the distance, each detonation sending waves of corpse monks toppling like wheat before the scythe. Chu Qin, seated inside the vehicle, began to chant, but Qin Wen swiftly halted her. These corpse monks were mere foot soldiers. The true threat remained motionless before the temple's main hall, Mingkong and several other level 2 aberrations. Zhang Bao followed closely behind Lin Meng, a smaller, but no less fierce echo of his senior, his broadsword flashing repeatedly as he cut down isolated corpse monks. This was his first foray into aberrant combat, and exhilaration burned fiercely in his eyes. Ouyang Qian gazed upon the divine nation's vehicular strike force, its terrifying efficiency momentarily stealing her breath. Then without hesitation, she drew her longsword. Icy sword Qi surged forth as she surged forward to join Tang Xiao. The Divine Nation's firepower was overwhelming, its sequence users exceptionally formidable, yet the corpse monks swarmed in endless, suffocating numbers. Through Lin Fan's insightful eye, each time he severed the translucent vascular cords trailing behind a corpse monk, the corpse Buddha's heart instantly regenerated a new connection. Slain corpse monks staggered upright, once more reanimated by the corpse Buddha's surging cardiac energy. Chief, cutting them down one by one is futile. Within the realm of infinite hell, the corpse Buddha relings them instantly, no time lost. Step aside. Qin Wen's voice echoed from the driver's cabin. Lin Fan's gaze hardened. If individual annihilation proved ineffective, then let them all be buried together, severing the corpse Buddha's ability to reconnect at all. Tang Xiao, Lin Meng, Zhang Bao, and Ouyang Qian rapidly withdrew behind the coffin of divine burial. Divine burial. Initiate. The coffin burst open, and an irresistible primordial suction erupted. Thousands of corpse monks packed across the courtyard were wrenched skyward as though seized by invisible titanic hands, shrieking in abject terror as they were swallowed en masse into the abyssal maw of the coffin. In an instant, the courtyard lay eerily empty. More than half the corpse monks vanished. Too many. Saturation imminent. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, sensing the crushing strain radiating from the coffin of divine burial. Having absorbed such a staggering number of aberrations, the coffin reached its temporary limit. Boom. It slammed shut, its surface blazing with swirling somber golden runes that forcibly suppressed the seething chaos within. Frenzied transmutation ensued, torrents of refined, potent energy flooding back into every member of the Divine Nation convoy. Countless translucent vessels, writhing like venomous serpents, lashed wildly around the coffin, probing desperately, yet repelled by an unseen barrier, held utterly at bay. Roar. From deep within the temple's sanctum, the corpse Buddha unleashed a deafening, apoplectic roar. Mingkong, who had stood sentinel before the temple gate, suddenly flared with crimson light in his hollow eyes. His desiccated face contorted, emitting a guttural, inhuman shriek. You defile the Buddha. Fall into the abyss. In a blur of blood-red afterimage, he launched himself forward, flanked by 3 equally ferocious level 2 corpse monk guardians, straight toward the coffin of divine burial. Lin Fan's bone blade vibrated with power as he met Mingkong Hedon, channeling raw force into a single shattering strike that hurled Mingkong backward, crashing deep into the temple's inner sanctum. Tang Xiao, Lin Meng, and Ouyang Qian each intercepted one of the remaining guardian monks. Their weakness lies in the vascular cords on their backs. Hold nothing back. Attack relentlessly and absorb the coffin's energy as fast as you can. Lin Fan roared, then dashed straight into the temple. You may resurrect infinitely. I can replenish endlessly. Tang Xiao and the others ceased restraint. Devastating techniques erupted across the courtyard. Explosions thundered, and Tang Xiao's colossal blade aura shattered surrounding buildings into rubble. Their internal energy drained completely, only to surge back fully replenished in the blink of an eye. Exhilarating. They threw their heads back and bellowed, a pure, unadulterated rush of euphoria. Ouyang Qian, witnessing this, began gathering her own power, intense sword chi erupting from her very core. What are you doing? You can't absorb the coffin's energy. Tang Xiao shouted urgently. Ouyang Qian wasn't yet a member of the Divine Nation convoy, and thus barred from its blessings. The carefully built momentum dissolved instantly from Ouyang Qian's form, leaving only a crestfallen expression on her face. A fierce resolve ignited within her. She would join the Divine Nation convoy. By now the 3 guardian monks had already been obliterated, again and again, by the relentless assault. Again. Feeling the coffin's internal energy deplete entirely, Lin Fan reactivated divine burial. The 3 guardian monks recoiled violently, locked in a desperate tug-of-war against the coffin's ravenous gravitational pull. Lin Fan flashed behind all 4 aberrations, delivering brutal, precise kicks that sent them rocketing like cannonballs directly into the coffin's maw. The coffin sealed once more, releasing an even greater torrent of refined, potent energy. Tang Xiao and the others surged with renewed vigor, their prior exhaustion not only erased but surpassed, their cultivation subtly advancing. Meanwhile, the remaining corpse monks in the courtyard were effortlessly contained by Zhang Long, Wang Tong, and Zhang Bao. Lin Fan and the others turned their gazes toward the temple's inner sanctum. Mingkong still hadn't emerged. Though Lin Fan now rivaled a level 3 sequence user, he knew full well one strike could not slay Mingkong outright. Not when the corpse Buddha offered infinite resurrection. Inside the temple, the corpse Buddha's statue pulsed with increasing urgency, the dark red glow of its chest cavity intensifying until the entire hall drowned in blood-like radiance. Something's wrong. Lin Fan's brow knotted tightly. His insightful eye locked unblinkingly upon the sanctum. Those countless translucent vessels, still tethered to the surviving corpse monks in the courtyard, and even to the residual energies of those recently devoured, were retracting at unprecedented speed, converging wholly upon Meng, who stood motionless before the corpse Buddha statue. What is it planning? Tang Xiao too sensed the terrifying aura swelling rapidly within the temple. Before their stunned eyes, all the translucent vessels, under the corpse Buddha's cardiac command, ceased dispersing. Instead, they coalesced into a single colossal serpent-like vessel of dark red energy, one end anchored to the corpse Buddha's heart, the other plunging savagely into Meng's back. Gah! Meng screamed in agony, his body inflating like a grotesque balloon, desiccated skin splitting open to reveal pulsating dark red musculature beneath. A terrifying level 3 aberrant pressure crashed outward from the temple, tangible as a tsunami wave. The corpse Buddha has temporarily channeled its full power into Meng. Qinwen cried out from inside the vehicle. It cannot move itself. It's forging the ultimate proxy. Beware, it's still ascending. We cannot let it grow stronger. Lin Fan decided instantly. All of us now? Sever the primary vascular conduit behind it. Watching Meng grow ever stronger, the expressions of the onlookers hardened with grim concern. The corpse Buddha's heart continued to siphon energy from the earth's veins, channeling an unceasing torrent into Meng. No one could fathom how long it would be before he ascended to level 4 Eerie. Hold him off. I'll sever the corpse Buddha's heart. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold resolve as his insight eye locked unerringly onto the pulsating core. Lin Meng unleashed his savage brute force to its absolute limit. His frame surged taller, still golden skin gleaming like polished metal as he hurled a thunderous fist toward Meng. Meng's strength now rivaled Lin Meng's. His grotesquely mutated hands clamped down upon the incoming fist, and the two stood locked in a shuddering, motionless stalemate. Chu-kun! Qinwen bellowed sharply beside him. Chu-kun's incantation rose, a resonant rhythmic chant, and the group felt their inner power surge anew. Tang Xiao's blade energy sliced, like razor-edged gales lashing densely across the thick veins coiling behind Meng's back. Lin Meng wrenched free and drove twin fists forward with deafening sonic booms charging, like a rampaging ox again and again colliding heat-in with Meng. Ouyang Qian's sword energy blazed like a celestial rainbow. Zhang Long's heavy machine gun spat bullets like monsoon rain, converging into a whirling maelstrom of steel. Wang Tong's explosive traps arced in from impossible angles, while even Zhang Bao roared and hurled his broadsword with furious precision. Countless blades had severed the veins behind Meng, yet each time they regenerated instantly seamless and whole. At that very moment, Lin Fan, who had been silently analyzing the corpse Buddha's heart for weakness, sprang into action. Flaw strike. He became a streak of light hurtling with devastating force straight at the corpse Buddha's heart. Tum! A colossal detonation echoed. The heart's violent pulsation stuttered, frozen mid-beat, but Lin Fan's blow failed to breach its defenses. He was hurled backwards several meters by the recoil. Numbness seared up his arms. He marveled inwardly at the corpse Buddha's impenetrable resilience. Raw physical might alone would never pierce it. In that instant, Lin Fan made his decision. Divine Disciple Mirror. Replicate Tang Xiao. As the Divine Disciple Mirror activated, a razor-sharp, peerless blade intent flooded Lin Fan's entire being. His understanding of the sword soared to an entirely new plane. The bloodthirsty bone blade in his hand seemed to awaken, humming softly with fierce anticipation. The piercing sharpness of the blade path cultivator's essence surged into the bone blade. Tang Xiao, mid-assault on Meng, shivered involuntarily, her senses prickling at the overwhelming kinship-born blade intent radiating from Lin Fan. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This is the tangible blade intent unique to level 3 blade path cultivators. Lin Fan's gaze blazed with incandescent light. The replicated blade path ability fused flawlessly with his own power, all channeled into the bloodthirsty bone blade. The flaw strike merged seamlessly with Tang Xiao's mountain-splitting technique, forging a single transcendent strike. It shot forth as a beam of pure ultimate sharpness, striking with surgical precision at the energy node pinpointed by Lin Fan's inside eye. Crack, crack. A sound like shattering crystal filled the air. The corpse Buddha's outer defenses exploded into glittering fragments. While it's wounded, strike to kill. Lin Fan pressed forward without pause, the bone blade flashing once more, charged with searing blade intent, slamming into the corpse Buddha's heart. Ding! A metallic ring reverberated sharply. A crystalline layer still shielded the heart's surface. Damn it! Is this thing armored like a turtle? Lin Fan cursed aloud. The last strike had nearly drained him. Though the coffin of burial continuously replenished his reserves, dizziness swam at the edges of his vision. Seeing the corpse Buddha's defenses begin to reform, Lin Fan abandoned the heart in a flash. His blade transformed, becoming a scalpel of annihilation, as he carved through the corpse Buddha with ruthless precise strokes, reducing it to ruinous fragments. Before them remained only the massive throbbing heart, its underside anchored by a single thick vein plunging deep into the earth, the conduit through which it drew geomantic energy. Brother, you and Xiao Xiao cut both veins simultaneously. Qin Wen's voice rang out again. Hong Zhuang, who had held back from attacking Mingkong, now bore deep fissures across her face, twin streams of blood tracing down her cheeks. Using the bronze compass to analyze a foe vastly superior in power exacted a terrible toll. Qin Wen relentlessly transferred the violent backlash on a Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang now hovered on the brink of total collapse. At Qin Wen's cry, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao Xiao exchanged a single wordless glance and erupted in unison, unleashing overwhelming blade intent to sever their respective veins. Tum, tum, tum. As both veins fell, no new one sprouted from the heart. Its rhythm shattered, erratic, dissonant faltering. Ruer, stripped of its energy source, Mingkong's inflated form deflated like a punctured bellows, his aura collapsing precipitously. Leave it to me. Ouyang Qian had been waiting, coiled like a spring. In the split second Mingkong staggered, weakened and unbalanced, she became a blade of pure light, thrusting forward with lethal grace. Mingkong froze utterly. A hair-thin line appeared across his forehead, and in the next breath his body cleaved cleanly in two, crashing lifelessly to the ground, dissolving instantly into ash, beyond resurrection. With its geomantic veins severed and Mingkong destroyed, the corpse Buddha's colossal heart shriveled, its surface webbed with jagged cracks. Just as relief began to soften their faces, believing the battle over, the heart did not vanish. Instead, it flared with a desperate, dying brilliance, its internal energy destabilizing violently, radiating waves of apocalyptic force. Outside, the infinite Buddha realm flickered erratically, trembling as if on the verge of total dissolution. Brother, it's self-destructing, trying to take us all with it. Qin Wen shouted, his voice shredded by Hong Zhuang's agonized scream. Lin Fan slammed both palms onto the detonating heart, his eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. Want to self-destruct? I'll bury you. Sacred burial, reignited. The coffin of burial responded instantly to his will. The lid swung open once more, not targeting low-tier corpse monks this time, but unleashing its absolute peak of devouring power. A vortex of darkness far deeper and more tyrannical than before erupted above the heart, like a leviathan's maw snapping shut, swallowing it whole. The coffin sealed shut. Its surface blazed with frantic dark golden runes, the entire chassis vibrating violently as muffled thunderous clashes echoed from within. To consume a heart brimming with the corpse Buddha's core essence and charged with cataclysmic self-destruct energy was an immense trial even for the coffin of burial. All watched the coffin of burial in tense silence. The sacred burial domain stretched to its absolute limit, straining desperately against the encroaching infinite Buddha realm. The coffin's lid trembled, pushed outward repeatedly by the heart's frantic resistance. A faint, despairing psychic pulse emanated from within. The heart struggled, fought to escape, but severed from its corpse Buddha vessel and the earth's veins, it was rootless, hollow, doomed. Under their collective breathless gaze, the wildly beating heart was drawn inch by inch into the coffin, until finally completely consumed. Boom. The lid slammed shut, hermetically sealing away the annihilating energy capable of obliterating the entire Qingfu temple. Detected resonance with coffin of burial's origin entity. Synchronization rate 78. Initiating autonomous fusion and evolution. Coffin of burial evolving. The dark golden runes across its surface writhed like living things, pulsing, breathing, while the entire chassis hummed with deep resonant power, radiating an even more profound, commanding presence. Above, the black expanse of the infinite Buddha realm dissolved. Sunlight streamed down once more. Lin Fan gazed at the evolving coffin of burial, his expression a complex blend of elation and uneasy joy at its unprecedented evolution through consuming the corpse Buddha's heart, doubt, seated by the system's mention of a resonant, eerie entity. The coffin of burial had originally belonged to Hong Zhuang's funeral rites and shared an enigmatic link with the ghost head of Huangmiao village. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. These three formidable Erics were bound, perhaps born of the same origin, emerging from the same abyss. Yet the crisis had passed. No one suffered grave injury. They had secured 3 rare, potent Erics, and the coffin of burial had undergone a transformative evolution. Lin Fan suppressed his misgivings and flashed the group a wide, radiant smile. Battle concluded. Let's descend the mountain. At the foot of the Chungfui temple in a makeshift clearing, Lin Fan and the others sat or stood, each bearing wounds, yet their faces were radiant with excitement and the joy of the spoils from battle. The funeral cart stood quietly to the side, its surface shimmering with colors, as if digesting the massive energy it had just consumed. Lin Fan clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, this time we've gathered quite a haul, having obtained 3 peculiar items. Let's take a look at them. Qin Wen complied, taking out 3 uniquely shaped strange objects for everyone to pass around and examine. As fingers touched the peculiar objects, corresponding information and costs naturally emerged in everyone's minds. First was a dagger as black as ink, its blade seemingly capable of absorbing light. Just a glance sent a chill down the spine. Fong of shadow erosion, when attacking it, can disregard defenses of enemy units, not exceeding the user's overall strength. It can also inflict negative effects created by the user's sequence abilities, such as toxins, corrosion, slowness, etc. Cost: a dagger exclusive to the Shadow Stalker. You will slowly grow accustomed to the feeling of being in the shadows, hiding for 2 hours each day, or else face backlash. After reviewing the dagger, everyone turned to Wang Tong, as its characteristics perfectly complemented his stealth and trap abilities. Ignoring defenses combined with the various negative effects he could add from traps would significantly boost his combat power. As for the cost, even without the Fong of shadow erosion, it was often difficult for others to catch a glimpse of him. He had an obsessive love for stealth. At this moment, desire was evident on Wang Tong's face as he looked eagerly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and tossed the Fong of shadow erosion to Wang Tong, saying, "This suits you perfectly. Study it well, and find some time to learn a few combat techniques. You can't just keep throwing traps around aimlessly." Wang Tong, holding the Fong of shadow erosion, grinned broadly, saying, "Boss, don't worry. Anyone who dares to show their teeth at our convoy will feel what it means to experience the depths of ice and fire." He then eagerly looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Of course I'll learn. You all know I love learning the most. Having more skills is never a burden." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, saying, "Wang Tong, come find me when the convoy rests, and I'll teach you a few tricks." Wang Tong nodded vigorously. The second item was a palm-sized circular bronze mirror, its surface blurry and unable to reflect any figures with ancient vine patterns etched around the edges. After examining it, everyone fell silent, their gazes turning toward the excited Liao Meng. Mirror of greenwood vitality, infusing energy can stimulate plant growth in a small area, allowing manipulation of plants for brief periods for defense or attack. Cost: a favorite of plant-type sequence ability users who are flowers and trees not more attractive than the opposite sex. Long-term possession and use will gradually diminish interest in the opposite sex on emotional and physiological levels. As the information became clear, everyone fell into a brief silence, their eyes falling upon Liao Meng, who was visibly excited. Another exclusive, peculiar object perfectly suited to his abilities. As for the cost, having been a eunuch for so long, he likely already viewed the opposite sex with indifference. Liao Meng was filled with excitement, yet felt embarrassed to speak up. He had just joined the convoy and had yet to contribute, so while he desired such a precious, peculiar item, he did not dare to hope too much. Lin Fan, however, didn't even look and directly tossed it to Liao Meng, saying, "Old Liao, you need to step it up and let us have some fresh vegetables soon." Liao Meng nodded excitedly. With the mirror of greenwood vitality, the growth cycle of fruits and vegetables in the food supply cart would be greatly shortened. Upon hearing the word eat, Lin Meng, who had been feeling drowsy, suddenly perked up. He patted Liao Meng on the shoulder with his large hand, nearly knocking Liao Meng over with the tremendous force. Lin Meng, feeling apologetic, attempted to help, but was afraid of his own strength, so he could only offer Liao Meng a sheepish smile, filled with regret. Liao Meng got back on his feet, showing no signs of anger. He knew Lin Meng meant no harm and was simply trying to encourage him. The third item was a string of ebony prayer beads consisting of 18 beads, each intricately carved with an arhut figure, heavy and cold to the touch. After examining it, Tang Xiaoxiao, Chu Xian, and Ouyang Qian all grimaced, quickly passing the prayer beads around, not daring to hold them for long. Arhut prayer beads, once activated, they can form an Arhut golden body shield on the surface of the body, greatly enhancing defense and slightly increasing physical strength. Cost: have you ever seen a monk with hair? Hair belongs in sexy places. Using these will accelerate hair loss, and the more frequently they are used, the longer the duration and the more significant and irreversible the hair loss effect. Qin Wen and Zhang Long both shook their heads in unison. Defensive peculiar items had limited utility for them. Lin Fan had no choice but to toss the Arhut prayer beads to Lin Meng. After reaching level 2 in his sequence, Lin Meng's most notable improvement was his defense, and he bore the brunt of the damage in each battle, making the prayer beads most suitable for him. Seeing Lin Fan toss the Arhut prayer beads to him, Lin Meng naturally put them on. Could hair be more important than one's brain? The 3 peculiar items were thus allocated to the most suitable candidates, the entire process smooth and natural. Ouyang Qian observed all of this with keen eyes, her heart stirred with emotion. These precious peculiar items capable of making external sequence users break their heads in envy were distributed by Lin Fan, so casually, entirely based on the needs and compatibility of the team members. Everyone present deemed such a distribution perfectly reasonable, with no disputes or demands for compensation. Perhaps this was the fairest approach, allowing such a convoy to continue moving forward in the apocalypse. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao walked up to Lin Fan and poked him with her sheath, saying, "Boss, remember my set, okay? The first one. Rest assured the materials are nearly complete." Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed glancing at the system interface, noting that the divine points had reached 15000. The level 3 peculiar corpse Buddha had contributed 100 points, and the remaining 500 were from the corpse monk. He checked the store for suitable sharp sets for Tang Xiaoxiao, which were priced at 300 divine points. He just needed to take down 2 more level 3 peculiar beings. Looking at the divine path level, it had just reached 5. It seemed that level 2 peculiar beings no longer provided advancement value for the divine path. The only ways to quickly elevate the divine path level were to kill level 3 peculiar beings or contract divine disciples. There were still 8 slots for divine disciples, which could provide half of the advancement value. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tong and Chu Xian, pondering for a moment before making a decision. Although both of their sequence abilities were not particularly strong in terms of attack, they were the original backbone of the convoy, their loyalty unquestionable. Contract Wang Tong and Chu Xian. Contracted Divine Disciple Wang Tong Level 1 Shadow Stalker Sequence. Host Divine Path Level Divine Kingdom Lord Advancement Degree 10. Contracted Divine Disciple Chu Xian Level 1 Bard Sequence. Host Divine Path Level Divine Kingdom Lord Advancement Degree 15. The 20 boost to their abilities was not significantly impactful for Lin Fan currently, but the enhancement from the Divine Disciple contract was immensely evident for Wang Tong and Chu Xian. The two instantly displayed expressions of joy, clearly feeling the changes within themselves, realizing they had established a deeper connection with Lin Fan, just as Zhang Long had. Ouyang Qian watched as the energy of the two surged. Suddenly, her desire to join the Divine Kingdom convoy becoming stronger than ever. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, faced Lin Fan, her expression serious, even tinged with a hint of nervousness. Lin Captain, I want to join the convoy." Lin Fan looked at her with calm eyes. Previously, when selecting personnel, he had harbored a hint of murderous intent towards her, but it was Tang Xiaoxiao who saved her. Since that incident, Ouyang Qian had been behaving very obediently in the convoy, not daring to make any further transgressions. He had observed Ouyang Qian's performance during the recent battle. Her swordsmanship was fierce, her will was resilient, and she had few convoluted thoughts, being a pure action-oriented person. "Sure," Lin Fan spoke, his voice low, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "If you wish to join, you must abide by my rules. Here, absolute obedience is required. My commands take precedence over your judgment. Can you do that?" Ouyang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded without hesitation. "Welcome to the Divine Nation convoy." With Lin Fan's agreement, Ouyang Qian felt a special and close connection with the convoy as pure energy surged into her body. Everyone cast her kind looks. Initially, Ouyang Qian wanted to join the Divine Nation convoy, perhaps more for the purpose of improving her strength, seeking a powerful sanctuary. But in this moment, what mattered more to her was the indescribable cohesion and future exhibited by the Divine Nation convoy, or rather the undeniable supreme will of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the excited faces of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. From struggling to survive with Lin Meng in the apocalypse, he had now become comparable to a level 3 sequence ability user. The Divine Nation convoy now boasted 4 level 2 sequence ability users and 3 level 1 sequence ability users. Additionally, there would be a continuous influx of divine guards and the evolving coffin spirit vehicle. Most importantly, there were the various mysterious functions of the divine path system. Lin Fan had firmly embarked on the path to becoming a deity in the apocalypse. The future was bright. At this moment, the coffin spirit vehicle, which had been quietly parked in the center of the camp, suddenly emitted a low rumble. The dark golden runes on the vehicle shimmered like breathing, creating a powerful suction centered around it. Not to devour, but to draw energy from the depths of the earth, like a long whale sucking water. Visible to the naked eye, strands of pale yellow earth vein energy seeped from the ground, merging into the bottom of the spirit vehicle. Inside the front of the vehicle, the original engine had been replaced by a slowly pulsating dark red heart. Each heartbeat of this corpse Buddha heart drew in the faint energies of the surrounding earth, as if they were being absorbed through veins, transforming into endless power for the operation of the spirit vehicle. Moreover, this purified earth vein energy was continuously feeding back a faint amount of energy to all members of the Divine Nation convoy, albeit slowly yet persistently. The shape of the entire vehicle began to change, becoming longer and sleeker, with lines exuding a sense of strength as blood light and golden radiance flowed subtly within the dark metallic hue. The entire vehicle expanded slightly, and on the dark golden base, countless more complex and mysterious dark red patterns emerged. The massive dark golden coffin fused even more perfectly with the vehicle body, as if they were born as one, and the surface of the coffin even faintly revealed the ethereal images of mountains and earth veins. Lin Fan heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Coffin spirit vehicle evolution completed. Part of the earth vein core energy upgraded, can automatically absorb earth vein energy, no need for any conventional fuel anymore. And it can continuously provide filtered and purified energy back to all members of the Divine Nation convoy, accelerating cultivation and recovery. Mind-controlled driving, no manual control required. The host can completely control the vehicle's movement, steering, acceleration, and all operations with their thoughts. Cockpit space liberated, transformed into a comfortable resting area. Divine domain enhancement. The range of the divine burial field expanded again, with stronger suppression against anomalies, enhanced recovery effects for members, and endowed with earth vein characteristics, making it more stable and difficult to be forcibly torn apart by external forces. Lin Fan felt the power and information transmitted from the coffin spirit vehicle, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Tang Xiaoxiao and Ouyang Qian exchanged glances, both gasping in astonishment. A complete living anomaly vehicle. What does that mean? Zhang Long was also stunned by the change of the coffin spirit vehicle. It means this vehicle has become a living anomaly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Wen exclaimed in admiration. This vehicle will become the core and most solid foundation of the Divine Nation convoy. Everyone wore proud expressions. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the newly refreshed vehicle and the partners around him, whose strength had greatly increased and whose spirits were high, and a sense of grandeur surged within him. Rest for the night, we set off tomorrow. His voice echoed in the camp. Our journey is still long. The next morning, the Divine Nation convoy was ready to set off again. After a night of rest, the coffin spirit vehicle continuously fed back earth vein energy, restoring most of everyone's condition. After discussing with Qin Wen and others, Lin Fan decided to continue along the original route towards Lingguan. Qin Wen's two heavy pickup truck led the way, with the coffin spirit vehicle closely following. At this moment, Lin Fan was comfortably lying in the cockpit, and the coffin spirit vehicle drove smoothly, as if it had a life of its own according to his thoughts. Occasionally, sounds of chatting and laughter came from the vehicle's intercom. Everything seemed so peaceful. However, after 2 days, the convoy sensed the greatest threat of the apocalypse. Unpredictable weather. The further they went, the colder it became. The once warm sun now hung in the sky like a white-hot lamp, offering no warmth. An hour later, the sky darkened without warning, and lead-gray clouds pressed low towards the ground. The wind began to howl, no longer a refreshing breeze, but a biting cold north wind that whipped up the dust and dead leaves on the ground, making the windows crackle. Achoo! Achoo! The sound of Qin Wen sneezing came through the intercom. Boss, this damn weather is too abnormal. It's only early October. Why has it turned so cold? Do we still have the cotton clothes Zhang Long collected before? Are there enough to distribute? Lin Fan asked. Yes, boss, when we collected supplies before, we considered this situation, and we prepared a lot of cotton clothes and quilts, but... Zhang Long started to stammer. What but? Hurry up and say it, stop being so wishy-washy. Tang Xiaoxiao's impatient voice rang out. But these cotton clothes are only enough to distribute to the convoy members. The cotton clothes Zhang Long prepared were only enough for the official members of the Divine Nation convoy. Even if there were a few extra sets, they wouldn't cover the over 100 new survivors who had joined later. There weren't even enough cotton clothes for the 20 reserve team members. First distribute to the team members, and the others will find a way. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the convoy slowly came to a stop. Lin Fan had barely stepped down from the vehicle when a biting gust of wind struck him. He wore only a thin shirt, yet his repeatedly honed body allowed him to resist the cold's full assault. Lin Meng, as if unfazed, still wore a short-sleeved shirt. Tang Xiaoxiao, Ouyang Qian, Zhang Long, and Zhang Bao felt merely a chill and paid it little mind. By contrast, Qin Wen, Chu Sun, Liao Ming, and others had already wrapped themselves in padded coats, stamping their feet to ward off the cold. The other members of the Shenghua convoy swaddled themselves tightly, exhaling puffs of steam as they prepared to kindle fires. Those at the caravan's rear had layered on every scrap of clothing they owned. In this apocalypse, everyone prioritized stashing food. Garments were few and precious. The sudden weather change caught everyone completely off guard. Lin Fan noticed 2 people in the crowd at the back wearing down jackets, and was greatly surprised. Whether by foresight or luck, these two were now the best clad among the survivors. Liao Ming, seeing Lin Fan stare, walked over and said, "Boss, those are the sisters Fong Yu and Fong Qing. They used to be minor internet celebrities. When recruits were chosen earlier because they lacked any special skills, they weren't picked." Lin Fan nodded. At the very least, the two seemed to have some prudence. Fong Yu and Fong Qing did not notice Lin Fan's gaze. Fong Qing, the younger sister, wore an expression of relief as she told her sister, "Sis, thank goodness you prepared these down jackets. Otherwise, we'd be frozen to death." Fong Yu glanced at the crowd shivering in thin shirts and lowered her voice. "Shoo, keep your voice down. With so many people, only the two of us have down jackets. We don't know how many covet them. Oh, don't attract envy." Fong Qing stuck out her tongue playfully and shrugged. "What are you afraid of, sis? The Xinhua convoy is here. I don't believe anyone would dare cause trouble. The Xinhua convoy doesn't care if we live or die. They only value the 20 they selected. We should try to stay close to the convoy," Fong Yu snapped back. Fong Qing sighed wistfully. "If only we had been chosen. Look at them. Even without padded coats, they have a few extra garments and better food than us. By the way, sis, didn't Xiao Chong get picked to work on the grain truck? He used to chase after you. Now his tail is high in the air. He won't even bother looking after us." Fong Yu glanced toward Wang Xiaoqiang, who bustled about not far away. He was no longer the sycophant who once shadowed her. Since the Xinhua convoy selected reserve members, a distinct hierarchy had cleaved the survivors. Those chosen seemed to ascend overnight. They ate well and slept comfortably. Those left unchosen remained, as before, reliant only on their own stores and the meager rations the convoy distributed each day. Rumor had it that after the next supply point, they would be on their own. The Xinhua convoy would cease issuing food and fuel. "I must join the reserve team," Fong Yu vowed inwardly. The sisters and an elderly couple were assigned together crammed into a dilapidated small sedan, with Fong Yu designated as the driver. The old couple's lips trembled from the cold. They wore only thin sweaters and huddled together in the car to shelter from the chill. Fong Yu had already turned off the engine. Fuel was scarce. The car might stop at any moment, leaving the four trapped with nothing but death. Fong Yu had intended to invite the old couple to gather firewood. A fire would be better than freezing inside the car. But seeing their condition, she swallowed the words, and with Fong Qing walked toward the trees lining the road. Before long, bonfires rose throughout the camp, their warmth dispelling the cold. Lin Fan and the others gathered around a blaze, cradling steaming cups of tea. Qin Wen felt some gratitude toward Zhao Dufu. If not for his maintaining the emperor's heirs, they might not have been able to find so much tea. Slurping and exhaling, Qin Wen drank his tea with relief as warmth spread outward, chasing the chill from his bones. "The temperature keeps dropping, and I haven't sensed anything strange. How many will survive tonight? Isn't that the way of the apocalypse? Besides, the uncanny crises of all kinds will arise. Survival of the fittest," Zhang Long remarked, unusually pensive. "It's snowing." Chu Sun looked up, feeling icy flakes strike her face. The temperature fell faster than anyone had predicted. Within an hour, the sky had yielded to a flurry that soon became a fierce feather-like blizzard. Frost formed quickly upon the surfaces of the vehicles. The mercury plunged below freezing, forcing Lin Fan and the others to don padded coats. For survivors without adequate insulation, this weather was a cruel blow. A cutting wind swept through. Even the bonfires could not fully fend off the cold. Agitation spread through the crowd as more people dove into cars seeking shelter against the gale. But the interiors that once felt snug had long since become like ice chests. The sisters pressed close to the bonfire, nibbling hard stale bread. Fong Qing mischievously stuck out her tongue to catch snowflakes. Watching others flee the storm, a sense of schadenfreude crept into her heart. "I wonder what happened to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang?" Fong Yu asked, glancing toward the small sedan where the elderly couple lay. "Why bother with them? They never helped. They freeloaded off us because they're old," Fong Qing mumbled. She had long resented the couple, convinced they rode on the sisters' good fortune. Fong Yu fell silent. In the apocalypse, caring for oneself was already an immense struggle. There was little energy left to spare for others. Seeing their fire dwindling, the two shook snow from their coats and headed back to the sedan. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, are you all right?" Fong Yu opened the door, slid into the car, and asked without turning her head. Silence answered them. When they looked toward the rear, the elderly couple lay curled together, their lips a bluish-purple, long since without breath. Having grown accustomed to death, the sisters showed no panic. Exchanging a glance, they lifted the bodies from the car and set them by the roadside. Soon the snow began to cloak the corpses. Back in the car, Fong Qing giggled. Fong Yu shot her a hard look. "Laughing when someone's dead. You have no heart. Sis, this car is ours now. Isn't that something to be glad about?" Fong Qing said. Fong Yu sighed helplessly, her sister's logic cruel, as it was held a bitter truth. The old couple's departure at least freed up more room for the two sisters. Before they could fully react, the rear door was yanked open, and a burly man and a woman climbed inside. "Who are you?" "What are you doing in our car?" Fang Qing turned and shouted, having barely begun to enjoy their newfound space when the back seat was occupied again. "Your car? This is a vehicle from the Xinhua convoy. We just saw you toss the old couple out the back, happened to be empty, so we decided to stay," the burly man retorted bluntly. His female companion chimed in, "Who knows whether that poor old pair were killed by you two on purpose? We haven't reported you yet." They had originally been aboard a cargo truck when the blizzard struck. Its flimsy metal shell offered no protection against the biting wind. Just then the woman spotted Fang Yu and Fang Qing carrying an elderly couple out of a sedan. Without hesitation, the two scrambled into the sedan, still bitterly cold, yet far more sheltered than the draft-ridden truck. Fang Qing trembled with fury as she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't slander us. Whether you're allowed into this vehicle is up to the Divine Nation fleet, not you." Fang Yu chimed in threateningly, "If you don't get out immediately, I'll report you to the Divine Nation fleet." The burly man and his female companion exchanged a glance, panic flickering across their eyes. Outside, the howling blizzard obscured all visibility. Lin Fan and the others huddled by the distant campfire paid no attention to the commotion behind them. Shivering in their thin clothing, the pair noticed the down jackets worn by the Fang sisters. A flash of ruthless calculation lit the man's gaze. Amid the storm's fury, the Divine Nation fleet would never notice this corner, and two dead bodies would go utterly unremarked. Fang Yu sensed the man's expression hardening into menace, and inwardly cursed. In one brutal motion, the man lunged from behind, clamping his arm around Fang Yu's throat while gripping Fang Qing's hair with his other hand. He slammed her head repeatedly against the car until blood streamed down her face, then barked at his female companion, "Help me kill them. This car and their jackets will be ours." Stunned, the woman froze, unprepared for such savagery. Enraged, the man kicked her twice before she snapped out of her daze. Fang Qing screamed for help, but the shrieking gale snatched her cries away before they could carry even a yard. Gasping for air, Fang Yu felt consciousness slipping. Her gaze darted toward Lin Fan and the others in the distance, and with a desperate resolve she wrestled the ignition to life, stomped the accelerator to the floor, and aimed the sedan straight at them. Lin Fan and his companions were debating their next supply stop when they faintly heard the roar of an engine. Then, cutting through the snow-laden wind, a battered sedan hurtled toward them. "Damn it!" Zhang Long swore, surging forward, only for Lin Meng to calmly raise a single hand and halt the speeding vehicle mid-charge. Its tires shrieked against the ice, spewing black smoke. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Long yanked all four occupants from the car and hurled them onto the snow. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao had already drawn his broadsword, poised to sever their heads. They violated the fleet's rules. I had no choice." Clutching her sister, her head drenched in blood, Fang Yu cried out desperately. Survival was her only recourse. Lin Fan, startled, recognized them instantly. He'd glanced their way moments earlier, never imagining their reunion would be so swift. His eyes swept over Fang Qing's bloodied form, then lingered on the terrified man and woman, both trembling, one having soiled himself. The truth unfolded in silence. And Fang Yu's cry, that they'd broken fleet protocol, had just saved both their lives. Lin Fan waved his hand as Zhang Bao lowered his sword. "Oh, how exactly did they violate the fleet's rules?" he asked Fang Yu coolly, his gaze steady upon her fear-stricken face. Relief flooding through her, Fang Yu rushed to speak. "They seized the vehicle assigned to us by the fleet and tried to murder us to steal our down jackets." Zhang Long once declared that internal conflict is forbidden, as is the private seizure of another's possessions. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long, who nodded, confirming he had indeed laid down those very rules. "Then the matter is settled. Whoever breaks the rules bears the consequences." Zhang Bao sneered, dragging the man and woman toward the fleet's outer edge. They thrashed and wailed, yet his grip remained unshakable. Two sharp, agonized screams pierced the wind. Fang Yu and Fang Qing shuddered violently, tears streaming as they looked to Lin Fan, awaiting judgment. Qin, when approached, shoulders hunched against the cold, studying the sisters huddled together. With quiet amusement, he remarked, "Bold and clever. You understood how to leverage power. To make such a choice under duress. That's no small feat." "Oh, elaborate," Lin Fan said, turning to Qin. "Well then, let's do just that, boss. It's freezing out here, let's move." Qin hopped in place, trying to warm himself. Fang Yu's eyes dimmed with despair. If the man's transgression warranted death, what of her own act? Exploiting the rules to save herself. As death loomed, Zhang Bao's voice cut through her dread. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, to the probationary member's vehicle. Find Feng Bin, he'll dress your wounds. We depart shortly, the fleet waits for no one." A surge of euphoric relief flooded her chest. She lifted her sister and hurried toward the designated vehicle. She had gambled and won. Not only had she preserved their lives, but perhaps secured a foothold within the fleet itself. The probationary members exchanged glances of surprise as the sisters boarded, but said nothing. Absolute obedience stood as the divine nation fleet's foremost principle. Into the blizzard it advanced. Qin sensed a small urban cluster 30 kilometers ahead, its sole anomalies a few level 2 eerie presences posing negligible threat. Urgently needing thermal clothing and fuel, the group agreed to proceed. Through the tempest the fleet pressed onward. A mere 30 kilometers stretched into an ordeal unlike any before. The blizzard intensified, reducing visibility to near zero. Qin's vehicle No. 2 led the way, guiding the column through the white void. Vehicles repeatedly sank into snowdrifts. At first others towed them free, until Lin Meng simply stepped from the bus, lifted each stranded vehicle with effortless strength, and set it back on solid ground. After more than 2 hours of arduous travel, the silhouette of the city finally emerged, faint spectral against the storm. The fleet rolled into its desolate heart. Silence reigned, broken only by the wind's mournful keening through empty streets and shattered windows. Head straight for the largest mall, Lin Fan commanded. His divine burial domain expanded fully, dispelling low-tier eerie's hidden within the blizzard's veil. The fleet halted before the entrance of Yida Plaza, the city's most opulent shopping complex. Its glass doors lay shattered, snow and debris choked the threshold. Zhang Long swiftly organized the entire group. All personnel were divided into 10 teams. Each team was led by a full-fledged Divine Nation fleet member supported by 2 probationary members and roughly a dozen survivors. Lin Fan left Zhang Long and Qin outside to monitor for eerie activity. The core members entered first, clearing the mall of threats. Qin confirmed no level 2 eerie's lurked within, only scattered low-tier entities. They were snow imps, creatures born of blizzards capable of manipulating ice and frost, conjuring lethal icicles and bone-chilling gusts. Yet before Lin Fan's overwhelming might they vanished in moments. Once the core zones were secured, Lin Fan signaled Zhang Long to dispatch everyone inside for supplies. Move by teams. Priority targets: winter coats, down jackets, thermal underwear, quilts, blankets. Secondarily, food and fuel. Grab everything. No picking, no hesitation. Signal distress immediately if danger arises. All orders come from the Divine Nation fleet. No independent action, no fighting over supplies. No sooner had Zhang Long finished speaking than the 10 teams, each guided by a seasoned fleet member, dashed off toward distinct sectors of the mall. Each team had pre-assigned search zones, ensuring no overlap. Lin Fan and the others stationed themselves across different floors, ready to respond instantly to any distress signal. Though cluttered and dust-shrouded, with toppled shelves and collapsed displays, the mall held far richer stores than anticipated. Over here, we've got dozens of down jackets. A team member shouted triumphantly, having pried open a storage room crammed with sealed inventory. Quick, carry them out. Stay orderly, no grabbing. Under the fleet member's direction, each team gathered supplies with disciplined efficiency. The Fong sisters were assigned to Feng Bin's team, alongside Wang Xiaoqiang, an acquaintance from before. Feng Bin's team ascended directly to the 5th floor, the mall's topmost level, home to several hot pot restaurants. Their mission: locate portable gas canisters and preserved food stored in the kitchens. Upon reaching the zone, Feng Bin instructed everyone to split into smaller groups. Naturally, the Fong sisters paired with Wang Xiaoqiang, and together they headed toward the rear kitchen of a hot pot restaurant. As they pushed open the kitchen door, a wave of frigid air struck them. The exhaust window stood wide open and snow had piled deep across the floor. Feng Yu, you two stay close behind me. Keep watch on cabinets and refrigerators, Wang Xiaoqiang directed. He added with a grin, if we gather enough supplies this time, maybe you two could become probationary members, just like me. Count on it. I'll help you both. Feng Yu responded with a grateful smile. While inwardly dismissing him, she knew Wang Xiaoqiang well. His charm was all surface. Beneath it lay cowardice and self-interest. Always preaching courage yet shrinking from peril, selected for the fleet solely by silver-tongued flattery. His true nature, that of a spineless, fear-driven weakling. Yet his last remark rang true. This truly might be her chance to earn probationary status. Feng Yu gently guided Feng Qing, her head wrapped in a white bandage, as they combed the area. Luck favored them. Inside a cabinet, they uncovered a sealed box of unused gas canisters, joy flashing across both their faces. Wang Xiaoqiang found a sheltered, windlass corner, arms crossed, issuing orders without lifting a finger. His mouth ran endlessly, boasting as though he were already a full fleet member. As Feng Yu continued searching, Feng Qing suddenly pointed in terror toward the exhaust window, where a fresh trail of footprints marred the thick snow, not theirs, but unmistakably bestial, clawed, elongated, and unnatural. The prince advanced steadily toward them. Wang Xiaoqiang remained oblivious, still boasting, utterly unaware of the imminent horror. Run, the Erie's here! Feng Yu screamed. Wang Xiaoqiang whirled, and froze before a snow imp jaws bristling with Fang's body encased in jagged, glittering ice. Mamaya. Wang Xiaoqiang spun and fled, abandoning the sisters without a second thought, every boast forgotten in the rush of pure panic. Seeing Wang Xiaoqiang useless, Fang Yu seized Fang Qing's hand and sprinted for the exit, just as the snow imp shrieked and gave chase. Feng Bin, hearing the commotion, drew his broadsword, already braced for combat, as the three burst forth. But fate twisted cruelly in his blind panic. Wang Xiaoqiang barreled straight into Feng Bin, knocking him flat. With a guttural cry, the snow imp launched itself onto the fallen man. Feng Bin's blade locked against the creature's fangs, holding it back by sheer force. Feng Yu halted mid-stride, her eyes blazing with fierce resolve, and in that lightning instant chose her course. She and Fang Qing snatched up wooden stools and brought them crashing down upon the snow imp's skull. In agony, the snow demon suddenly grew stronger, and it seemed that Feng Bin was about to perish in its jaws. A beam of white light descended from the sky, arcing through the air to send the snow demon flying, followed immediately by a sharp flash of blade that cleaved it in two. Then with a heavy stomp, the snow demon's head turned to dust. The Fang sisters and Feng Bin let out a sigh of relief. When the three turned to look, they saw Lin Fan standing next to the snow demon's corpse, dragging Wang Xiaoqiang, who had originally fled downstairs. At this moment, Wang Xiaoqiang trembled like a leaf, half from fear of the snow demon and half from the dread of facing the cruel outcome after betraying Feng Bin, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Fan calmly glanced at the shaken Fang sisters, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the two of them to choose to help Feng Bin instead of fleeing at a critical moment. Feng Bin stood aside with a guilty expression. As a doctor, he was not skilled in combat. Had it been any other team member, they would not have been so helpless even if they were up against the snow demon. Lin Fan patted Feng Bin, signaling him not to blame himself. Gather the supplies, assemble in the lobby on the first floor of the mall. Feng Ye's eyes flickered with wild joy, knowing that they had made the right bet again. Regardless of the outcome, the sisters had already left a good impression on Lin Fan. A flurry of footsteps echoed as everyone gathered in the lobby where the collected supplies had formed a small mountain. All the survivors eyed the gathered down jackets greedily. Although the mall was shielded from the howling wind and snow, the extremely low temperature still left those in thin clothing stamping their feet. Distribute the winter clothing according to contribution, Zhang Long said, having received a signal from Lin Fan. The team leaders then selected their members one by one, distributing the winter clothing based on their performance during the supply collection. The survivors receiving the clothing were overjoyed. Meanwhile, those who did not receive winter clothing huddled in a corner, shivering in the cold, their eyes darting away, afraid to make eye contact, let alone show any hint of dissatisfaction. Isn't it strange why some people received winter clothing while others did not? Lin Fan's voice broke the silence, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Moreover, why are some people no longer here? A slight stir went through the crowd, especially among those who had not received winter clothing, their heads bowing lower. After this supply collection, the team will no longer supply resources to non-team members. Everything must rely on you yourselves. Lin Fan's gaze was like a cold spotlight, slowly scanning the crowd. This operation is your last chance to join the team. He shifted his tone, suddenly turning icy. But there are those who slack off, who put in no effort, and some who secretly stash away supplies, thinking themselves unnoticed. Others, like Wang Xiaoqiang, when faced with danger, do not fight alongside their comrades, but instead push them toward peril to buy themselves time to escape. Every word struck like a hammer on the hearts of those with guilty consciences, and several who had hoarded food turned ashen. The Xingu Kingdom team can accept failure. Lin Fan's voice echoed clearly. But we cannot tolerate harming our companions, fleeing in the face of danger, and turning blades against our own people. Zhang Long, bring the trash from the reserve team. Zhang Long dragged 10 trembling individuals to the center of the stage. Among them was Wang Xiaoqiang. These individuals had chosen to flee alone during the supply collection when faced with the low-level anomaly, even indirectly causing their comrades to fall into peril. Lin Fan did not even unleash the domain of divine burial to shield them from the anomaly. This alone was a silent punishment and selection. In an extremely dangerous environment, one's true nature is most revealed. The Xingu Kingdom team does not need parasites. You and you few, Lin Fan pointed at the 10. There is no place for you in the Xingu Kingdom team. Now leave this place. The 10 were struck as if by lightning. Some dropped to their knees begging for mercy, others cried pitifully, expressing their helplessness and fear, while some attempted to argue. No, please, Captain, spare us. We will die out there. Please, I know I was wrong. Give me another chance. We are just ordinary people. This was just a reflex. How can you be so cold-hearted? The Xingu Kingdom team can accept failure, can accept fear. Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly. But we cannot tolerate harming our companions, fleeing in the face of danger, and betraying our own people with blades. Zhang Long and the team members ruthlessly dragged away the 10 who were crying and wailing, ignoring their pleas and struggles, directly throwing them out of the mall into the icy wilderness. The chilling screams and pleas were instantly swallowed by the howling cold wind. In the distance, faintly, a few brief cries of agony could be heard, along with the sound of something gruesomely being chewed, soon covered by the wind and snow. The lobby fell into a dead silence, with only the crackling of flames and the heavy breathing of the crowd remaining. Everyone was awestruck by this cold and decisive method of handling, gaining a clearer understanding of the ruthlessness of the Xingu Kingdom team. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the other side, calling forth the Fong sisters and 8 other survivors who had dared to fight back at the moment of danger. I saw your performance. Lin Fan's tone softened somewhat. From now on, the 10 of you will officially be promoted to the reserve team of the Xingu Kingdom, enjoying the treatment of reserve members. Fong Ye's eyes burst with immense joy as she tightly grasped her sister Fong Qing's hand. The other 8 were equally excited, straightening their backs and saying loudly, "Thank you, Captain. We will definitely strive to do our best." With supplies properly distributed, the team decided to shelter in the mall for the night, planning to assess the situation and depart at dawn. Zhang Long and the others blocked the mall entrance with vehicles, keeping the wind and snow at bay. Everyone huddled around several lit fuel barrels, bundling up in their winter clothing and blankets, leaning against one another for warmth as fatigue gradually set in. However, just as this brief moment of tranquility lasted less than an hour, strange noises returned from outside the mall. This time it was not the sound of wind and snow nor the eerie howls, but the sharp roar of engines and the screeching sound of tires skidding on the snow. Everyone was startled awake, looking warily towards the direction of the mall's entrance. Lin Fan and the others approached the door. In the distance, an old sedan was careening toward them like a madman, followed by several modified off-road vehicles adorned with menacing skull insignias. A life-and-death race was unfolding. Driving in this weather, they're courting death. Zhang Long stared at the distant pursuit. What kind of grudge could possibly run this deep? Tang Xiao glanced once and immediately lost interest. In her eyes, those few SUVs were pitifully inadequate. Had it been her, she would have cleaved them apart with a single stroke. No need for such tiresome maneuvering. 3 people inside the sedan ahead, 2 men and 1 woman. Both men are level 1 sequence ability cultivators. The woman emits an unusual energy fluctuation. The blizzard is too fierce. The resonance remains indistinct. Qin rapidly relayed the intel to the group. 15 individuals inside the SUVs behind, 2 level 2 sequence ability cultivators, 4 level 1 SO, and the rest ordinary humans. He paused and added, no immediate threat. Lin Fan waved the others back. Let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Such lethal vendettas were commonplace in the apocalypse. Unless it concerned them directly, there was no reason to intervene. Exactly. Mind your own business and stand clear. Qin stretched lazily and turned to head back. At that moment, the sedan clearly panicked. Upon spotting the Divine Nation convoy parked before the mall, it swerved violently and accelerated straight toward the fleet. Damn it! Zhang Long roared. Lin Fan's gaze turned glacial. The sedan was attempting to use the Divine Nation convoy as a shield against its pursuers. Xiaomeng, stop it! Lin Meng strode forward and slammed his fist into the onrushing sedan. Inside, the 3 occupants' eyes widened in terror. Braking was already impossible. Boom! The sedan's hood crumpled downward under Lin Meng's blow, its chassis lifting high from inertia before crashing back onto the snow-laden ground with a shuddering impact and billowing black smoke. The engine died instantly. The SUVs bearing skull insignias behind screeched to a halt, their tires carving long, ragged furrows across the snow. From the lead SUV leapt a man and a woman, one broad-shouldered and imposing, the other petite and compact, both radiating the unmistakable aura of level 2 sequence ability cultivators. 10 more burly men followed, clad in thick furs and brandishing crude, brutal weapons, their eyes sharp with menace. The pair surveyed the Divine Nation convoy with wary uncertainty, stunned by Lin Meng's devastating strike, and even more so upon beholding the grotesquely ornate coffin spirit hearse. Recognizing Lin Meng as a level 2 sequence ability cultivator, they exchanged terse whispers, then advanced toward the mall, their expressions hardening with ill intent. But when Lin Fan and the others emerged in turn, the pair froze mid-stride, hostility melting into sheer disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4. The petite woman's mouth fell open, her voice rising sharply in astonishment. How can this convoy possibly field 4 level 2 sequence ability cultivators? Such a formidable force is exceedingly rare, even in Lingguan. The burly man murmured, "This is trouble. The leader over there exudes an even deeper, more unfathomable aura, surely beyond level 2. Possibly level 3. Let's try negotiation first," he continued quietly. If that fails, we abandon the mission. They're simply too powerful. We cannot afford to provoke them. Hearing his words, the woman's eyes flashed with reluctant resignation, but she nodded nonetheless. Lin Fan gazed upon the scene and sighed inwardly, sitting peacefully at home, and calamity descends from the heavens. Friends, the sedan carries fugitives we must apprehend. Might we ask a small favor? The Death Spirit fleet will reward you handsomely. The burly man spoke courteously. By now the two men from the sedan had staggered out, dazed and disoriented from the violent impact, barely registering their injuries, as they stumbled to the rear seat and dragged forth a woman bound hand and foot. Her face was obscured by a hood. Two men stood rigidly before her, shielding her with their bodies. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He had no desire to intervene. This desperate act of deflecting danger onto others inspired neither sympathy nor trust, nor did the pursuers appear any more virtuous. Hearing the word mission slip from the burly man's lips only deepened Lin Fan's reluctance to become entangled. You wish to claim these three? Lin Fan pointed toward the trio beside the sedan and addressed the man directly. Yes, they are vital to us. We humbly request your cooperation. Dead or alive. Lin Fan refused to surrender them so easily, not after their reckless assault on the convoy. The question caught both the burly man and the petite woman off guard. Well, the two men may be taken either way, but the woman must remain alive. The petite woman spoke up. Should compensation be desired, name your price. We shall honor it without hesitation. Her gaze trembled as she watched Lin Fan, bracing for the possibility he might strike without warning. The bound woman inside the sedan was the Death Spirit fleet's primary objective, and she had to be delivered alive. Her words stirred Lin Fan's curiosity. Earlier, Qin Wen had noted the woman's anomalous energy signature. By now the two men had regained partial clarity. Witnessing the standoff, hearing Lin Fan's cold proposition, they knew their fate was sealed. They thrust the bound woman forward, a dagger materializing in one hand, its blade pressed hard against her nape. Then they shouted toward the Death Spirit fleet, Meng Zi, Hua Ling, must this truly end in mutual annihilation? Spare us, and take the woman. Meng Zi and Hua Ling hesitated, yet the men's lives were no longer theirs to bargain away. Lin Fan and his companions remained silent. The two men pivoted toward Lin Fan's group and cried out, Wildy, save us, and she's yours. In Lingguan she commands permanent residency rights. Lingguan, Qin Wen murmured. These people hail from Lingguan. What exactly are permanent residency rights? And is the Death Spirit fleet aligned with Lu Chang'e? A cascade of questions hung in the air, leaving Lin Fan and the others exchanging grave, wordless glances. If Lu Chang'e was indeed involved, this matter could no longer be resolved lightly. Seeing Lin Fan remain unmoved, the two men yanked the hood from the woman's head, as if displaying a commodity. An authentic demon god seed. We beg only for our lives. If not, none of you shall claim her. Beneath the hood emerged a face worn thin by hardship, yet undeniably graceful in its delicate structure, a young woman, her forehead marked by an eerie blood-red sigil. Her wide, terrified eyes, filled with despair, darted helplessly across the frozen tableau. Boss, her body houses immense power, but it isn't self-generated. It feels implanted. Parasitic. Qin Wen spoke, his brow deeply furrowed. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented, even to him. Chu Qian, who had stood idly observing from behind the group, jolted as if struck by lightning. With every fiber of her being, she unleashed a soul-rending cry, little sister. That cry exploded like thunder across the Divine Nation convoy. The captive woman was none other than Chu Ran, the sister Chu Qian had mourned as lost forever in Luoqing. Yet here she stood, alive. Overwhelming joy flooded her chest, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. Chu Ran jerked his gaze toward the Shungua convoy upon hearing the cry, and the moment he saw Chu Qian, tears streaming down her face, he erupted into frantic struggles, screaming hoarsely, elder sister. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Lin Fan and the others' eyes sharpened instantly, their frigid gazes locking unblinkingly onto the Dead Spirit convoy and the two men standing beside its sedan. No matter who the adversaries were or what their motives might be, any threat against a convoy member demanded retribution without exception. Meng Zi and Hua Ling exchanged a glance. Bitterness and grim resentment